In the private room of the Tianjue private club in Jiangjin City, the air was thick with the heavy scent of nicotine and alcohol. About a dozen people filled the room. The men were drinking and smoking, while the women were dressed scantily, painting a picture of decadence and debauchery. At the center of it all, Jiang Zhe was sprawled on a sofa, embracing a miniskirt-clad beauty, kissing her without a care in the world, completely engrossed. The beauty showed no discomfort. On the contrary, she became even more proactive, intensifying the fiery moment. The onlookers were accustomed to such scenes, each engrossed with their own companions, flirting, drinking, and playing cards. After a while, Jiang Zhe sat up, lit a cigarette, and the miniskirt beauty promptly picked up a lighter to ignite it for him. Once Jiang Zhe was done, a underling gestured towards a girl who had been waiting in the corner for some time. "Brother Zhe, your fiancé has arrived," the underling said with a suggestive look, as if to say that the earlier passionate display had been fully witnessed by the fiancé. Jiang Zhe, however, was unfazed. "What fiancé? She's just an adopted daughter of the Lin family," he scoffed, glancing at Jiang Jin with disdain. "Just an unwanted item sold by the Lin family to our Jiang family." The girl in the corner listened to the humiliating words without a change in her expression, maintaining her composure. Jiang Jin looked up at Jiang Zhe, her gaze steady and calm, and spoke coolly, "Jiang Zhe, may I leave now?" Jiang Zhe, the youngest son of the Jiang family in Jiangjin City, had been spoiled rotten since childhood, growing up unruly and reckless, constantly surrounded by women. A month ago, when the Lin family's company faced a financial crisis, Jiang Jin, as the adopted daughter, was pushed forward. Mrs. Lin demanded she marry Jiang Zhe to form an alliance. Though phrased as an alliance, it was essentially selling off the unwanted adopted daughter to the Jiang family, securing funds, and ridding themselves of a burden in one move. To escape the Lin family, Jiang Jin had no choice but to agree to the marriage, though in reality, she had no say in the matter. Like now, bound by the Lin family's constraints, she had to meet with Jiang Zhe, enduring his contempt and humiliation, powerless to resist. "Li Rupiying told me you study classical dance at Jiangjin University?" Jiang Zhe ignored her question. Instead, he lounged on the sofa with a cigarette in his mouth, embracing the miniskirt beauty, and said casually, "I'm free today. Dance for me." Jiang Jin remained silent, her clear, determined eyes fixed on Jiang Zhe, full of resilience and restraint. "Stop pretending to be a chaste martyr. You're about to be sold to me by the Lin family." Jiang Zhe sneered, his eyes roaming over Jiang Jin's impressive figure, suddenly chuckling lowly. "If you don't want to dance classical, how about a striptease?" Jiang Jin looked up in shock, her lips trembling as she murmured, "I won't dance." Performing a striptease in public, what did he take her for? Amidst the uproarious laughter, everyone stopped what they were doing and turned their eyes towards Jiang Jin in unison, bombarding her with a medley of vulgar words. "Brother Zhe is really generous, asking his fiancée to striptease for us. Brother Zhe, I've seen stripteases before, but I've never seen such a pure beauty do it for me." Well, those who haven't seen it can get a look today. With this woman's figure, it's sure to be a feast for the eyes. Ha ha ha. Yeah, the goddess of classical dance from Peking University dancing for us. We've got to watch it carefully. Words of humiliation and teasing, intermingled with wanton and lewd laughter, kept pelting towards Jiang Jin. Jiang Jin was left all alone and helpless in the private room, her delicate body under the overcoat trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Zhe said, "Don't be ungrateful. I'm doing you a favor by asking you to dance." All the women around him were obedient. A little coaxing and they would sleep with him. Only this Jiang Jin repeatedly defied him. Jiang Zhe's patience was completely worn out. With a gloomy face, he walked towards Jiang Jin, grabbed her arm, and flung her onto the sofa. Jiang Jin was immediately panic-stricken and kept struggling, shouting, "Jiang Zhe, what are you doing? Let me go." Jiang Zhe turned a deaf ear and directly pounced on her, pinning Jiang Jin beneath him. His greasy hand reached out, tearing at Jiang Jin's top. The white shirt was ripped open, revealing the undergarments inside. Jiang Zhe's eyes lit up with greed as he stared, his actions becoming even more frantic. Jiang Jin's hair was in disarray, tears streaming down her face. She struggled and cried out in despair, "Jiang Zhe, are you crazy? This is illegal." "Illegal? I am the law." Jiang Zhe laughed maniacally, not taking Jiang Jin's threats seriously at all. In a desperate struggle, Jiang Jin touched a wine bottle on the coffee table. She picked it up and with all her might, smashed it towards Jiang Zhe's head. Glass shards mixed with wine splattered everywhere, and a trickle of blood oozed from Jiang Zhe's forehead. The door of the private room was left slightly ajar. At the end of the corridor, a man dressed in an air of nobility was leaning against the door of the bathroom, smoking a cigarette. The chaotic cries coming from the private room were nothing new to Fu Jili. In this kind of place, the meaning behind such sounds was self-evident. Fu Jili sneered thinly. He had no habit of eavesdropping, and was about to leave. Inside the private room, Jiang Zhe, who had been hit, instantly flew into a rage and roared like a demon, "Jiang Jin, you're courting death." Hearing a familiar name, Fu Jili immediately stopped in his tracks. Could it be her? Without time to think, Fu Jili crushed out his cigarette and quickly walked towards the opposite private room. With a bang, he kicked open the door of the private room. At a glance, he saw the girl on the sofa. It was really her. It was Jiang Jin, the girl he had been thinking about day and night and held dear to his heart for 10 years. Fu Jili instantly flew into a rage, his eyes blood red. He grabbed Jiang Zhe and flung him aside, then kicked him to the ground, looking crazy and ruthless. The coffee table cracked. Jiang Zhe clutched his stomach and let out a painful scream. Fu Jili grabbed Jiang Zhe's collar again, pressed his head and slammed it against the wall. Jiang Zhe's body slid down and he lay on the ground, moaning in pain. Jiang Jin struggled to get up and hurriedly tried to straighten her clothes. Her thin shirt had been torn open, and she could only try her best to cover her body. Jiang Jin had once imagined the scene of their reunion, but she had never thought it would be in such a mess. After 10 years of separation, he had changed so much that she felt as if she had passed through another world. She was adopted by Grandpa Lin at the age of 5 and lived in the Lin family's old mansion. At that time, the Lin family lived very close to the Fu family. That proud and unruly teenager, who seemed arrogant to outsiders, would often hold her hand, take her to play, and buy her favorite toffee. Fu Jili. Jiang Jin looked at the man in front of her and called out softly, as if to confirm. Looking at the embarrassed girl on the sofa, Fu Jili quickly took off his coat and wrapped it around the girl. Suppressing the rage in his heart, he comforted her in a gentle voice, "It's me. Don't be afraid. It's all right now." Then he bent down, picked up Jiang Jin, and walked outside. Assistant Lee was waiting by the car at the entrance. When he saw his boss coming out holding a woman, he was completely stunned. Wasn't it just a short trip to the bathroom? How could he come back with a woman in his arms? Fu Jili got into the car with the girl in his arms, placed her on the seat, and his dark eyes were unfathomable. "Did you get hurt anywhere?" With just one sentence, Jiang Jin could no longer hold back her tears, as if all the grievances she had been holding in finally found a place to pour out. Jiang Jin shook her head, her voice choked with sobs, "No." Fu Jili took a tissue and gently wiped the tears from the girl's face. The petite Jiang Jin, wrapped in his suit jacket, looked fragile and delicate, as if she could be blown over by a breeze. "Why did you come here?" "It was Jiang Zhe. He asked me to come," Jiang Jin replied in a low voice. Fu Jili's voice deepened, his eyes growing darker with anger. "He asked you to come, so you came? Do you even know what kind of place this is?" "I know," Jiang Jin pressed her lips together. "He's my arranged marriage partner." She didn't know how to explain the rest to Fu Jili. To say that the Lin family had sent her to the Jiang family as part of a business deal, to be married off to Jiang Zhe, this kind of ugly, shameful arrangement was something she couldn't bring herself to say out loud. But her hesitation was interpreted differently by Fu Jili. The man's thin lips pressed into a tight line, his dark, deep eyes locking onto Jiang Jin's. "Do you like him?" For some reason, Jiang Jin sensed that he was angry. Though she didn't understand why, she answered truthfully. "No," Jiang Jin said firmly. "I don't like him." The understated yet luxurious Maybach glided silently through the night, the interior of the car enveloped in a quiet stillness, faintly scented with a subtle woody fragrance. Jiang Jin fidgeted uneasily, glancing nervously at the man beside her. He sat with his eyes lightly closed, seemingly lost in a moment of rest. Gazing at his sharp, well-defined profile, Jiang Jin's thoughts drifted back to the past. When she was first brought to the Lin family as a child, Lin Jingru, the family's little princess, took delight in bullying her. Sometimes, Lin Jingru would even rally other children to ostracize, curse, and chase her. As a result, Jiang Jin often found herself hiding alone in the attic. Back then, the Fu family hadn't yet moved away and lived close to the Lin family. Only Fu Jili, only he would stay by her side and protect her. Because of this, she cherished every moment spent with him during her childhood. However, after she started middle school, Fu Jili went abroad to Europe, and the two gradually grew apart, eventually losing contact. In recent years, though, she had often seen him in financial newspapers and news reports. Now, seeing him again, Jiang Jin felt inexplicably nervous. Suddenly, she looked up and out the window, only to realize the car had entered an unfamiliar estate. This place was the Fu family mansion? As everyone knew, the Fu family mansion was Fu Jili's residence in the capital. Jiang Jin knew this solely because of a tabloid news story. A certain A-list actress, hoping to accidentally encounter Fu Jili, had dressed up and waited outside the Fu family mansion for an entire month. To her dismay, Fu Jili remained unmoved and even called the police on her for violating his privacy. For a time, this caused quite a stir. While people were busy gossiping, they also marveled at Fu Jili's self-restraint and apparent indifference to women. The car quietly passed through the gates and drove into the courtyard, eventually coming to a stop in front of the main residence. Zhang Jin stepped out of the car with some trepidation, following Fu Jili into the living room. Fu Jili sat down on the sofa first, loosening his tie before looking up at the girl standing obediently in the living room. "It's too late tonight. Stay here, and I'll take you back to school tomorrow." Fu Jili's deep voice broke the silence. It was already past midnight, and the villa's servants weren't around. Fu Jili preferred quiet, so the staff only came during the day to clean and lived elsewhere. Fu Jili led Zhang Jin upstairs and settled her in the bedroom next to his. The room was spacious and bright, fully equipped with everything she might need. After seeing her to her room, Fu Jili left. Zhang Jin sat alone on the edge of the bed, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Too much had happened tonight. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Li Rupiang, her nominal foster mother and the matriarch of the Lin family. A faint trace of irritation flickered across Zhang Jin's brow, but she answered the call anyway. Before she could even speak, a sharp, accusatory voice came from the other end. "How are things going with Jiangxia? Don't forget the Lin family's kindness in raising you. Make sure you get along well with Jiangxia and aim to marry him as soon as possible." Li Rupiang was worried about the Lin family's business. With the company's recent struggles, her voice sounded weary. Zhang Jin pressed her lips together and softly retorted, "I don't want to marry Jiangxia." "Don't want to?" Li Rupiang sneered as if she had heard some kind of joke. "Zhang Jin, you better remember this, you have no choice but to marry him. No one in the Lin family can protect you anymore." Yes, the grandfather who had doted on her the most had already passed away. Now, she was at the mercy of the Lin family, unable to resist. Zhang Jin clenched her fists, forcing back her tears. She didn't want to cry, crying would mean giving in. And she refused to. "If you don't want to marry into the Zhang family, then who do you want to marry? The CEO of One Construction?" Li Rupiang's tone was dripping with sarcasm, completely dismissing Zhang Jin's resistance. She was just a foster daughter, after all. Did she think she could marry some high and mighty figure? Li Rupiang thought she was being merciful by arranging a match with the Zhang family's youngest son. Otherwise, she might as well have sent her straight to the CEO's bed. "I'll hurry things along with the Zhang family. When the time comes, you'd better behave. You won't need to dance anymore either. Once you're married into the Zhang family, drop out of school immediately. Stay at home, take care of your husband, and focus on bearing children to continue the Zhang family line." With that, Li Rupiang hung up the phone without another word. The room fell back into silence. Zhang Jin sat alone on the bed, unmoving for a long time. She didn't want to be controlled, to become a tool for the Lin family's alliances. She didn't want to give up her dance career either. She had thought that rejecting Jiangxia would grant her freedom, but now it was clear she had been too naive. If she refused Jiangxia, there would be even worse options waiting for her, like the CEO of One Construction, a man in his 40s, divorced, with children. She had met him before. Li Rupiang's words had made her see things more clearly. She couldn't just sit back and do nothing. But what could she do? What if she found someone to marry? Would that help her escape this fate? But given Li Rupiang's methods, even if Zhang Jin found someone to marry, she wouldn't let it go so easily. Worse, she might even drag that person into trouble. Unless that person was powerful and influential enough to stand up to the Lin family. Gradually, a bold and almost absurd idea took shape in Zhang Jin's mind. Zhang Jin stood up and walked out of the bedroom. The living room was empty. Fu Jili was likely in his own room. Suddenly, her eyes fell on the wine cabinet not far away. Without hesitation, Zhang Jin walked over, picked up a glass from the bar, and poured herself a drink. She downed it in one go, as if fortifying herself for what was to come. Then, with determination, she strode toward Fu Jili's bedroom. Knock, knock, knock. Her slender, pale fingers rapped lightly on the door as she waited anxiously. Fu Jili opened the door, looking slightly surprised to see the young girl standing before him. "Mr. Fu, may I ask, are you married?" Zhang Jin asked softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Fu Jili studied her for a moment, as if weighing her question, before replying in a deep voice, "No." Those two short words struck Zhang Jin's heart like a hammer. She felt as if her heart might leap out of her chest at any moment. Her cheeks were already flushed, whether from the alcohol or her nerves, and she struggled to keep her voice steady as she looked up at the man before her. Perhaps it was the alcohol, but at this moment, she felt unusually bold. Her gaze was stubborn yet sincere as she met Fu Jili's eyes. "Mr. Fu, I would like to ask you to marry me." Fu Jili seemed to be stunned. He looked at her in great surprise, as if sizing up the young girl in front of him, wondering what kind of foolishness she was up to, or perhaps thinking that he had suffered from auditory hallucination. He remained silent for a long time. Jiang Jin's hard-won impulse shattered in an instant, and she lowered her head right away. She smiled bitterly inside. How could Mr. Fu agree to marry her? Even if Mr. Fu wasn't married, what kind of woman couldn't he get? How could he agree to marry an adopted daughter of the Lin family like her, who had no family background and was not favored? Jiang Jin lowered her head and said sorry, then turned to leave, but was suddenly grabbed by the arm by Fu Jili. Sure. Jiang Jin looked up in surprise. She felt dizzy, probably drunk, and her eyes gradually became blurred. How could Mr. Fu agree? She must have had an auditory hallucination. Suddenly, everything seemed to spin around. Jiang Jin's body could no longer hold up against the effects of alcohol, and she fell forward. Fu Jili quickly put his arms around the young girl. He had just come out of the shower and was still wearing a bathrobe. The young girl's warm and blushing cheek was pressed against Fu Jili's slightly cold chest. The contrast between cold and heat made Fu Jili's Adam's apple roll up and down involuntarily. He noticed the smell of alcohol on her, which hadn't been there when they were in the car. Fu Jili chuckled softly. He probably understood. Was she drinking to boost her courage? He picked up Jiang Jin, walked into his bedroom, placed her on the bed, then turned around and walked into the bathroom. He took a warm, wet towel and wiped the young girl's face and hands, covered her with the quilt, and patted her gently twice. Sleep well. His voice was low and hoarse, with a hint of barely detectable tenderness. Fu Jili walked out of the bedroom and saw the open wine bottle on the bar counter. His eyes gradually showed understanding. No wonder she got drunk so quickly. Even he himself found this wine rather strong. Fu Jili picked up the wine glass on the bar counter and poured himself a glass. Then he walked towards the balcony. In early autumn, the wind in Jiangjin City was a bit cold and desolate. Fu Jili leaned against the balcony with the wineglass in his hand, quietly gazing into the distance. Tonight, the Fu's mansion was somewhat different because the little girl he had been secretly in love with for 10 years was sleeping here. The next morning, sunlight shone through the gaps in the curtains onto the bedroom floor, refracting a soft beam of light. Jiang Jin on the bed opened her eyes in confusion, rubbed her head, and struggled to get up. She looked around at the environment. The simple colors of black, white, and gray, along with the simple and low-key layout, exuded luxury everywhere. Was this Fu Jili's bedroom? How could she be sleeping here? She remembered that she had a glass of wine, then knocked on Fu Jili's door and said she wanted to marry him. After that, she couldn't remember much. Jiang Jin rubbed her head in annoyance and threw herself back into the quilt. After a brief moment, Jiang Jin got up again, hurriedly got out of bed, and walked toward the door. In the living room, Fu Jili was dressed in a black suit, looking neat and composed. At the moment, he was sitting on the sofa with his long legs bent, leaning back casually. Jiang Jin smoothed her hair and quickly walked into the living room, putting on her most polite and proper demeanor as she greeted him. "Good morning, Mr. Fu." Fu Jili suddenly paused, his brows furrowing almost imperceptibly. He then raised his eyes to look at Jiang Jin, his thin lips slowly uttering a few words. "What did you call me?" For some reason, Jiang Jin sensed that he was a bit angry. "I called you Mr. Fu." "Good, very good." First, it was just Mr. Fu, and now she had added a "you" to it. Her words and attitude were full of distance, with none of the familiarity from their childhood. Fu Jili was almost amused by how heartless this little thing was. Jiang Jin didn't understand Fu Jili's meaning and stood in the living room with her head lowered nervously, her hands unconsciously clutching the hem of her clothes, looking rather pitiful. Fu Jili stared at Jiang Jin for a few seconds. The girl was still the same as when she was young, holding on to something whenever she was nervous. Forget it, there would be plenty of time. It was just a form of address, she could call him whatever she wanted. She was just a young girl, and it was normal to feel distant after so many years apart. How could he possibly hold it against her? "Drink this hangover soup," Fu Jili gestured toward a cup on the table with his eyes. "Then go wash up. We'll leave soon." "Where are we going?" Jiang Jin had just woken up, her mind still a bit muddled, and the words blurted out. "To get the marriage certificate." Fu Jili's voice was clear and cold, with a hint of teasing. "What? Miss Jiang isn't going to back out, is she?" Jiang Jin finally came to her senses and immediately shook her head, saying firmly, "No, no. How could I regret it?" Fu Jili waited for Jiang Jin to get ready. After they had breakfast together, they set off directly. He drove Jiang Jin to Jiangjin University to get the household register, and then the two of them headed straight for the Civil Affairs Bureau. In the car, Jiang Jin looked at the man beside her and finally couldn't hold back her doubts and asked, "Mr. Fu, why did you agree to marry me?" Hearing this, Fu Jili turned his head, his expression calm and composed. "Wasn't it you who wanted to marry me?" Ha! That was true, but what she wanted to ask was why he had agreed. As if sensing her confusion, Fu Jili directly said, "Because my family has been pressuring me hard to get married, and for me, it's all the same who I marry." Just then, a red light came up ahead. Fu Jili stopped the car, turned his head to look at Jiang Jin, and a curve formed on his thin lips. "And you happened to come to me on your own initiative." Hearing this, Jiang Jin understood. Most marriages in wealthy families lack affection. For someone of Fu Jili's status, marriage and love are dispensable things, far less important than money, power, and status. But this was great. They could each get what they needed, and she wouldn't have to feel burdened. Jiang Jin was satisfied and immediately raised her hand to assure him, "Mr. Fu, don't worry. If you ever need me, I'll be at your beck and call, and I'll make sure to play my part perfectly." Play my part? Yes, I'll make sure to act convincingly in front of your family and friends, without any flaws. Fu Jili's thin lips curved slightly, as if resigned to his fate with some helplessness. "All right, I believe you." The traffic light turned green, and the car started moving again, heading toward the Civil Affairs Bureau. The black Maybach stopped at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, where Assistant Lee had been waiting for a while. The two walked into the bureau, filled out forms, registered, took photos, and had their documents stamped. After completing all the procedures, Jiang Jin stared blankly at the marriage certificate in her hand. She was really married, and to Fu Jili, no less. "Mr. Fu, after we're married, will you mind if I continue dancing?" Fu Jili turned his head upon hearing this, raising an eyebrow as he looked at her. "Isn't it a bit late to be asking this now, Mrs. Fu?" Jiang Jin blushed, seemingly still unaccustomed to the title. "No, after we're married, you can do whatever you want." Fu Jili's voice was steady and firm, inexplicably putting her at ease. Jiang Jin was delighted, pursing her lips into a smile that revealed two small dimples on her cheeks. "Thank you." Assistant Lee walked over and said respectfully, "Mr. Fu, the plane is about to take off." Fu Jili instructed, "First, head to Jiangjin University." Assistant Lee was momentarily stunned but quickly got into the driver's seat, started the car, and drove toward Jiangjin University. Inside the car, Fu Jili spoke in a calm tone, "Mrs. Fu, let's exchange contact information." Jiang Jin hurriedly pulled out her phone, and the two added each other's contacts for the first time. Jiang Jin was a bit conflicted about what to save his name as. After some thought, she decided to simply save it as Mr. Fu. Fu Jili put away his phone and continued, "I'll be on a business trip to Europe for the next week. If anything comes up, you can call me directly." Jiang Jin felt secretly pleased. This way, she wouldn't have to face him right away. As a newlywed, she wasn't quite prepared yet. Fu Jili seemed to see through the young girl's thoughts but didn't say much. There would be plenty of time in the future. He had already waited so many years, and now that she was on his marriage certificate, there was no way she could run away. Jiang Jin got out of the car at the entrance of Jiangjin University, while Fu Jili went straight to the airport without further delay. Over the next few days, Jiang Jin continued her busy academic life, preparing for the school's performance. This time, she was not only the lead dancer but also had a solo dance of her own. As a result, she was extremely busy, often rehearsing to the point of forgetting to eat. Fu Jili was also extremely busy with his business trip abroad. For several consecutive days, the two of them only had brief exchanges on WeChat. If it weren't for the marriage certificate in the drawer reminding her, she would almost have forgotten that she was already married. In a blink of an eye, the day of the art performance finally arrived. Jiang Jin arrived early to get ready and was bustling around backstage. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the art performance officially started. Jiang Jin's solo dance would be the last program, the grand finale. After waiting for more than 2 hours, it was finally Jiang Jin's turn to take the stage. The lights on the stage were soft. Jiang Jin wore a red dress, and her waist-length hair was tied up with a red silk ribbon. Her usually plain face was adorned with delicate makeup, making her look even more charming and attractive. The young girl's waist swayed like a graceful weeping willow. She flung her long sleeves and danced gracefully. Every frown and smile was enough to captivate the world. In the very center of the first row below the stage, Fu Jili was dressed in a black suit, exuding a calm and noble demeanor. At this moment, his eyes were deep as he watched the lively young girl on the stage. The young girl's body swayed with the rhythm of the drumbeats, as if every movement was stepping on the tip of Fu Jili's heart. Her slender waist kept stretching and bending, as if it could be easily held in one hand. Suddenly, a sense of possessiveness welled up in the man's heart. After the dance ended, Zhang Jin stepped off the stage. Ignoring the school leaders beside him who wanted to strike up a conversation, Fu Jili immediately got up and left, then picked up his phone to send a message to the young girl. It was already an hour later when Zhang Jin saw the message. She quickly called Fu Jili back. "Mr. Fu, I'm sorry. I just saw the message." Zhang Jin apologized with a hint of annoyance. Fu Jili didn't seem to mind, his cool voice coming through the phone. "It's alright, I'm at the school gate. I'll take you to dinner after you're done." "Okay, I'll just tidy up a bit." Not wanting to keep Fu Jili waiting any longer, Zhang Jin quickly changed out of her dance costume and hurried outside. The understated yet luxurious Maybach gleamed brilliantly in the night, and the consecutive license plate numbers from the capital hinted at the owner's distinguished status. By now, it was already dark, and the streetlights at the school gate cast a dim glow. Fu Jili was leaning against the car, holding a bouquet of flowers. Zhang Jin ran over quickly, slightly out of breath. "Sorry, Mr. Fu, for making you wait." "It's fine. These flowers are for you. Your dance earlier was beautiful." Zhang Jin took the flowers, holding them to her chest, her cheeks slightly flushed. "What would you like to eat?" Fu Jili asked as he opened the car door. The warmth hadn't yet faded from Zhang Jin's face. "I'm fine with anything." "Shall I decide then?" Zhang Jin nodded obediently, leaving it to Fu Jili to arrange. Fu Jili drove them to a Chinese restaurant named Chuejian, featuring pavilions, towers, small bridges, and flowing water, creating an extremely beautiful and relaxing atmosphere. As soon as they entered, the restaurant's manager, Wen, hurried over to greet them. Noticing their clasped hands, he respectfully said, "Mr. Fu, welcome to our restaurant. Your girlfriend is truly beautiful." Manager Wen's eyes held a hint of curiosity. Mr. Fu had a close relationship with the restaurant's owner and often visited, but he had never brought any female companions before. Fu Jili's deep voice interrupted, "She's not my girlfriend." Then, he gently pulled Zhang Jin closer by her slender waist and introduced her warmly. "This is my wife. Not a girlfriend, but his wife." This powerful, seemingly untouchable man had actually gotten married? This was truly an unexpected revelation. Manager Wen suppressed his shock, his demeanor growing even more respectful. "So it's Mrs. Fu. I was blind not to recognize you earlier. Mr. Fu, Mrs. Fu, please come this way." Seeing how dearly Mr. Fu treasured her, he knew he had to take extra care to ensure everything was perfect. Zhang Jin felt a little embarrassed, though she didn't show it on her face. She gracefully followed Fu Jili into the private dining room. Fu Jili helped Zhang Jin to her seat and ordered some of the restaurant's signature dishes. The private room was decorated in a serene, elegant Chinese style, and at that moment, it was just the two of them. "Do you come here often to eat?" Zhang Jin asked curiously, noting how respectfully the manager had treated him earlier. Fu Jili poured Zhang Jin a cup of tea and explained calmly, "Yes, the owner of this place is a friend of mine." He paused briefly before adding, "I can introduce you to him sometime, if you don't mind." Zhang Jin shook her head. "I don't mind." Now that she has married Fu Jili, it is inevitable that she will meet his friends. Since the two of them are getting what they need from each other, she should do her part. Hearing Zhang Jin's answer, a warm glint appeared in Fu Jili's eyes. He didn't ask for much. As long as she didn't resist, he would guide her to gradually integrate into his life. He had already waited for 10 years. He had the patience. However, he didn't know if that day would come. He wasn't sure if Zhang Jin would fall in love with him. The waiter brought the dishes, which were appetizing in color, aroma, and taste. The two stopped talking and quietly started eating. The meal was pleasant and satisfying. Zhang Jin leaned back in her chair, feeling content. Usually, in order to maintain her figure for dancing, Zhang Jin ate very little for dinner. But the dishes this time were so delicious that she couldn't help but eat a bit more. Thinking of this, Zhang Jin's brows furrowed slightly, with a fleeting look of annoyance. Fu Jili seemed to notice and said seriously, "It doesn't matter. You look good even if you gain a little weight." Zhang Jin. After they finished eating and were about to leave, Zhang Jin went to the bathroom on the way while Fu Jili waited in the lobby. Just as she came out of the bathroom, she ran into someone she didn't want to see. Zhang Jia, with a bandage on his head, stood in front of Zhang Jin with a gloomy face, and asked in a menacing tone, "Who is that man?" Jiang Jin was a bit frightened by him. She took a step back and said coldly, "What does it have to do with you? Heh, you look so innocent, but you're just a promiscuous woman inside." Jiang Jia pressed forward, getting closer and closer, his face full of unwillingness. "Whoever you sleep with is the same. Why don't you come with me? It's just a matter of spreading your legs. I promise you'll live a life of luxury." As he spoke, he reached out to grab her. Jiang Jin struggled and pushed Jiang Jia away forcefully, then fled outside in a panic, and crashed right into Fu Jili's arms. Fu Jili stretched out his long arms and held the young girl firmly in his arms. His gentle voice sounded, "Are you okay?" Fu Jili's embrace was warm, and Jiang Jin's flustered heart quickly settled. She shook her head and said, "It's fine." Jiang Jia, furious and humiliated, chased after them. Seeing this scene, he became even more self-righteous and began shouting accusations, calling Jiang Jin a promiscuous woman. "You shameless woman! I'm your fiancé, and yet you're sneaking around with another man behind my back." Jiang Jia's baseless accusations drew the attention of everyone around, who turned to watch the commotion. Manager Wen hurried over at the noise and nearly dropped to his knees at the sight. To dare call the esteemed Mr. Fu an adulterer, was this man tired of living? Fu Jili directly pulled out his marriage certificate, his voice firm and resounding, "This is my wife. Have I been too lenient? Allowing you to appear before me again and again, harassing my wife." Fu Jili's tone was icy, his gaze piercing as he stepped closer, his presence overwhelming. Jiang Jia, intimidated by his aura, shrank back and finally remembered that this was the man from the private room that day. "So it's you. I haven't even gone looking for you, and yet you've come to me. Do you know who I am? I'm the young master of the Jiang family. If you dare interfere in my affairs, I'll make sure you regret it." Jiang Jia's tone was arrogant, as was his usual style. He relied on his status as a member of the Jiang family to act recklessly and bully others. But this time, he had kicked an iron plate. Fu Jili looked at him with disdain, as if he were gazing at a pile of garbage. "The Jiang family, you say?" Then, he made a phone call and ordered, "Spread the word, from now on, anyone in the capital who collaborates with the Jiang family is an enemy of Fu Jili." What? He was actually Fu Jili, the eldest son of the Fu family, a century-old influential family in the capital, and the head of the Fu conglomerate? Jiang Jia instantly collapsed to the ground, realizing he was doomed. He scrambled forward, pleading and offer explanations. "Mr. Fu, it's really not my fault. She was the one who seduced me, it was her." Before he could finish, Fu Jili kicked him to the ground. "Someone, throw him out. From now on, hang a sign at the entrance, he and dogs are not allowed inside." Manager Wen quickly called for security, who hauled Jiang Jia up and threw him out. He then urgently had a wooden sign made that read, "Jiang Jia and dogs are not allowed inside," and promptly hung it up. Meanwhile, Fu Jili took Jiang Jin back to the Fu family mansion, showing her around the main villa. This is the bedroom, study, gym, home theater, indoor swimming pool. When they reached a closed door, Jiang Jin asked curiously, "What's this room? Open it and see." Jiang Jin pushed the door open and was amazed to find it was a practice room. As she stepped inside, her eyes were drawn to a massive floor-to-ceiling window with an excellent view. Outside was a garden fountain and lush trees, creating a beautiful scene. Two walls of the room were lined with large dance mirrors, and in the corner stood a white grand piano. The room was spacious, comfortable, and elegantly designed with a minimalist yet sophisticated style. Jiang Jin loved it instantly. "Later, you can practice dancing here," Fu Jili said as he opened the wardrobe beside him. "These are all prepared for you. Feel free to use them." Inside the wardrobe were various practice outfits and beautiful, exquisite dance costumes, including dancing skirts. "Are all these really for me?" Jiang Jin asked, somewhat incredulous. "Do you like them?" Fu Jili inquired softly, his voice tinged with a hint of anticipation. Jiang Jin nodded. "I like them. No dancer could refuse such beautiful dance skirts. As long as you like them." "Thank you," Jiang Jin said softly, her voice gentle and tender. "And thank you for protecting me tonight, and also, for saving me that night at the club." The girl's voice was sincere, her attitude earnest. Since returning to the country, Fu Jili had saved her twice in their only 2 encounters. She owed him her gratitude. Fu Jili stopped walking, turned around, and looked directly into the girl's eyes with his deep gaze. "It's what I should do. You are my wife, Jiang Jin." Jiang Jin's eyes widened in surprise, staring at Fu Jili, feeling both astonished and touched, unable to speak. Fu Jili stepped forward, took the girl's hand, and continued to show her around. Finally, they entered the innermost bedroom on the 3rd floor. Jiang Jin recognized it as Fu Jili's room. This is my bedroom. You should be quite familiar with it by now. Jiang Jin suddenly came to her senses and took a step back, asking nervously, then where shall I stay tonight? Fu Jili replied, stay here. Why? I can stay next door. Jiang Jin protested in a low voice, pointing to the adjacent bedroom. That was where Fu Jili had arranged for her to stay last time. No, there are servants in the villa. Fu Jili refused directly. Jiang Jin was a bit confused. So we have to live together. Otherwise, if word gets out, everyone will know our marriage is fake. Unless, you don't want to keep your promise? Looking at Fu Jili's calm face, Jiang Jin felt that she was being rather coy. How could that be? Jiang Jin retorted, walked in bravely, and nodded firmly. Okay. I'll stay here. Fu Jili curled his lips, a triumphant smile appearing. He turned and walked into the cloakroom, pulling open the cabinet inside. These are all prepared for you. You can wear whatever you like. If you don't like them, I can ask someone to bring new ones. Jiang Jin looked into the cabinet. There were all kinds of clothes, trousers, dresses, bags, and shoes, all of well-known brands and the latest styles. Jiang Jin was stunned, once again marveling at the power of money. After touring the villa, Fu Jili went to his study to handle some work. Having eaten a bit too much at dinner, Jiang Jin decided to exercise in the dance studio. When she came out, she noticed Fu Jili was still working overtime. Choosing a relatively conservative nightgown, Jiang Jin entered the bedroom to take a shower, hoping to fall asleep before Fu Jili returned, fearing she might feel awkward otherwise. However, when she stepped out of the bathroom, she realized she had miscalculated. Fu Jili had already finished showering in the adjacent bedroom and was now lying on the bed in a bathrobe, browsing through a financial magazine. Seeing Jiang Jin approach, he placed the magazine on the bedside table and considerately lifted the blanket. Mrs. Fu, please come to bed. Jiang Jin unconsciously tugged at the hem of her nightgown and walked to the other side of the bed. She carefully climbed onto the bed and lay down close to her side. Suddenly, Fu Jili sat up. Jiang Jin felt a shadow loom over her and gasped, "What are you doing?" "Turning off the light." Fu Jili calmly switched off the light and then lay back down. Jiang Jin immediately felt a bit awkward. After that, nothing happened. Fu Jili simply lay there after turning off the light, making no further moves. The worry she had imagined did not come to pass, which made Jiang Jin breathe a sigh of relief. Gradually relaxing, Jiang Jin's eyelids grew heavier, and she slowly closed her eyes. She had thought she might struggle to sleep with someone beside her, but to her surprise, Jiang Jin fell asleep quite quickly. Noticing the steady breathing of the person beside him, Fu Jili turned over, stretched out his arm, and gently pulled the young girl into his embrace. He kissed her forehead, his voice low and tender, "Good night, Mrs. Fu." Then, with a satisfied smile that was barely noticeable, he closed his eyes. No one knew that he had been waiting for this moment for 10 long years. The scene that had appeared countless times in his dreams had finally come true. The next morning, Jiang Jin woke up groggily to find herself nestled in Fu Jili's arms, her delicate face pressed against the man's chest, and her leg draped over his waist. Jiang Jin instantly became wide awake. How did this happen? She had always thought she was a well-behaved sleeper. How could she have rolled into Fu Jili's embrace? Her cheeks flushed with heat as she quietly shifted her body, trying to get up and leave. Suddenly, the ringtone of her phone broke the silence. Jiang Jin's ringtone was a soothing melody, but in the quiet bedroom, it sounded unusually loud. Afraid of waking Fu Jili, Jiang Jin grabbed her phone and hurried out of the room. Without checking who was calling, she just wanted to stop the noisy ringtone. Her fingers swiped across the screen to answer the call. "Jiang Jin, you've really grown some nerve." Li Ruping's furious voice came through the phone. Early that morning, Li Ruping had received news from the Jiang family, saying they wanted to break off the engagement. They accused her of trying to deceive the Jiang family's funds through a marriage alliance, even though Jiang Jin was already married. Li Ruping had been scolded harshly by Mrs. Jiang, but she didn't dare to argue back because she had no idea what had happened. After hanging up, she sent someone to the Jiang family to find out more. Only then did she learn that Jiang Jin had teamed up with some outsider to beat up Jiang Jia. Furious, she called to berate Jiang Jin. "Break up with that pretty boy of yours immediately and come with me to the Jiang family to apologize in person, or don't blame me for being ruthless." Jiang Jin listened irritably to Li Ruping's tirade, but this time, she had no intention of enduring it any longer. With a cold voice, Jiang Jin retorted, "I'm not going. I'm already married. If the Lin family is so desperate for funds, why don't you have your own daughter marry into the Jiang family instead?" Jiang Jin suggested pointedly. "Jiang Jin, Don't you dare disrespect me. Jean-Gru is destined to marry into a top-tier wealthy family. The Jiang family isn't worthy of her. You're just an adopted daughter, yet you act so picky. Do you even know your place? Don't think that just because the old man took you in for a few years, you can pretend to be a real Lin family lady. Let me tell you, you're not worthy. As Li Ruping continued her relentless rant, Jiang Jin had no desire to engage further. She decisively ended the call and blocked the number in one swift motion. Now that she was legally married to Fu Jili, she no longer feared being forced into another arranged marriage. Besides, if anything were to happen, Fu Jili would surely protect her, right? Jiang Jin turned off her phone and spun around, only to find Fu Jili standing at the bedroom doorway. She froze in place. Fu Jili stepped forward, placing a pair of slippers on the floor, and said gently, "Put these on. The floor is cold." Jiang Jin obediently slipped her feet into the slippers. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your call," Fu Jili apologized. Fu Jili left with a word of apology and then walked towards the bedroom. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and said, "Do whatever you want. You're my Fu Jili's wife. If the sky were to fall, I'd hold it up for you." Jiang Jin was stunned for a moment, then came to her senses and said softly, "Thank you." She was truly grateful to Fu Jili for marrying her and rescuing her from a difficult situation. Seeing the young girl's unfamiliar manner, Fu Jili felt a bit helpless. "Go wash up first. I'll take you out later." Jiang Jin was a bit puzzled. "Where are we going?" "You'll find out when the time comes." Fu Jili played it mysterious. "Oh, okay." Jiang Jin replied obediently and walked towards the bathroom to wash up. After the two had breakfast, they set off. This time, Fu Jili drove again. The car stopped in front of a luxurious store. Fu Jili led Jiang Jin into a jewelry store. To be precise, it was a jewelry store with a studio-like nature. It was probably 5 stories high. The interior was decorated simply and elegantly, and the counters were filled with all kinds of luxurious jewelry. As soon as they entered, a dedicated person led them upstairs. "Mr. Fu, Mrs. Fu, this way please." Looking at the deserted surroundings, Jiang Jin couldn't help but feel curious. Is business not good in your jewelry store? It's so deserted even on a weekend? Actually, it's no wonder Jiang Jin was surprised. The large jewelry store had over a dozen staff members standing around, yet apart from them, there wasn't a single customer in sight. The staff members smiled awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Fu Jili, standing beside her, suddenly spoke up, "Perhaps business is just not good. Or maybe the jewelry is too expensive." "Maybe so." Jiang Jin nodded in agreement, convinced by Fu Jili's explanation. The staff member. The two walked into the VIP room and sat down on the spacious sofa. Manager Zhang had been waiting for a while and quickly stepped forward to serve them, his manner polite and attentive. "Mr. Fu, Mrs. Fu, hello, I am Zhang Yu, the manager of this store. I will be at your service." Zhang Yu had someone bring out the diamond rings, which soon covered the coffee table in front of them. "Mrs. Fu, these are all the latest designs of diamond rings from our store. You may choose any you like. Please take a look and see which one catches your eye." Looking at the dazzling array of diamond rings before her, Jiang Jin finally understood. "Are these for me?" Jiang Jin asked, somewhat stunned. Fu Jili, sitting beside her, with a composed expression, slowly replied, "Of course, who else would they be for?" Jiang Jin looked at the array of wedding rings before her gaze suddenly drawn to a dazzling and exquisite pink diamond in the center. Noticing Jiang Jin's interest, Manager Zhang promptly introduced. "Mrs. Fu, this piece is a new creation by the renowned jewelry designer Macaria Lilia. This is a graph pink diamond, an exceptionally rare gemstone. It symbolizes romantic, sweet, and blissful love, making it perfect for expressing affection and devotion to a loved one. It's an ideal choice for a wedding ring." Jiang Jin was slightly taken aback. She had only thought the diamond was strikingly beautiful. Besides, for a marriage based on an agreement, surely they didn't need to buy something so expensive. "Do you like this one?" Fu Jili asked softly, his voice carrying a hint of anticipation. Unfortunately, Jiang Jin, preoccupied with how to decline, didn't notice it. "No, it's too expensive," Jiang Jin whispered, glancing at the surrounding staff before leaning closer to Fu Jili's ear. "For our kind of arrangement, we don't need to buy something this costly, right?" The warm breath of the young woman brushed against his ear, causing Fu Jili's Adam's apple to bob as he unconsciously swallowed. He picked up a glass of water from the table and took a sip. After suppressing the heat rising within him, he spoke slowly, "It's fine. It's an honor for the ring to be liked by you. He was also pleased that she had taken a liking to the ring, which had been specially customized for her. Fu Jili picked up the graph pink diamond ring, gently held Jiang Jin's small hand, and slowly slid the ring onto her ring finger. The man slightly raised his eyes, meeting her gaze directly, before bowing his head as if in reverence. He pressed a devout kiss onto the back of her hand. The touch of his warm lips against her skin sent Jiang Jin's heart racing for a moment, leaving her frozen in place. "Mrs. Fu, it's your turn now." "Oh, right." Jiang Jin snapped out of her thoughts and quickly picked up the other ring, sliding it onto the ring finger of Fu Jili's left hand. Her slender fingertips accidentally brushed against Fu Jili's large hand, causing her cheeks to flush instantly. She felt a little flustered and unsure of what to do. Fu Jili's fingers were long and well-defined, his cold, pale wrist loosely adorned with that mysterious and ascetic string of black Buddhist beads. The pink diamond wedding ring on his ring finger contrasted strikingly with the beads, creating an unusually captivating allure. Jiang Jin couldn't help but recall the sensation of this large hand holding hers, so broad, warm, and inexplicably reassuring. Realizing her wandering thoughts, Jiang Jin instinctively lowered her gaze to avoid his eyes, then pretended to calmly survey the surroundings, trying to divert her attention. Suddenly, her eyes met those of a staff member standing not far away. While selecting the ring earlier, she had noticed that this staff member seemed to be watching her frequently, her gaze resentful, almost as if filled with hatred. Jiang Jin walked over and asked softly, "Do you know me?" "No, I don't," Su Wanwan lowered her head and replied quietly. Jiang Jin was puzzled. She felt as though she had seen this person somewhere before, but she couldn't quite remember. Fu Jili walked over and took her hand, asking gently, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, let's go." Jiang Jin shook her head. Perhaps she was overthinking it. She decided not to dwell on it any longer and followed Fu Jili out of the jewelry store. As the two walked away, the staff members began to chatter among themselves. "Wow, they're such a perfect match, talented and beautiful. Yeah, they look so happy together. Absolutely. Did you see that huge graph pink diamond? Oh my god, I can't even imagine. How lucky must it be to be the woman of a domineering CEO? I don't care about the CEO stuff, but the best part is we don't have to work today. Just waiting to clock out," said an older staff member. "Really? We're not opening today? Really?" "That CEO booked the entire jewelry store for the whole day," the staff member replied. "Oh my god, that's insane." Everyone groaned in envy. "What's there to envy? She might just be a mistress," Su Wanwan said through gritted teeth, her voice filled with resentment. "The reason he booked the place is probably because they can't be seen in public." Jiang Jin's intuition wasn't wrong, she and Su Wanwan had indeed met before. Su Wanwan was the short-skirted beauty from that night in the private room, the woman by Jiang Zhi's side. Su Wanwan was also a dance major at Jiangjin University, but compared to Jiang Jin, who was known as the goddess of classical dance at Jiangjin University, Su Wanwan was practically a nobody. However, she believed she was no less talented than Jiang Jin, it was just a matter of bad luck. She never expected to run into Jiang Jin here again, let alone see her being so affectionate with a man. It filled her with utter resentment. Why was it that no matter how hard she tried, she could only latch onto someone like Jiang Zhi, a playboy, while Jiang Jin was so fortunate? Not only did Jiang Zhi chase after her, but now she also had such a handsome, considerate, and distinguished man doting on her. But wasn't Jiang Jin supposed to be Jiang Zhi's fiancé? Why was she here buying a diamond ring with another man? Su Wanwan was puzzled. Suddenly, her phone rang. Su Wanwan picked up the phone and saw that it was Jiang Zhi. She immediately answered, her voice softening, "Mr. Jiang." On the other end, Jiang Zhi was in a state of agitation. Ever since he had offended Fu Jili that night, just one word from him had caused businesses in Jiangjin City to sever ties with the Jiang family, either canceling contracts or fleeing altogether. As a result, the Jiang family's business had been declining steadily, forcing them to shift their focus to neighboring provinces and cities. Because of this, the Jiang family patriarch had beaten him severely, locked him up, and cut off all his financial resources. Today, he had finally managed to sneak out, wanting to have some fun, so he called Su Wanwan. Jiang Zhi got straight to the point, his tone dark and commanding, "Come to Tianjue Club tonight. Oh, and wear that nightgown I bought you." "Of course, Mr. Jiang, I'll definitely." Su Wanwan cooed, but before she could finish, the other end had already hung up. Su Wanwan thought of that barely there nightgown, her expression turning grim. Being with Jiang Zhi often meant enduring all sorts of humiliating demands. He was unpredictable, his mood shifting like the wind, and his personality was impossible to pin down. However, none of this matters. Once she becomes the mistress of the Jiang family, these will no longer be problems. Su Wanwan envisioned her wonderful future. Fu's mansion. Jiang Jin looked at the table full of hot pot ingredients and instantly felt so hungry that she could eat a whole cow. A mandarin duck hot pot was prepared on the table. One side was a spicy beef tallow broth, and the other side was a mellow bone broth. There were also plenty of ingredients, including various vegetables, meats, seafood, and tripe. Are we having hot pot today? That's great. Jiang Jin was a bit excited. Her favorite was this kind of extremely spicy hot pot. Fu Jili curled his lips into a gentle smile, put the vegetables and meat into the boiling pot, and said slowly, "Really? Then eat more." "Okay." Jiang Jin nodded vigorously. Before long, the pot was boiling, and all the ingredients inside were cooked through, giving off a delicious aroma. Jiang Jin picked up her chopsticks and started her meal, having journeyed. "Wow! This beef is so fresh and delicious. This vegetable is also so yummy. Woo-woo. This fish ball is amazing too. There are also tripe, duck intestines, basa fish, lotus root slices." Jiang Jin ate heartily, not noticing at all that the man opposite was looking at her with a smile in his eyes, his gaze tender and focused. Later, Jiang Jin didn't even need to do it herself. Whenever she wanted to eat something, with just a look, Fu Jili would carefully pick it up and put it in her plate. It's so spicy." Jiang Jin accidentally ate a piece of chili pepper and was so hot that she was breathing heavily and constantly fanning herself with her hand. Fu Jili quickly poured a glass of water and brought it to the young girl's lips. Jiang Jin took a big gulp of water from the glass Fu Jili handed her, instantly feeling much better. She leaned back comfortably in her chair. Fu Jili then picked up a tissue and gently wiped the thin layer of sweat from Jiang Jin's nose, which had formed from the spiciness. He softly reminded her, "Take your time eating. No one's going to steal it from you." Jiang Jin suddenly realized how intimate their actions had just been. She sat up straight, her cheeks flushing slightly as she felt a bit flustered. She pursed her lips and whispered, "Thank you." Fu Jili, however, remained calm and composed, simply giving a light response before returning to his seat across the table. Under the table, his fingers unconsciously rubbed together, as if still feeling the soft, delicate touch of the young woman. Jiang Jin glanced at Fu Jili's bowl and noticed it only contained a few pieces of vegetables. Recalling how he had been busy taking care of her and hadn't eaten much, she suddenly felt a bit guilty. Here was Fu Jili, the eldest son of the Fu family, a century-old prominent family in Jiangjin City, and the head of the Fu conglomerate, yet he had been serving her during the meal. The thought made her feel somewhat uneasy. "You should eat too." Jiang Jin reached out with her chopsticks and placed some slices of meat from the spicy pot into Fu Jili's bowl. Fu Jili looked at the spicy red meat in his bowl, momentarily stunned. Then, he lifted his gaze to meet Jiang Jin's expectant eyes, picked up the meat with his chopsticks, and ate it calmly. "Is it good?" Jiang Jin asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Fu Jili's expression didn't change as he replied in a steady voice, "It's delicious." Thinking that Fu Jili really enjoyed it, Jiang Jin continued eating while also making sure to occasionally add more food to his bowl. Fu Jili, maintaining his composure, accepted everything she gave him and ate it all without a word. Jiang Jin had never met someone who could handle spicy food as well as she could, and she was pleasantly surprised. "I never thought our tastes would be so similar." When she was younger, living with the Lin family, everyone preferred lighter flavors, so she rarely got to eat spicy dishes. Later, after starting university and gradually distancing herself from the Lin family, she began to eat according to her own preferences. Fu Jili nodded earnestly. "Yes, we're very compatible." After dinner, Jiang Jin went to the practice room to stretch her legs and practice some dance moves. When she returned, she noticed the light in the study was still on. Not wanting to disturb Fu Jili, she headed straight to the bedroom. Inside the study, Fu Jili was in the middle of a video conference, but the pain in his stomach was growing increasingly intense. "Make sure the financial reports for this quarter are finalized and sent to my email as soon as possible. As for the R&D department's proposal, send it back for revisions. I want it resubmitted within 3 days. That's all." Meeting adjourned. After a 3-hour video conference, Fu Jili forced himself to finish the remaining work despite the pain, then got up and returned to the bedroom. Jiang Jin was already asleep in the bedroom, her fair and delicate face half buried in the blanket, looking incredibly peaceful. Fu Jili's gaze softened as he walked over and gently tucked the blanket around her. Not wanting to disturb her, he quietly made his way to the balcony. The burning sensation in his stomach brought waves of sharp pain, and he could only rely on smoking to ease it. Yet, deep down, he felt an inexplicable excitement because the intense stomachache made everything feel more real. He had really married Jiang Jin. They ate together, slept together, bought diamond rings together, and she had even served him food. Fu Jili picked up his phone, opened WeChat, and, for the first time ever, clicked on the Moments section. He edited and posted 2 photos. The first was a picture of the cover of their marriage certificate, taken at the airport on the day they registered their marriage. The second was a photo of their hands tightly clasped together, wearing their wedding rings, taken earlier that day at the jewelry store. In less than a minute, his close friends' group chat exploded. Lu Ziang, holy crap, Fu Jili got married? Bai, how is that possible? Who did he marry? Someone he picked up off the street? Lu Ziang, he must be sleepwalking. Bai, or maybe his account got hacked? Or he's been kidnapped? Oh my god, should we call the police? Seeing the conversation take a bizarre turn, Fu Jili couldn't help but send a voice message, "It's me. Lu Ziang, damn, it's really Fu Jili." Terrified emoji. The group fell silent for about a minute before Lu Ziang gathered the courage to confirm again. Lu Ziang, Fu Jili, you really got married? Innocent emoji. Fu Jili, yes. The group erupted in a mix of disbelief and wailing, with Bai and Lu Ziang bombarding him with questions about who the bride was. Suddenly, Su Jiangjin chimed in, "Jili, congratulations. You've gotten what you wished for. Fu Jili, thank you. The phrase "gotten what you wished for" immediately piqued Lu Ziang's curiosity, and he quickly added Su Jiangjin, eager to hear the gossip. Bai wasn't far behind. But honestly, who could blame them? The news that Fu Jili, the famously aloof and celibate heavyweight of Beijing Jin's elite circle, had gotten married was enough to make anyone's jaw drop. Ignoring the barrage of messages in the group chat, Fu Jili put away his phone and walked back into the room. He climbed into bed quietly, making sure not to disturb Jiang Jin. After lying there for a while, once he felt sufficiently warmed up, he moved closer to her and gently pulled her into his arms. Just like the night before, he kissed her forehead softly and whispered the same words. "Good night, Mrs. Fu." Though the only response was the steady rhythm of her breathing, Fu Jili felt an extraordinary sense of contentment. On Monday morning, the early autumn air in Beijing was chilly but the sun was shining brightly, making it a beautiful day. By the time Jiang Jin woke up, Fu Jili had already left for work. After freshening up, she headed downstairs. An auntie was busy in the living room and quickly approached when she saw Jiang Jin coming down. "Madam, breakfast is ready." The woman speaking was Auntie Wu, the housekeeper of the villa. She had been with the Fu family for over a decade and had just returned from a vacation a few days ago. This was the first time Jiang Jin was meeting her. Jiang Jin greeted her warmly. After breakfast, the driver took Jiang Jin to Jiang Jin University for her classes. Jiang Jin University, dance studio in the teaching building. Jin, over here." Xin Yuan waved at Jiang Jin. Xin Yuan was Jiang Jin's close friend since high school. Not only did they attend the same university, but they also coincidentally became roommates. She was also the only one who knew about Jiang Jin's marriage. Xin Yuan was a local of Beijing Jin, coming from a happy and well-off family. With her outgoing and carefree personality, she always looked out for Jiang Jin. Yuan. Jiang Jin ran over and gave her a tight hug. The class bell had already rung. The two didn't have time to chat further and quickly got into position, ready for class. After a busy morning of classes, the two walked arm in arm to the cafeteria for lunch. It was noon, and the cafeteria was packed. They got their food and sat down at an empty corner. Jiang Jin was starving after the morning's physical exertion and eagerly started eating. Xin Yuan, sitting across from her, looked at her with a meaningful gaze. "Why do you look so tired?" "Huh?" Jiang Jin was a bit confused. Xin Yuan leaned in slightly and whispered, "How's it going with your new husband? Have you two?" Seeing the gossipy look in Xin Yuan's eyes, Jiang Jin instantly understood what she meant. She straightened up and firmly replied, "No." Xin Yuan was puzzled and scrutinized Jiang Jin's figure. That couldn't be. With that slim waist, those curves, that figure, it didn't make sense. Xin Yuan couldn't figure it out and sneakily leaned closer to Jiang Jin's ear, asking in a hushed tone, "Is he not capable?" Jiang Jin choked on a mouthful of rice and started coughing violently. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Yuan, what nonsense are you talking about? It's not what you think. After the two finished lunch, they returned to the dormitory to rest. Jiang Jin told the whole story in detail, including how she was forced into marriage by the Lin family, who wanted to marry her off to Jiangja for profit, and how later, she was saved by Fu Jili and the two got married in a flash and got their marriage certificate. Although Xin Yuanyuan knew before that Jiang Jin had gotten married and received the marriage certificate, she didn't know the specific details of the matter. So that's what happened. He helped me get out of the control of the Lin family, and I help him deal with his family.
Xin Yuanyuan nodded, I see.
Then her eyes swept across and she suddenly saw the bling pink diamond ring on Jiang Jin's hand.
She exclaimed, what's this? A diamond ring. I know that. Xin Yuanyuan was a bit excited. Didn't you say it was a mutually beneficial arrangement? Then why did he buy such an expensive diamond ring?
Jiang Jin was at a loss for words for a moment.
Jin, believe me.
According to my many years of love experience, he might like you.
Otherwise, there are so many people in the world. Why did he choose to marry you?
In a well-known high-spending club in Jiangjin City, in the box on the top floor. Fu Jili was sitting alone on the sofa, smoking a cigarette, ignoring the gazes of the three people beside him and looking down at his phone.
That little heartless one. It's been a whole day and she doesn't even know to send me a message. Lu Ziang looked at Fu Jili eagerly, carefully choosing his words. Brother Fu, why didn't you bring your wife along? Fu Jili was typing a message, Mrs. Fu, what time are you coming home?
After sending it, he replied without looking up, she's in class.
What the? Lu Ziang finally caught a useful piece of information. Still in school? Brother Fu, you're an old cow eating tender grass.
Fu Jili finally looked up, stretched out his long leg, and kicked Lu Ziang's chair. He said in a deep voice, if you don't know how to speak, then shut up.
Wen Yibai, sitting beside them, laughed gleefully. He wasn't as clueless as Lu Ziang.
After seeing the photos in yesterday's moments, he had already picked up on some clues. This little wife of Brother Fu's held an extraordinary place in his heart. When Yibai decided to test his theory, Brother Fu, that diamond ring cost 900 million?
Fu Jili, still looking at his phone, casually replied, yeah. Lu Ziang instantly shot up from his seat. What? 900 million.
Good heavens, he had never even seen what 900 million looked like in his life. Even Su Jiangjin across the table was slightly shocked. Wen Yibai smiled without saying a word. Just as he thought. In fact, Wen Yibai learned about this by chance. Wen Yibai's mother was very fond of collecting all kinds of jewels and diamonds, and she often flew to auctions around the world. That day, Mrs. Wen nagged at Mr. Wen for an entire evening, complaining that he was unromantic. She said that other husbands would buy their wives all sorts of diamond rings and jewelry, while he only knew how to cook for her. Last night, when he saw the pink diamond in the photo, he felt it looked familiar. So he went out of his way to compare and investigate the photos from the auction, suspecting that it was Fu Jili who had bought it. Lu Ziang, who was sitting beside him, was already fidgeting impatiently. He stood up and started bombarding Wen Yibai with questions. Wen Yibai showed him the news on his phone. At the European luxury auction, a graph pink diamond was finally sold at auction for $900 million. It was bought by a mysterious Asian tycoon to express his love for his wife. The photo in the news was rather blurry, but in the lower right-hand corner of the photo, a familiar string of black prayer beads was revealed. It was the exact same string that Fu Jili wore on his left wrist. Lu Ziang looked dejected, as if he had lost $900 million. Brother Fu, I wish I could be a woman in my next life and marry you. Fu Jili took a puff of the cigarette in his hand, raised his eyebrows, and cursed softly, scram. The phone on the coffee table vibrated, and Fu Jili quickly picked it up to unlock it. Mrs. Fu, I'll be back at 8. Cute kitten gif. Fu Jili's lips curved into a faint smile. The adorable kitten in the gif instantly reminded him of the young woman's smiling, crescent-shaped eyes. He glanced at the time, put out his cigarette, stood up, grabbed his coat, and headed for the door. Wen Yibai, seeing this, exclaimed, no way, Brother Fu, you're leaving so early? Going to pick up my wife, Fu Jili replied, slightly raising his brows, his voice lazy but with a hint of pride. This immediately sparked another round of groans in the private room. Wen Yibai suddenly felt incredibly pitiful. At home, he was constantly nagged by his parents, and now, out for drinks, he had to endure Fu Jili, a man who had been emotionally dormant for years, showing off his newfound love. Wen Yibai downed a glass of wine and made a bold declaration, no, I need to get into a relationship. I want to fall in love. Looking at Wen Yibai's desperate demeanor, Lu Ziang was utterly disdainful. You? Give me a break. With your schedule of working at the hospital until midnight every day, who's going to date you? Wen Yibai came from a family of doctors. Both his parents were renowned surgeons in the country, so naturally, when Ibai had also become an outstanding
pet doctor. Yes, a pet doctor.
Unable to follow in his parents' footsteps, when Ibai had taken a different path, choosing to specialize in veterinary medicine and becoming an outstanding pet doctor. Now, he even had his own pet hospital, and his daily work kept him extremely busy. Faced with Lu Xiang's mockery, when Ibai retorted defiantly, "Just watch, I'm definitely going to get into a relationship this year."
Fu Jili left the club and drove straight to Zhongjin University. At 8 p.m., the entrance of Zhongjin University was bustling with people.
Zhang Jin, wearing a knitted cardigan, stood gracefully at the gate, debating whether she should wait at the intersection ahead since the area in front of the school tended to get congested at this time.
"I didn't expect you to be from Zhongjin University too."
"What a coincidence," a voice greeted her from behind.
Zhang Jin turned around. It was the staff member from that day.
She hadn't expected to run into her here.
Zhang Jin smiled and responded, "Hello." Su Wanwan acted as though they hadn't met before and enthusiastically introduced herself, "I'm Su Wanwan.
When I saw you at the jewelry store the other day, you looked familiar, but I couldn't place you at the time."
"I didn't expect you to be a student at Zhongjin University too." "Yeah, what a coincidence. I'm Zhang Jin."
"What's your major?"
"I'm also a dance major."
Su Wanwan took out her phone and suggested adding each other on WeChat, and Zhang Jin readily agreed. Although Zhang Jin was a bit unaccustomed to Su Wanwan's enthusiasm, she tried her best to respond. However, this behavior made Su Wanwan feel that Zhang Jin was looking down on her, and resentment grew deeper in her heart.
Su Wanwan's eyes flickered, and she subtly probed, "Are you waiting for someone?" "Yeah, I'm waiting for someone." Zhang Jin nodded in response.
After some hesitation, she finally decided to wait for Fu Jili at the intersection ahead, so she quickly said goodbye to Su Wanwan.
Seeing Zhang Jin's eagerness, Su Wanwan became suspicious and secretly followed her.
Before long, Zhang Jin got into a black Maybach with consecutive, numbered license plates.
Su Wanwan hid behind a tree and took a photo.
Combined with Zhang Jin's hasty departure just now, Su Wanwan was even more certain that Zhang Jin had a shady relationship with this man. This promiscuous woman was playing hard to get with Zhang Zhe, while hooking up with other men at the same time. Although she didn't recognize Fu Jili, she could vaguely tell that he was a man of some status. Remembering that Zhang Zhe had called out Zhang Jin's name while being intimate with her last night, Su Wanwan's resentment grew even stronger.
Why? Was it because of her pitiful, innocent, and well-behaved appearance?
Then she would expose Zhang Jin's true face. What a so-called goddess of classical dance at Zhongjin University. She was nothing but a woman who would sleep with anyone. She wanted to become Mrs. Jiang, and any stepping stone in her way had to disappear.
Looking at the photo on her phone, Su Wanwan immediately came up with a plan.
The road back was a bit congested. At a traffic light, Fu Jili's phone rang. It was his mother, Tang Weiniang.
"Son, did you really get married?" Tang Weiniang's excited voice came through.
She had just seen the Moments post and immediately called to ask. The car was quiet. Fu Jili started driving, and Zhang Jin, noticing this, picked up the phone and held it close to his ear. The two were so close that Zhang Jin could clearly hear the voice on the other end of the line.
Fu Jili glanced at Zhang Jin and responded with a simple "Oh my goodness. It's actually true. Honey, our son really got married."
On the other end of the line, Tang Weiniang eagerly shared the good news with her husband.
"Oh my, I need to prepare a gift for my daughter-in-law. I'll have to pack a big red envelope." The Fu family was a century-old prominent family in Beijing.
While others often sought to align themselves with them, they never engaged in arranged marriages for business purposes. Moreover, Fu Jili's parents had married out of love and had been deeply devoted to each other for decades.
As a result, they never interfered in their son's romantic life.
In short, as long as their son was happy, they fully supported him. "Honey, hurry and open the safe for me," Tang Weiniang instructed her husband energetically, then turned back to Fu Jili.
"If you have time, bring your wife home to meet us soon."
We'll see," Fu Jili replied in a low voice, then suddenly turned to look at Zhang Jin, his expression calm but serious. "I'll need to ask my wife's opinion first." When he said the word wife, Fu Jili's gaze was filled with deep affection and longing, as if they were truly a loving couple. Zhang Jin's heart skipped a beat, her cheeks flushing. She instinctively lowered her eyes to avoid his intense gaze, pretending to look out the window. Fortunately, Fu Jili didn't look for long and immediately looked straight ahead and continued driving.
After a moment,
Zhang Jin glanced at Fu Jili, who was driving, again. She felt that she had been somewhat brainwashed by Shen Yuanyuan's words, but then she immediately denied it.
"It's impossible. How could he like her? It was she who had proposed marriage first. Mr. Fu had just agreed along with it. For a man of Fu Jili's status, if he liked someone, he would surely take the initiative. How could he wait for her to bring up marriage? It was just that he needed someone to marry, and she happened to come along. Jiang Jin's thoughts were in a mess. She was thinking vaguely and, somehow, gradually closed her eyes. When she woke up again, she was already lying on the big bed in the bedroom. Jiang Jin was a bit thirsty. As soon as she got up in a daze, she saw the man coming out of the bathroom. Fu Jili was bare-chested, with a sexy Adam's apple, broad shoulders, clearly visible abdominal muscles. A black bath towel was loosely wrapped around his slender waist, and there were still faint drops of water trickling. Jiang Jin was stunned, staring straight at him without blinking. Suddenly, when their eyes met, she subconsciously lowered her eyes to avoid his gaze, her cheeks getting hot. But she pretended to be calm and said, "I want some water." "Okay, I'll pour it for you." Fu Jili curled his lips and turned to leave the bedroom. He walked into the kitchen and poured a glass of warm water. Suddenly, he remembered the young girl's straight-eyed look just now. Fu Jili turned his head to look at his broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted figure reflected in the mirror. For the first time, he thought his figure was quite pleasing to the eye. He didn't expect it to be useful in this way. Does she like this kind? Fu Jili murmured to himself. He had originally thought she was a nervous, shy little girl who valued inner qualities, but unexpectedly, she liked this kind of thing. So, before entering the door, this sly old man deliberately tugged his bath towel down a bit, revealing the muscles of his waist and abdomen more clearly. Fu Jili entered the room with an unchanged expression, holding the water cup. There was a smile hidden deep in his long and narrow eyes. The little girl was sitting obediently by the bed, waiting to drink water. Fu Jili approached with the water cup, ignoring the little girl's attempt to take it, and brought the cup to her lips. Jiang Jin lowered her eyes to drink water, and her eyes couldn't help but see Fu Jili's abdominal muscles more closely through the bottom of the cup. "Do you want to touch them?" A bewitching voice sounded above her head. Jiang Jin slowly raised her eyes, looking at him with watery eyes, and asked blankly, "Can I?" Fu Jili smiled and acquiesced, then took the little girl's soft hand and placed it on his skin. Not only that, the sly old man deliberately tensed the muscles of his abdomen. Jiang Jin, emboldened, stretched out her finger and gently stroked the abdominal muscles, following the texture of the skin. She thought to herself that a man's muscles were so hard, unlike her own soft belly. Suddenly, Jiang Jin reached out and grabbed, and her pink fingernails scratched across the man's lower abdomen. Fu Jili's body suddenly trembled slightly, and he let out a muffled groan. The next moment, he quickly walked towards the bathroom, his back looking a bit like he was fleeing in a hurry. Jiang Jin somewhat understood what that was. She stared blankly at her fingers. What on earth had she just done? He definitely won't think I'm a pervert. Jiang Jin desperately threw herself onto the blanket and wailed. Let this world be destroyed, she really wants to live on Mars. The next morning, Jiang Jin walked into the classroom with a dispirited expression. The first class of the early morning was a theoretical course in the tiered lecture hall. Because of last night's incident, Jiang Jin tossed and turned without sleep, finally dozing off just before dawn, leaving her feeling rather listless. Jiang Jin sat at her seat, feeling unwell, and noticed that many people were looking at her, some seemingly on purpose, though she didn't understand why. Xin Yuan rushed in through the door, whispering anxiously, Jin, something terrible has happened, quickly check the campus forum. Jiang Jin opened her phone and went to the forum, and the first post she saw was #rumor that a goddess of classical dance at Zhangjianda University is being kept by a wealthy man. Jiang Jin clicked on the post. Someone had anonymously posted a photo of a female student getting into a luxury car, and a video of her going in and out of a jewelry store with a man. The long text went on to insinuate that this female student was playing multiple suitors, being promiscuous, and being kept by a wealthy man. It also said the purpose of exposing this information was to prevent people from being fooled by her innocent and pure outward appearance any longer. The photos and video were blurred, but anyone slightly familiar would recognize that it was Jiang Jin. There were already over 10,000 comments, with people speculating wildly about who it was. I weakly ask, who are they talking about exactly? Don't you know? The OP practically named her outright. Though they say the one keeping her is a very powerful and influential person, so it's best not to provoke them. My goodness, to engage in such shameless acts, do we still have to be silenced about this? Excuse me OP, is her name perhaps the two characters JJ? This comment was met with a shu-emoticon reply from the anonymous OP, further confirming everyone's speculation.
OP is so brave, letting us see her true colors. Goodness, I've even talked to her before. I thought she was a gentle and quiet lady. Who knew? You can't judge a book by its cover. I never expected her to be this kind of person.
No wonder she rejected my confession back then.
She's already got a sugar daddy. How could she look at a poor student like you?
I want to know how much she makes in a night.
Maybe she can let me have a taste too.
You want to be a white knight?
Just look at her slim waist, that skin, that figure. It must feel amazing to touch.
He.
A torrent of insults and vulgar, distasteful comments suddenly flooded in. However, some comments below did raise doubts, saying that just riding in a luxury car and going in and out of a jewelry store with a man did not necessarily mean the woman was being kept by him. It could just be a normal romantic relationship.
Unless there was more conclusive evidence, they said they wouldn't believe it. But these few dissenting comments were quickly drowned out by the overwhelming tide of negative jokes and ridicule.
That's just how the internet world is. People only believe what they want to believe. The actual truth of the matter is not important to them. Jiang Jin scrolled through the comments with a blank expression.
Xin Yuanyuan was indignant on Jiang Jin's behalf. She was absolutely fuming.
What a bunch of garbage. The things these people are saying are so disgusting.
Do they even know the full story?
Yet they're just spouting nonsense over there. Xin Yuanyuan glanced worriedly at the unmoving Jiang Jin.
Jin, are you okay? I'm fine, I'm just thinking about who the mastermind is behind this.
This post was clearly targeted at her. The subtext and even some of the comments were clearly trying to guide people into thinking she was being kept by a wealthy man.
Xin Yuanyuan, have you offended anyone recently? Try to think back, have you had any arguments with anyone?
No, I've just been going back and forth between school and home lately. Jiang Jin opened the photos and video again. The first photo was likely taken last night when Fu Jili came to pick her up from school. And the jewelry store video seemed to be security camera footage, which meant the person who posted this likely had insider access.
Could it be?
Putting the two locations together, Jiang Jin suddenly thought of Su Wanwan.
I may have an idea of who it is, but just to be sure, we need to verify it. Xin Yuanyuan, how do we verify it? Jiang Jin whispered, we'll do it this way.
At 2 p.m., on the second floor of an off-campus cafe.
The two were sitting by the window, wearing hats. Jin, will this work? Will she really come? Trust me, it will. Jiang Jin had Xin Yuanyuan privately message the anonymous OP, gaining their trust by saying she had some intimate photos of Jiang Jin with someone else.
She had seen the photos posted on the campus forum, and while they were highly misleading, there were still some rational people who wanted to see more conclusive evidence. Since that person had gone to such lengths to slander her, they definitely wouldn't ignore such tempting evidence. Jiang Jin hoped this would successfully lure the culprit out.
She's here.
Jiang Jin saw the figure below and quickly stood up to hide in the neighboring booth. The booth had a partition screen, so the two sides couldn't see each other, but could hear the conversation.
The arrival was indeed Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan, dressed in all black athletic wear with a mask and hat, sat down and immediately asked, was it you who posted that message? Do you have evidence? Xin Yuanyuan calmly took a sip of coffee. That's right. Su Wanwan said, give me the evidence. If it's true, I'll give you some money. Hold on, how do I know you're really the anonymous OP? What if you're just impersonating them? I don't want to get into trouble over this.
Xin Yuanyuan's round eyes were darting around, her tone perfectly capturing the image of a timid, greedy person.
Jiang Jin next door couldn't help but want to applaud her performance. Su Wanwan scoffed dismissively, not wanting to waste time. She directly pulled out her own phone, showing the campus forum account login. Is this proof enough? Now give me the evidence.
Xin Yuanyuan looked at Su Wanwan's phone screen, confirming that it was indeed her. This post had come from Su Wanwan's own hand.
She then grabbed onto Su Wanwan while calling out to the next booth. Jin, it's this person. She's the one who slandered you. Jiang Jin emerged from the next booth, and Su Wanwan immediately realized this was a trap. Jiang Jin, you actually tricked me.
Jiang Jin's expression remained calm as she looked up at the confrontational Su Wanwan.
I never expected it to be you.
Su Wanwan shook off Xin Yuanyuan's grip, taking off her hat and mask, her tone dripping with disdain.
So what if it was me?
I'm curious, you and I have no grudges, why would you do this?
Jiang Jin asked. Su Wanwan looked at her with a mocking smile, not answering the question. Jiang Jin, do you remember where we first met? It wasn't at the jewelry store?
Jiang Jin looked at Su Wanwan with confusion, carefully studying her face, suddenly remembering that night.
It was at the Tianjue Club. The woman who was with Jiang Zhe that night. Jiang Jin suddenly understood. So it's because of Jiangja? So what if it is? Seeing Jiang Jin's calm, aloof demeanor, Su Wanwan's anger only grew. She hated Jiang Jin's cold, proud, and indifferent manner the most. She wanted to tear apart Jiang Jin's pretense, drive her to madness. What right do you have to look down on me? You're just lucky to have been adopted by the Lin family, that's all. Su Wanwan's face was contorted with rage, her tone dripping with cold mockery. Jiang Jin, you've been abandoned since childhood, you've probably never even seen your own father, have you? Who knows, maybe your mother was a kept woman too, shamelessly seducing a married man and giving birth to you, that's why no one wanted you, and you had to depend on the Lin family. Hearing Su Wanwan defame her mother, Jiang Jin could no longer hold back and slapped her across the face. Su Wanwan covered her face, but instead of anger, she laughed scornfully, so the gentle and obedient facade is finally cracking, huh? Jiang Jin sneered, her voice stern, that slap was because you defamed my mother. Then she raised her phone, her tone angry, I've recorded everything you said after coming in here, I'll post it on the school forum so everyone knows who's been scheming behind the scenes. So what? It's a fact that you're being kept by someone, even if I exposed it, what can you do? I'm just exposing your true colors. Jiang Jin suddenly smiled, looking at Su Wanwan as if she were an idiot. Su Wanwan, you don't know, do you? The man you keep saying is keeping me is actually my lawful husband. Jiang Jin emphasized the word lawful clearly. Jiang Jin held up her left hand, the diamond ring sparkling. It's your own narrow-minded thinking that made you jump to those conclusions about me. Su Wanwan was somewhat disbelieving, how could this be? How could she have married that man? Her luck was just too good. Jiang Jin looked at Su Wanwan calmly, as for Jiangja, I don't care about him at all, I have no interest in him whatsoever. Jiang Jin then turned and left. Su Wanwan stood there with a twisted, distorted expression, her eyes burning with vicious malice, her gaze like poison-tipped arrows, fixed firmly on Jiang Jin's back. She then quickly stepped forward and forcefully shoved Jiang Jin in the waist. Jin. A great force came from behind, accompanied by Xin Yuan's scream, and Jiang Jin tumbled down the stairs in a dizzying spin. In the top-floor boardroom of the Fu Corporation, it was silent. Fu Jili sat at the head of the table, flipping through the proposal in his hand. Is this the plan your R&D department has come up with? 3 months of time, millions of investment, and this is all you have to show for it? A measly few pages? Fu Jili threw the documents onto the table, his voice not raised, yet carrying the stern authority of one in power, each word striking at the nerves of the department head. The R&D manager wiped the fine sweat from his brow, humbly explaining. I'm sorry, Mr. Fu, our work this time was not up to par. Don't give me that I'm sorry crap, don't you know how much I hate that word? Did the company hire you just so you could apologize to me? I need results. Midway through his words, Li the assistant suddenly burst into the room, whispering something in Fu Jili's ear and handing him the phone. Fu Jili took the call, and in an instant, he hurriedly stood up and rushed out the door without a word. The others in the room exchanged puzzled looks, and Li explained to everyone that the president had an urgent matter to attend to, so the meeting was adjourned. At the central hospital of the capital city, Jiang Jin was sitting in the emergency room hallway. Her right arm was in a sling, with a minor fracture. Her exposed skin had varying degrees of scrapes, and the abrasion on her temple, though not bleeding, looked alarmingly swollen due to her fair complexion. When Fu Jili rushed into the hospital, this was the scene that greeted him, the young girl sitting alone, covered in wounds, looking utterly pitiful. Fu Jili gave her a thorough once-over, briefly letting out a sigh of relief. No one knew how terrified Fu Jili had been when he received that call and heard that Jiang Jin had tumbled down the stairs. Seeing Fu Jili arrive, Jiang Jin was somewhat surprised, but managed a slight smile. Why are you here? I'm fine, you don't need to worry. The detached, distant tone instantly annoyed Fu Jili. Without a word, Fu Jili sat down beside Jiang Jin, pausing for a moment before speaking in a low voice. Jiang Jin, if your roommate hadn't called me, were you not planning on telling me about this? Jiang Jin hesitated, biting her lip without responding, tacitly acknowledging it. A long silence ensued. Sensing Fu Jili's displeasure, Jiang Jin spoke up softly to explain, the doctor has already seen me. My arm has a minor fracture and just a few scrapes, it's not very serious. Before she could finish, Fu Jili's expression darkened even further. Jiang Jin didn't understand why Fu Jili was angry, so she obediently fell silent and sat quietly beside him. Fu Jili didn't say a word, getting up and going into the examination room to speak with the doctor who had treated Jiang Jin, inquiring about the care instructions. Xin Yuan had returned with the medication and sensed the unusual tension between the two, looking at them with concern.
feeling she may have caused trouble. When Jiang Jin had tumbled down the stairs, the situation was urgent, and Xing Yuan, in her great distress, had called an ambulance and then thought to notify Fu Jili, since he was Jiang Jin's husband. Perhaps she shouldn't have taken it upon herself to do that. At the Fu estate, Fu Jili silently carried Jiang Jin into the bedroom, then went to the bathroom to fill a basin with hot water, speaking in a cold tone, "Take off your clothes."
Jiang Jin was a bit disoriented. To apply the medicine, Fu Jili clarified.
Jiang Jin bit her lip, hesitantly murmuring, "I can do it myself." Fu Jili's expression was stern, not wanting to argue, and directly began undressing Jiang Jin himself. Her usually fair and delicate skin was now covered in bruises and abrasions, looking shockingly painful. Fu Jili's brow furrowed darkly as he gently wiped her body with the hot towel, then began applying the medication, all the while silent, his expression growing increasingly grim. Yet his touch was incredibly gentle, the disinfectant stinging her wounds and making Jiang Jin involuntarily flinch, at which point Fu Jili would immediately lean down and blow on the area, his movements becoming even more tender.
After a long while, the treatment of her wounds was finally completed.
Fu Jili tidied everything up, then sat down across from the young woman again.
"Tell me, what happened?" "It's nothing, I can handle it myself."
Jiang Jin kept her head down, speaking softly, "You don't need to bother."
"Jiang Jin, are you trying to drive me mad?"
Fu Jili spoke sternly, his voice a bit loud, then realizing his tone was too harsh, he softened it again.
"Please, tell me what happened, okay?"
Jiang Jin bit her lip, taking out her phone and showing Fu Jili the forum post page, obediently handing it to him.
Fu Jili took the phone and browsed through it, his expression growing increasingly icy.
The person he held so dear was being insulted in this way. Fu Jili's eyes turned steely, his large hand gripping the phone tightly. Though his inner fury was raging, he was forcefully restraining his emotions, wanting to smoke but realizing the young woman was beside him. In front of him, Jiang Jin was covered in wounds, yet she was the one being wronged, and now she was bowing her head as if she had done something wrong. Fu Jili closed his eyes, suppressing his angry emotions, then put down the phone and took Jiang Jin's hand, looking directly into her eyes as he spoke slowly and clearly.
"Jiang Jin, we are husband and wife. No matter what happens, I hope you will think of me first. Can you give me a little more trust?"
He was heartbroken because Jiang Jin had been hurt. He was angry because after the incident, she had tried to handle it alone, putting herself in danger. He also felt frustrated, as a husband, that he had not earned his wife's trust and reliance. But at the same time, he had to admit his own cowardice, his 10 years of deep feelings he had not dared to express out loud. "Jiang Jin, when I married you, I was serious about it. I hope you can give me more trust, and see me as your support, instead of trying to solve every problem on your own." Looking into Fu Jili's deep gaze, Jiang Jin felt flustered and lost. But we don't have any feelings for each other. We're only using each other." She had no reason to burden Fu Jili with everything. Although she had married him, and he had been good to her, she had always been afraid to overestimate her importance in Fu Jili's heart. Seeing the doubt in Jiang Jin's expression, Fu Jili closed his eyes in frustration, letting out a deep sigh, then got up again to carry the young woman to the bed, tucking her in before turning and leaving the room. Jiang Jin was left alone in the bedroom, staring blankly at the ceiling as pain and distress washed over her, a bitter feeling welling up in her nose. Fu Jili went out to the balcony, having a cigarette to help calm his emotions a bit, then called Li the assistant, instructing him to take a lawyer to the university to handle the matter. Fu Jili then returned upstairs, pushing open the bedroom door, hearing the sound of soft sobs. Hurrying over, he pulled back the covers to find Jiang Jin, her eyes red-rimmed, biting her lip and struggling not to let the tears fall, despite the clear discomfort. Seeing Jiang Jin's restrained suffering, Fu Jili suddenly felt utterly ashamed of himself. The young woman had first been slandered, then fell down the stairs and was injured. She had been through so much, and he should have been more considerate of her, instead of getting caught up in his own emotions and leaving her alone. At the end of the day, it was his failure as a husband that had allowed her to be hurt. Fu Jili looked at Jiang Jin with deep tenderness, pulling her into his lap. "Have you been wronged?" he asked gently. Jiang Jin's eyes immediately welled up with tears, and the emotion she had been holding back finally burst forth. She wrapped her slender arms tightly around Fu Jili's neck, the scalding tears falling one by one onto his collar. Jiang Jin didn't even know why she felt so distressed when Su Wanwan had slandered her. She hadn't reacted this way. But Fu Jili's cold attitude had made her hurt and want to cry. The hot tears kept falling, and Fu Jili's heart ached for her. He stroked her hair, murmuring apologies. "Just now, I was unpleasant with you, and I shouldn't have gotten angry and left you alone. Jiang Jin shook her head emphatically, then slowly raised her gaze, her lashes still glistening with tears.
It's not your fault, it's mine. Next time something like this happens, I'll discuss it with you.
I won't act rashly anymore, she said, voice trembling. She understood now that Fu Jili was concerned for her, and that her actions today had indeed been a bit reckless. Seeing the delicate, obedient young woman in front of him, crying uncontrollably yet still consoling him, Fu Jili's heart ached again. He pulled her into a tight embrace, using a tissue to gently wipe away her tears.
Okay, I understand. Let me handle the aftermath of this incident, alright? For the next few days, you just stay home and rest up, can you do that?
The young woman nodded slightly, letting out a soft Fu Jili gave a small smile, tenderly patting her back and comforting her. After a while, Jiang Jin's emotions finally settled, and she obediently leaned against Fu Jili's embrace. It seemed Jiang Jin had fallen asleep in Fu Jili's warm embrace, worn out from the day's events. Sensing her even breathing, Fu Jili gently laid her down on the bed, tucking the covers around her, then quietly left the bedroom. There was still a pile of work waiting for him in the study. Fu Jili sat down at his desk, opening his computer to start handling the company's affairs. There were many matters that required his attention at the Fu Group every day. Though he had many secretaries and assistants, there were certain things he still preferred to take care of himself. After all, it was how he had been able to take over such a large company at a young age, and how the Fu conglomerate had continued to grow and thrive under his leadership. Fu Jili came from a prominent family, but his achievements were not solely due to his family name. The next morning, Jiang Jin sleepily opened her eyes to see Fu Jili emerging from the bathroom. Freshly groomed, with his hair neatly styled, wearing black-framed glasses and a light-colored house robe, Fu Jili had a softer, more approachable aura compared to his usual cold, composed demeanor at work, a look Jiang Jin recognized from the online trend of the house husband aesthetic. Jiang Jin felt herself blush slightly, struggling to sit up, when Fu Jili quickly came over to help her, handing her a glass of warm water and asking tenderly, "How's your arm?
Is it feeling better?" Sipping the water, Jiang Jin nodded. "Much better."
Her voice was a bit hoarse from just waking up, but the warm water soothed it. With a concerned gaze, Fu Jili then bent down and scooped Jiang Jin up into his arms, slipping on her slippers.
"Ah, Mr. Fu?" Jiang Jin exclaimed in surprise.
Fu Jili carried Jiang Jin to the bathroom, then handed her the electric toothbrush with toothpaste already squeezed on.
"Go ahead and brush your teeth first, then we'll go downstairs for breakfast," he said gently.
Jiang Jin felt a bit self-conscious as she took the toothbrush, since her right arm was in a sling. She tried to use her left hand, a little clumsily.
"Do you want me to help you?" Fu Jili offered.
No, that's alright, Jiang Jin quickly replied, shaking her head as she hastily started brushing her teeth, not wanting Fu Jili to assist her.
"Aren't you supposed to be at work today?" she asked, trying to change the subject. It was already past 10 a.m., the usual time he would have already been at the office. "I'm working from home today."
"I don't feel comfortable leaving you here by yourself," Fu Jili replied, watching her through the mirror, a slight furrow in his brow.
"But Auntie Wu is here, so it's fine," Jiang Jin said, her words a bit muffled by the toothpaste foam.
Lazily leaning down, Fu Jili braced his arms on either side of Jiang Jin, speaking in a measured tone.
"Don't you like having me keep you company?"
Jiang Jin glanced up at him in the mirror, then quickly averted her eyes, feeling flustered.
"No, it's not that," she mumbled. She just didn't want to be too much of a burden on him. Fu Jili seemed to sense what she was thinking.
"Jiang Jin, never be afraid of troubling me. I am your husband," he murmured, his warm breath caressing her neck.
Jiang Jin couldn't help but shiver slightly at his proximity. Jiang Jin looked up at Fu Jili with glistening eyes.
His deep, dark gaze was filled with such tenderness and solemnity, as if they were truly a loving married couple. For a moment, Jiang Jin's heart skipped a beat. But then she quickly pushed Fu Jili away, turning on the faucet to splash cold water on her face, trying to calm the warmth rising within her. She must be crazy to think that Fu Jili cared for her in that way. They were only in this marriage out of mutual benefit, after all.
Fu Jili did not take offense.
He simply straightened up, leaning against the doorframe with a slight smile, waiting patiently for Jiang Jin to finish her morning routine so they could go downstairs together. When they reached the dining room, the table was already set with a hearty breakfast. Jiang Jin picked up a spoon and slowly sipped the seafood porridge. Across from her, Fu Jili calmly and leisurely ate his own meal. It was a quiet, ordinary scene, yet Fu Jili found it immensely fulfilling. After breakfast, Fu Jili went to his study to work. Jiang Jin lazily curled up on the sofa in the living room, resting and scrolling through her phone. She found that Su Wanwan's anonymous post on the campus forum had already been deleted. There were still many discussions about the incident, with various opinions. Jiang Jin decided not to dwell on it further, closing the phone. Since Fu Jili said he would handle it, she trusted that he would resolve the matter, and she should focus on her own recovery. Jiang Jin was a bit surprised at how much she had come to rely on and trust Fu Jili. In just a month's time, he seemed to have occupied an increasingly important place in her heart. Jiang Jin's train of thought was interrupted by the vibration of her phone. It was a message from Xin Yuan, checking in on how Jiang Jin was doing with her injuries. Jiang Jin replied that she needed a few days of rest, reassuring her friend not to worry. The day passed by peacefully, with Jiang Jin relaxing at home and catching up on her dramas, something she hadn't had the chance to do in a long while. In the evening, after their dinner, Fu Jili suggested they go for a stroll. Jiang Jin readily agreed, wanting to visit the supermarket to pick up some snacks as well. Fu Jili waited patiently on the sofa as Jiang Jin came downstairs. When he looked up, he saw her dressed in a beige maxi dress, topped with a matching knit cardigan. Her long, dark hair was styled into a fluffy bun, adorned with a cute furry scrunchie. She looked like a vibrant, youthful university student, which, of course, she was. Fu Jili paused momentarily, suddenly overcome with a sense of guilt mixed with a touch of self-consciousness, acutely aware of the age gap between them.
Is something wrong with my outfit? Does it look strange?
Jiang Jin asked, noticing Fu Jili's contemplative gaze.
Fu Jili stood up and approached Jiang Jin, taking her hand with a small smile. No, it's just... I suddenly felt a little guilty. Ha? What do you mean?
Jiang Jin questioned, not quite catching his soft-spoken words. Never mind, let's go, Fu Jili simply replied, leading Jiang Jin out the door without further explanation. The supermarket was located quite close to the villa, so Fu Jili and Jiang Jin decided to walk there instead of taking the car. The supermarket took up an entire floor of the shopping mall, filled floor to ceiling with an impressive array of imported goods. The prices were not cheap, and there weren't many customers, mostly just residents from the nearby villas. It had been a while since Jiang Jin last went to the supermarket, and as soon as she stepped inside, she got extremely excited, quickening her pace towards the snack aisle.
Fu Jili, dressed in a black coat, pushed the shopping cart and followed closely behind, keeping a watchful eye on Jiang Jin.
Jiang Jin began tossing all kinds of snacks into the cart: chocolates, candies, chips, cookies, nuts.
It wasn't long before the cart was completely full.
Jiang Jin sheepishly brushed a stray hair from her forehead.
Isn't this a bit too much? She asked tentatively.
Not at all, get whatever you want, Fu Jili replied gently, then added, but remember to eat them after your meals. You're so thin, you need to make sure to have proper meals.
I know, I'm not a child, Jiang Jin retorted, sticking out her tongue. I'm not thin, I'm a dance major, I need to maintain my figure so I can dance well. That's true, but you need to do so in a healthy way.
With your arm injury, you should eat more nourishing foods to help your recovery. Auntie Wu can prepare some extra nutritious meals for you during this time, Fu Jili said calmly, then paused before continuing.
The snacks are fine, but make sure to have them after your meals, okay? Alright, Mr. Fu, you're so nagging, just like...
Jiang Jin trailed off, stopping mid-sentence.
Just like what? Fu Jili prompted. Like an elder.
Jiang Jin almost blurted out, but she held her tongue. It's nothing, it's getting late, let's go check out. Jiang Jin quickly changed the subject.
Fu Jili didn't press the issue further, and they headed towards the cashier.
As Fu Jili waited in line to pay, Jiang Jin stood by the supermarket exit. Suddenly, a voice called out to her.
Excuse me.
Jiang Jin turned around to see a young man, probably in his early 20s.
Can I add you on WeChat?
We could be friends, he asked, his cheeks flushing slightly as he spoke. The young man was wearing a baseball jersey and was quite handsome, tall and fit, with a youthful, innocent demeanor. However, Jiang Jin was already a married woman.
She was just about to politely decline when Fu Jili approached, carrying the shopping bags.
His brow furrowed as he spoke in a low voice.
How old are you? Trying to get a girlfriend already?
Fu Jili stood beside Jiang Jin, his expression stern. Sir, I'm already an adult, the young man responded earnestly.
Jiang Jin couldn't help but chuckle at the misunderstanding.
Sir, I'm really sorry, but I really like her. Can I please add her on WeChat? The young man asked, clearly mistaking Fu Jili for Jiang Jin's relative. Fu Jili's face darkened even further, and he suddenly reached out, pulling the amused Jiang Jin close to his side. Fu Jili's lean, muscular arm wrapped around Jiang Jin's slender waist, pulling her firmly against his side in a possessive gesture.
In a measured tone, he asserted, "No, you can't." Then, with deliberate emphasis, he declared, "I'm not her uncle. I'm her husband." The young man in front of them seemed utterly stunned, his eyes widening in realization. He quickly apologized profusely, even bowing deeply, before hurriedly backing away. As they walked back, the streetlights had dimmed and the sky had grown dark. The two walked side by side. "Mr. Fu, he called you uncle," Jiang Jin teased, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "But don't be too upset, you are 8 years older than me, after all." "Ha, I guess that makes you seem like an elder." "Uncle, ha!" Fu Jili latched onto the key word. Jiang Jin immediately fell silent, pausing briefly before vaguely explaining, No, I was just joking." "Jiang Jin, do you see me that way too?" Fu Jili asked, his voice taking on a dangerous edge as he moved closer. No, that's just how he saw it, not me," Jiang Jin babbled, her attempted clarification only making it more obvious. Fu Jili lowered his eyelids, his dark, piercing gaze holding a hint of danger. Suddenly, he firmly grasped Jiang Jin's small hand and guided her into a secluded alleyway. The alley was dimly lit and eerily quiet. Jiang Jin felt a twinge of fear. "Mr. Fu," she called out tentatively. Fu Jili said nothing, merely pinning Jiang Jin against the wall, his body pressed flush against hers. In a low, rumbling voice, he demanded, "Are you saying I'm too old for you?" "And no," Jiang Jin stammered. "Call me Gidge." Fu Jili leaned down, whispering the words into her ear. "Ha?" Jiang Jin was momentarily stunned, wondering if she had misheard. "Call me Gidge." He repeated the request. The warmth of Fu Jili's breath caressed Jiang Jin's ear, causing her to tremble slightly and try to pull away. She was certain now that she hadn't misheard, but she didn't want to say it. Sensing Jiang Jin's resistance, Fu Jili wrapped his long arm around her slender waist, pulling her flush against him. "Like when you were little, call me Gidge," he murmured. Jiang Jin felt embarrassed. When she was little, it was different, but now, she found it difficult to say. Fu Jili drew even closer, his face just inches from hers, their breaths mingling. He gently cupped the back of her head, shielding it from the wall, and then slowly lowered his lips to hers, tenderly licking and teasing. "No," the inexperienced girl pleaded weakly, her body trembling. Jin, call me Gidge," Fu Jili coaxed in a low, soothing voice, pulling back slightly. "Be a good girl and call me that." "Fu Gidge," Jiang Jin conceded, her voice soft and shy. "Good girl." He praised her, nuzzling into the crook of her neck. After that, Fu Jili didn't do anything further, just holding Jiang Jin tightly, as if he wanted to completely envelop her small frame within his own. Eventually, he released her. Jiang Jin's eyes were shimmering, her cheeks flushed, her lips slightly parted as she caught her breath, looking a bit lost. Fu Jili, on the other hand, appeared quite satisfied. He straightened Jiang Jin's clothes, and once he was satisfied, he took her hand and led her out of the alley. They had only walked a few steps when a faint sound suddenly came from the quiet path. Jiang Jin startled, shrinking closer to Fu Jili. "I heard something." Fu Jili wrapped his arm around Jiang Jin, then carefully listened to the sound. "Don't be afraid, it sounds like a dog," he reassured her. He looked around and eventually found an old cardboard box in the bushes. Inside was a small dog, about a month old, with a black coat and just a touch of brown on its paws, likely a mixed breed. Given that the neighborhood was home to the wealthy, Fu Jili guessed the dog had been abandoned because it wasn't a purebred. The poor pup showed signs of mistreatment and lay weakly in the box, whimpering pitifully. Jiang Jin was instantly reminded of her own painful childhood memories, hiding in the attic and crying in secret. She crouched down and gently scooped the dog into her arms, then looked up at Fu Jili. "Mr. Fu, can I adopt it?" she asked. "Of course," Fu Jili replied, kneeling down as well. "Thank you," Jiang Jin said, and Fu Jili knew she was grateful not just for the permission, but for him understanding the deeper meaning. Jiang Jin cradled the dog as best she could with her injured arm. Seeing her struggle, Fu Jili took the puppy from her. "Its condition looks pretty bad. Let's take it to the vet," he said in a serious tone. Jiang Jin nodded obediently, and the two quickly headed home to get the car, then drove to the pet hospital with the ailing pup. The Shanghai Pet Hospital in the city was the largest in the area, occupying a massive 10-story building spanning over 10,000 square meters. It had been a multi-billion investment by Wenyi. Fu Jili parked the car and carried the puppy, entering the hospital with Jiang Jin. He mentioned Wenyi's name, and they were promptly led to the VIP room for the dog's examination. "This dog doesn't have any serious issues, just some superficial wounds likely from abuse by its previous owner. We'll just need to treat and bandage those," the doctor explained. "The pup is a bit weak, so it will need attentive care at home. Relieved to hear the dog was relatively unharmed, Jiang Jin nodded. The doctor continued, abused dogs often lack a sense of safety in a new environment. The owner will need to be very patient and spend time with it, allowing it to gradually adjust. Okay, Jiang Jin agreed, gently stroking the puppy's head. The poor thing could only manage weak whimpers as it opened its eyes briefly. After the dog's wounds were treated, Fu Jili took the puppy, prepared to head home. But as they reached the first-floor lobby, they were met by a hurried Wanibai, who was clearly shocked to see the fastidious Fu Jili cradling a stray dog. Well, isn't this the same person who used to say he didn't like small animals? Wanibai teased with a raised brow, recalling Fu Jili's past distaste for his own pet. And yet, here was Fu Jili, out late at night, bringing an abandoned dog to the hospital for treatment, holding it so tenderly. Wanibai continued, sauntering up to them, what, now you don't mind the dirt? Fu Jili didn't bother responding, simply giving him a dismissive glance. But Wanibai remained unperturbed, pressing on. Brother Fu, is this the missus? He introduced himself to Jiang Jin in a familiar manner. Sister-in-law, I'm Wanibai, Fu's old buddy. Hello, I'm Jiang Jin replied politely with a gentle smile. Wanibai wasted no time whipping out his phone. Sister-in-law, let's add each other on WeChat, he suggested eagerly. This is my hospital, so if the dog ever needs anything, just let me know and I'll be right there. What a golden opportunity this was. Seeing how protectively Fu Jili doted on his little sister-in-law, Wanibai knew attaching himself to her would be greatly beneficial. Glancing at Fu Jili, Jiang Jin unlocked her phone and displayed the WeChat QR code. Wanibai gleefully added her, grinning from ear to ear. He couldn't wait to boast to Luo Xiang and watch him seethe with envy. Wanibai was lost in his own self-congratulatory thoughts when Fu Jili coldly interjected, have you lost your mind? He shot Wanibai a look of pure disdain before turning and leading Jiang Jin away. Watching them leave, Wanibai quickly snapped a photo and called out enthusiastically, Brother Fu, sister-in-law, take care. Jiang Jin wanted to politely respond, but Fu Jili stopped her. No need to pay him any mind, his brain isn't quite right, Fu Jili said dismissively. Jiang Jin remained silent. Through this encounter, she unexpectedly noticed that Fu Jili behaved a bit differently around his friend compared to how he was with her. He seemed more acerbic. By the time they got home, it was past 10 o'clock. Jiang Jin settled the puppy in the spare bedroom, giving it some water. Since there was no dog bed available, she laid 2 soft blankets on the floor and placed the pup there. The poor thing was so weak, lying there listlessly, but also fearful, straining to keep its eyes open and warily observing its new surroundings, a habit likely formed from past abuse. Seeing the small, frightened, and guarded creature reminded Jiang Jin of herself when she had first come to the Lin family. She felt a pang in her heart and gently pet the puppy's head, then curled up on the floor next to it, hugging her knees. That was the scene Fu Jili walked in on. He understood the emotions behind it. Without a word, Fu Jili sat down on the floor and pulled Jiang Jin into his warm embrace. The cold Jiang Jin melted into his comforting hold. She wrapped her arms around him, as if seeking more of his warmth, and quietly spoke. I was just like this little dog when I first came to the Lin family. Jiang Jin explained that her mother had passed away when she was 5, leaving her an orphan until the Lin grandfather took her in. But the rest of the Lin family did not welcome her. There was one time when Lin Jingru cut my hair, and I was so upset I hid in the attic and cried. Jiang Jin explained that it had happened soon after she first arrived at the Lin family. A distant Lin relative had visited and complimented Jiang Jin's cute appearance and nicely braided hair, which Lin Jingru had overheard. The next day, Lin Jingru had tricked Jiang Jin into going out to play, only for it to be a trap. Lin Jingru had ordered the other children to hold Jiang Jin down while she cut Jiang Jin's long hair with scissors, hair that had been lovingly cared for by Jiang Jin's late mother. Jiang Jin still remembered that feeling of struggling helplessly, unable to escape no matter how hard she tried. With her hair cut and her favorite dress torn, she had been left with wounds, hiding in the attic and crying in secret. Fu Jili's thoughts drifted back to the first time he had seen the young Jiang Jin, recalling her short, boyish hairstyle that had seemed so odd for such a beautiful girl. Now he understood the story behind it. Next time, I'll get revenge for you and cut her hair, Fu Jili said tenderly, stroking Jiang Jin's long, dark locks. Jiang Jin managed a watery smile, looking up at him. It's okay, it's all in the past now, and I'm not afraid of her anymore. Fu Jili gave her an affectionate smile and gently wiped away her tears. Sensing how cold she felt, he worried she might catch a chill. The puppy is already asleep. Shall we go to bed as well? He asked soothingly. Jiang Jin sniffed and nodded obediently.
Fu Jili picked her up and carried her to the master bedroom, tucking her into bed. He then climbed in beside her, pulling her into his embrace. "Don't worry, the puppy will be cared for by us from now on. No one will be able to bully it anymore," he soothed. Jiang Jin responded softly, believing his words. "Mrs. Fu, you have me as well," Fu Jili said tenderly. Jiang Jin's eyes widened slightly, her heart skipping a beat. She understood, he meant that with him by her side, she would no longer be bullied as she had been as a child. "Will you always be here?" she asked softly, gazing into his eyes with a stubborn resolve, seeking reassurance. "Always, I promise," Fu Jili answered firmly. Those 6 simple words gave Jiang Jin a sense of security and dependability she had never felt before. She turned to bury her face in his chest. "Okay," she murmured. Fu Jili wrapped his arms around her, kissing the top of her head. "Sleep well, dear." "Good night, Mr. Fu," Jiang Jin replied softly from the comfort of his embrace. That night, Jiang Jin slept more soundly and contentedly than she had in a long time. For the next several days, Fu Jili remained at home, working while also caring for Jiang Jin. One afternoon, Fu Jili had to step out for a social engagement, leaving Jiang Jin alone at home. Around 4 p.m., the sun was setting, casting a warm, golden glow through the floor-to-ceiling windows and bathing the living room in a tranquil, cozy atmosphere. Jiang Jin was curled up on the living room sofa, playing with Fu Hua, the affectionate nickname she had given the puppy. The meaning "blessings in abundance" reflected how the little pup had become a dear addition to their home. After days of attentive care, Fu Hua's condition had improved greatly. The puppy was now gleefully chasing a toy ball, jumping up to try and catch it, though its clumsy little limbs often sent it tumbling about, much to Jiang Jin's amusement. The thick carpet beneath the sofa provided a soft landing, so Jiang Jin didn't need to worry about Fu Hua getting hurt. Jiang Jin snapped a few photos of the playful pup on her phone, then posted them to her social media with a smile. As she scrolled through her phone, she suddenly came across her chat history with Fu Jili. They had added each other on WeChat over a month ago, but had barely exchanged messages. Feeling a bit curious, Jiang Jin decided to check Fu Jili's moments. This was the first time she had looked at his profile. The very first post was the photo of their marriage certificate from a month prior. Jiang Jin couldn't help but smile slightly as she gave it a like. Scrolling further, the rest of Fu Jili's posts were mostly related to his company and industry news. He didn't share much about his personal life at all, aside from that marriage certificate post. Did this mean he placed a lot of importance on their marriage? Jiang Jin pondered this thoughtfully. She truly enjoyed her current life, and she didn't mind growing closer to Fu Jili. Perhaps. Jiang Jin's thoughts were interrupted by a vibration from her phone. She exited the Moments view and saw a new message from Fu Jili. "Mr. Fu, I'll be home soon. Would you like to eat some pastries from Fuli Desserts?" Jiang Jin's lips curved into a smile as she rolled around on the sofa, then sat up to reply. "Yes, I'd love some peach blossom pastry. And could I also have a cup of hot red bean milk tea?" From the driver's seat, Fu Jili saw her requests and chuckled, responding warmly. "Mr. Fu, of course. No problem. Be a good girl and wait for me, I'll be home soon." The assistant in the front seat glanced back at Fu Jili, amazed at the gentle, contented expression on his face. He must be messaging his wife, the assistant thought. What a rare sight. Suddenly, Fu Jili spoke up. "Stop by the milk tea shop up ahead." "Yes, Mr. Fu," the assistant replied. "I'm going to get my wife some milk tea," Fu Jili added. The assistant said nothing, but thought to himself, "I didn't ask, why are you telling me? Trying to show off?" Later, in the Fu mansion, Fu Jili returned home carrying the milk tea and pastries. He found Jiang Jin lying on the sofa, Fu Hua the puppy pacing on her stomach. Jiang Jin didn't stop the puppy, even gently petting its little head. Fu Jili pressed his lips together, his gaze darkening as he watched. This little pup was stepping where he himself had not yet set foot, on Jiang Jin's belly. He silently went over and plucked the puppy off, setting it down on the carpet. Jiang Jin looked up and brightened when she saw Fu Jili. "You're back. Were you tired?" Seeing the pure adoration in her eyes, Fu Jili's gaze softened. "Not at all," he replied quietly. "Go wash your hands, it's time to eat." Jiang Jin immediately got up and hurriedly washed her hands in the bathroom, then returned to find that Fu Jili had already laid out the food. On the dining table, not only were there the small pastries and red bean milk tea that she liked, but also a serving of braised pork and lotus root soup from the Xingxing restaurant. Jiang Jin noticed the label on the takeout container and recognized the restaurant. She had eaten there a few times before. But weren't they a family that rarely had outside food? Jiang Jin voiced her curiosity.
Fu Jili handed Jiang Jin a soup spoon, explaining calmly, I hold some shares in their restaurant.
After the meeting, I thought their braised pork and lotus root soup was quite delicious, so I had them pack a serving, thinking you might enjoy it. Hearing his thoughtful gesture, Jiang Jin felt a warm glow in her heart.
She picked up the spoon and took a sip of the soup. Fu Jili asked, Is it good? It's delicious, I really like it. Jiang Jin nodded approvingly.
The soup was truly wonderful, the pork was tender and flavorful, complemented by the rich, soft lotus roots.
It was comforting and satisfying to drink. Fu Jili's lips curved slightly. Then have some more.
Jiang Jin agreed with a nod. After the meal, Fu Jili remembered something. There had been a call from the old manor earlier that day. He suggested, let's go to the old manor this weekend. Truthfully, Fu Jili had been wanting to take Jiang Jin to the old manor for a while. Through their time together these past few days, he had noticed Jiang Jin growing closer and more trusting of him. He admitted he had a selfish desire to introduce the young lady to his family as soon as possible, so that she would be further integrated into his life and their bond would deepen. But he also worried that Jiang Jin might feel uncomfortable and merely be obliging him, rather than genuinely wanting to go. Fu Jili, who was usually decisive, found himself in a conflicted state of mind about this.
He looked up at Jiang Jin across the table. If you feel uneasy about it, we don't have to.
Okay,
Jiang Jin replied softly, cutting him off. She hadn't really thought that deeply about it.
Jiang Jin was not oblivious. She understood Fu Jili's care and affection for her since their marriage. And she truly enjoyed her current life, wanting a future with him, so she agreed. When the weekend arrived, the first autumn rain had come to the city. The sky was overcast and a light drizzle fell, the air growing chilly.
Jiang Jin had been quite anxious since waking up, rummaging through the wardrobe.
Mr. Fu, is this okay for me to wear? She asked, emerging from the closet.
Fu Jili looked up at her.
The young lady was wearing a beige blouse paired with a black midi skirt, a gentle, lovely ensemble.
Fu Jili furrowed his brow slightly.
It's quite cold outside with the rain. You don't need to worry about the outfit, just wear something warm. But I want to make a good impression on your parents, Jiang Jin said softly, tugging at her blouse.
Don't be nervous, they're very easy to get along with.
Just be yourself, Fu Jili assured her. He led Jiang Jin back into the closet, retrieving a light sweater and a pair of black wool pants.
How about these? They'll keep you warm and still look nice. This is so plain, how is it nice? Jiang Jin pouted, doubting his fashion sense.
You're a beautiful girl, Jiang Jin. You look lovely in anything, Fu Jili said with an affectionate smile. In the end, Jiang Jin wore the outfit Fu Jili had chosen, adding light makeup and a flattering lipstick. Her hair was lightly curled, giving her a gentle, serene beauty. As they set out, the two rode in the back seat together. Jiang Jin's small hands were gripped tightly, and she seemed quite anxious. Noticing her cold hands, Fu Jili took them in his own, then instructed the driver, turn up the temperature.
Yes, Mr. Fu. Fu Jili squeezed Jiang Jin's hands to warm them, then half-jokingly asked, Are you this nervous? We don't have to go if you don't want to. Don't be ridiculous. We're already on our way, how can we turn back now? Jiang Jin replied, a touch of exasperation in her voice.
If you truly don't want to go, your wishes are what matter most, Fu Jili said earnestly, his tone affectionate yet resolute.
Jiang Jin mustered a smile.
No, I'm just nervous, but I'll try my best to overcome it. After all, she had already agreed to visit the Fu family manor.
Even if Fu Jili's parents didn't mind, she didn't want to come across as impolite by backing out now.
Alright, if you feel uncomfortable at all, just tell me, Fu Jili said, giving her hand a gentle squeeze.
Jiang Jin nodded obediently. The Fu family's old mansion is a traditional Chinese-style courtyard house, located in the best part of the city.
After learning that Fu Jili would bring his daughter-in-law to visit, Fu Tangweining instructed the servants to thoroughly clean the old mansion inside and out. The gardeners were also specially ordered to trim the gardens in the courtyard, just to leave a good impression on the daughter-in-law. Tang Weining also specifically inquired about Jiang Jin's tastes, and prepared fresh ingredients in advance. Today as the daughter-in-law's first visit, Tang Weining started early and personally cooked the dinner, and Fu Heading, the father, also lent a hand to help his wife. Tang Weining kept glancing towards the living room, paying attention to the movements outside. It wasn't long before the sound of a car was heard in the courtyard, and Tang Weining hurried out to take a look. She saw Fu Jili, dressed in a black coat, get out of the car first, holding a black umbrella. He then went to the other side of the car and helped Jiang Jin out. The rain outside was quite heavy, so Fu Jili quickly raised the umbrella over Jiang Jin's head and hurried with the young lady towards the entrance. Seeing the affectionate interaction between the two, Tang Weining felt very pleased. Not bad, your son knows how to cherish his wife.
Fu heading next to her echoed, as expected.
Tang Weining gave her husband a sideways glance, then got up to welcome her son and daughter-in-law inside.
Come in quickly, the rain outside is heavy. Fu Jili led Zhang Jin into the living room and introduced, this is Dad and Mom. Zhang Jin politely greeted them, Dad, Mom, hello. Ah. Tang Weining responded happily.
Looking at the young lady in front of her, her graceful and elegant demeanor was truly likable.
Tang Weining heard that she was also a classical dancer, and her temperament was indeed excellent.
Tang Weining became more and more satisfied as she looked, inviting Zhang Jin to sit down and chatting with her amiably.
What happened to your arm? Tang Weining asked concernedly, seeing Zhang Jin's arm wrapped in a protective bandage. It's nothing, I just had a small fall.
Zhang Jin did not go into details, first because she did not want to worry them, and second because the matter involved many things, and a few words could not explain it clearly, which would only create more trouble. It must be that Fuji Li boy who didn't take good care of you. Tang Weining gave Fuji Li a somewhat displeased look, saying that even after marrying such a obedient and soft-spoken daughter-in-law, he still couldn't take care of her, and what was the use of clinging to his work every day?
No, it's not his fault, it was my own accident.
Zhang Jin felt a bit embarrassed to defend him. Fuji Li beside her took her hand and admitted the mistake resignedly. Yes, it's my fault for not taking good care of her. This made Zhang Jin's face turn even redder, and she felt embarrassed and wanted to withdraw her hand, as her skin was not as thick as Fuji Li's, and she was not used to such intimate behaviors in front of the elders. Seeing the two of them in this loving state, Tang Weining became more and more satisfied, anticipating being able to hold her grandchildren soon. Fu Heading reminded his wife that there was still food cooking in the kitchen.
Tang Weining hurried to the kitchen, but not before instructing Zhang Jin.
Zhang Jin, you just sit here for a while, Mom is going to prepare dinner.
Mom, I can help you too.
Zhang Jin felt a bit restless and wanted to go to the kitchen to help. But she was stopped by Tang Weining, who pushed her down to sit. No need, you just rest, the kitchen is mine, Mom will show you a thing or two tonight.
Tang Weining got up and directed her husband to go to the kitchen with her to cook.
Zhang Jin looked at Fuji Li, and Fuji Li gently comforted her. It's alright, let them do it, I'll take you on a tour of the house. The Fu family's old mansion was very large, and Fuji Li led Zhang Jin upstairs, introducing things along the way. After a general tour, he finally led the young lady into his own bedroom. Although Fuji Li didn't come home often, the room was still kept very clean. The bedroom in the old house was slightly different from the one in the Fu mansion, as it bore more traces of Fuji Li's childhood. There were toys he played with as a child, books he read, various models he made, and a large cabinet filled with trophies and certificates he had earned from childhood to adulthood. Mr. Fu, you've truly been exceptional since you were young, Zhang Jin couldn't help but admire as she looked at the cabinet full of awards and certificates. Hearing the girl's tone of admiration, Fuji Li felt a sense of satisfaction and curled his lips into a smile. He then led her to sit on the bed and said gently, would you like to rest for a bit? You didn't sleep well last night. It had been rainy for the past few days, and Zhang Jin's arm hadn't fully recovered, still causing her some pain, which kept her from sleeping much the previous night. Although Zhang Jin was feeling a bit sleepy, she felt too shy to rest in the old house and shook her head, declining, I'd better not. Fu Jili's gaze softened as he persuaded her gently. It's fine. I'll keep track of the time for you. Rest for a little while, and then I'll wake you up to go downstairs for dinner. Fu Jili helped Zhang Jin onto the bed, covered her with a blanket, and sat beside her to keep her company, ensuring she could rest peacefully. As dinner time approached, there was a knock on the bedroom door. It was a servant coming to call them downstairs to eat. Fu Jili woke Zhang Jin, and the two of them went downstairs together. The table was already laden with dishes, crab roe tofu, goji berry pigeon soup, spicy boiled fish, sweet and sour pork, spicy shrimp. The table was full and looked exceptionally sumptuous. Tang Weining gestured for Zhang Jin to sit down. Jin, come sit and eat. Zhang Jin obediently took her seat and noticed that almost all the dishes on the table were her favorites. Could it be? Before she could voice her question, Tang Weining had already answered her unspoken thought. Jili told me about your preferences, so I made these especially for you. Tang Weining rotated the Lazy Susan, stopping the fragrant and spicy boiled fish right in front of Zhang Jin, her face filled with kindness. Try it and see if it suits your taste. Zhang Jin, holding a spoon in her left hand, found it a bit awkward to eat. Fu Jili stood up and picked up some fish slices, placing them in her bowl. Jiang Jin tasted the fish and found it incredibly fresh and flavorful, with the spicy kick she loved.
Mom, this dish is amazing. Your cooking is fantastic.
The girl's eyes sparkled as she praised without hesitation.
This wasn't flattery, Jiang Jin genuinely found it delicious.
The fish was tender and succulent, with a satisfying spiciness that rivaled that of a professional chef.
Hearing her daughter-in-law's compliment, Tang Weiniang smiled happily. Really?
You two should come back more often, and I'll cook for you again.
Jiang Jin nodded with a smile. Thank you, Mom.
It wasn't just the spicy boiled fish, Jiang Jin loved every dish on the table. Since Jiang Jin's right hand was injured and it was inconvenient for her to pick up food, Fu Jili took care of her, continuously serving her dishes, filling her bowl with soup, and peeling shrimp for her until her bowl was piled high. Jiang Jin felt a little embarrassed and tugged at Fu Jili's sleeve, whispering softly to stop him.
That's enough, really.
She was worried that she wouldn't be able to finish everything, which might leave a bad impression on the elders.
It's fine, just eat as much as you want, Fu Jili whispered softly, his voice low enough that only the two of them could hear. Pick what you like, and if you can't finish it, give it to me.
Jiang Jin noticed that Fu Jili had been taking care of her the whole time and hadn't eaten much himself. She picked a perfectly cooked slice of spicy boiled fish and placed it in Fu Jili's bowl. Fu Jili's lips curved into a smile, and he picked it up without hesitation, eating it obediently.
Tang Weiniang, sitting across from them, happened to see this and asked curiously, I thought you didn't eat spicy food? Jiang Jin looked up in confusion. Mom, he doesn't eat spicy food?
That's right, he's never been fond of spicy food since he was a child, Tang Weiniang explained, pausing for a moment before continuing. A few years ago, when he went to Europe to take over the business, he was in a low mood for some reason.
He smoked, drank, and worked tirelessly to entertain clients.
Over time, his stomach got ruined. After that, he stopped eating spicy food altogether.
Not just spicy things, anything too stimulating would cause him stomach pain.
I can eat it now, Fu Jili said calmly, without offering further explanation. Jiang Jin looked at Fu Jili with concern.
He couldn't eat spicy food?
But during their previous meals together, he had eaten normally. Especially the first time they had hot pot, he had eaten the extremely spicy broth without batting an eye.
Had he been accommodating her preferences all this time?
Jiang Jin's heart was filled with mixed emotions, and she wanted to ask him about it. But with Fu Jili's parents present, she temporarily held back the words she wanted to say. After dinner, the four of them sat in the living room chatting.
Tang Weiniang took out a wooden box and handed it to Jiang Jin.
Inside was a jade bracelet, in a pale green color with clear patterns and fine texture. It was clearly a treasured heirloom.
This is a welcoming gift, it was my dowry when I got married. Don't think it's too precious.
Tang Weiniang said softly. Mom, your dowry, this is too valuable.
Jiang Jin was quite surprised and tried to refuse it. I can't take this.
Fu Jili recognized this as the jade bracelet his grandmother had given to his mother as part of her dowry when she married into the Fu family. Now that his grandmother had passed away, this welcoming gift was incredibly precious, and also showed that the Fu mother accepted Jiang Jin. Jiang Jin looked to Fu Jili for help. Fu Jili spoke up gently, persuading her, take it, it's mother's goodwill. Since Fu Jili had said so, Jiang Jin could not refuse anymore, and could only express her gratitude to the Fu mother.
Tang Weiniang took the jade bracelet and put it on Jiang Jin's slender white wrist. It looked very beautiful.
Jiang Jin spoke softly, thank you, mother. Having given the bracelet away, Tang Weiniang was very happy, and instructed, you two take good care of each other. If that boy dares to bully you, just tell me, I'll help you discipline him. Father Fu also chimed in, yes, if this boy dares to bully you, just come to us, we'll teach him a lesson. In that moment, Jiang Jin was a bit overwhelmed by their warmth, but still spoke up for Fu Jili, no, he's been very good to me. This was the truth. Since their marriage, Fu Jili had always treated her well. Sitting beside her, Fu Jili stretched out his long arm and embraced the slender waist of his wife, boastfully saying, Jiang Jin is so good, she even stands up for her husband. Jiang Jin's face flushed red, feeling a bit shy to be in Fu Jili's embrace. The loving scene between the two of them was seen by the Fu mother, who was greatly comforted and pleased. The four of them talked for a while longer. As Fu Jili's father and mother were getting on in years, they went back to their rooms to rest early. Jiang Jin and Fu Jili also went upstairs and returned to their bedroom. As soon as they entered the room, Jiang Jin couldn't wait to voice her question, can't you eat spicy food? Fu Jili didn't expect the little girl to still remember this. Realizing that he couldn't gloss it over, he said euphemistically, well, actually, I can eat a little.
Jiang Jin directly ignored his excuse and looked at him angrily. If you can't eat it, why didn't you say so? Fu Jili slowly curved his lips, and with a doting look, he explained softly, it was the first time you picked food for me. I couldn't bear to waste it. Jiang Jin couldn't quite understand Fu Jili. Clearly, he couldn't handle spicy food, yet every time they ate together, he forced himself and adapted to her taste. Jiang Jin felt mixed emotions in her heart. She apologized to Fu Jili with a tinge of guilt, I'm sorry. What's there to be sorry about? Fu Jili had always thought there was nothing wrong with this. Jiang Jin was his wife, the little girl he had doted on for years. He should naturally accommodate and take care of her more in daily life. Jiang Jin slightly raised her eyes and looked at Fu Jili worriedly. Does your stomach still hurt? Jiang Jin looked at him with concern, recalling that he had eaten some spicy dishes tonight. Although it wasn't a lot, she was still worried that he might feel uncomfortable. It doesn't hurt, Fu Jili reassured her, gently ruffling her hair. Jiang Jin, feeling a bit annoyed, brushed his hand away. He clearly couldn't handle spicy food, yet he had kept it from her. Right now, she didn't want to talk to him. Fu Jili didn't mind. He knew Jiang Jin was upset because she cared about him. He opened the wardrobe, where the servants had already prepared their pajamas. Fu Jili took out the women's pajamas and handed them to her, go take a shower. Jiang Jin took the pajamas but didn't say thank you as she usually would. Instead, she headed straight to the bathroom. Watching Jiang Jin's retreating figure, Fu Jili chuckled softly and murmured to himself. Her temper's growing. That's a good thing. After her shower, Jiang Jin was the first to lie down on the bed, her back turned to him. When Fu Jili came out of the bathroom, he thought Jiang Jin was already asleep, so he turned off the bedroom light and lay down beside her. Outside, the rain pattered softly, and the bedroom was enveloped in darkness and silence. Then, a faint rustling sound broke the quiet. Jiang Jin was moving closer to him. Before Fu Jili could react, a soft little hand directly lifted his pajama shirt and covered his abdomen, gently rubbing it. Jin? Fu Jili immediately tensed his abdomen, calling out in disbelief. I'll rub it for you so it won't hurt. Jiang Jin spoke softly, as if comforting him. The weak, boneless little hand continued to wreak havoc on his abdomen. Fu Jili was tense, his Adam's apple constantly rolling up and down, straining to suppress his emotions. No need. Why? Jiang Jin asked puzzledly, her tone conveying a hint of innocence. Suddenly, Fu Jili reached out and grabbed the little girl's mischievous hand, turning over and propping himself up on his elbows beside her. Fu Jili's eyes were dark and deep, and he spoke in a seductive tone. Mrs. Fuli, may I kiss you? Jiang Jin's heartbeat faltered for a moment, somewhat at a loss. She was anxious to pull back her hand, but it was too late. Before Jiang Jin could answer, Fu Jili leaned in directly, his thin lips touching the soft lips of the little girl, tentatively rubbing them. Seeing that the little girl did not resist, he gradually increased the force. The thin lips invaded, from shallow to deep, constantly sucking and ravaging the soft lips of the little girl. Gradually, the man was no longer satisfied with this. The warm lips continued to wander, to the cheeks, ears, neck, and collarbones. Sensing Fu Jili's actions, Jiang Jin was a bit startled, her body involuntarily trembling. Mr. Fuli, my hand is hurt, the little girl said in a low voice, her voice laced with trembling. Fu Jili's movements paused, and he forcefully suppressed his desire, burying his head in the little girl's neck. I won't take advantage of you, Fu Jili answered in a muffled, hoarse voice. After a long while, Fu Jili got up and lay back down on the bed, panting heavily. Sleep now. The next morning. After a night of rain, the sky had now cleared, and the sunlight penetrated through the clouds, falling on the moist ground, exuding a fresh and peaceful atmosphere. After breakfast, the two bid farewell to Mr. and Mrs. Fuli and left the old manor. As the company needed him for a meeting in the morning, Fu Jili instructed the driver to take Jiang Jin back to the Fuli mansion, while he drove directly to the company. Jiang Jin went back home and took a nap, waking up just before 11 o'clock. Fu Kuai seemed to know that Jiang Jin had returned, lingering at the bedroom door, whimpering and whining. Hearing the sound, Jiang Jin got out of bed and opened the bedroom door. The little one rushed excitedly towards her, wagging its tail frantically. Have you missed me so much after just one day? Jiang Jin picked up Fu Kuai and kissed its little head. Fu Kuai whined, as if responding to her. Jiang Jin played with Fu Kuai for a while, then added some more dog food to its bowl before heading downstairs. Jiang Jin walked into the living room, and Wu Yi came forward to ask, Madam, what would you like for lunch? Just make something simple. Jiang Jin suddenly paused, remembering that Fu Jili couldn't eat spicy food. "Wui, can't Mr. Fully eat spicy food?" What she really wanted to ask was, did the household start making spicier dishes because of her arrival?
Yes, madam, the master didn't used to eat much spicy food, so he usually made fairly light dishes at home.
Wui paused slightly before continuing.
But ever since you came, the master specifically instructed me on your food preferences and the dishes you like, and asked me to prepare them. Jiang Jin's eyes widened slightly, her heart feeling a mix of emotions. Then she also recalled that Fujilai had not eaten much breakfast this morning due to the early meeting, and had also eaten spicy food last night. She didn't know if his stomach was still hurting. She then made up her mind. Wui, please prepare some light, stomach-soothing soup for lunch.
Jiang Jin instructed softly. And package some extra, I'd like to send it to Mr. Fuli. Certainly, madam, I'll get started right away. Wui worked efficiently, and Jiang Jin also helped with the preparations. In less than an hour, the food was ready.
In addition to a simmered soup, they had also stir-fried 2 delicious small dishes, all packed neatly in a thermal container.
The Fuli family driver dropped Jiang Jin off at the foot of the Fuli Group building.
The Fuli Group tower rose high into the clouds, gleaming in the sunlight and exuding an unparalleled strength and grandeur. The Fuli family was the foremost noble clan in the capital city, with a long and illustrious history dating back to the Republican era. Despite the ups and downs over half a century, they had stood firm, their business spanning various sectors and commanding the economic lifeline of the capital. The Fuli Group Tower was the headquarters of the Fuli Group, the very symbol of their formidable power. Carrying the thermal container, Jiang Jin felt a little anxious as she walked in. The bustling lobby was filled with business professionals in formal attire, making her casual outfit stand out. Jiang Jin felt she had acted rashly, coming without calling Fujilai first. She was starting to have second thoughts. Without the proper access, Jiang Jin could not take the elevator upstairs, so she went to the front desk to inquire. The young, polite receptionist greeted her with a standard smile. "Hello, miss, how can I assist you?"
"Hello, can you please deliver this thermal container to your President Fuli?" Jiang Jin asked softly.
The receptionist paused, slightly uncertain if she had heard correctly.
President Fuli?
The Fuli Group had only one President Fuli.
Could it be? You mean Fujilai Fuli?
Seeing the receptionist's shifting expressions, Jiang Jin thought she might not know, so she directly stated the name.
The receptionist's expression immediately turned curious, eyeing the lovely and graceful Jiang Jin before her and making a bold guess. "Madam, what are you doing here?"
It was Li, the executive assistant, who had just come down to see off a client.
He happened to encounter Jiang Jin. Li hurried over and inquired, "Are you here to see the president?"
Yes, Jiang Jin nodded politely in response.
She recognized Li, having seen him during her marriage registration with Fujilai. The receptionist's expression was shifting, watching the two of them. Coming to see the president, being called madam by Li. Oh my god, could it be that she is the first lady? The receptionist immediately felt she had stumbled upon a huge secret. She pretended to focus on the computer, while sneakily glancing at them from the corner of her eye, eager to gossip. Li respectfully said, "Then let me take you upstairs." Jiang Jin nodded, "All right, thank you." As Li led Jiang Jin onto the elevator, the receptionist quickly picked up her phone and reported this earth-shattering piece of gossip. "Everyone, guess who I just saw? I saw the president's wife. She's an absolutely beautiful little fairy." Li, the executive assistant, personally escorted her upstairs. In just 2 sentences, the company WeChat group exploded, everyone eagerly inquiring about this shocking piece of gossip. Li led Jiang Jin onto the private elevator, taking them directly to the top floor of the Fuli building. Passing through the secretarial office area, they arrived at the president's office. Li escorted Jiang Jin to the office door, then discreetly took his leave without entering. Jiang Jin walked into the office alone, immediately spotting the man bent over his work at the desk. Fujilai was wearing a black shirt, the broad shoulders and narrow waist accentuating his distinguished and reserved demeanor. The high-bridged nose was adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, his expression stern and sharp as he reviewed the documents in his hands. This Fujilai seemed somewhat unfamiliar, quite different from the gentle Mr. Fuli she was used to. Carrying the thermal container, Jiang Jin stepped in. Sensing the footsteps, Fujilai glanced up. He froze for a moment, the furrowed brow gradually relaxing, the once severe and deep gaze instantly softening into warmth and delight, his entire demeanor becoming more gentle. "What brings you here?" Fujilai quickly strode over, a barely perceptible thrill in his tone. "I'm here to check on you." Jiang Jin half-joked. "Check on me? There are no messy women around here, I can assure you."
Fujilai curled his lips slightly, slowly approaching, his gaze languid as he looked at the young lady before him, speaking slowly.
I've always been a man of propriety, you can rest assured on that, Mrs. Fuli. Jiang Jin's face flushed from his teasing words, unable to retort. She hurriedly lifted the thermal container she was holding, explaining. No, I'm here to check if you've been eating on time. There's some stomach-soothing soup and side dishes, while they're still hot. Ah, Mr. Fuli?
Her unfinished words suddenly turned into an exclamation.
Fujilai directly grabbed Jiang Jin's slender waist and lifted her onto the office desk.
He then leaned in slightly, placing his hands on either side of her, his deep, dark eyes gazing directly into the young lady's eyes.
His thin lips exhaled softly, is that so? I happen to be hungry. Then you can eat now.
Sensing the dangerous glint in the man's eyes, Jiang Jin struggled to try and jump down from the desk.
Controlling the young lady's restless legs, Fujilai drawled in a hook-like tone, no rush.
He then extended his long arm to embrace Jiang Jin's waist, pulling her close to his torso. His slender fingers tilted up her chin, and his thin lips descended, gently beginning to kiss her. Jiang Jin's eyelashes fluttered nervously, and she shrank back in fear. No, what if someone comes in?
No one can just barge in, except for you.
Fujilai's thin lips continued to caress, as he spoke, then he deepened the kiss once more, insatiable. The young lady shrank back against the man's embrace, her small hands unconsciously tightening, grasping the fabric on his chest. The kiss was long and lingering.
Just as Jiang Jin felt she might run out of breath, Fujilai finally released her.
Pulling back slightly, the man looked at the girl in his arms with a satisfied expression, rumbling softly, so sweet. The low, intimate words scorched Jiang Jin's ears. She suddenly snapped out of it, glaring at him with an angry pout and kicking him with her small foot. She then jumped down from the desk, putting a distance of about 3 meters between them, glaring at him defiantly, her glistening eyes full of accusation. Fujilai chuckled lowly, picking up the thermal container and taking it to the dining table, arranging the dishes on the table.
Mrs. Fuli, would you like to join me for a meal? Fujilai invited warmly. No, I've already eaten.
Jiang Jin sat on the sofa, turning her head away stubbornly. These are all for you, you have to finish them. Though she said that, in the end Jiang Jin still let Fujilai feed her half a bowl of soup, with him claiming she was too thin. After finishing their lunch, Fujilai coaxed Jiang Jin to rest for a while in the lounge. Seeing the young lady fall asleep, Fujilai made sure she was settled comfortably, then left to return to his work.
When Jiang Jin woke up again, it was already evening. The drowsy young lady was unsure of her whereabouts.
Before leaving, Fujilai had drawn the curtains, resulting in the lounge being cloaked in complete darkness. Jiang Jin took a moment to orient herself, then tried to get up from the bed. But she misjudged the distance and ended up falling off.
Ah!
Jiang Jin's cry rang out in the lounge. Fujilai, who had been working outside, immediately hurried in and turned on the lights. Jiang Jin was now sitting on the floor, the blanket wrapped around her. She seemed more dazed than hurt from the fall.
Are you all right? Fujilai quickly crouched down to check on her. Did you hurt yourself anywhere? No.
Seeing Fujilai's worried expression, Jiang Jin quickly reassured him.
I'm fine, the blanket cushioned the fall, I'm not hurt.
She explained in a slightly childlike manner.
Fujilai picked Jiang Jin up in his arms and placed her back on the bed.
He then fetched a glass of warm water, holding it to her lips. Jiang Jin didn't reach out, obediently drinking from Fujilai's hand. The messy hair on her forehead made her look a bit dazed. After setting down the glass, Fujilai checked Jiang Jin's injured arm, relieved to see no issues. Be more careful next time. Your arm is almost healed, you can't be reckless and let it relapse, Fujilai admonished in a serious tone.
If the lounge wasn't so dark, would I have fallen?
Jiang Jin mumbled softly.
What did you say? Fujilai asked in a mild tone, not quite catching her words.
Nothing, Jiang Jin quickly replied. Ah, she's not just being timid, she simply doesn't want to go toe-to-toe with him.
Fujilai picked up the remote control by the bedside and pressed a button to open the curtains.
The sun had already set outside.
Is it this late already?
Jiang Jin said in slight surprise, looking out the window.
Yes, it's already past 5 o'clock, Fujilai replied unhurriedly. Let me just wrap up my work, and then we can head home.
He then looked at Jiang Jin, a faint smile flickering in his eyes.
Do you need me to help you change clothes?
Ha! Jiang Jin looked at him, puzzled. Following his gaze, she glanced down at herself. She was wearing an oversized white shirt, whose it was obvious.
Ah! Fujilai, you scoundrel! Why did you change my clothes?
That means he must have seen everything, taking advantage of her while she was asleep. I was worried you'd be uncomfortable sleeping in your other clothes.
Fujilai said this in a lofty, sanctimonious manner. Get out, I need to change.
Jiang Jin's brow furrowed slightly as she commanded the CEO in a delicate tone.
Fujilai lazily curled his lips, chuckling as he walked out, even thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Jiang Jin.
She was quite exasperated. It was 6 p.m., and for once, Fujilai had not stayed late at the office, taking Jiang Jin home early.
Holding Jiang Jin's hand, Fujilai led her out of the office.
The young lady was still feeling embarrassed and awkward about him secretly changing her clothes, and she didn't want to hold his hand. Fujilai raised his hand to gently ruffle Jiang Jin's hair, coaxing her softly, "Don't be mad, dear. Let's think about what you'd like for dinner. I'll have Wuxia prepare it for you. You have to promise not to secretly change my clothes next time." Jiang Jin puffed out her cheeks, looking at him with her clear eyes.
Shy.
You'll have to get used to it, after all, we've already. Before he could finish, Jiang Jin quickly raised her small hand to cover his mouth, lowering her voice to protest, "We're in public." "It's alright, they can't hear us." Fujilai chuckled deeply, shamelessly taking her hand and placing a kiss on it.
At the Fuli Manor. As soon as Jiang Jin stepped inside, Fuqiu came bounding over to her excitedly. Jiang Jin bent down to scoop up Fuqiu, kissing him affectionately. "Little Fuqiu, have you been good today? Have you missed your mama? Are you its mother?"
Fujilai entered after her, retrieving the small rabbit slippers from the shoe cabinet and placing them by the young lady's feet, looking down at her with a somewhat puzzled expression. He truly did not understand her mindset, why she was so insistent on being this little cub's mother. Jiang Jin curved her brows in a smile, placing Fuqiu into Fujilai's arms, her tone tinged with mischief.
"Yes. I'm the mama, and you're the papa."
She then hurried off towards the dining room. Fujilai frowned, looking down at the Fuqiu in his arms and pinching the little one's neck gently. "Since Jiang Jin is your mama, I'll grudgingly be your papa."
Fuqiu. The next morning, it was time for Jiang Jin's follow-up medical appointment.
At 9 a.m., Jiang Jin woke up and sent a message to Xin Yuan, agreeing to meet at the hospital entrance. Fujilai was originally going to accompany her, but an urgent matter came up at the company that he couldn't get away from.
Jiang Jin understandingly said Xin Yuan could come with her instead.
After much persuasion, Fujilai finally agreed, but not before giving her numerous reminders, before reluctantly going to the office. At the central hospital of Jin City, Jiang Jin arrived to find Xin Yuan already waiting at the entrance. The two of them went into the hospital together. Unlike last time, Fujilai had already arranged for Jiang Jin to be seen directly by the specialist. She didn't have to wait. Since it was only a minor fracture initially, and her recovery had been going well, the doctor just did an X-ray and then removed the bandages. "Your recovery progress is very good. You can start gradually moving the arm, but still need to take it easy and focus on recuperation," the doctor advised. "Okay, thank you doctor." Jiang Jin politely expressed her gratitude, flexing her arm. She did feel much lighter without the bandages.
After the checkup, the two women headed out.
Just as they stepped off the elevator, they unexpectedly collided with someone. I'm so sorry," Jiang Jin apologized awkwardly, hastily picking up the lab report that had fallen to the ground, only to have it snatched away by the woman in front of them.
Jiang Jin glanced up, recognizing the person with some surprise. "Lin Jingrong?"
Jiang Jin didn't expect to run into her here.
Lin Jingrong was the biological daughter of the Lin family, Jiang Jin's nominal elder sister.
As the sole child of the Lin family, Lin Jingrong had been doted on since childhood. With her outstanding appearance and various talents, she had already gained some fame at a young age after entering university, pursuing a career in the entertainment industry. She had successfully landed several film and TV roles, becoming one of the rising young stars in the entertainment circle. However, at this moment, Lin Jingrong was alone, dressed in loose sportswear, wearing a black mask and cap, a far cry from her usual high-profile, glamorous public persona that she couldn't wait for the whole world to recognize.
"Jiang Jin, are you stalking me?" Lin Jingrong glared at Jiang Jin, accusation and arrogance in her tone. "Don't you have a persecution complex?"
Jiang Jin replied coolly, unable to help rolling her eyes inwardly.
Why would she stalk Lin Jingrong? Does the whole world revolve around her?
Please, everyone has their own matters to attend to.
However, seeing Lin Jingrong's defensive posture, Jiang Jin couldn't help but become curious.
Glancing at the lab report in her hand, and considering this was the obstetrics and gynecology department,
Jiang Jin made a bold guess, looking at Lin Jingrong's abdomen in disbelief. "Are you pregnant? You're spouting nonsense."
Lin Jingrong's expression changed drastically, vehemently denying it and raising her voice, drawing curious looks from the surrounding people. Lin Jingrong quickly lowered her voice, pulling the brim of her cap down.
Zhang Jin, I'm warning you not to say these things carelessly. Then what are you doing in the obstetrics department? Zhang Jin asked. It's none of your business. Lin Jingrong gritted her teeth, slowly approaching Zhang Jin.
Zhang Jin was quite familiar with this guilty, thief-like demeanor. She was about 90% certain in her guess. However, she was curious as to whose child it was, since Lin Jingrong was not yet married. Seeing the scheduled surgery time approaching, Lin Jingrong didn't want to linger any longer. This outfit of hers is already drawing a lot of attention. If it ends up getting posted online, the consequences could be disastrous. You'd better remember, don't let anyone else know about this, or you'll regret it. Lin Jingrong approached Zhang Jin, lowering her voice to threaten her.
Okay, as long as you don't come bother me.
Zhang Jin replied calmly, then slowly curved her lips into a slight smile as she looked at Lin Jingrong. But if you do come after me, I'll spill the beans about your pregnancy.
You dare? Lin Jingrong glared. Just watch me.
Zhang Jin said lightly, her expression indifferent.
She then turned and left with Xin Yuan, no longer paying attention to Lin Jingrong's outrage. As they walked out of the hospital, Xin Yuan could no longer hold back her curiosity and gossiped. So is she really pregnant? Imagine, the famous pure and innocent young starlet actually has this kind of dark side in private. If her fans found out, they'd go berserk. I saw Entertainment News the other day, saying Lin Jingrong is going to collaborate with the big director Li Jinan on a major film project. Apparently she'll be co-starring with the popular male lead Lu Xiang. Xin Yuan speculated excitedly, she's probably rushing to get an abortion before she has to go film. Xin Yuan was quite a fan of celebrities and entertainment news. You know Lu Xiang, right? He's seriously so handsome, let me tell you. How about we go get some barbecue? My treat. Zhang Jin interrupted Xin Yuan's chatter, steering the conversation. Really? I know a great barbecue place nearby. Xin Yuan suggested eagerly.
Zhang Jin nodded in agreement, and the two headed to the barbecue restaurant.
As they waited for the food, Xin Yuan suddenly remembered Su Wanwan. Jin, did you know? Su Wanwan has dropped out of school?
After the anonymous post incident, Zhang Jin had been absent from school due to her injured arm, leaving everything to Fujilai to handle. Fujilai had sent his assistant Li and a lawyer to the school, providing the recording evidence and the IP address of the anonymous post to prove Su Wanwan's defamation.
With both testimonial and physical evidence, Su Wanwan could not deny it and had to confess.
The school ordered Su Wanwan to delete the post, publicly apologize, and receive a demerit.
Fujilai had filed a lawsuit against Su Wanwan's defamation in Zhang Jin's name,
but Zhang Jin didn't know what happened after that.
Zhang Jin, how come she dropped out?
Xin Yuan placed a piece of grilled meat in her bowl, continuing, photos of Su Wanwan working as a hostess at a club were exposed, and it caused a huge uproar on campus. She probably couldn't face people anymore, so she stopped attending classes. Over time, the teachers couldn't manage her, and she gradually dropped out. Zhang Jin pressed her lips together, lowering her gaze slightly. She didn't expect so many things to have happened recently, and couldn't help but feel a bit sympathetic towards Su Wanwan.
Xin Yuan suddenly remembered something, hesitantly glancing at Zhang Jin. Do you think your husband might have done this? Zhang Jin looked up slightly, knowing Xin Yuan was referring to the incident of Su Wanwan's hostess photos being exposed.
No, he wouldn't.
Zhang Jin answered decisively. Why not? He's not that kind of person. Fujilai was not the type to engage in such underhanded tactics.
Although he was of high status and immense power, he had his own principles and integrity, and would disdain such petty moves. As Zhang Jin was speaking, her phone on the table suddenly lit up. It was Fujilai calling.
Zhang Jin picked up the phone under Xin Yuan's curious gaze and answered the call. Fujilai's deep, gentle voice came through the line. Is the checkup done? How are you doing? Fujilai had already received the call from the hospital earlier, knowing Zhang Jin's recovery was going well.
He was using a break in his meeting to call and simply hear her voice. The recovery is going very well, they've removed the bandages, Zhang Jin replied softly, dutifully reporting the situation to Fujilai.
Okay, where are you? I'll come pick you up. I'm near the hospital, having lunch with Yuan. Alright, I'll be there soon. Okay. Zhang Jin responded lightly, then hung up the phone.
Xin Yuan looked at her with a curious, gossipy expression. Zhang Jin's cheeks flushed slightly as she picked up the orange juice on the table, trying to alleviate the awkwardness.
But Xin Yuan suddenly blurted out, have you slept with him? Cough, cough, cough.
The orange juice got stuck in Jiang Jin's throat, making her start coughing.
No, we haven't. Jiang Jin denied vehemently. Then have you kissed? Shun Yuan pressed. Jiang Jin blushed, staying silent. You have kissed.
Shen Yuan exclaimed excitedly, grinning mischievously as she rubbed her hands together.
How did it feel? Kissing such a handsome man, isn't it amazing?
Jiang Jin lowered her head slightly, unable to help but think back to the kiss with Fujilai. Her heart had raced, and she had been completely captivated. Blushing deeply, Jiang Jin nodded shyly yet affirmatively under Shen Yuan's gaze.
Oh my god, Jin, you're just too adorable. Shun Yuan gushed. Across the table, Shen Yuan squealed excitedly, unable to resist pinching Jiang Jin's cheeks as she leaned in to ask, so do you like him?
I'm not sure, but I don't dislike him either, Jiang Jin replied, lowering her head slightly and poking at the meat in her bowl with hesitation. Your husband is good-looking, rich, and has a great physique. You really can't go wrong with him, Shen Yuan said.
Shen Yuan was always quite open-minded when it came to relationships. She believed that if there was mutual attraction, they should just be together without overthinking things, and enjoy life freely.
Jin, trust me, from my experience, sleeping with him would be an absolute bargain.
Don't say that. Jiang Jin's face flushed deeply as she tried to stop Shen Yuan's bold words. You two are legally married, so what's the big deal? Especially with someone like Fujilai, sleeping with him would be a steal. Shen Yuan winked at her suggestively.
Jiang Jin's mind instantly conjured up some indescribable scenes, and she quickly gulped down a glass of ice water in an attempt to cool herself down.
Soon, Fujilai sent a message.
Jiang Jin and Shen Yuan said their goodbyes, and Jiang Jin saw Fujilai waiting for her on the roadside.
Fujilai expertly took Jiang Jin's bag from her hand and opened the passenger door for her.
Jiang Jin kept her head down as she got into the car, her mind still reeling from Shen Yuan's sleep with him comments, unable to look at Fujilai. Fujilai helped buckle her seatbelt and started the car.
Jiang Jin's phone vibrated. It was a message from Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan, I put a gift in your bag.
Jiang Jin replied with a puzzled question mark, then opened her bag, freezing for a moment. She quickly closed the bag again, her face flushing red, glancing guiltily at Fujilai who was driving. She angrily tapped out a message. Shen Yuan, I'm cutting ties with you.
Shen Yuan, don't, just trust me. Shen Yuan, sleep with him, it'll be worth it.
Seeing Shen Yuan's constant messages, Jiang Jin felt a mix of embarrassment, fear, and a hint of guilt.
Glancing at her bag, she no longer had the courage to open it again, feeling like it was now a ticking time bomb. Fujilai, who was driving, noticed the young lady's odd behavior.
Just then, the traffic light ahead turned red, and he stopped the car, reaching out a large hand to feel Jiang Jin's forehead.
Are you not feeling well? Your face is so red. No, I'm fine.
Jiang Jin quickly turned off her phone, sitting up straight.
I'm not unwell.
Jiang Jin answered hastily, then suddenly remembered the matter with Su Wanwan and decided to change the topic, expressing her gratitude to Fujilai. Between us, there's no need to be so formal, Fujilai said, starting the car again and continuing in a calm tone. I've told you, we are husband and wife, and we should help each other.
Jiang
Jin nodded, feeling touched in her heart. After arriving home, Jiang Jin hid her bag in the closet cabinet of the foyer, carefully covering it with some clothes, before finally feeling at ease. Having just finished the grilled meat, she felt like she was covered in the smell of oil and smoke, and couldn't wait to take a bath. Jiang Jin had a comfortable soak in the bathroom, but then realized she had forgotten to bring her pajamas.
After much internal debate, she opened the bathroom door slightly, peeking out with just her eyes and softly calling, Mr. Fujilai? Fujilai responded, quickly striding in, what is it? Can you get my pajamas for me? Jiang Jin asked in a low voice.
Fujilai chuckled deeply, wait here. He then went into the wardrobe room.
Soon, Fujilai returned with the clothes, knocking on the bathroom door.
A pale, slender arm reached out to quickly snatch the pajamas, then the door shut firmly without a word.
Fujilai huffed in amusement, this ungrateful little thing, using me and then discarding me.
Inside the bathroom, Jiang Jin looked at the pajamas and saw the small pair of panties, her ears flushing red as she couldn't help but imagine Fujilai's large hands handling her intimate clothing. Jiang Jin finally mustered the courage to leave the bathroom after a while. As she stepped out, she was met with a pair of deep, dark eyes that held a hint of mischief. Fujilai was leaning against the doorframe, long, pale fingers toying with a small box that had the words cooling, ribbed, ultra-thin printed on it. Jiang Jin's eyes widened in realization. Fujilai glanced at her, playing with the box casually, before uttering, do you have needs?
No, that's not. Jiang Jin tried to explain incoherently.
I should have considered that more carefully. Fujilai spoke calmly, his tone even holding a hint of apology.
No, it's not. Xin Yuan just put that there randomly. Zhang Jin was embarrassed and wanted to disappear. I didn't expect Madame Fujilai to have such thoughts. Are you plotting something against me? Fujilai ignored Zhang Jin's defense and continued with his own assumptions. No, I don't.
Zhang Jin hung her head in shame, wishing she could just sink into the ground. Fujilai opened the packaging and took out one of the items, his long, pale fingers examining it carefully, as if it were an important document.
But the size doesn't seem right. Fujilai raised an eyebrow, then tossed the box into the trash.
I'll go buy the appropriate size for myself and keep some at home.
As Fujilai turned to throw away the box, Zhang Jin quickly scurried onto the bed, pulling the blanket over herself. I'm sleepy, I'm going to sleep now.
Seeing the young lady trying to hide like a thief, Fujilai decided to let her be for now. After all, he couldn't push her too hard, he had to take it slowly.
Fujilai cleared his throat and headed into the bathroom.
Zhang Jin buried herself under the covers, wanting to avoid seeing anyone. She already regretted not having cut ties with her troublesome friend Xin Yuan. Originally, Zhang Jin could have rested a few more days, but after the events of last night, she got up early the next morning. With Fujilai gone to work, she quickly packed a few clothes and toiletries, dragging her suitcase straight to the school. She pounced on the still sleeping Xin Yuan, teaching her a lesson.
Let's see if she dares to do something like that again. Xin Yuan begged for forgiveness, promising not to send anything like that again.
Xin Yuan scratched her long hair, and bluntly asked, so you didn't come to stay at school because you got scared, right?
You still dare to say that? I'm cutting ties with you. Zhang Jin retorted. Okay, I won't say anything. How about I treat you to bubble tea for lunch, as an apology? Xin Yuan offered.
Zhang Jin looked at her smugly. Fine, I'll grudgingly forgive you, since it's for the bubble tea. Though Zhang Jin was able to stay at the school for a few days, Xin Yuan was still quite happy about it. The dorm at Jinda University was for 2 people, so Xin Yuan would have been all alone without Zhang Jin. It would have been a truly lonely life for a university student. Zhang Jin stayed at the school for 3 days, too afraid to return to the Fujilai manor. Fujilai had been busy with work lately, so he let the young lady be, not wanting to push her too hard. However, he called her regularly, and occasionally had Wusher deliver some supplements, snacks, and meals. At Zhang Jin's age, she should have her own friends in life. Although Fujilai was her husband, he didn't want to overly interfere or control her, as long as Zhang Jin could ensure her own safety. The anonymous post incident has been resolved, and in this fast-paced information age, things come and go quickly. Zhang Jin has returned to her peaceful campus life. While the courses in her junior year are not too demanding, she still cherishes the time she spends on campus. One day after class on a Friday, Professor Wan from the classical dance department approached her. Professor Wan Ruofang is a renowned professor in the dance department at Jinda University, highly respected for both her academic and moral character. She has always taken a liking to Zhang Jin and offered guidance from time to time. Xiao Jin, there is a job opportunity at a film crew, serving as the dance designer and choreographer. Director Li Jinan specifically requested me to recommend someone. Professor Wan continued, I suggested you, and he is very satisfied.
If you are interested, I can give him your confirmation.
Zhang Jin felt this was a good opportunity. Not only could she gain choreography experience, but it would also help prepare her for joining a dance troupe after graduation.
With Professor Wen's recommendation, there shouldn't be any issues from the school.
The only catch was that it would require her to travel for the project. She would need to discuss this with Fujilai, as he is now her husband. Zhang Jin told Professor Wen that she needed to discuss it with her family first, and would give her an answer the next day. Professor Wen happily agreed, her fondness for Zhang Jin evident on her face. In her words, the dance department had produced such a talented student in years, how could anyone not love her? Today happened to be a Friday, so after finishing up at school, Zhang Jin took a cab directly to the Fujilai manor.
Wusher was busy in the living room and hurried to greet her upon seeing Zhang Jin return. Madam, you're back? Is Mr. Fujilai home? Zhang Jin asked softly, setting down her bag. The master has been working late recently, usually coming back very late. Would you like me to call him? No need.
Zhang Jin waved her hand, picking up the playful little puppy at her feet and heading upstairs. Nothing had changed in the house, it was still the same as when she had left. Zhang Jin did not call Fujilai, not wanting to disturb his work. After taking a shower, she nestled on the bed to rest and wait for him to return, but ended up falling asleep unintentionally. When Fujilai came back, it was already late at night. He had been entertaining clients and had a few drinks, leaving him slightly dizzy and with a stomach ache. Pushing open the bedroom door, his tired gaze fell upon the sleeping Jiang Jin. The soft, sweet young lady was curled up on the large bed, her delicate, pale face now flushed, soft, moist lips slightly parted as she breathed steadily. This feeling was quite remarkable. Fujilai was usually a rational and restrained man, but at this moment, simply looking at Jiang Jin, who was doing nothing, could immediately lift his spirits and dispel his fatigue. It was a truly curious sensation. Fujilai took off his suit jacket and approached the bed, gently caressing Jiang Jin's cheek before unable to resist placing a soft kiss on her plump, rosy lips. Stirred from her sleep, Jiang Jin's eyes fluttered open, meeting Fujilai's doting gaze. The young lady slowly sat up. "You're back?" Fujilai sat on the edge of the bed, giving her a light smile. Sensing the scent of alcohol, Jiang Jin leaned in, sniffing him like a little puppy. "Have you been drinking?" "Yes, for a business event. I had a little." Jiang Jin got up and went to the wardrobe, retrieving his pajamas and handing them to him. "Go take a bath first." Thinking she disliked the smell of alcohol on him, Fujilai obediently headed to the bathroom. Jiang Jin immediately went downstairs to the kitchen, preparing a hangover-relieving soup. When Fujilai finished bathing and found the bedroom empty, he went downstairs and found Jiang Jin in the kitchen. "Are you hungry?" "No, I'm making a hangover soup." "For me?" Fujilai asked. "Of course, I didn't drink any alcohol." Jiang Jin looked at him with amusement, as if wondering how he could ask such a question when he was clearly the one who had been drinking. Hearing Jiang Jin's response, Fujilai's gaze softened. He stood up and embraced Jiang Jin from behind, burying his face in her neck. "My dear wife, you've worked hard." Jiang Jin turned around and patted Fujilai's shoulder, her voice soft and sweet. "It's not hard at all. How could Mr. Fujilai be the one working hard?" Fujilai detected the playful teasing in Jiang Jin's words, and pinched her cheek. "You're teasing me, aren't you?" "No, not at all." Jiang Jin stirred the hangover soup, then paused, looking at Fujilai with concern. "How's your stomach? Is it still hurting?" "A bit." Jiang Jin lifted the lid to check the soup again, then spoke gently. "Then go rest on the sofa, it needs to simmer for another 5 minutes. "No, I'll stay here and watch you," Fujilai replied, a hint of childishness in his tone. "Go on," Jiang Jin lightly commanded, making it clear that Fujilai had better listen to her. All right. Knowing Jiang Jin was just concerned for him, Fujilai acquiesced and headed to the living room. Soon the 5 minutes were up, and Jiang Jin brought the hangover soup to Fujilai on the sofa. As Fujilai drank the soup, Jiang Jin watched him with worry. "How is it? Does your stomach feel better?" Much better," Fujilai replied lazily from the sofa. "Next time, try to drink less. Your stomach is delicate, you need to take better care of yourself." "Okay," Fujilai answered in a soft voice. Jiang Jin hesitated, then looked at Fujilai, seeming to want to say something. Fujilai raised his gaze, as if sensing the young lady's thoughts. "Is there something on your mind?" "Yes, there is something I'd like to discuss with you," Jiang Jin began. Fujilai straightened up, giving her his full attention. "My professor has introduced a job opportunity for me, working as a dance designer and choreographer for a film crew. I think it's a great opportunity, so I wanted to discuss it with you." "No problem, I support you. Go and do whatever you want to do," Fujilai replied earnestly, gazing at Jiang Jin. "But, it requires me to travel, to go to Suzhou," Jiang Jin continued, her voice soft. Fujilai paused, lowering his gaze. "For how long?" "Around a month or so," Jiang Jin answered quietly. Fujilai pulled Jiang Jin onto his lap, pressing his forehead against hers, a hint of melancholy in his voice. "All right, but I'll miss you." He unconditionally supported Jiang Jin's decisions, but the thought of being apart from her pained him, especially since he had an important cross-border project that required his focus in the coming period. If Jiang Jin went to Suzhou now, he would have little time to accompany her. "It's okay, you focus on your work, we can call each other," Jiang Jin comforted, patting his arm. Fujilai captured her fidgeting hand, placing a kiss on it, unable to find the words. It was only after Jiang Jin assured him for a long while, promising to call him every day, that the furrow in his brow finally eased. The next day, Jiang Jin informed Professor Wen of her decision. Professor Wen was delighted, replying that Jiang Jin could start packing her bags, as she would be heading to the film crew in Suzhou in 3 days. During these 3 days, Fujilai remained busy, leaving early and returning late, but he tried to squeeze out time to be with the young lady as much as he could. Fujilai felt quite melancholic about this. Just as Jiang Jin was becoming more familiar and dependent on him, she had to leave. On the morning of the 3rd day, Fujilai postponed a meeting to have time to send Jiang Jin off at the airport. He gave her a long list of instructions, before reluctantly watching her disappear through the security checkpoint, then hurrying back to the office to continue his work. On the plane, Jiang Jin felt a bit down. The flight from Beijing to Suzhou would take a little over 2 hours. To keep her mind from wandering, Jiang Jin opened her laptop and forced herself to focus, carefully reviewing the materials the film crew had sent over. The film she would be working on was called Pillow Journal. It told the story of a young general during the tumultuous Western Wen dynasty. Despite his family's long history of loyal service to the border regions, the foolish emperor, misled by treacherous ministers, caused the unjust death of the general's family. The only survivor was the young general himself, who was then imprisoned. To clear his family's name and avenge their deaths, the general schemed to get close to the emperor's beloved daughter, Princess Xiaoyue, feigning affection for her. On the day of their grand wedding, the general launched a coup, killed the incompetent emperor, and ascended the throne. Though the princess loved the general, she knew their relationship was doomed by the blood feud. Realizing there was no way to reconcile, she ultimately chose to take her own life after a final dance with him beneath the pear blossom tree. The general succeeded in avenging his family and became a praised, diligent ruler who brought prosperity to the people. Yet he never took an empress, adopting an heir, and eventually died alone beneath that same pear tree. Jiang Jin closed the laptop. Her main task this time would be the choreography for Princess Xiaoyue's dances, especially the one where the princess and the young general first met and fell in love under the pear blossoms. Though their time together was brief, they often danced and practiced swordplay. In the end, the princess would take poison, performing the same dance they had shared, dying in the general's embrace. The script portrayed Princess Xiaoyue as an ardent lover of dance, so Jiang Jin had to design and choreograph numerous dances for her character at different stages of the story. Each dance would need to convey slightly distinct emotional undertones. Especially for the first meeting and the final parting, while the dance movements might be the same, the emotions and sentiments expressed would be vastly different, something Jiang Jin needed to masterfully translate through the dance for the audience. After resting a bit, the plane landed at Suzhou Airport. This was Jiang Jin's first time in Suzhou, but even though it was early November, the temperature was still pleasant, with a gentle breeze caressing her face. Jiang Jin wheeled her luggage out and found the car the film crew had arranged to pick her up. She was driven straight to the crew's hotel. Once settled in her room, Jiang Jin checked her phone and saw a message from Fujilai. "Have you arrived yet?" The message had been sent half an hour ago, but somehow Jiang Jin's phone had been on silent mode, so she hadn't noticed it. "I'm already at the hotel," she replied, staring at the screen, but Fujilai didn't respond. He was probably busy. Jiang Jin put down the phone and looked around the room. It was a standard single, simply furnished but clean and tidy, which was good enough. She unpacked a bit, then rested on the bed, knowing she needed to be well rested for the crew dinner tonight. This was her first job, and Jiang Jin wanted to do her best. In the evening, the crew dinner was held in a private room at a restaurant near the film studio, so Jiang Jin made sure to arrive a little early. When she got there weren't too many people in the room yet. Jiang Jin overheard some discussion that director Li Jinan only invited the key cast members to this initial gathering, as part of her professional habit to let the important roles get acquainted before filming began, which would benefit the shoot later on. By this time, most of the attendees had arrived, with only the director and the lead actor still missing. Jiang Jin quietly took a seat in the corner of the room. She didn't follow entertainment news very closely, so she couldn't put names to most of the faces, though they seemed familiar. Despite not recognizing anyone, Jiang Jin's entrance had drawn the curious gazes of the others in the room, who began whispering among themselves. Among them was Lin Jinglu, sitting at a table and sipping her drink. "Who's that? She looks unfamiliar, a newcomer?" "Probably. She looks young, but my goodness, she's so beautiful." Indeed, not only is her appearance stunning, her figure and bearing are simply outstanding. "It's quite enviable." "I know, she's the dance double for our female lead." "Even the double is this pretty?" "She seems more beautiful than Lin Jinglu," the female lead, a young woman, remarked in surprise. "This isn't just any double, this is the one director Li Jinan specially requested from Jindai University to be our dance designer," a crew member explained, having overheard the director's phone call. The others nodded in understanding, expressions of realization on their faces. "But still, I wonder whose double she really is. Can Lin Jinglu hold up against her?" Overhearing their speculations, Lin Jinglu, sitting alone and drinking, was seething with anger, though her outward expression remained smooth and gentle as she calmly approached them, drink in hand. The person speaking had their back turned and didn't notice Lin Jinglu's approach, continuing enthusiastically. "Shoo, here she comes." One of them nudged their companion, speaking in a low voice. Everyone knew Lin Jinglu was the female lead in this production, and also the young mistress of the prominent Lin family in the capital.
She was someone they dared not provoke.
Rumor had it that the originally intended female lead was not her, but Lin Jinglu had used her family's influence to invest 30 million in the project, successfully displacing the original choice. Director Li Jinan had apparently been quite opposed to the change, still insisting on the original actress, but succumbed to the pressure from various parties and agreed to cast Lin Jinglu instead. Swallowing her displeasure, Lin Jinglu approached them, her expression gentle.
What are you all discussing? May I join in?
Of course, Sister Jinglu. We were just talking about the script, one of them replied. Ah yes, we were wondering who would be most suitable to play the beautiful Princess Xiaoyue.
We never imagined we'd be blessed with your presence, Sister Jinglu.
Indeed, your looks and bearing are unsurpassed, far exceeding even the character of Princess Xiaoyue. Exactly, with you as our female lead, this film is bound to be a huge success.
Absolutely, Sister Jinglu, please continue to guide us along the way.
They lavished Lin Jinglu with praise, clearly trying to smooth things over. After their earlier gossip, they didn't want to risk offending the powerful female lead on the very first day. Not at all, it is the collective effort of everyone that matters. Roles, big or small, I'm simply doing my best to fulfill my duties, Lin Jinglu replied graciously, her expression softening.
Inwardly, the others scoffed. Roles big or small, all the same? Then why did you take the female lead from someone else?
Although inwardly disdainful, on the surface the others continued to shower Lin Jinglu with praise and kind words. After a brief exchange, Lin Jinglu suddenly pressed a hand to her temple, feigning weakness. I may have had a bit too much to drink, my head is starting to ache.
Would you mind going to the pharmacy to get me some medicine?
She gestured towards the young woman who had earlier complimented Zhang Jin's looks over her own. But, it's past 9 p.m., I'm not sure any pharmacies will be open, the woman replied, clearly apprehensive.
Oh? Are you unwilling to do this simple favor for me? Lin Jinglu asked sweetly. And no, of course not.
The woman had no choice but to agree, knowing she couldn't afford to offend the powerful female lead, even on her first project.
I'll go right away, Sister Jinglu.
She hurried off, hoping against hope she could find an open pharmacy and return in time for the dinner. The others observed the exchange with mixed expressions, silently resolving to be more cautious with their words. They couldn't afford to upset this senior sister. Satisfied, Lin Jinglu maintained her composed demeanor and made her way over to the corner where Zhang Jin sat alone on the sofa. Affecting a friendly, sisterly air, Lin Jinglu sat down beside her. Inwardly, her molars were grinding together in loathing. She despised Zhang Jin, had always detested her since childhood. How dare this adopted bastard be compared to the true young mistress of the Lin family? Yet Zhang Jin had always outshone her in looks, bearing, and academic performance. How was it fair that Zhang Jin, simply dressed in a casual shirt and jeans, could captivate everyone's attention, while Lin Jinglu's carefully curated appearance still fell short?
Zhang Jin, you just can't seem to stay away, can you? Lin Jinglu hissed venomously under her breath.
Zhang Jin was indeed surprised to see Lin Jinglu here, but quickly accepted the reality of the situation. Giving Lin Jinglu a cool look, she decided to play along with the other woman's theatrics. Zhang Jin instantly curved her lips into a smile. Oh really? I'm so glad to see you. Watching Zhang Jin's radiant smile only fueled Lin Jinglu's hatred further. She loathed that coquettish face of Zhang Jin's more than anything. Unable to contain her fury any longer, Lin Jinglu abruptly rose, blocking the other's view, and viciously flung the contents of her drink at Zhang Jin. Caught off guard, Zhang Jin's pristine white shirt was instantly stained with the dark red wine. Lin Jinglu quickly cried out in feigned distress, drawing everyone's attention.
I'm so sorry, it was an accident, I wasn't paying attention.
All eyes were drawn to the scene as Zhang Jin's soaked shirt became partially see-through, forcing her to hastily cover her chest. Inwardly gloating at Zhang Jin's disheveled state, Lin Jinglu hurriedly grabbed some napkins, pretending to help clean up, but secretly trying to forcefully yank open Zhang Jin's shirt buttons to humiliate her publicly. Zhang Jin, I advise you to leave while you still can. As long as I'm here, you'll never be able to stay in this crew, Lin Jinglu threatened in a low voice audible only to the two of them. Zhang Jin's expression darkened as she pried Lin Jinglu's wrist away, gripping it tightly. Years of dance training had given Zhang Jin considerable strength, and Lin Jinglu was unable to break free. Losing her composure, Lin Jinglu cried out in pain, "You wretched woman, let go of me this instant.
How dare you try to retaliate against me?"
Zhang Jin increased the pressure, causing Lin Jinglu to go pale with agony, rendered speechless. Abruptly releasing her, Jiang Jin wiped her hands on a napkin, warning in a low voice, Lin Jinglu, don't provoke me again, or you'll regret it. Her gaze then flicked to Lin Jingliu's abdomen as she inquired with feigned concern, by the way, have you fully recovered? Lin Jinglu instantly paled, understanding Jiang Jin's implication. She swayed unsteadily on her feet. Just then, the lead actor Lu Ziang and director Li Jinan entered the room. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Li Jinan questioned, what's going on? Sensing an opportunity, Lin Jinglu turned to them, her expression distraught. It was an accident, I accidentally spilled wine on this Miss Jiang. I'm willing to take full responsibility for the compensation, but she still won't let it go. I really don't know what to do. Lin Jingru was the first to strike, distancing herself from the incident, but her words were spoken with confidence. A leading lady who brought investment to the production, and a lowly dance double, anyone would naturally side with her. Jiang Jin stood her ground, her tone calm and composed. I was sitting here perfectly fine when this young lady walked over, threw herself onto me, and deliberately spilled wine on my chest. I'd like to know how this can be called an accident? Jiang Jin's words left no room for face-saving, detailed and straightforward. The atmosphere grew even more awkward, and the crowd began murmuring among themselves. Lu Ziang looked at Jiang Jin, feeling a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen her somewhere before. His gaze swept over the pink diamond ring on Jiang Jin's ring finger. Lu Ziang's eyes widened in shock. Holy crap, the $900 million Graf diamond ring. Sister-in-law? Afraid he might be mistaken, Lu Ziang quickly pulled out his phone, opened Fujili's WeChat Moments, and carefully compared it to the photo of the ring. Holy crap, it's exactly the same. Lu Ziang was inwardly stunned. Seeing Jiang Jin's somewhat disheveled state, he immediately had his assistant fetch a shawl and handed it to her. Jiang Jin didn't refuse Lu Ziang's kindness. She really needed the shawl to cover up at the moment, so she didn't make a fuss and softly said, thank you. The onlookers watched this scene with varied expressions, while Lin Jingru's face turned even uglier. Why? Why is even Emperor Lu treating this bitch with such special attention? At this moment, Lin Jingru's assistant hurriedly stepped forward, trying to smooth things over. Sorry everyone, Miss Jingru had a bit too much to drink earlier and might have lost her balance, accidentally staining this lady's clothes. We sincerely apologize, really sorry. If she's drunk, then she's not really fit to continue at this dinner. Someone should take Miss Lin back to rest, Lu Ziang said bluntly, not buying into the excuse. The assistant stood there awkwardly, glancing at Lin Jingru, and stammered, actually, Miss Jingru didn't drink that much. She can still stay for the dinner. Lu Ziang, if she's not drunk, then she should apologize. To whoever she needs to apologize to. Lin Jingru was now caught between a rock and a hard place. If she admitted to being drunk, she'd have to leave. Being kicked out of the opening banquet midway would make headlines tomorrow, and where would her dignity be then? But if she didn't admit to being drunk, she'd have to apologize to that bitch, something she absolutely couldn't stomach. With a hint of a sob in her voice, Lin Jingru tried to deflect, it was just an accident. Miss Jiang, why are you being so harsh? Jiang Jin found it amusing. Lin Jingru dared to act but not take responsibility, even shifting the blame onto her. It's fine if you don't apologize. After all, as the leading actress and a rising star, Miss Lin can afford to bully others if she wants. Jiang Jin's words cut straight to the point, exposing Lin Jingru's intentions. Lu Ziang looked at Jiang Jin in surprise, almost wanting to applaud her. Who would have thought that his gentle and quiet sister-in-law could be so sharp when dealing with a green tea bitch? She didn't hold back at all. The crowd gradually caught on, and the murmurs grew louder. She clearly spilled wine on someone else, and instead of apologizing, she's trying to twist the blame? Exactly. Just because she's the lead actress, she thinks she can do whatever she wants? That's right. Are ordinary people's feelings not worth anything to her? Seeing the situation turning against her, Lin Jingru stood there, seething with resentment but forced to speak. I'm sorry, Miss Jiang. That was my fault earlier. It's fine, Jiang Jin nodded slightly, her expression calm and unbothered. Jiang Jin also chose to stop while she was ahead. After all, it was her first time working on set, and she didn't want to escalate the situation. Come on, everyone, take your seats. Director Li Jingyan stepped in at the right moment, urging everyone to sit down. Li Jingyan sat at the head of the table, with male lead Lu Ziang on his left and assistant director Zhang Ping on his right. The rest of the group quickly found their seats as well. Brother Ziang, can I sit here? Lin Jingru walked over to Lu Ziang's side, her voice soft and sweet as she asked. Lin Jingru had her own agenda. She had known early on that the male lead of this film was Lu Ziang, so she had made sure to dress up especially well today. After all, Lu Ziang wasn't just a popular idol, a top-tier actor, and the youngest film emperor, he also had an even more important identity.
The second son of the Lu family's entertainment empire. If she could latch onto the second young master of the Lu family and become the Lu family's daughter-in-law, wouldn't her future be smooth sailing, with everything going her way? Lin Jingru's mind was filled with fantasies. Lu Ziang, however, found her calculating demeanor utterly repulsive. Having grown up in the elite circles and later entering the chaotic entertainment industry, he had seen all kinds of people. Lin Jingru thought she was putting on a good act, but in Lu Ziang's eyes, she was nothing more than a clown, her intentions transparent at a glance. I have a thing about cleanliness, Lu Ziang continued, showcasing his sharp tongue. Ha! Lin Jingru stood there awkwardly, her face flushing. Lu Ziang's gaze shifted to the side, and he waved at Jiang Jin, who was not far away. Miss Jiang, why don't you come sit here? Ha! Jiang Jin pointed at herself, confused, but Lu Ziang nodded. Reluctantly, Jiang Jin walked over and took the seat. Although she wasn't afraid of Lin Jingru, she preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. She just wanted to watch the drama unfold. Assistant Director Zhang Ping stepped in to smooth things over. Come on, Miss Lin, you can sit over here. Lin Jingru forced a smile and walked over, sitting down next to the assistant director. Once everyone was seated, Li Jingyan raised his voice and said, "Thank you all for coming to be part of this film. We start shooting tomorrow, so let's get to know each other quickly and work together to make this movie a success." Li Jingyan said as she picked up her glass and stood up first. Then the rest of the people at the table also stood up, clinked glasses, and then sat down to eat. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone started chatting with each other, and the atmosphere at the dinner table gradually became lively. Lu Ziang finally found a chance to talk to Jiang Jin, and eagerly spoke to her in a low voice, "Sister-in-law, hello." Jiang Jin looked at him with puzzlement. "What did you call me?" "Lu Ziang, is your husband Fu Jili?" Jiang Jin nodded, wondering in her heart how he knew. Lu Ziang was simply excited and wanted to shout, "Sister-in-law, I'm Fudge's old buddy. You should have met Wen Yibai before. My relationship with Fudge is even closer than Wen Yibai's. Fudge and I are actually half-brothers." Jiang Jin couldn't help but chuckle lightly. She knew Wen Yibai, but this Lu Ziang really didn't seem to match Fu Jili at all. She really couldn't imagine the serious and solemn Fu Jili having such silly and lively friends around him. Since he was Fu Jili's friend, Jiang Jin didn't neglect him, and politely said, I'm Jiang Jin. Thanks for what just happened. But, how did you recognize me?" "Lu Ziang, the ring." "Ha? Lu Ziang, the Graf diamond ring. Fudge specially bid for it at an auction in Europe, worth $900 million US. It's so expensive?" Jiang Jin was shocked, suddenly feeling the ring on her hand weighed a ton. "Yes, sister-in-law, Fudge really loves you." Lu Ziang, like a chatterbox, poured out how Fu Jili had once boasted about getting married in the group chat, and how he would always call Jiang Jin wife and show off their love to them. Jiang Jin listened in a daze, with a sweet feeling welling up in her heart. She really couldn't imagine the mature, steady, and serious Mr. Fu having such a gentle expression when talking about her in front of his brothers. But then again, she seriously doubted there wasn't some exaggeration in Lu Ziang's words. "Sister-in-law, can we add each other on WeChat?" Sure. Jiang Jin opened her phone. "In the future, if there's anything you need help with on set, just come to me. I guarantee I'll solve it for you," Lu Ziang said earnestly, thumping his chest in assurance. "Humph. Let Wen Yibai boast, this time he can also get close to the sister-in-law." Jiang Jin chuckled and sincerely thanked him. While the two of them were chatting and discussing things in low voices, over there Lin Jingru was looking at them with resentment. What a vixen, seducing men everywhere. As for Lu Ziang, she was determined to get him. Although the Lin family could help her, they were nothing compared to the Lu family. If she hadn't begged Lin father to invest 30 million this time, and gone through great pains to get the relationship, she wouldn't have had this opportunity to be the female lead. Lin Jingru suppressed her anger, almost breaking her nails digging into her palms. In front of everyone, Lin Jingru dared not make any reckless moves, and could only swallow this resentment for now. But the future is long. "Jiang Jin, you just wait. She must drive Jiang Jin out of the crew." The dinner party ended close to 11 o'clock. When Jiang Jin returned to the hotel, she took a shower and lay down on the bed, picking up her phone and opening WeChat. The chat with Fu Jili was still at the one from this morning, and Fu Jili had not replied to any messages since then. What could Mr. Fu be doing at this time? Is he still busy with work? Suddenly, the phone vibrated. It was Fu Jili.
Jiang Jin's fingers gently slid across the screen to answer the call and put it to her ear. Have you slept? Fu Jili's low, magnetic voice came through, making Jiang Jin's ears tingle slightly. Holding the phone, Jiang Jin curled up in the warm blanket, her voice soft. I'm just getting ready to sleep, but I'm not sleepy yet. She wanted to chat with him, but was too shy to say it out loud. Well then, Mrs. Fu can keep me company for a while. Fu Jili chuckled softly. Jiang Jin felt like her little thoughts had been seen through, and the fingers holding the phone unconsciously curled up, quickly changing the subject. Tonight at the crew dinner, I met one of your friends. Fu Jili paused for a moment, then guessed, Lu Xiang? The only person who could appear on set was probably Lu Xiang. Fu Jili recalled that during a previous gathering, Lu Xiang had mentioned going to Sioux City for filming, though he hadn't paid much attention at the time. Yes. I didn't expect him to be the male lead of our movie. I'd heard from Yuan before that he's the youngest film emperor in the history of the entertainment industry. Jiang Jin excitedly shared the gossip with Fu Jili. Young? Ha? Jiang Jin was a bit confused by his response. He's not that young. He's only 3 years younger than me, already 25. Fu Jili's tone carried a hint of something unspoken. Jiang Jin finally caught on. With the distance of the phone call, her courage grew, and she couldn't help but tease him. 25 is still very young. Fu Jili, what about 28? Jiang Jin couldn't help but laugh, flattering him in a slightly ingratiating tone. 28 is also very young, in the prime of life, just like Mr. Fu. Fu Jili was appeased by the girl's words, letting out a light hum that carried a hint of pride at being placated by her. Jiang Jin, Mr. Fu. What is it? Lu Xiang said, did you specially bid for this diamond ring at a European auction? Jiang Jin asked softly. Yes, Fu Jili rubbed the wedding ring on his finger, pausing for a moment before continuing in a low, steady voice. I bid for the pink diamond at the auction and then had a set of wedding rings custom-made. Although Jiang Jin had already known the truth beforehand, hearing it directly from Fu Jili felt entirely different. Jiang Jin raised her left hand, the pink diamond ring sparkling under the light, and a sweet warmth seeped into her heart. Thank you, Mr. Fu. I really like it. Fu Jili chuckled softly, his voice calm and unhurried. As long as Mrs. Fu likes it, that's all that matters. Then, remembering Jiang Jin's arm, he asked with some concern, how's your arm? Is it bothering you? Jiang Jin shook her head, then realized Fu Jili couldn't see her, so she replied obediently, it's not bothering me at all. It's completely healed. Even so, he couldn't help but worry about whether the young girl could take care of herself while being away. How about I find you an assistant? Someone to take care of you every day? Fu Jili suggested. No, Jiang Jin refused without hesitation. Back when Fu Jili first found out she would be going on a business trip to the film set, he had made the same suggestion, which Jiang Jin had also flatly rejected. She was just a newcomer working on set, bringing an assistant along would be too much. I can take care of myself, Jiang Jin assured him gently. I'm not a child anymore. I'm 20 years old. Fu Jili chuckled deeply, his tone affectionate. All right. Although he was still a little worried, he always respected Jiang Jin's opinions. If she didn't like something, he wouldn't push it. Jin is all grown up now, so you must take good care of yourself, understand? Try not to lift heavy things with your arm, and be careful when working or dancing on set. Don't overexert yourself, Fu Jili reminded her in a gentle tone. Jiang Jin replied in a soft, sweet voice, I know. Inwardly, Jiang Jin couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. She hadn't expected the usually aloof, dignified, and reserved Mr. Fu to have such a chatty side. The two chatted for a while longer, and the topic shifted to Jiang Jin's film set. Fu Jili asked about the situation on set. How's the filming going? Are you adjusting well? Yeah, it's okay. It's pretty good. Jiang Jin's reply was a bit hesitant. It's really fine. Jiang Jin didn't want to bring up the little incident from earlier, so she changed the subject. Mr. Fu, are you still busy? Yes, still at the company. Fu Jili's voice sounded slightly tired and hoarse. The company's project was on a tight schedule, and with the young girl not at home, Fu Jili had simply decided to stay at the company and not go back. It's already so late. You should take care of yourself and not overwork, Jiang Jin advised gently. Fu Jili stood up from his desk and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the night view of Jing City. His lips curled slightly. Is Mrs. Fu worried about me? The man's voice was low and hoarse, his tone drawn out like a hook, deliberately teasing the young girl. The other end of the phone remained silent for a long time. Fu Jili took out a cigarette and held it between his lips. Click. The lighter made a crisp sound in the darkness. His slender fingers held the cigarette, slowly bringing it to his lips for a puff. The other end of the phone was still silent. Forget it, he wouldn't tease her anymore. Fu Jili's lips curled into a bitter smile. There would be plenty of time in the future. Yes, I am worried about you. Jiang Jin's voice was still soft, but it carried a firmness. Fu Jili's hand paused, forgetting to move. Then, the smoke caught in his lungs, and he couldn't help but let out a couple of light coughs. Darling, say it again. Fu Jili's voice grew even hoarser, trembling slightly with a hint of barely concealed anticipation. Mr. Fu, I'm very concerned about you. Jiang Jin did not hesitate this time and spoke directly. I'm happy to hear that. Fu Jili chuckled softly, and the sense of loss in his mood was instantly filled by the young lady's few words. The two continued their conversation, and Jiang Jin's responses gradually became a bit sluggish. Fu Jili noticed this and spoke in a gentle, low and deep voice. My dear, are you sleepy? Jiang Jin murmured an affirmative in a drowsy voice. Fu Jili lowered his voice and gently coaxed her. Go ahead and sleep well. There was no more response from the young lady's side, only the sound of her steady breathing. Good night, Mrs. Fu. Fu Jili chuckled softly, then hung up the phone. He stood up and returned to his desk, ready to deal with his work, but suddenly thought of something and picked up his phone again to call Lu Xiang. The call was quickly answered on the other end. Hello, Brother Fu, what a rarity. Why did you suddenly decide to call me? Don't be cheeky, Fu Jili said. As brothers who had known each other since childhood, Fu Jili didn't bother being polite with Lu Xiang and directly asked, did anything happen at the crew dinner tonight regarding Jiang Jin? After hanging up the phone earlier, Fu Jili suddenly recalled that when he asked about the crew, the young lady's response was a bit hesitant. He suspected that something might have happened at the crew, and the young lady was unwilling to tell him. Worried that she might have been bullied, he decided to call Lu Xiang to inquire. Lu Xiang replied, the crew dinner went fine, there wasn't anything unusual. I sat with my sister-in-law tonight and we chatted quite happily. Ah, wait. Lu Xiang suddenly remembered the incident when he first entered the private room, where Lin Jingrong had a dispute with his sister-in-law. He then recounted the entire event truthfully to Fu Jili. In the end, Lin Jingrong had no choice but to apologize reluctantly. Fu Jili responded calmly, Lin Jingrong? The Lin family from the capital? Yes. Lu Xiang confirmed, revealing the cause of the matter. This TV series was invested 80 million by the Lu Entertainment Group. The originally planned female lead was not Lin Jingrong, but the Lin family invested 30 million and then found a way to get Lu Entertainment to cast Lin Jingrong as the female lead. This was something Lu Entertainment had also evaluated. Lin Jingrong's acting skills and popularity were still acceptable, and since she brought investment, Lu Entertainment was also happy to have her on board. Lu Xiang raised an eyebrow and lightly snorted, but business is business, and this little Lu won't be afraid of her. Fu Jili now had a general understanding of the situation and was contemplating it. Keep an eye on Jiang Jin for me, and let me know if anything happens. Though he was far away from the young lady, and couldn't take care of things as promptly as he'd like, this young fellow Lu Xiang, though a bit scatterbrained, was still a trusted brother of many years, so Fu Jili still had faith in him. Fu Jili said unhurriedly, the super sports car you've been wanting will be delivered to your home garage within a week. Whoa! Really? Brother Fu. You're the best. Lu Xiang exclaimed excitedly on the other end of the line. That car was one of only 3 in the world. He had been asking Fu Jili for a long time, but Fu Jili never let him even touch it, and now he was just giving it to him directly. Big brother, don't worry, I'll definitely keep an eye on my sister-in-law and make sure not a single hair on her head is harmed, Lu Xiang promised solemnly. Fu Jili responded, then hung up the phone. Furrowing his brows, he looked out the window, his eyes devoid of any warmth. The Lin family, it's time they learned a lesson. Did they really think they could bully my little lady as they pleased? The next morning, on the set of the TV series. Today, the crew was officially starting filming, and all the staff and actors had arrived early on set. The first scene was the initial encounter between the young General Xiao Qi and Princess Xiao Yu. Under the pear blossom tree, Princess Xiao Yu was gracefully dancing in her long gown. When she was unexpectedly seen by the young General Xiao Qi, the two met for the first time and fell for each other at first sight. And Jiang Jin's task was to complete the dance part of this scene. Inside the dressing room, Jiang Jin was seated in front of the makeup mirror, with the makeup artist Yunji diligently applying her makeup. Yunji was a woman in her 30s, with short shoulder-length hair. She was working efficiently, carefully applying the makeup on Jiang Jin's flawless, fair complexion. Jiang Jin's facial features were perfectly proportioned, and with her good skin base, the makeup was completed swiftly. Zhang Jin stood up and gave Yunji a slight nod. Thank you for your hard work.
It's what I should be doing.
Yunji responded a bit vaguely, without looking at Zhang Jin, and then started to tidy up the makeup supplies, keeping her head down. Zhang Jin found this a bit strange, but didn't have time to dwell on it, and went into the dressing room to change into her costume. The traditional costume was quite elaborate, and Zhang Jin took some time to get dressed, finally emerging again. Standing in front of the mirror, Zhang Jin checked her attire, then couldn't help but let out a small yawn. She had slept a bit late after talking to Fu Jili on the phone last night, so she had specially made herself a cup of coffee this morning to be in better shape for the shoot. Zhang Jin took a light sip of the coffee on the table.
Suddenly, a loud bang rang out.
Zhang Jin turned her head at the sound. It seemed something had been smashed on the floor, and Yunji was frantically crouching down to clean it up.
What happened? Are you all right? Zhang Jin asked with some concern as she approached. Nothing.
Yunji's gaze was evasive as she hurriedly finished cleaning up and then rushed out of the dressing room in a panic. In the makeup room, Zhang Jin sat in front of the makeup mirror as the makeup artist Yunji was applying makeup on her. Yunji was a woman in her 30s with short, shoulder-length hair. She was working diligently and carefully applying the makeup on Zhang Jin's face. Zhang Jin had perfect facial features and flawless, fair skin, so the makeup was done quickly and efficiently. Zhang Jin stood up and gave Yunji a slight nod. Thank you for your hard work.
It's just what I'm supposed to do, Yunji replied a bit vaguely without looking at Zhang Jin, then started to tidy up the makeup supplies.
Zhang Jin found it a bit strange but didn't have time to think about it further, and went into the dressing room to change into her costume. The historical costume was quite intricate, and Zhang Jin took some time before finally getting fully dressed. She then came out and stood in front of the mirror, examining her outfit. She couldn't help but yawn a little. After the call with Mr. Fu last night, she had slept a bit late, so she had specially made herself a cup of coffee this morning to be in a better state for the shoot. Zhang Jin picked up the cup of coffee on the table and took a light sip.
Suddenly, a loud sound rang out.
Zhang Jin turned her head at the noise. It seemed something had been broken on the floor, and Yunji was frantically crouching down to clean it up.
What happened? Are you all right? Zhang Jin asked with concern.
Nothing. Yunji's eyes darted around, and she quickly finished cleaning up before hurriedly rushing out of the makeup room. At the filming site, Lin Jingrong had temporarily finished her scenes and was now resting in a chair. Her assistant Zhang Tian was standing beside her, holding an umbrella in one hand and fanning her with the other. It was still very hot in Suzhou in November, and the sun outside was quite strong. Lin Jingrong sat in the chair, a bit irritated, and lowered her voice to ask, "How did the thing I told you to take care of go?" Zhang Tian quickly replied, "Don't worry, Jingrong's sister, it's all done. You said she's allergic to peanuts, so I bribed a makeup artist to put a bit of peanut powder in her cup while she was changing clothes. The makeup artist saw her drink it, so you can rest assured, it'll take effect in less than an hour." Just then, Zhang Jin came out, dressed in a pink brocade gown, her hair elegantly tied up with a simple white jade hairpin. Her refined makeup completed the look of a graceful, noble lady from the past. Not bad. Director Li Jingyan came over, very satisfied with Zhang Jin's costume, and gave her a few more instructions before officially starting the shoot. Under the pear blossom tree, with the gentle breeze blowing, the petals falling, Princess Xiaoyu in her pink gown began to dance. The flowing skirt swayed with the wind, her slender waist graceful and delicate, her movements light and ethereal, like a butterfly fairy dancing. With a sudden sweep of the sleeves, her sleeves danced, her form as soft as clouds unfurling, the breeze caressing the swaying pear blossoms, their fragrance enveloping the scene in enchanting beauty. Every expression, every step, was like a magnificent vision, like a soaring dragon, embodying the very essence of Princess Xiaoyu. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful, the dancing light and elegant, captivating all the crew members present. After the dance finished, the director almost forgot to call cut. "Good, very good," Li Jingyan exclaimed excitedly as he was the first to stand up and applaud. "She truly is the classical dance goddess from Jingda, completely worthy of the title. This dancing is simply too marvelous, it perfectly expresses all my expectations for Princess Xiaoyu." Li Jingyan praised Zhang Jin profusely. Zhang Jin's dance had embodied the carefree, lively spirit of Princess Xiaoyu through her graceful movements. If there had been any doubts about Zhang Jin's abilities before, this performance had completely won the director over. He was confident that Zhang Jin would be able to handle the upcoming dance scenes flawlessly. Zhang Jin stood there, slightly out of breath, but delighted to hear the director's praise. "Director, you are too kind," she said modestly. Nearby, Lu Ziang also came over, unable to resist applauding and complimenting, "Miss Jiang, Don't be so humble, that was just wonderful.
Everyone was captivated watching you. The others chimed in as well, showering Jiang Jin with praise.
Yes, that was really excellent. It was just like the real Princess Xiao Yu dancing.
The classical dance goddess from Jingda, of course she would be this good.
That's right, with a face and figure like hers, even us women can't help but be charmed. Lin Jingrong watched the crowd gather around Jiang Jin, praising her with a dark expression on her face. After her own performance earlier, Li Jing'an had only given a brief nod, and Lu Ziang hadn't said anything at all. But now with Jiang Jin, this wretched woman, they were all eagerly coming forward to compliment her.
This wretched woman, she just had a fox-like, bewitching face. Seducing men everywhere.
After the morning's filming was done, Lin Jingrong went straight back to the rest area.
As soon as the assistant closed the door, Lin Jingrong couldn't help but sweep all the items off the table onto the floor. Didn't you say the makeup artist saw Jiang Jin drink it? Lin Jingrong growled in a gloomy voice. It's been over an hour, why hasn't it taken effect yet?
Zhang Tian was panicked and desperately explained, Jingrong's sister, I've bribed the makeup artist to put the peanut powder in, and she told me Jiang Jin drank it.
You idiot! Can't even handle a simple task like this, what else are you good for?
Lin Jingrong furiously threw the cup in her hand at the assistant, shattering it and cutting Zhang Tian's arm. Zhang Tian endured the pain and apologized quietly, I'm sorry, Jingrong's sister, please don't be angry, I'll definitely do it right next time. Zhang Tian paused for a moment, then leaned in to whisper in Lin Jingrong's ear, Jingrong's sister, I know you dislike her.
Perhaps we could try this instead.
Lin Jingrong suppressed her anger and listened, finally allowing a cold smile to cross her face.
Alright, let's do it that way. I hope you don't mess it up this time. Lin Jingrong sneered.
This time Jiang Jin got lucky, but next time might be a different story. This wretched woman, she definitely needs to be put in her place and made to leave the crew early. After the day's work was finally over, Jiang Jin returned to the hotel, took a shower, and changed into her pajamas. She noticed that she had started developing small red rashes on her arms, and some on her body as well, though thankfully not on her face. Recalling the events of the morning, Jiang Jin had felt the coffee tasted off when she first drank it, and combined with Yunji's strange behavior, she was convinced of her suspicions. After Yunji had rushed out of the makeup room, Jiang Jin had quickly gone to the restroom and vomited. Luckily, it hadn't been long since she drank it, so it wasn't as severe as her previous allergic reactions. Now, Jiang Jin was almost certain it was Lin Jingrong's doing, since apart from her, no one in the crew knew about Jiang Jin's peanut allergy since childhood.
But without evidence, Lin Jingrong wouldn't admit to it. Perhaps she could get through to Yunji.
In the Fu Corporation headquarters in Jing City, Fu Jili had finished up his work and opened his phone to see the video sent by Lu Ziang. Under the pear blossom tree, Jiang Jin in her long gown was dancing gracefully and elegantly, her slender, boneless waist swaying like a willow in the wind, looking as if it could be easily grasped in one's hand. Fu Jili's gaze deepened, his Adam's apple bobbing, as he could no longer resist and called Jiang Jin's video call. Jiang Jin had just finished blow-drying her hair and was about to go to the bed when her phone started vibrating.
She looked at the screen hesitantly, it was a video call?
They had always communicated through messages or voice calls before, never video. Jiang Jin quickly checked her appearance in the mirror, hesitating a moment before turning off the camera and then answering the video call, her face flushing. The image showed Fu Jili's sharp-featured face, with wire-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. His piercing gaze was softened by a refined, ascetic air.
The background was his office, so he was likely still working late.
Jiang Jin's cheeks flushed as she looked at him, feeling a bit flustered, her heartbeat quickening. Mrs. Fu, this is not fair, Fu Jili chuckled lightly, teasing her.
You can see me, but I can't see you.
Jiang Jin immediately understood his meaning, her face heating up as she clicked on the screen to turn on the camera.
Sorry, I was just adjusting it.
Fu Jili curved his lips in a light smile, not calling her out on it.
Gazing at the gentle, obedient and soft-spoken young lady on the screen, Fu Jili's heart melted.
She seemed to have just finished bathing, her hair still a bit damp, wearing an adorable rabbit-patterned nightgown, looking at the screen docilely. It had only been 2 days, yet it felt like 2 years since he had last seen her. He missed her dearly.
Mrs. Fu, I've missed you so much.
Fu Jili's voice was low and weary, with tenderness.
Clang!
Before Jiang Jin could respond, a strange sound came from the other end of the call. It seemed to be the sound of a cup breaking.
I'm so sorry, President Fu.
His assistant panicked, explaining, I'll go make a new cup of coffee.
The assistant was trying to bring a cup of coffee to the hard-working President Fu. But who could have known the president would be on a call? How unfortunate. Though, it really wasn't his fault.
Anyone would be flustered seeing the aloof, ascetic head of the Fu Corporation smiling tenderly at a phone screen. Fu Jili's expression darkened slightly as he looked up at his assistant, not saying anything, but his displeasure at being interrupted was clear. The assistant quickly picked up the broken cup pieces.
Mr. Fu, what happened? Zhang Jin asked worriedly, not knowing what occurred.
Fu Jili lowered his gaze back to the phone, his eyes softening with tenderness.
It's nothing.
He then gestured to his assistant, you can leave now.
The assistant hurriedly exited the office, relieved.
Fu Jili looked back at the phone and explained what had just happened.
Don't blame the assistant, he was just concerned about you.
Zhang Jin said gently.
Fu Jili responded calmly, I'll listen to you. After the little interruption, Zhang Jin was no longer as nervous. With Fu Jili's warm guidance, she gradually relaxed.
Zhang Jin started talking a bit more, recounting the work at the filming site, describing the dance she performed today and the thought process behind the movements. Fu Jili didn't interrupt, just silently listening, his gaze warm as he looked at his little miss, filled with pride and adoration.
After talking for quite a while, Zhang Jin suddenly stopped, a bit sheepishly asking, are you finding this boring?
She had gotten carried away talking, not knowing if Mr. Fu was really interested, as these topics might be a bit dry for an outsider.
Fu Jili's thin lips curved slightly as he spoke in a low voice, not at all, I enjoy it very much.
I enjoy anything that my Mrs. Fu shares with me. Zhang Jin's eyes fluttered, a warm feeling flowing through her heart. Looking at Fu Jili's smoldering gaze, her heart felt heated, and she accidentally jostled the phone screen a bit. In that instant, Fu Jili caught sight of the red rash on the girl's arm, his eyes turning sharp and deep.
What happened to your arm?
Zhang Jin instinctively tugged her sleeve down a bit, trying to cover it up.
It's nothing. How can it be nothing? Fu Jili rebuked her a bit urgently. Listen to me, let me see it.
Hearing Fu Jili's scolding, Zhang Jin pouted a bit and pulled her sleeve up, revealing the rash on her arm. The originally flawless, fair arm had many small red spots on it.
Is it an allergic reaction? Do you have it anywhere else on your body? Fu Jili asked in a serious tone.
Zhang Jin kept her head down, not answering his questions.
Jian? Fu Jili called.
I'm already feeling so uncomfortable, and you're scolding me so harshly. Zhang Jin's voice was a bit choked, full of grievance.
It's not like I wanted to have an allergic reaction, can't you just speak to me nicely?
Hearing the girl's choked voice, Fu Jili's anger immediately dissipated, replaced by deep guilt. I was wrong, Fu Jili said in a gentler tone, apologizing. I shouldn't have scolded you, I was just anxious, it was my fault. Zhang Jin fought back tears, but the sour emotions in her heart couldn't be suppressed.
It's all your fault.
Yes, it's my fault, Fu Jili coaxed her gently, acknowledging his mistake.
Does your arm hurt?
It's not painful, just a bit itchy. Zhang Jin sniffled as she obediently answered.
It's a peanut allergy, I accidentally ate some peanuts.
She understood Fu Jili was just concerned for her, but when his voice got louder, she couldn't help but feel aggrieved.
She didn't even know why she was reacting this way, it wasn't like her before. Seeing the girl's docile expression, Fu Jili's heart nearly broke. He coaxed her even more tenderly, don't scratch it, I'll have someone send you some medication, the itching will go away once you apply it. Zhang Jin nodded. The two continued chatting, with Fu Jili comforting Zhang Jin, until the young lady finally revealed a smile again. Fu Jili had some urgent work to attend to and had to end the call.
Soon after, Fu Jili sent another message to remind her.
Someone will be bringing the medication to you in about half an hour. Be a good girl and apply the ointment.
Zhang Jin replied obediently, okay. Just moments after sending the message, the doorbell rang. Zhang Jin opened the door to find a poised, businesslike woman. Mrs. Fu, I brought the medication for you.
Thank you. Zhang Jin nodded slightly, taking the bag.
Back in the bedroom, she took out the ointment and applied it to all the reddened areas on her body.
The cool ointment immediately soothed the itchiness.
Zhang Jin picked up her phone and took a photo of her treated arm, sending it to Fu Jili.
I've applied the medication already. Her slender fingers then sent a sticker of a well-behaved puppy.
Fu Jili must still be busy, so Zhang Jin didn't wait for a reply, just lying down on the bed to sleep. The next day, the cause of the peanut allergy was revealed. After filming ended, Zhang Jin was packing up in the dressing room, when she accidentally overheard Yunji and Lin Jingrong's assistant arguing in the makeup room. Zhang Jin remained hidden in the dressing room, not coming out, as the two outside seemed to be in a heated dispute.
Yunji, you said you'd give me 30,000 yuan after the plan succeeded, how can you go back on your word? Zhang Tian crossed her arms, sneering, the plan didn't work, why would I give you the money? But I did as you instructed, and put the peanut powder in Miss John's cup. Yunji said anxiously. So what? Zhang Tian replied coldly.
Zhang Tian lifted her chin, looking at Yunji with mocking derision. The result is that Zhang Jin didn't have an allergic reaction, so I'm not giving you a single cent. Zhang Tian turned to leave, but Yunji suddenly grabbed her arm, pleading in a low voice. Please, this is the life-saving money for my child.
My daughter is still lying in the hospital. Please, just give me the money.
Zhang Tian frowned slightly, abruptly shaking off Yunji's arm, indifferently saying, your child being in the hospital has nothing to do with me. If you don't give me the money, I'll expose this whole thing.
Yunji tried to threaten her.
I'll let everyone know your true colors.
Then go ahead and say it, see who will believe you or stand up for you. Zhang Tian sneered contemptuously.
Just be careful you don't end up losing your job, then your child in the hospital will really be waiting to die.
Zhang Tian's words were right on the mark. With Lin Jingrong's abilities, blacklisting even 100 makeup artists would be easy.
After saying that, Zhang Tian turned and left, leaving the suppressed sobs of Yunji in the dressing room. Zhang Jin came out, taking a few tissues from the table and handing them to the woman sitting on the floor.
Yunji looked up at Zhang Jin, stunned into speechlessness for a moment.
I heard everything, Zhang Jin spoke calmly, her expression unreadable.
How much do you need? 30,000. Yunji replied. Card number.
Yunji dazedly rattled off her bank account number. Zhang Jin took out her phone and transferred 50,000 yuan into Yunji's account. There you go, use it for your child's treatment, and buy some supplements with the extra. Seeing the successful transfer notification on her phone, Yunji suddenly broke down in tears, kneeling and profusely thanking Zhang Jin.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Zhang Jin quickly helped her up, feeling conflicted.
It's okay.
She understood how difficult it must be for a single mother to raise a child alone. Just like Zhang Jin in her childhood, when her mother worked hard every day, scrimping and saving, just to provide a better life for her, but in the end, the mother fell ill from overwork, and without money to seek treatment, she passed away. Yunji looked at Zhang Jin with deep gratitude. Thank you, I'll pay you back the money as soon as possible. The previous incident was my fault, I apologize to you. Yunji guiltily bowed her head. I understand you had your difficulties, but I hope you won't do something like this again in the future, Zhang Jin said slowly, then turned and left. The allergy incident was temporarily resolved, and since it was due to Yunji's actions, Zhang Jin didn't pursue the matter further. Later on the set, Zhang Jin was more careful, but surprisingly, Lin Jingrong was behaving herself. However, based on Zhang Jin's knowledge of her, she shouldn't be the type to just let it go easily. Over the next half-month, Zhang Jin gradually adapted to the pace of work on the set, getting along well with everyone, keeping busy every day. When she didn't have dancing scenes, she would help design dance movements for the ensemble dancers, and assist with filming the dance-related group scenes in the film. So she gained a lot from this experience. Previously, she had only danced under the spotlight on stage, but this different experience on the set was very rewarding for her. Today, she was again busy on the set, as the crew was working diligently with their preparations. The scene they were filming today was about the depraved, extravagant Westwind Emperor, who collected the most beautiful women in the kingdom and housed them in the palace, spending his days watching the dancing maidens and indulging in alcohol, neglecting state affairs. The scene featured Princess Xiaoyu coming to persuade him. Due to the arrangement of the scenes, this particular shot was being directed by the assistant director Jiang Ping, while director Li Jing'an and Lu Xiang were filming the male lead scenes elsewhere. In the rest area, Lin Jingrong sat impatiently in front of the makeup mirror, dressed in a red gown, as the makeup artist applied her makeup. Assistant Zhang Tian quickly stepped in and whispered something in Lin Jingrong's ear. After hearing it, Lin Jingrong's expression softened, and she smiled even more sweetly. Good, proceed as previously arranged. The outdoor set was already prepared, with the crew members making the final arrangements and checks. This scene was being filmed on location, and the crew had set up a wooden platform in the middle of a lake on the estate. A background dancer would be performing a dance number on it. Zhang Jin was also there, ready to assist and guide the background dancer in completing the dance sequence. The dance performer still hasn't arrived, and we're already preparing, one of the crew members asked anxiously. I'll go check on that. Another young woman in white quickly went to make a call. The phone's not connecting? She hurried to report the situation to the production coordinator. Zhang Jin waited patiently. Soon, assistant director Jiang Ping came over and approached Zhang Jin, looking somewhat uneasy. Miss Jiang, the dance performer can't make it. Could you help us out? The scene isn't too long, it's just during the argument between the emperor and Princess Xiaoyu, where the camera will cut to the dancer performing on the lake platform. You see. Zhang Ping was Li Jingan's trusted assistant, and he knew Li had gone to great lengths to get Zhang Jin on board as the dance designer and lead actress dance double. Normally, this kind of minor dance scene wouldn't even require Zhang Jin's involvement, as a background dancer would have sufficed. But now the scheduled performer couldn't come, and they had no time to find a replacement. Well, Zhang Jin hesitated, her fingers at her side unconsciously curling. Dancing wouldn't be a problem, but it was on the lake. Zhang Jin looked at the wooden platform in the middle of the lake. It had just been hastily constructed, a height nearly level with the water's surface, without any railings around it. The original intent was to create a beautiful, captivating visual of the dancer appearing to dance on the water. But for Zhang Jin, this posed a huge challenge. Ever since Zhang Jin's childhood incident of nearly drowning, she had been extremely afraid of water, sometimes even experiencing dizziness. Zhang Ping said, "Never mind, I'll go find another background performer then." Looking at the troubled Zhang Ping and all the waiting crew members around them, Zhang Jin pressed her lips together, her expression resolute. She decided to speak up. "It's fine, Director Jiang, I'll do it." After all, it was just dancing. As long as she focused on the movements and tried not to look directly at the water, she believed she could overcome her fear. Great, great. Crew member, quickly take Miss Jiang to change. Zhang Ping exclaimed happily, instructing the young woman in white. Zhang Jin followed the crew member to the dressing room, changed into the costume, and had light makeup applied before returning to the set. Everything was ready. Zhang Jin walked barefoot onto the wooden platform in the middle of the lake. All the crew members retreated to the shore, leaving Zhang Jin alone standing on the platform. The filming crew was adjusting a large crane camera to capture the shots of the pavilion on the shore and the dancer on the platform. The shore preparations were complete. Assistant Director Zhang Ping called out, "All departments ready, let's begin filming." The actor playing the One Emperor was an experienced veteran, immediately immersing himself in the role. He lounged languidly in the pavilion by the water, holding a cup of wine, gazing entranced at the dancing maiden on the platform, surrounded by beautiful women attending to him, a scene of decadent indulgence. Princess Xiaoyu, dressed in red, rushed in, pleading earnestly with the emperor. But the emperor refused to listen, and the father and daughter erupted into a fierce argument. Everything was progressing normally on this side. Zhang Tian, instead of focusing on the two lead actors like everyone else, was intently watching the figure dancing in the top right corner of the monitor. Zhang Jin, dressed in a gold and jade outfit with flowing sleeves and a veil, was performing an exotic, graceful dance. Barefoot, she danced lightly on the surface of the water, her delicate anklets jingling melodiously, a vision of beauty, elegance, and allure. Though it was November in Sioux City, the lake water was still quite chilly and biting. Zhang Jin was shivering from the cold, but that was not the main issue. The primary challenge was overcoming her psychological fear. Zhang Jin closed her eyes, concentrating all her focus on the dance movements, giving it her all. Suddenly, a loud crack was heard. The wooden platform had broken. Before she could react, Zhang Jin plunged straight into the lake. Zhang Jin abruptly opened her eyes, finding herself submerged in the water, and she began to frantically struggle for her life. "Help! Help!" Zhang Jin cried out desperately. "Help!" The thin costume offered little protection against the icy lake water. Zhang Jin felt her legs cramping up, and the panic and fear made her thrash even more wildly. The surging water flooded her nose and mouth, the suffocating sensation growing increasingly heavy. Zhang Jin's strength was fading, her body slowly sinking. At the same time, the people on the shore finally noticed the commotion. "Quick! Someone has fallen into the water. The background performer in the lake has fallen in. Someone save her. Zhang Jin has fallen in the water." The scene descended into chaos. Assistant Director Zhang Ping was horrified, rushing to the shore to assess the situation. The lake had swallowed up Zhang Jin's figure. "Where are the security guards? Doesn't anyone here know how to swim?" Zhang Ping felt his legs go weak, frantically yelling, "Hurry, someone get down there and save her." Just then, Lu Xiang and Li Jingyan arrived, accompanied by another person, Fu Jili. Seeing the commotion, Li Jingyan quickly inquired, "What happened? Who fell in the water?" "It's Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin has fallen in the water." Fu Jili suddenly stiffened, a flash of panic and alarm quickly surfacing in his usually calm eyes. "Tell me, who fell in the water?" Fu Jili asked, his face darkening. "It's the dance double, Miss Jiang." Before the sentence was even finished, Fu Jili immediately ran to the edge of the lake and, without hesitation, plunged into the water with a splash. "Careful, Fu Gu." Lu Xiang cried out worriedly,
quickly joining the crew and preparing rescue equipment. The lake water is freezing, it's easy to cramp up. Hurry, send more people in.
Li Jingyan, experienced in handling crises, was directing everyone efficiently despite the urgency.
Meanwhile, Fu Jili was swiftly swimming towards the center of the lake. Finally, he spotted Zhang Jin in the deeper part under the platform.
Stretching out his long arms, he grabbed the young woman's waist and forcefully propelled them both towards the shore.
They've been rescued. They've been rescued, the people on the bank cried out. Fu Jili carried Zhang Jin out of the water.
The young woman had lost consciousness, her body ice-cold and completely drenched, her clothes clinging tightly to her.
Zhang Jin, don't sleep. Can you hear me? Fu Jili called out, panic evident in his voice.
Zhang Jin remained unresponsive, only silence greeting his desperate pleas. Increasingly alarmed, Fu Jili took the blanket handed to him by Lu Xiang and wrapped Zhang Jin tightly. Without delay, they hurried to rush her to the hospital.
1 hour later, at the top-floor VIP ward of Sioux City Private Hospital.
Zhang Jin lay quietly on the hospital bed, still unconscious, but fortunately out of immediate danger. Fu Jili sat silently by her bedside, holding her small hand. After working overtime for days to wrap up the project, he had flown directly to Sioux City. He had originally planned to surprise Zhang Jin at the set, but instead, he had gotten a terrible shock. The bodyguard gently knocked on the door and entered the room. Mr. Fu, someone from the crew is here. Fu Jili responded, standing up and quietly closing the door behind him as he stepped out. Lu Xiang and Li Jingyan were seated on the sofa in the outer waiting area. Seeing Fu Jili emerge, Lu Xiang spoke first, Brother Fu, how is our sister-in-law doing? She hasn't woken up yet, Fu Jili replied briefly, taking out a cigarette but then realizing they were in a hospital and putting it back.
Mr. Fu, the accident that happened is something none of us wanted to see. We deeply apologize for Zhang Jin's injury, Li Jingyan said anxiously.
This was an oversight on our crew's part, and we are willing to take full responsibility for the compensation. On the way here, Li Jingyan had just learned that the Zhang Jin he had hired was not only a classical dance prodigy from Beijing University, but also the secret wife of Fu Conglomerate CEO, Fu Jili. In that moment, he had wished he could just disappear. He had immediately called Zhang Ping and given him an earful, and then obediently followed Lu Xiang to the hospital. Fu Jili remained silent, but as his longtime friend, Lu Xiang could tell that Fu Jili was truly angry this time. Fu Jili gestured, and the bodyguard stepped forward, handing the photos to Li Jingyan and Lu Xiang. These are the photos Mr. Fu had me investigate, the clear, orderly traces of the broken wooden planks in the platform. The preliminary assessment is that this was intentional. Li Jingyan took the photos, examining them closely with shock. It really is. Lu Xiang was also deeply alarmed. Damn, so this was done on purpose. Brother Fu, don't worry, Lu Xiang said, containing his anger. This happened on our turf, we will get to the bottom of this and give you and our sister-in-law a proper explanation. Fu Jili responded, and the living room fell silent once more. Cough, cough. A sound came from the hospital room. Fu Jili gestured for the bodyguard to see the guests out, then hurried back to the room. In the hospital room, Zhang Jin coughed weakly, then slowly opened her eyes, seeing the man before her. Mr. Fu. The young woman looked rather pitiful, her eyes red and swollen, her voice hoarse and struggling to speak. I'm here. Fu Jili quickly approached, gently caressing Zhang Jin's face. What's wrong? Where does it hurt? Want a hug? Zhang Jin said feebly, her voice trembling with fear. Seeing Zhang Jin's frightened expression, Fu Jili felt his heart wrench painfully, as if it was being gripped tightly, leaving him breathless. Fu Jili immediately leaned in, tenderly embracing the young woman in his arms, gently patting her back and soothing her. Shu, don't be afraid, it's all right now. I'm here, don't be scared, don't be scared. The warm, secure embrace gave Zhang Jin a great sense of safety. The young woman wrapped her arms around Fu Jili's neck, burying her head and weeping silently. Fu Jili spoke soothingly, gently stroking her head and repeatedly offering words of comfort. It's all right, darling, don't be afraid, you're safe now. Zhang Jin, still weak from just waking up, soon fell asleep again. Fu Jili laid her back down on the bed, carefully covering her with the blanket, then sat down beside her, continuing to gently pat her. As Zhang Jin slipped into a deeper sleep, her pale face still had tiny tear droplets on her lashes. Fu Jili got up and went to the bathroom, bringing back a warm, damp cloth. He tenderly wiped Zhang Jin's face and her small, cold feet, hoping to make her more comfortable. Lifting the covers, Fu Jili took Zhang Jin's little feet in his large hands, using the warm cloth to gently rub them. Realizing her bare feet must have been injured from dancing on the unprotected wooden platform, Fu Jili's expression darkened.
He went and obtained a hot water bottle, quickly returning to the bedside.
Leaning over, Fu Jili firmly grasped Jiang Jin's feet, massaging them lovingly to warm them up, then placed the hot water bottle at the end of the bed. Sensing the warmth, Jiang Jin's feet curled inward slightly, moving a bit. A look of tenderness crossed Fu Jili's face, and he bent down to place a gentle kiss on Jiang Jin's tiny feet before tucking the covers back around her.
When Jiang Jin next awoke, it was deep in the night.
The room was dark and quiet, with only a small nightlight glowing dimly. Jiang Jin felt weak and weary, shifting her body slightly under the covers, the rustling sound waking Fu Jili.
"How are you feeling?" Fu Jili quickly came over, speaking softly. "Does anything hurt?"
Jiang Jin shook her head lightly, gazing at Fu Jili with a dazed expression.
"So you were really there?"
In her hazy, drowning state, she had sensed Fu Jili swimming towards her, embracing her.
But she had lost consciousness before she could fully register it.
"Yes, I've been here the whole time," Fu Jili replied, leaning down to place a gentle kiss on Jiang Jin's forehead, his gaze filled with tenderness as if he couldn't look at her enough. Jiang Jin shyly smiled, then boldly reached up to encircle Fu Jili's neck, preventing him from pulling away. Bringing her soft voice close to his ear, she whispered, "Thank you, Mr. Fu, for saving me again." The sincerity in her tone went straight to Fu Jili's heart, and he felt his pulse suddenly race as his ears flushed red. Jiang Jin looked up at him, her expression one of delighted discovery.
"Mr. Fu, are you blushing?" Fu Jili abruptly stood up, clearing his throat. "Are you hungry? Would you like some chicken soup?"
The topic change was a bit clumsy, but Jiang Jin saw through Fu Jili's embarrassment, laughing more boldly. So this was how shy Mr. Fu could be, she hadn't realized it before.
Fu Jili looked at Jiang Jin with a mix of exasperation and adoration. Cough, cough. Jiang Jin's laughter turned into coughing fits.
Fu Jili quickly fetched a cup of warm water, bringing it to her lips.
Jiang Jin took a few sips, the coughing subsiding. Fu Jili gently wiped Jiang Jin's mouth with a tissue.
"I'm a little hungry," Jiang Jin said softly, rubbing her stomach.
"I want to eat something."
It was already past 11 p.m., and Jiang Jin had only eaten breakfast that morning before the accident and fainting. Now that she had regained some strength, she realized she was quite hungry.
"All right," Fu Jili responded, stepping out of the room.
This private hospital's VIP suite was luxuriously equipped, with a bedroom, living room, and even a kitchen, rivaling a five-star hotel. The chicken soup had been prepared earlier, in anticipation of Jiang Jin waking up hungry. Fu Jili reheated the soup and brought it out, finding Jiang Jin already seated in the living area. "Why aren't you resting in bed?" he asked.
Jiang Jin replied, "I want to eat in here."
She had a bit of a clean freak tendency, particularly disliking eating in the bedroom, feeling it would leave lingering smells. Sitting on the sofa in her hospital gown, Jiang Jin's face still a bit pale, she looked up at Fu Jili with a slightly spoiled pout. Fu Jili felt his heart melt at the sight.
All right, whatever you want, darling."
Hearing his doting tone, the young woman happily swung her little legs. Fu Jili brought over the bowl of chicken soup, a rich, aromatic broth with red dates and chestnuts, the chicken meat tender and delicious. Jiang Jin ate a few pieces of chicken and drank a bowl of the soup, feeling her whole body warm up. Curled up on the sofa, she resembled a lazy, dozing kitten, causing Fu Jili to smile. After Fu Jili cleared away the dishes, Jiang Jin rested in the living area for a while. The two then returned to the hospital room. By now it was the middle of the night, and Jiang Jin was lying on the bed, feeling a bit bored and not sleepy at all.
"Come now, darling, it's time to sleep." "It's so late," Fu Jili said patiently, trying to coax the wide-awake young woman.
Jiang Jin shook her head lightly, pouting.
"I don't want to."
She had no desire to sleep at the moment. Fu Jili got up and turned off the lights, leaving only the small night lamp illuminating the room in a dim glow. "It's very late, you should sleep. Close your eyes." He spoke softly, trying to lull her to sleep. The young woman had just been through her ordeal in the water, and her body was still weak, she couldn't afford to stay up late.
"But I can't sleep."
Jiang Jin blinked her large, earnest eyes at him, looking a bit troubled. Fu Jili gently covered her eyes with his palm, forcing her to close them. After a few minutes, the quiet room was suddenly filled with Fu Jili's low, soothing voice singing. "It's over now, we lost our way in the dark.
I don't know where to go when you're gone. Too late to tell you, you're where I belong. Still trembling now, I'm scared to move on."
This was the first time Jiang Jin had heard Fu Jili sing. His low, velvety voice carried a soothing, melancholic quality, with a refined British accent.
The drawn-out melody flowed gently into her ears.
The young woman, who had previously felt wide awake, suddenly let out a small yawn, her thoughts growing hazy. Jiang Jin's eyes closed peacefully, her long lashes casting faint shadows on her face.
Watching the young woman drift off to sleep, a small smile touched Fu Jili's lips.
He leaned down, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead.
"Good night, Mrs. Fu."
The next morning, Jiang Jin woke up and stretched her arms, gazing out the window. The weather was particularly sunny today, lifting her spirits. Just as she was about to get out of bed, Fu Jili pushed the door open and walked in.
"Did you sleep well last night?" he asked.
Jiang Jin nodded, then suddenly recalled Fu Jili's serenade the previous night, a sweet feeling blossoming in her heart. As she moved to get up, Fu Jili spoke softly, "Wait." He then picked up the socks prepared on the bedside table, intending to help her put them on. Jiang Jin paused, noticing his actions, and instinctively tried to pull her feet back. I can do it myself," she said. But Fu Jili's large hands gently grasped her small feet.
"Let me."
His tone left no room for refusal. Fu Jili helped the young woman into her socks and slippers, then scooped her up and carried her to the bathroom.
"Time to freshen up."
He paused momentarily, then asked in a soft voice, "What would you like to eat later?" "Anything is fine," Jiang Jin replied, brushing her teeth.
"How about some kanji?"
"It's quite light," he suggested. "Okay," Jiang Jin nodded while continuing her morning routine. By the time Jiang Jin finished freshening up, a sumptuous breakfast was already laid out on the table: purple sweet potato kanji, crystal shrimp dumplings, and a few delectable side dishes. Jiang Jin picked up a spoon and took a sip of the kanji, her eyes closing in delight.
"It's so sweet and smooth, so delicious."
"Is that so? Then have a bit more, this kanji can help replenish your qi and blood," Fu Jili encouraged.
Jiang Jin nodded, taking another spoonful.
A small bowl of kanji was soon emptied, and she had also eaten 3 shrimp dumplings. By the time they finished, it was already past 10 a.m. The weather outside was lovely, so Fu Jili took the young woman for a short stroll downstairs.
The morning passed by like this.
In the afternoon, Jiang Jin was resting on the bed while Fu Jili peeled an apple beside her. Feeling a bit bored, Jiang Jin reached out and tugged on Fu Jili's sleeve, speaking softly, "Mr. Fu, I want to be discharged." Fu Jili's hand paused momentarily in peeling the apple, then he replied calmly, "There's no need to rush. The crew has already helped you take a leave, so you can rest here for a while longer. But I don't want to stay in the hospital, I want to be discharged." Jiang Jin's voice was soft and pleading.
"I can rest at home too. I'm fine now, really."
She even raised her arms to demonstrate. Fu Jili's thin lips curved into a slight smile, but his tone was firm.
"No."
Suddenly, Jiang Jin sat up and wrapped her arms around Fu Jili's neck, planting a kiss on his cheek, then shyly buried her face in his neck, coaxing sweetly, "Please, please." Fu Jili was momentarily stunned, then a low chuckle rumbled in his chest as he supported the young woman, holding her in his embrace.
"All right. But you'll need to let the doctor check you first. You can only be discharged if there are no major issues, okay?"
Jiang Jin agreed with a nod.
The afternoon was spent undergoing various medical checks.
The final result showed that Jiang Jin's body was not seriously injured, but she was still quite weak and needed to rest and recuperate. Jiang Jin insisted on being discharged, and Fu Jili eventually relented. After all, forcibly keeping the young woman in the hospital would not improve her mood, and a change of environment could actually benefit her recovery.
So the next day at noon, Fu Jili took Jiang Jin out of the hospital.
After a long drive, the car stopped in front of an ancient-style manor in the suburbs of the city. Jiang Jin stepped out of the car, looking a bit bewildered. This manor, located in the outskirts of the city, was built in the classical Suzhou garden style: small bridges over flowing streams, layered rockeries, winding bamboo-lined paths, and pavilions. Every detail, from the plants to the architecture, exuded the elegant charm of the Jiangnan region. The courtyard was filled with lush greenery, the air crisp and tranquil, a serene environment perfect for recuperation.
Fu Jili gave Jiang Jin small hand a gentle squeeze, asking softly, "Do you like it?"
"I love it." Jiang Jin gazed at the beautiful scenery before her, absolutely delighted. Fu Jili chuckled softly. He had known the young woman would enjoy this place. This was indeed a more suitable setting for her recovery than the hospital, which was another reason he had agreed to her discharge.
Fu Jili led Jiang Jin into the living room and then the bedroom.
The spacious room blended antique and modern styles, everything prepared and cleaned in advance. "Go rest on the bed for a while," Fu Jili instructed, still concerned. Obediently, Jiang Jin nodded, changed into comfortable sleepwear, and wrapped herself in the soft bedding. Her body was still quite weak after the ordeal, and the journey had indeed tired her out. Jiang Jin soon fell into a deep sleep. Fu Jili drew the curtains and closed the bedroom door, letting the young woman rest quietly. He then went to his study to handle some work matters in Beijing.
Jiang Jin slept until dusk without waking up.
Fu Jili had the staff prepare dinner, then quietly entered the bedroom, intending to wake Jiang Jin. However, he found the young woman lying flushed and listless, curled up under the covers, her eyes tightly shut in discomfort.
Fu Jili quickly approached the bed.
"Jiang Jin, are you unwell?" he asked in a low voice.
The only response was a pained whimper from the young woman.
Fu Jili leaned down and felt her forehead, his palm met with burning hot skin. She was burning with fever.
How had he not noticed sooner? He immediately called the in-house line and gave a few curt instructions. Soon, the servant arrived with fever-reducing medication. "Come now, take the medicine," Fu Jili coaxed Jiang Jin tenderly.
"You'll feel better after taking it." The young woman's cheeks were flushed crimson, her mind hazy from the fever.
"No. I don't want to."
Jiang Jin shook her head weakly, her lips quivering as she whimpered, "I feel terrible."
"Wah!"
Fu Jili's heart ached seeing her in such a state. He gently gathered her into his arms, soothing, "Be a good girl, just take the medicine and you'll feel better." Jiang Jin continued to resist incoherently, her consciousness clouded by the fever. Decisively, Fu Jili popped the pill into his own mouth, then leaned down and captured Jiang Jin's lips, transferring the medication to her. He followed it with a sip of warm water, ensuring she swallowed the medicine. As Jiang Jin tasted the bitter pill and felt Fu Jili's forceful actions, she began to cry.
"Fu Jili, you're bullying me. Wah, I already feel so awful, and you're still kissing me."
The poor young woman, feverish and disoriented, had her eyes half opened, brimming with tears, her eyelashes wet and lashes reddened, a pitiful sight that tugged at Fu Jili's heartstrings. "I'm sorry, my dear," Fu Jili said softly, using a tissue to dab at Jiang Jin's mouth. He paid no mind to her disoriented protests, simply going along with her words.
"I was wrong, okay?
When you're all better, you can even hit me, as long as you recover quickly."
Fu Jili's heart was completely consumed with worry over Jiang Jin's fever.
Just a few days ago, she had been lively and energetic on the phone. Now she had been hospitalized and fallen ill again. He felt utterly inadequate, unable to properly care for her. After taking the medicine and sipping some water, Jiang Jin's crying subsided, and she drifted off to sleep again under Fu Jili's gentle coaxing. In the quiet of the manor at dawn, the only sound was the rustling of the tree branches under the hanging moon. Darkness surrounded Jiang Jin, endless and oppressive, the deep lake waters threatening to engulf her and steal her breath. As her consciousness was slowly consumed by the black void, a glimmer of light suddenly broke through. It was Fu Jili. Jiang Jin cried out desperately, but Fu Jili seemed not to recognize her, walking right past. No matter how much she screamed, he could not hear her. Jiang Jin struggled in vain, her cries of despair echoing. Then the scene shifted. She saw her younger self, accidentally falling into the water, sinking below the surface with no one to save her. On the shore, Lin Jingrua and her friends watched on, cold indifference in their eyes. Jiang Jin was trapped in a nightmarish dream on the bed. Suddenly, she jolted awake, her eyes flying open. The room was silent and dark, making it hard for Jiang Jin to discern dream from reality. As her senses returned, Jiang Jin felt drenched in sweat, and fearfully called out, "Mr. Fu."
"Fu Jili?"
She sat up and hurried out of the bed, her bare feet taking her to the living room's balcony.
"Fu Jili! Fu Jili!"
Finally, she caught sight of his figure and rushed over, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. The terrifying dream faded as she embraced the real, tangible Fu Jili. Jiang Jin's heart settled, but she could not hold back the distress in her voice.
"Why are you here?"
"Wah, I couldn't find you," she cried, as if needing to express all the anguish from her nightmare. Sensing the young woman behind him, Fu Jili quickly turned and extinguished the cigarette in his hand.
"What's wrong?"
I'm so sorry."
He gathered Jiang Jin into his arms, soothing gently. "Was it a bad dream?" Jiang Jin nodded mutely, burying her face in his neck.
"Don't be afraid, the dream isn't real," Fu Jili said, rubbing her back comfortingly. The young woman was drenched in sweat, wearing only a thin nightgown and no shoes. The cool light breeze on the balcony must have chilled her, so Fu Jili hurriedly carried her back to the bedroom, tucking her into the warm covers. Jiang Jin obediently sat on the bed, her shimmering eyes fixed on Fu Jili. He reached out to wipe the tears from her cheeks, then felt her forehead.
"Are you still unwell?"
"I'm not uncomfortable anymore," Jiang Jin said, shaking her head at Fu Jili. Fu Jili got up and went to the wardrobe, retrieving a fresh set of sleepwear and undergarments, which he handed to Jiang Jin.
Change into these, or you might catch a chill again.
Jiang Jin accepted the clothes but made no move to change.
What's wrong? Fu Jili asked. Don't look.
Jiang Jin's voice was a bit hoarse from crying. Fu Jili raised an eyebrow, a small smile playing on his lips. At a time like this, she was still concerned about modesty. Hurry up, Jiang Jin commanded petulantly.
All right, Fu Jili drawled, resigning himself to turn around. Jiang Jin carefully undressed and put on the new nightclothes.
The faint rustling of fabric behind him had Fu Jili holding his breath, straining to focus his gaze out the window. Suddenly, he was startled. The glass reflected the outline of the young woman's slender figure as she cautiously removed her brassiere. Fu Jili stared intently at the hazy reflection, feeling a sudden heat rise within him, his Adam's apple bobbing. After a moment, Jiang Jin's soft voice reached him.
I'm done changing.
Fu Jili turned around to find Jiang Jin shyly tucked under the covers, completely unaware that he had glimpsed her revealing herself. Swallowing hard, Fu Jili pushed down the stirring desire, expertly placing Jiang Jin's discarded sleepwear in the laundry basket. He then picked up the thermometer from the nightstand, checking her temperature.
37.5 degrees Celsius, a significant improvement. Fu Jili felt relieved. Are you hungry? He asked.
No, the young woman replied softly, shaking her head.
Well, what would you like to do then? Fu Jili asked.
Jiang Jin's expression was listless as she replied in a soft voice, I want to sleep. Her body still hadn't fully recovered, her head feeling groggy and her limbs weak.
Fu Jili sat by the bedside, gazing at the young woman tenderly. Then sleep. I want you to sleep with me.
Jiang Jin said, lifting the covers and looking at Fu Jili pleadingly. All right, my little treasure, Fu Jili replied affectionately, standing to turn off the bedroom light before climbing into bed. I'll sleep with you, he said, lying down and wrapping his arm around Jiang Jin's waist, his palm resting gently on her slender back, stroking her soothingly. Jiang Jin rolled onto her side, nestling against his chest.
Their embrace was intimate. Your feet are so cold, Fu Jili noted.
No, it's just that you're too hot, Jiang Jin murmured in defense. They're still cold.
Fu Jili captured her feet between his, warming them.
Jiang Jin's heart swelled with sweetness, and she tried to wrap her arms tighter around his waist. But no matter how she adjusted, she couldn't get fully comfortable. Suddenly, Fu Jili caught the restless hands wandering at his waist, bringing them to his lips for a kiss. Not sleepy, he asked, his tone carrying a hint of danger.
Shall we do something else? Like what? Jiang Jin asked innocently, not grasping his implication.
Fu Jili leaned in close to her ear, his voice low and husky as he uttered two words. The young woman stiffened, her face flushing red, a mix of annoyance and embarrassment.
But I'm still sick. She protested, struggling to extricate herself from his embrace.
I know, Fu Jili whispered softly, hugging the young girl tightly. So, don't provoke me, just go to sleep obediently. Hearing this, Jiang Jin quickly closed her eyes, afraid that Fu Jili might make any further moves. Perhaps because of Fu Jili's presence, Jiang Jin didn't have any nightmares this time and slept soundly until noon the next day. When Jiang Jin opened her eyes, she felt much better mentally.
From the bathroom came Fu Jili's voice. Yes, handle it that way.
You take charge of the project in Europe.
I won't be back for now, report to me if there are any issues.
The voice was intermittent, as if he was on a phone call. Jiang Jin got out of bed, put on her slippers, and walked towards the bathroom. Pushing open the bathroom door, she found Fu Jili hand washing her intimate clothing. The phone was placed on the sink next to him, on speaker mode, as he washed the clothes while giving work instructions. The powerful and high-ranking head of the Fu Group, who commanded the wind and rain outside, was personally washing her intimate clothes. Anyone who saw this would be utterly shocked. Jiang Jin was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted, her face turning bright red. She stepped forward, wanting to grab her clothes and wash them herself.
Noticing the girl's movement, Fu Jili gently stopped her. Jin, don't move.
He then picked up the phone from the sink and briefly instructed, that's all for now, I'm hanging up. After hanging up the phone, Fu Jili took a dry towel from the rack and wiped Jiang Jin's hands, his tone slightly stern as he admonished, you still have a fever, you can't touch water.
I'll wash them. Jiang Jin's eyes trembled, her lips quivering as she murmured, we could use the washing machine.
Fu Jili chuckled softly, taking up the girl's underwear and scrubbing it gently. I read online that women's intimate clothing should be hand-washed, otherwise it might not be hygienic.
But, Jiang Jin's cheeks flushed red, and she stood there awkwardly, watching Fu Jili's large hands kneading the soft fabric.
As your husband, it's only right for me to wash a few pieces of your clothing.
Don't feel embarrassed, Fu Jili said. Moreover, he was much older than Zhang Jin and should take care of her more.
Washing a few clothes was really nothing.
There's a cup of ginger water on the nightstand. I just put it there, so it should be cool now.
Go drink it, Fu Jili said, knowing the girl was shy and deliberately finding an excuse to send her away. Zhang Jin obediently walked out of the bathroom and picked up the ginger water from the nightstand. It was neither hot nor cold, just the right temperature. After drinking it in one go, she immediately felt much more comfortable in her stomach. She touched her burning cheeks, feeling a sudden surge of emotion in her heart. It was not easy for Fu Jili to do all this, and no one had ever treated her so well before. Feeling warm inside, Zhang Jin sat dazedly on the edge of the bed, gazing at the scenery outside the window. Not long after, Fu Jili finished washing all the clothes and walked out of the bathroom. Seeing the empty cup in Zhang Jin's hand, he took it over and smiled softly, "Good girl." Zhang Jin felt a little embarrassed by the praise. She wasn't a child anymore, so why was she being praised for drinking a cup of ginger water? "I'm not a child," Zhang Jin muttered softly. "What?" Fu Jili raised an eyebrow, bringing up old matters with a hint of amusement in his voice. "Who was it that cried and refused to take medicine yesterday, and ended up needing me to feed it mouth to mouth?" Zhang Jin shot up from her seat and covered Fu Jili's mouth with her hand, her face burning with shyness. "Stop talking about that." Her eyes glistened as she glared at him, her tone carrying an indescribable coquettishness. "Alright, I won't mention it," Fu Jili said with a doting smile, changing the subject. "Go wash up first, and we'll eat later." The girl responded in a small voice, her ears still red, before quickly heading to the bathroom. She even went so far as to close the door behind her, as if to hide her embarrassment. Fu Jili stood where he was, raising an eyebrow lazily and letting out a low chuckle. The film Pillow Talk had a massive budget and a star-studded cast, drawing widespread attention from the media from the very beginning. Now, with its sudden halt in production, rumors and speculations were swirling everywhere. Lu Ziang knew it was Fu Jili's doing. Since the incident involving Zhang Jin had happened on his watch, he was obligated to provide a satisfactory explanation. Ever since Zhang Jin fell into the water that day, and Fu Jili showed him photos suggesting the wooden plank had been tampered with, Lu Ziang had launched an investigation. The prop master from the crew had been evasive and suspicious. After extensive questioning and investigation, traces of collusion between the prop master and Zhang Tian, Lin Jingru's assistant, were uncovered. The evidence pointed directly at Lin Jingru, but she vehemently denied any involvement, immediately shifting all the blame onto her assistant, Zhang Tian, positioning herself as an unknowing victim. Surprisingly, Zhang Tian also took full responsibility for the incident. As a result, no matter how much Lu Ziang suspected Lin Jingru, the evidence in front of him made it impossible to pursue the matter further. Lu Ziang promptly reported the investigation results to Fu Jili, but Fu Jili was not satisfied and insisted on replacing Lin Jingru. However, the film's production was already halfway through, and replacing the lead actress at this stage was highly impractical. The issue wasn't just about funding, more critically, it involved the actors' schedules. Rearranging everything would be a complicated and costly process, both in terms of time and resources. Therefore, Lu Ziang had no choice but to turn to Zhang Jin for help. Zhang Jin was puzzled when she received the call. Having been hospitalized and dealing with a fever these past few days, she had been resting and hadn't paid much attention to the outside world. Fu Jili hadn't mentioned any of these troubles to her either, so no news had reached her ears. Lu Ziang explained, "Sister-in-law, this is how things stand. Zhang Tian has admitted that she orchestrated the entire incident. The production has been halted for a week now, and the public is buzzing with speculation. Brother Fu isn't satisfied with the outcome and insists on replacing Lin Jingru." Lu Ziang paused, then spoke in a lower voice, "Sister-in-law, could you help persuade him?" Zhang Jin understood what Lu Ziang was asking. "Alright, I can try, but I can't guarantee success," Zhang Jin said hesitantly. She wasn't sure if she could change Fu Jili's decision. Okay, thank you, sister-in-law," Lu Ziang said excitedly. "Brother Fu will definitely listen to you." Given how much Fu Jili doted on Zhang Jin, he felt there was a good chance this would work. For the past few days, he had been overwhelmed by the issues with the production. Now that there was finally some progress, he could finally get a good night's sleep. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jin glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already past 10 p.m., and Fu Jili was still working in the study. Zhang Jin got out of bed, went to the kitchen to heat up a glass of milk, and then carried it upstairs. She knocked on the study door. "Mr. Fu, may I come in?" She pushed the door halfway open, peeking in with her little head, looking utterly adorable.
Fu Jili looked up, unable to hold back a laugh. This is all Mrs. Fu's territory. Where can't you go? Jiang Jin smiled and walked in with light steps. I made you some warm milk. Fu Jili naturally pulled her onto his lap, his deep voice murmuring in her ear, Thank you, Mrs. Fu.
Jiang Jin shook her head, her voice soft.
You're welcome. Fu Jili took a sip of the milk and placed the cup on the table. Noticing Jiang Jin's hesitant expression, he asked gently, Is there something on your mind?
Jiang Jin hadn't expected to be seen through so quickly.
She hadn't even figured out how to bring it up yet. Fu Jili didn't rush her, quietly waiting for her to speak.
Jiang Jin sat on Fu Jili's lap, head down as she carefully refastened the buttons on her nightgown.
After a moment, she finally spoke. The issue with the film crew has been resolved, right? They must be able to resume filming soon. Fu Jili immediately understood Lu Xiang must have contacted the young woman. Jiang Jin, look at me, he said gently. Based on your understanding of Lin Jingrua, do you really think this was just the doing of her assistant?
No.
Jiang Jin admitted. She knew the truth.
She had no grievances against Zheng Tian, so this was most likely orchestrated by Lin Jingrua. But there was no solid evidence.
If the filming continued to be delayed, it would be unfair to the other actors and crew.
This project didn't belong to Lin Jingrua alone, and Jiang Jin couldn't bear to see everyone's hard work go to waste if the film was abandoned. I know Lin Jingrua is probably behind this, just like when we were young, she never got her own hands dirty, but stood by while instigating others to torment me. Jiang Jin lowered her gaze, speaking softly, but the film crew isn't just hers, there are so many people who've put in effort.
I can't let their work be erased because of her.
Fu Jili listened quietly, his gaze darkening. His Jiang Jin was always so perceptive and kind-hearted. She understood the situation, but still considered the interests of those unrelated to her.
Fu Jili sighed, reaching up to gently stroke Jiang Jin's hair. Alright, I'll go with your decision. Really?
Jiang Jin looked up at him, her voice incredulous but hopeful.
Of course, when have I ever lied to you?
Fu Jili's expression was solemn as he said steadily, I'll tell Lu Xiang that filming can resume as normal. He respected Jiang Jin's work, this was the fruit of her hard labor, and he wouldn't interfere with her efforts. His earlier words were just a gentle warning out there, one must be vigilant. As for Lin Jingrua, he would deal with her eventually. After the film's release, he would settle both old and new grievances together. The Lin family had been the city's high society for years, but they must be exhausted by now.
He didn't mind adding some fuel to the fire. Without the Lin family's backing, what tricks could Lin Jingrua still pull?
Fu Jili's thin lips curved slightly as he considered his plans.
His gaze fell on Jiang Jin, who was curiously examining the financial report on the computer.
The cup of hot milk he had taken just a sip from was now cradled in her hands, which she was gradually drinking.
It didn't matter.
This young woman was his alone, and with him by her side, he could shelter her from the winds and rains for the rest of her life. Having come to this conclusion, Fu Jili no longer felt conflicted. He smiled faintly, a teasing lilt in his voice. Tasty? Jiang Jin looked up in mild confusion, following his line of sight to the cup in her hands.
Oh no, the milk was almost gone. This was meant for Fu Jili to drink. How had she ended up finishing most of it?
Jiang Jin's cheeks flushed as she shyly averted her gaze, biting her lip. Sorry. She then raised the cup, which now contained less than a third of the milk.
Do you still want to drink some? Fu Jili's expression softened.
Yes, I'll have some. Jiang Jin hurriedly extended the cup to him, but Fu Jili did not reach out to take it. Jiang Jin looked at him, puzzled, not quite understanding. Suddenly, Fu Jili wrapped his arm around Jiang Jin's slender waist and leaned in, pressing his cool lips against hers in a tender kiss, caressing and exploring her mouth. Gradually, Fu Jili grew more demanding, his tongue gently prodding at her lips. Open your mouth, he commanded in a low voice. Jiang Jin was a bit dazed, her small hands clutching at his clothes, but she obediently parted her lips. Fu Jili let out a soft chuckle before kissing her again, his tongue delving into her mouth, savoring the rich, creamy taste of the milk. The atmosphere in the study grew warm and intimate. Jiang Jin's eyes fluttered closed, her lashes trembling, and she began to have trouble holding the cup steady. Sensing this, Fu Jili took the cup from her hands, pulling back slightly to gaze intently at the young woman in his arms. Jiang Jin leaned against Fu Jili, her eyes reddened and her breathing heavy, like a delicate flower after a rainstorm. Fu Jili's eyes smoldered as he tipped his head back, taking a sip of the milk. Then he leaned in once more to capture Jiang Jin's lips. Jiang Jin made a muffled sound as the warm milk was transferred to her mouth, and she swallowed it reflexively. Good girl, Fu Jili murmured, his voice soft and almost weary, with a hint of amusement. They continued this cycle of parting and reconnecting, leaving and returning, until the cup was finally drained. The last of the milk had found its way into Jiang Jin's stomach. In a private apartment in Sioux City, Lin Jingru, dressed in a nightgown, leaned back on the sofa, her face gloomy as she scrolled through various news online. Hashtag on the pillow production halts, suspected accident on set. The exposure came from a well-known entertainment blogger, with a lengthy post accompanied by pictures and evidence. It detailed the incident of a stunt double from the On the Pillow crew accidentally falling into the water. The revealed that the production had been suspended and the truth had been uncovered. Lin Jingru's assistant had bribed a prop master to intentionally harm the stunt double. Relevant evidence and personnel had been handed over to the legal authorities. Following closely was another trending topic. Hashtag the mastermind behind On the Pillow suspected to be Lin Jingru's assistant. Was Lin Jingru involved? Next to the title was a red, explosive character. Lin Jingru had immediately issued a statement, claiming that she was completely unaware of everything her assistant Zhang Tian had done. In her statement, she portrayed herself as a victim, innocent and unfairly implicated, suffering from online violence. She even issued a lawyer's letter, stating that she would use legal means to defend her rights. However, netizens didn't seem entirely convinced, and discussions continued. Most people believed that Lin Jingru was simply shirking responsibility. As we all know, lawyers' letters are just worthless paper. Exactly, the person above is spitting facts. Why would an assistant randomly target a stunt double? Wasn't she acting on someone's orders? Who knows? We dare not ask. Can't be, right? Lin Jingru has always had that gentle, innocent image. If she really did this, I'm definitely unsubscribing. She's been in the industry for years without a single notable work, always busy building her pure image. Who even likes her? Right? Does anyone actually believe her gentle and innocent persona? Remember that trending topic a while back, where Lin Jingru threw a tantrum on set and verbally abused the crew? This netizen's comment brought everyone's thoughts back to a few years ago, when Lin Jingru had just gained some fame. A video of her continuously ng, no good, on set and then berating the crew had caused quite a stir at the time. Yes, I remember that. The video caused quite a stir back then, but it was quickly taken down, and later it just faded away. Oh my god, she actually has a history of this? I had no idea before. What a venomous heart, I used to like her so much. Speaking of which, now that something like this has happened, will the production team replace her? Most likely, but you never know. After all, Lin Jingru's family has a lot of influence. Reading all the unfavorable comments online, Lin Jingru trembled with anger and suddenly hurled the glass in her hand at the TV. With a sharp bang. The glass shattered into pieces. Lin Jingru could no longer contain her rage and let out a furious scream. Jiang Jin, you be *tch. Why does everything go wrong the moment you show up? You jinx. Lin Jingru vented her anger wildly, her face twisted in fury, a far cry from the gentle and sweet image she portrayed on screen. After a while, Lin Jingru slumped to the floor, picked up her phone, and made a call. In a cold voice, she ordered, "Buy more water armies. Money is not an issue, we must salvage my image. And make sure everyone believes that this matter has nothing to do with me, Lin Jingru." In a private residence in Sioux City. Early the next morning, Fu Jili called Lu Ziang to inform him that the film crew could resume normal operations. However, Jiang Jin had not fully recovered and needed a few more days of rest. Lu Ziang readily agreed, saying that it was fine for little sister-in-law to return to the set only after she had completely recovered. Illness strikes like a collapsing mountain, but recovery is as slow as pulling silk. The young girl had recently faced one misfortune after another, first a fracture, then falling into the water and being hospitalized, with several high fevers in between. The weather was nice today, so Fu Jili decided to take her to a temple to pray for blessings and dispel the bad luck. After hanging up the phone, Fu Jili got up and walked toward the bedroom. The bedroom was dark, with the curtains tightly drawn. Jiang Jin, small and delicate, was sprawled on the bed, sleeping soundly. Fu Jili sat on the edge of the bed and pinched Jiang Jin's cheek gently. "Sweetie, time to wake up." Disturbed in her sleep, Jiang Jin frowned slightly, swatted away Fu Jili's mischievous hand, and mumbled as she rolled over, trying to go back to sleep. The blanket had been kicked aside, and her pajama top had ridden up, revealing her slender waist. Afraid that Jiang Jin might catch a chill, Fu Jili quickly pulled her pajamas back down and gave her a light pat on the bottom.
Sweetie, wake up. The sun's already up. Mm.
Jiang Jin responded vaguely, still half asleep.
I'm taking you out today, Fu Jili said with a soft chuckle. If you don't get up now, we'll be late.
Hearing the word out, Jiang Jin finally opened her eyes.
She looked at Fu Jili groggily and asked in a daze, we can go out today? Where are we going?
Because of her illness and fever over the past few days, Fu Jili had been strict about keeping her indoors. The only times she had gone out were for short walks in the yard, after which she was immediately brought back inside. So, hearing that she could go out today, Jiang Jin was thrilled.
Yes, the weather's nice today.
I'm taking you to the temple to pray for blessings.
Really? We can go out and have fun.
Jiang Jin happily wrapped her arms around Fu Jili's neck. With this motivation, Jiang Jin no longer lingered in bed. She quickly got up, washed up, and had breakfast. Not long after, the two of them were ready. Jiang Jin was dressed in a soft pink casual outfit, her fair face free of makeup. Her hair was loosely braided into a single plait, casually draped over one side, giving her a gentle and serene appearance. Fu Jili emerged from the walk-in closet as well, wearing a similar casual outfit, though in a different color, ice gray. Jiang Jin was surprised, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Fu Jili.
It was a couple's outfit. No wonder.
In the past, Fu Jili had never paid attention to her outfit choices, but today he had unexpectedly suggested she wear this casual set. Fu Jili smiled without saying a word, not at all embarrassed that his intentions had been exposed. He stepped forward, took Jiang Jin's small hand, and led her outside. The car had been waiting at the entrance for some time. Without further delay, the two got in and drove off. The car drove for a long time before finally coming to a stop at the foot of Beta Temple. Beta Temple, the most renowned temple in Sioux City, was built during the Yuan dynasty and has a history of over 700 years. It is said that the incense offerings here are particularly efficacious, and every day, a steady stream of devotees comes to pray and seek blessings.
Jin, wake up.
We're at the temple, Fu Jili called softly. Jiang Jin had a habit of falling asleep in the car. It wasn't that she was particularly tired, but something about being in the car made her feel drowsy, and she would inevitably doze off. Jiang Jin rubbed her eyes groggily.
Are we there?
Yes, let's get out. Fu Jili got out of the car first and walked around to the other side to open the door, taking the young girl's hand to help her out. The car could only go as far as the foot of the mountain, so the two had to climb the steps on foot. There were many steps, over 1,000, but fortunately, the path was shaded by trees, making it cool and pleasant. The air was fresh, and as they climbed, they could feel the serene and tranquil atmosphere of the ancient mountain path.
Tired? Fu Jili asked gently, keeping a close eye on Jiang Jin's condition. If you're tired, let me know. I'll carry you. Mr. Fu, you're underestimating me.
Jiang Jin's cheeks were flushed, but she showed no signs of fatigue. I usually dance, so I get plenty of exercise.
These steps are nothing to me.
Fu Jili chuckled, then teased, then I'll have to trouble Mrs. Fu to take care of me. No problem, Jiang Jin replied cheerfully, tightening her grip on Fu Jili's hand and pulling him toward the mountaintop. Fu Jili, with his long legs, easily kept pace with the young girl, his eyes filled with adoration.
After climbing for over half an hour, they finally reached the entrance of Beta Temple. Following the abbot's guidance, they made their way to the main hall. The temple was bustling with people, but the main hall was empty. Fu Jili led Jiang Jin into the main hall. Someone had already prepared the incense.
Fu Jili stepped forward, took 3 sticks of incense, lit them from the candle on the altar, and placed them into the incense burner.
As the incense smoke curled upward, Fu Jili gazed intently at Jiang Jin.
The young girl was kneeling on a cushion, her eyes slightly closed, her hands pressed together in prayer, her demeanor devout.
Fu Jili's lips curved into a gentle smile.
He also knelt beside Jiang Jin, pressing his hands together in prayer. On his pale wrist was a string of black Buddhist beads, a symbol of his mysterious and noble demeanor, his untamed spirit. But at this moment, he was humble and silent, earnestly praying, like any ordinary husband wishing for his wife's safety and well-being. After offering incense in the main hall, Fu Jili took out a check and placed it into the donation box. Fu Jili led Jiang Jin out of the hall, where they encountered an elderly master.
Patron Fu, we meet again.
The master, though advanced in years, was full of vitality, especially his eyes, which seemed to perceive everything in the world.
The master's gaze shifted and landed on Jiang Jin. This must be Mrs. Fu.
Jiang Jin was puzzled.
How did this master know her?
Yes, Fu Jili replied in a deep voice, then introduced Jiang Jin. This is Master Conhui. Jiang Jin set aside her questions and greeted him politely. Master Konghui pressed his hands together and said softly, I congratulate Patron Fu for achieving his heart's desire.
Thank you, Master Konghui, Fu Jili replied with a polite nod. After the brief exchange with Master Konghui, he took his leave. As the two of them wandered around the temple, Jiang Jin curiously asked, Are you quite familiar with Master Konghui?
Fu Jili replied calmly, before raising his wrist slightly. When I was a sickly child just born, my mother sought the blessings of this prayer bead from Master Konghui, to ensure my safe and smooth upbringing.
Jiang Jin understood now why the prayer bead never left his side.
After that, I've gone to the temple every year to make offerings and burn incense, as a token of my gratitude, Fu Jili explained softly. However, as Master Konghui travels far and wide, it's quite rare to chance upon him at the North Tower Temple like this.
And now? Jiang Jin pressed. Fu Jili didn't quite comprehend. How is your health now? Jiang Jin's small face was tense, her concern evident.
Fu Jili's lips curved in a slight smile.
You're so concerned about me?
Yes, Jiang Jin nodded firmly, her expression earnest.
I'm very concerned about you. Fu Jili's eyes widened momentarily, seemingly surprised by Jiang Jin's direct and affirmative response.
Reacting to Jiang Jin's earnest words, Fu Jili opened his arms and pulled her into a warm embrace, pressing a gentle kiss to the top of her head. Don't worry, I'm completely recovered now. I intend to accompany my dear wife for the rest of my life. Jiang Jin tightly hugged Fu Jili's waist, softly humming in response. As they strolled through the expansive North Tower Temple, there were many people there to pray, worship, or sightsee.
What are those people over there praying for? Jiang Jin asked, gesturing ahead.
I'm not sure, let's go take a look, Fu Jili responded kindly. This was his first time visiting this temple as well. Jiang Jin linked her arm with Fu Jili's as they approached the group.
Excuse me, may I ask what people are praying for here?
A young woman from the nearby couple explained, they're praying for love and marriage. This ancient ginkgo tree is said to be very auspicious, even comparable to the matchmaking god. They say if a couple in love hangs a red ribbon here, they'll be together forever. Jiang Jin gazed at the grand, flourishing tree, its trunk adorned with countless red ribbons inscribed with people's wishes. She couldn't help but feel a stirring in her heart.
Shall we hang one too? Fu Jili suggested gently.
Okay, Jiang Jin agreed with a smile.
Fu Jili took the ribbon and handed it to her.
The young woman from before was now enthusiastically directing her boyfriend on where to hang the ribbon. Darling, hang it higher.
The higher it is, the more effective the prayer.
Jiang Jin stood in front of the tree, seeming a bit uncertain about how to reach the higher branches.
Would you like me to help you hang it higher? Fu Jili asked softly.
Jiang Jin hesitated for a moment, then handed the ribbon to Fu Jili, assuming he would be the one to hang it. However, instead of taking the ribbon, Fu Jili bent down and scooped Jiang Jin up, hoisting her onto his shoulder. Jiang Jin let out a surprised gasp, but then steadied herself, now perched atop Fu Jili. He tilted his head back to look up at her, his voice firm and resolute.
Hang it up high. I, Fu Jili, want to be with you, Jiang Jin, for the rest of my life.
Jiang Jin's eyes widened, her heart stirred by his heartfelt declaration. Around them, onlookers let out exclamations of delight, their gazes filled with admiration as they took in the sight of the handsome couple, dressed in matching outfits, the man effortlessly supporting the petite woman on his shoulders. Under the curious stares, Jiang Jin's cheeks flushed, but she composed herself and stretched as far as she could, carefully tying the red ribbon to the topmost branch. She too wished to be with Fu Jili forever, to walk this path of happiness by his side. Once the ribbon was secured, Fu Jili steadied Jiang Jin, gently placing her back on the ground.
Knowing she felt self-conscious with the attention, he simply took her hand, his deep eyes twinkling with amusement. It's getting late, let's head home.
Okay, Jiang Jin replied softly, her hand clasping his as they made their way down the mountain. As the sunset approached, the North Tower Temple became a beautiful canvas, the golden light filtering through the trees and casting a lovely, dappled glow on the ground. The enchanting pair strolled side by side, their shadows intertwined, a picture of serenity and bliss. The car pulled up silently in front of the manor, the sky now dark. After a day of walking and sightseeing, Jiang Jin had fallen asleep in the car. Fu Jili retrieved a small blanket from the vehicle and wrapped it around Jiang Jin, then cradled the young woman in his arms as he crossed the courtyard. Sir, shall I prepare dinner? A servant hurried over as Fu Jili returned. Shoo, Fu Jili gestured for the servant to be quiet, but it was too late. The disturbance roused Jiang Jin, and she blinked her eyes open, her small hands grasping at Fu Jili's clothes.
Are we home?
Yes, we're home, Fu Jili murmured, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead.
Are you hungry? Yes. Jiang Jin let out a delicate yawn, almost absently repeating, hungry. Though still a bit sleepy, her appetite had awakened. Go ahead and prepare the meal, Fu Jili instructed the servant, who promptly hurried off to the dining room. Without setting Jiang Jin down, Fu Jili carried her directly to the washroom on the first floor. He set her down by the sink, turning on the faucet and adjusting the water temperature. Wash your hands first, then we'll go eat. Okay. Jiang Jin, still a bit groggy, slowly began scrubbing her hands, not quite as talkative as usual. Fu Jili knew Jiang Jin had a tendency to be slightly grumpy when just waking up, though her temperament differed from others. It wasn't that Jiang Jin was in a bad mood, but rather that she simply moved at a slower pace when just waking up. Observing her languid movements, Fu Jili didn't get annoyed. Instead, he affectionately pulled Jiang Jin's small hands into his own. My little treasure, let me wash your hands for you. Fu Jili's large palms enveloped Jiang Jin's as he squeezed some soap and began gently scrubbing them together. After rinsing and drying her hands with a towel, he once again scooped Jiang Jin into his arms and headed to the dining room. The dinner table was already set with an elaborate spread. Fu Jili poured a bowl of soup and placed it in front of Jiang Jin. Start with some soup, my dear. Jiang Jin obediently nodded and picked up the spoon, sipping the soup in small, delicate mouthfuls. Across the table, Fu Jili watched over her fondly, musing to himself that this little treasure of his had a bit of morning grumpiness, but was otherwise very compliant. Throughout the meal, Fu Jili tended to Jiang Jin's every need, serving her dishes, ladling her soup, peeling shrimp, removing shells. Whatever he placed in her bowl, Jiang Jin dutifully consumed. Seeing the small woman eat her fill, Fu Jili found himself swelling with a sense of accomplishment, one that surpassed even closing major business deals. After dinner, Jiang Jin's spirits had fully revived. She headed to the bathroom to take a bath, even humming children's songs along the way. La 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 la. La 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 la. I love taking baths. Turtle fell down yaya. Beware of lots of bubbles and fleas yaya. Her sweet, soft voice sang the slightly off-key nursery rhymes. A fond smile played on Fu Jili's lips as he listened from the bedroom, where he was reclined and reading a finance magazine. At first, Fu Jili had worried when Jiang Jin's baths took an unusually long time, concerned something might have happened to her in the bathroom. But he soon learned that the young woman had an elaborate, meticulous bathing routine. Not only that, she would also apply various creams and lotions afterwards. As a result, Jiang Jin would emerge from the bathroom smelling utterly divine. The sweet, soft fragrance wafted in as Jiang Jin emerged from the bathroom and climbed into bed, sprawling out comfortably. Fu Jili set down his magazine and rolled onto his side, pulling Jiang Jin into his embrace. He buried his face in the crook of her neck, murmuring, "My darling, you smell so good." The warmth of his breath caressed her neck, sending tingles down her spine. Jiang Jin instinctively shrank back a little. Gradually, Fu Jili's actions became more restless, his thin lips pressing kisses along her neck. No. Jiang Jin let out a soft whimper, attempting to refuse, but Fu Jili did not cease his affections. Instead, Fu Jili's affections became more unrestrained, as he continued to shower Jiang Jin's neck with fervent kisses. His warm palm entwined with her small hand, their fingers tightly intertwined. Fu Jili. Jiang Jin whimpered helplessly, her voice laced with a hint of tears. Her eyes glistened with moisture and her body trembled, but she could only cling desperately to Fu Jili's neck, seeking solace. Sensing her fear, Fu Jili pulled her body closer, his low voice soothing, "Shh, don't be afraid, my darling." His large hand caressed the young woman in his embrace, and his lips trailed upwards, seeking to claim hers. "Ah! It hurts!" Jiang Jin suddenly cried out in the midst of their embrace. Fu Jili's expression immediately turned alert, his tone anxious. "What's wrong? Where does it hurt?" Jiang Jin, wincing in pain, lightly patted her leg. "I have a muscle cramp." She then covered her face with her arm, inwardly wishing she could just disappear. Relieved, Fu Jili pulled back the covers. "Which leg?" "The left one," the small woman replied in a muffled voice. "It's all right, a little massage will fix it," Fu Jili said reassuringly, a hint of amusement still in his tone. "I'm sorry." Jiang Jin peeked out from under the covers, appearing like a timid little thing. Fu Jili spoke gently, "No, it's my fault. I got carried away." It's true that Fu Jili and Jiang Jin have known each other since childhood, but they had been apart for a long time as they grew up. It's only been about 2 months since they reunited and got married. For Jiang Jin, this Fu Jili is essentially a stranger to her now. While Fu Jili was caught up in the moment earlier, he did sense Jiang Jin's fear. He knows she is a gentle, timid girl who struggles to refuse things.
Though Fu Jili deeply desires intimacy with his wife, he has no intention of pursuing it against her will. He is willing to wait patiently, until the day when Jiang Jin is truly ready and willing to give herself to him. Forcing the matter would not be what he wants.
Fu Jili's hands now applied firm yet gentle pressure to massage Jiang Jin's cramped leg.
The pain gradually subsided, replaced by a soothing sensation. Soon, Jiang Jin's breathing grew soft and even. She had fallen asleep.
Pulling back the covers, Fu Jili found his young wife soundly slumbering. He couldn't help but chuckle at her lack of gratitude.
"This ungrateful little thing," he said fondly, tugging the blanket up to prevent her from feeling stuffy. Then, resigning himself to his task, he began massaging her other leg as well. After a full day's activities, a muscle cramp was inevitable. By taking care of both legs, he ensured Jiang Jin could sleep comfortably through the night. And so, the powerful chairman of the Fu Corporation could be found sitting on the bed, tenderly attending to his delicate young wife, all for the sake of her rest and well-being.
After a long while, the kneading was almost done. Fu Jili tucked Jiang Jin in properly before lying back down.
Jiang Jin seemed to sense it and turned over, automatically curling into Fu Jili's arms, her leg assertively draped over his waist.
Fu Jili smiled adoringly, kissed Jiang Jin's forehead, and said, "Good night, sweetie." The next morning,
Jiang Jin lazily opened her eyes, stretched comfortably, and turned over, only to find herself alone in bed. After sitting in a daze for a while, she got up and headed to the bathroom to wash up. Standing in front of the mirror in her pajamas, Jiang Jin noticed a few strands of hair sticking up unruly. As she reached up to smooth them down, she suddenly spotted a red mark on her collarbone.
"Ha! Did a mosquito bite me?"
Jiang Jin was puzzled and leaned closer to the mirror for a better look.
Then, it suddenly dawned on her. It was a hickey.
Flustered, she quickly covered it with her long hair, not daring to look again. She finished washing up in a hurry and walked out. Unexpectedly, she ran straight into Fu Jili, who had just returned from his morning run.
"Ouch! That hurts."
Jiang Jin, not watching where she was going, bumped right into Fu Jili's chest, hitting her nose. The pain brought tears to her eyes. Jiang Jin covered her nose and stepped back, her tone slightly whiny. "It's all your fault."
Fu Jili looked at her with a mix of concern and amusement. Who was the one not watching where they were going this early in the morning? "You ran into me without looking and now you're blaming me?"
As he spoke, Fu Jili led Jiang Jin back into the bathroom, took a towel from the rack, soaked it in cold water, wrung it out slightly, and gently pressed it against Jiang Jin's nose.
Fu Jili said, "Tilt your head back."
"It is your fault," Jiang Jin said with a pout, refusing to look at him.
"If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been so distracted." Fu Jili raised an eyebrow, though his hands continued to gently hold the cold towel against her nose. "But you're the one who ran into me. How is that my fault?"
Jiang Jin's cheeks flushed slightly, and her earlier confidence wavered. She stammered, unable to come up with a proper retort. "Just remember, it's your fault," Jiang Jin huffed, turning her head away with a light sniff, refusing to meet his gaze. All right, my fault, Fu Jili chuckled softly, his tone indulgent as he readily took the blame.
"Wait, what's this?"
As Jiang Jin tilted her head back, the hickey on her collarbone was exposed once more. Fu Jili's eyes swept over it, and understanding dawned in his dark, intense gaze. "Sweetie," he murmured, his voice low. In one swift motion, he tossed the towel aside, his hands gripping Jiang Jin's waist as he lifted her onto the bathroom counter. Now at eye level with her, his deep, penetrating gaze fixed on the mark on her collarbone.
"Sweetie, is this why?"
Following his gaze, Jiang Jin realized what he was referring to. She quickly raised a hand to cover her neck, trying to act nonchalant.
"I don't know what you're talking about. I'm going downstairs for breakfast."
She made a move to hop off the counter, but Fu Jili stepped closer, his legs effectively trapping her in place. His voice was low and languid, carrying a hint of amusement.
"No rush."
He reached up, his thumb brushing over the mark on her collarbone. Leaning in, his breath warm against her skin, he spoke slowly, deliberately.
"Was it because of this earlier?"
"I saw this on your collarbone in the bathroom. So, you panicked, ran into me, and hurt your nose.
Then you had the audacity to blame me for it." Fu Jili let out a low chuckle. "But then again,
this mark here is indeed my fault." A faint smile played on Fu Jili's lips as his gaze locked onto Jiang Jin, who stood before him. The young woman kept her head down, her eyes tightly shut as if trying to deceive herself, not daring to look at the man in front of her. Fu Jili leaned in closer, his voice low and husky as he continued, "Do you like it?
Do you want more?" Jiang Jin, flushed with embarrassment and frustration, suddenly looked up.
In a swift motion, she wrapped her arms around Fu Jili's neck, pressing her soft lips against his neck and biting down with some force.
Oomph. Why should he always be the one teasing her? She was going to fight back this time.
The unexpected move caught Fu Jili off guard. The sharp pain on his neck made him suck in a breath.
Ouch.
Taking advantage of his momentary surprise, Jiang Jin pushed the man away, hopped off the counter, and dashed downstairs.
You like it, don't you? Well, I'm going to bite you too. Oomph.
Not bad, she even managed to throw in a remark before leaving. Fu Jili raised an eyebrow as he glanced at the mirror, his dark eyes narrowing with a deep, unreadable intensity. There, beside his collarbone, was a small but clear bite mark. Fu Jili murmured under his breath, well, the little one's got some guts. Just that single bite mark was enough to stir a restless, uncontrollable heat within him. The little incident from the morning left Jiang Jin sulking for quite a while, and it wasn't until nearly noon that Fu Jili finally managed to coax her back into a good mood. After lunch, Fu Jili, as usual, headed to his study to handle work, while Jiang Jin changed into her training clothes and made her way to the practice room. Having been hospitalized and sick for several days, she hadn't trained in a while. Now that she was feeling better, Jiang Jin decided to stretch her legs and get back into her routine.
3 hours later, Jiang Jin emerged from the practice room drenched in sweat.
She then went to the bedroom to take a shower. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm, cozy glow across the room. Jiang Jin lounged lazily on the sofa, scrolling through her phone.
Suddenly, she came across a video.
The backdrop of the video was Beta Temple, where a girl was sitting on a boy's shoulders, tying a red ribbon to a tree branch. Those two people were none other than her and Fu Jili.
How did someone manage to film this?
The video didn't capture their faces, only their backs, but it had already garnered tens of thousands of likes and comments. Jiang Jin pursed her lips and cautiously clicked on the comments section. Such a handsome guy and a beautiful girl, they look so perfect together, even though I can't see their faces. Their silhouettes are absolutely stunning, and the vibe is just perfect. They're such a great match. The guy lifted the girl so effortlessly, total boyfriend goals. I'm done for, my romantic heart is completely overwhelmed. Ugh, this made me so mad that I ended up giving my boyfriend a good scolding. Thank you, but I don't think I could do that, I might end up crushing my boyfriend, Jiang Jin replied with a light-hearted, almost mischievous smile.
Jiang Jin couldn't help but chuckle at the amusing comments.
Everyone had such interesting takes on the situation. Watching the video again, she could vividly recall how effortlessly Fu Jili had swept her up and carried her. It had been so sudden the first time, startling her a bit. But now, she could truly appreciate the sheer strength and reassuring presence in his every movement. Jiang Jin knew Fu Jili worked out regularly, his broad shoulders, trim waist, and toned physique were a testament to his fitness. She had even managed to sneak in a quick feel of his abs that one time, though she couldn't help wishing she had lingered a little longer.
Jiang Jin's face flushed as she replayed those memories, a tinge of regret filtering through.
The young woman watched the video several more times, eventually saving it discreetly.
Jiang Jin, a voice called out. Your face is so red, are you not feeling well?
After Fu Jili finished his work and walked into the living room, he saw Jiang Jin with a flushed face curled up on the sofa, thinking the young girl was feeling unwell with a fever again.
No, nothing.
Jiang Jin was startled and quickly hid her phone behind her back.
I'm not feeling unwell.
Fu Jili sat down on the sofa, pulling Jiang Jin onto his lap, and pressed his forehead against hers to check her temperature.
You really don't have a fever. Then what were you looking at?
Your face is so red, Fu Jili asked casually.
Nothing.
Jiang Jin touched her burning cheeks and hastily made up an excuse, maybe it's just too hot in the room. Fu Jili's eyes narrowed slightly as he pinched the young girl's cheek and said in a deep voice, You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but remember, you can come to me for anything.
Don't keep it bottled up, understand?
Jiang Jin was deeply moved and nodded obediently, wrapping her arms around Fu Jili's neck. After resting for a few days, Jiang Jin felt fully recovered and returned to the film set. On the day she returned to the set, Fu Jili got up early to drive her there. The car stopped at the entrance of the filming location. I really don't want to go back, Fu Jili said gloomily, holding Jiang Jin's small hand and kissing it, his expression dark.
He looked like a big dog reluctant to part with its owner.
At the thought of this image, Jiang Jin burst out laughing, seeing Fu Jili's sulky expression, it really did seem like it.
You little heartless thing. I'm so reluctant to part with you, and here you are laughing.
Fu Jili's face darkened even more, his thin lips pressed together, sitting upright in his seat, turning his head to stare straight ahead. Jiang Jin looked at the man with a soft smile, her eyes curving gently. I'll miss you too, but you have to work as well. Fu Jili still ignored her. Jiang Jin shamelessly clung to Fu Jili, ruffling his hair. Mr. Fu, you need to work hard. Then, her cherry lips approached Fu Jili's ear, her voice sweet and soft, so you can earn money, to support me.
Earn money, to support me.
Those 4 words immediately lifted Fu Jili's mood. Though his lips curled into only the slightest hint of a smile, his outward expression remained tightly controlled.
My money is only for supporting my wife. But I am your wife.
Jiang Jin replied coyly, her brows lifting as she coaxed the man sweetly.
Don't be upset, we'll be parting ways soon.
Fu Jili finally turned back to face her, his lips pursed.
You said you'd miss me.
The pangs of separation crept up quickly, and Jiang Jin's mood suddenly dampened. Clinging to Fu Jili's neck, she murmured softly, I'll miss you.
Fu Jili, I'll miss you.
Her eyes began to brim with tears. Initially, it had been Fu Jili pretending to be upset, while Jiang Jin tried to console him. But now the roles had reversed, with Jiang Jin blinking back tears, much to Fu Jili's dismay. He gathered the young woman into his embrace, soothing her. It's all your fault for making me cry, Jiang Jin sniffled, beating her small fists against his chest in a pout.
I didn't even want to cry in the first place.
It's my fault, I know, Fu Jili replied gently, using a tissue to tenderly dab at her tears.
It took a while for Jiang Jin's emotions to settle.
She wasn't usually one to cry easily, but in front of Fu Jili, she seemed to become rather delicate. The plane will be arriving soon, you should go.
Jiang Jin gave him a gentle push.
I'll work hard, and you must work hard too.
Fu Jili nodded, offering her numerous reminders before finally, reluctantly, heading to the airport.
At the studio, Jiang Jin took a deep breath and composed herself before entering the set. After a few days away, many of the familiar crew members enthusiastically greeted her. Jiang Jin returned their greetings warmly.
She soon encountered Lu Xiang, already in costume. Little sister-in-law, you're finally back.
Yes, it's been a while,
Jiang Jin replied.
As they walked towards the filming area together, Jiang Jin could hear director Li Jing'an's furious voice ahead. He seemed to be harshly reprimanding Lin Jingru.
Lin Jingru, what's wrong with you? The same expression no matter what scene. And on top of that, you can't even remember your lines. Do you even want to film this drama anymore?
Director Li was known for his strict standards, but he usually maintained a friendly, approachable demeanor.
This was the first time Jiang Jin had witnessed him lose his temper so dramatically.
Yet the surrounding crew members appeared unfazed, as if this was a common occurrence.
What happened to Lin Jingru? Jiang Jin asked Lu Xiang in a low voice.
Lu Xiang explained, ever since that incident, even though the crew tried to keep it under wraps, many people still found out. It was Lin Jingru's assistant who bribed the props master to frame you and cause your on-set accident. Although Lin Jingru was the first to release a statement, shifting all the blame onto her assistant, the public didn't buy it. Her innocent, gentle image has taken a huge hit, and she's lost a lot of fans as a result.
A hint of schadenfreude colored Lu Xiang's voice as he described Lin Jingru's downfall. Not only that, many brands and advertisers have terminated their contracts with Lin Jingru. They're even willing to pay the penalty fees just to avoid working with her anymore. Her endorsements, events, and TV/film projects have all been impacted, Lu Xiang continued. In truth, Lu Xiang strongly suspected that it was Fu Jili who had orchestrated those contract terminations, but he didn't dare say anything about it in front of Jiang Jin. If Fu Jili didn't want his wife to know, Lu Xiang might end up silenced. Jiang Jin listened to it all in silence. She was no saint, and she certainly didn't feel sorry for Lin Jingru. Alright, everyone take a break. We'll reshoot the scene later,
Director Li Jing'an said with a stern expression. But as soon as he spotted Jiang Jin, his face lit up with a warm smile, and he went over to chat with her. Lin Jingru stood off to the side, her eyes rimmed red.
Even her heavy makeup couldn't conceal the haggardness on her face.
Seeing Jiang Jin standing there, unharmed and looking lovely, while she had lost everything, Lin Jingru's resentment was written all over her expression. The three engaged in friendly conversation, while a dejected Lin Jingru, with her new assistant's help, retreated to the rest area, her head hung low. In the studio rest area, as soon as Lin Jingru returned, her mother, Li Rupiang, called, immediately berating her.
Lin Jingru, what have you done to offend someone?
Recently, the Lin family's business has been facing difficulties. Business partners who had initially agreed to collaborate suddenly and inexplicably broke their contracts without reason.
Li Rupiang sensed that something was amiss and went to great lengths to gather information. Finally, she got a clue.
However, the source was also afraid of being implicated and only hinted briefly, suggesting that the Lin family consider whether they had offended anyone recently. Upon hearing this, Li Rupiang immediately wondered if Lin Jingru had caused trouble again. While she could usually handle the minor issues Lin Jingru stirred up, anything affecting the family's business was a serious matter. Lin Jingru was baffled and exclaimed sharply, "I didn't do anything. I've been at the film set all day. How could I have offended anyone?" Faced with her mother's questioning, Lin Jingru stood her ground. With so many recent troubles, instead of comforting her, her mother was inexplicably scolding her. Li Rupiang spoke sternly, "Jingru, think carefully. The family's business has been struggling lately, and it might be because we've offended someone." Her mother's serious tone made Lin Jingru realize the gravity of the situation, and her voice softened. "Mom, I've been at the film set recently. I really haven't caused any trouble outside," she said, her voice trembling with. However, Li Rupiang was in no mood to comfort her and pressed further. "What about at the film set? Did anything happen there? Did you offend anyone?" Lin Jingru fell into thought. "The film set? There's only Jiang Jin there. But how could it be because of Jiang Jin? She's an orphan with no parents or background to rely on. Even if I bullied her, what could she possibly do?" She couldn't believe Jiang Jin had that much influence. Lin Jingru dismissed the thought and confidently stated that she hadn't offended anyone. Li Rupiang didn't press further and hung up the phone. Jiang Jin quickly immersed herself in the busy work upon returning to the set. The afternoon's filming location was the general's mansion, where they would be shooting the scene of Princess Jie and the young General Shaoqi practicing swordplay together. After their fateful first meeting under the pear blossoms, the princess and the general's romance had gradually blossomed. They had since been betrothed by the Emperor of One. This was a rare sweet moment for the on-screen couple, and an excellent opportunity to heighten the chemistry between the lead actors. However, during the morning shoot, Lin Jingru had been in a poor state, repeatedly failing to get the scene right and frustrating director Li Jingyan to no end. But in the afternoon, things seemed to improve somewhat. After the male and female lead scene was finally filmed, albeit with a few hiccups, director Li heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Next up were the close-up shots focusing on Princess Zheye's swordplay. This was Jiang Jin's time to shine, as she had trained diligently with the martial arts instructor that morning. "Everyone get ready. 3, 2, 1, action!" Director Li called out. Princess Zheye, clad in a red gown, moved with precise, elegant grace. Her beautiful, regal features exuded an air of icy aloofness, like a female general on the battlefield. The sword flowed smoothly through her hands, gaining speed with each fluid motion. Jiang Jin's lithe figure danced gracefully through the air, her hair swaying along with her movements. As the scene wrapped up, director Li called out, "Cut." Satisfied, he proceeded to film several additional angles to capture all the necessary details. Finally, this arduous swordplay sequence was complete. Thoroughly exhausted from the day's work, Jiang Jin returned to the hotel. Since the previous private residence was quite far from the filming location, Jiang Jin had decided to continue staying at the cruise hotel after Fu Jili had returned to the capital. This would help her save time. Fu Jili had already arranged for her luggage and personal belongings to be moved to the hotel. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. After a shower and changing into her sleepwear, Jiang Jin found herself missing Fu Jili greatly as she lay on the empty bed. They had been inseparable these past few days, and now the sudden separation was quite difficult for her to adjust to. The last message on her WeChat was from Fu Jili, informing her that he had landed safely and arrived in the capital. Jiang Jin's slender fingers glided across the screen, finally tapping the video call icon. The connection was established quickly, and Fu Jili's handsome face appeared on the screen, his gaze soft and attentive. "You've made progress this time. What do you mean?" Jiang Jin asked, puzzled. Fu Jili raised his brows slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips as he looked at the young woman on the screen. "You know to call me for a video chat now, without hiding yourself away." Jiang Jin paused for a moment, then understood. He was referring to their previous video call, when she had been too shy to keep the camera on. Pretending to be upset, Jiang Jin pouted at the screen. "I don't want to talk to you anymore." She even let out an indignant huff, though it came across as more cute than threatening. Fu Jili found Jiang Jin's actions utterly adorable, and he had to suppress a laugh, lest he further irritate her. Instead, he cleared his throat and quickly changed the subject. "How was work at the studio today? Are you tired?" Fu Jili had some reservations about Jiang Jin returning to the set so soon, worried that she might not have fully recovered and might overexert herself. Jiang Jin shook her head gently, her soft voice reassuring him. My health is fine now, I can handle the work without any problems. After a brief pause, she mustered her courage to speak up.
Mr. Fu, you've become rather long-winded, haven't you?
You ungrateful thing, I'm just concerned about you, Fu Jili chuckled. The video background shifted to the dining room at home, as Fu Jili sat down at the table, preparing to have his dinner.
Zhang Jin glanced at the time on her phone. It was already 9:30 p.m.
Are you just having dinner now? She asked, a hint of worry in her voice. Fu Jili took a sip of the soup, explaining calmly, I had a late meeting with a client, so it got pushed back a bit.
Zhang Jin couldn't help but fret a little. Remember to have your meals on time. Your stomach isn't very strong. She continued, and don't work too late next time, make sure to take care of yourself, okay? Fu Jili nodded. I'll be mindful of that.
Zhang Jin's brow furrowed slightly, her face etched with concern as she looked at him earnestly.
Mr. Fu, don't overwork yourself so much. It worries me.
Fu Jili lifted his gaze, his eyes darkening as he solemnly promised, alright, I'll be more careful next time. And so, Zhang Jin lay in bed, silently keeping Fu Jili company as he finished his dinner.
After the meal, Fu Jili went upstairs.
The young woman suggested he check on the puppy. Turning the camera, Fu Jili found little Fu Bao happily playing on the small blanket, clutching a shark plushie in its mouth. It was the same blanket Zhang Jin had found for the puppy that night she'd rescued it. The little one had grown particularly fond of it, even though Zhang Jin had since bought it many cozy beds.
Fu Bao?
Zhang Jin called out softly through the screen. Hearing the familiar voice, Fu Zai immediately stopped what he was doing, perking up his little ears to listen intently.
Zhang Jin called out again.
In an instant, Fu Zai began wagging his little tail, running excitedly around the room in search of his owner. However, he couldn't find her, and his silly antics made Zhang Jin burst into laughter. Fu Jili stood up and picked up Fu Zai, adjusting the phone screen. Zhang Jin called the dog's name once more, and Fu Zai immediately recognized her on the screen, barking excitedly to express how much he missed his owner. Zhang Jin's eyes curved into a smile as she looked at the screen, feeling an overwhelming sense of warmth and happiness at the sight of the man and the dog. The two talked for a long time until the young girl began to feel sleepy, her eyes gradually closing. Noticing this, Fu Jili softly coaxed her, go to sleep. Zhang Jin mumbled a drowsy and slowly drifted off to sleep. Fu Jili's lips curved into a smile, his warm gaze resting on Zhang Jin. Her cheeks were flushed, and her face rested comfortably on the pillow as she slept soundly and contentedly.
Fu Jili didn't hang up the phone.
Instead, he placed it on his desk, turned on his computer, and continued working. Though they were more than 1,000 kilometers apart, connected only by a phone call, listening to the gentle rhythm of the young girl's breathing, Fu Jili felt an indescribable sweetness and peace. The next morning, Zhang Jin groggily turned over in bed, fumbling for her phone. She half opened her eyes and looked at the screen.
What's going on? The call hadn't been disconnected. Call duration, 535 minutes. Oh my! Had it been connected all night?
The phone was scorching hot.
Zhang Jin picked it up and held it to her ear, whispering softly, Mr. Fu?
There was a rustling sound from the other end, as if Fu Jili had turned over in bed.
What is it?
Fu Jili responded drowsily, his voice thick with sleep.
Nothing, go back to sleep.
Zhang Jin comforted him gently, not wanting to disturb him further, and quietly ended the call.
So, had he stayed with her all night?
Zhang Jin rubbed her slightly flushed cheeks, pressed the warm phone to her chest, and grinned foolishly. After plugging her phone in to charge, she hurried to the bathroom to wash up. By 9 a.m., she arrived at the filming location on time, ready to start another busy day. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was late December. Zhang Jin had been busy on set for over a month, and the overall progress was going smoothly. If nothing unexpected happened, the filming would wrap up around New Year's Day. She wondered if she could make it back in time to spend New Year's with Fu Jili. Recently, Lin Jingru has been relatively well behaved on set. After the incident, everyone in the crew noticeably distanced themselves from her, and her public image suffered a significant blow. Once at the peak of her career, Lin Jingru had been arrogant and aloof, but now she kept a much lower profile. She showed up at the filming location every day and left immediately after the shoot. As a result, although Zhang Jin and Lin Jingru were in the same crew, their interactions were minimal. This, however, worked in Zhang Jin's favor, allowing her to focus entirely on her work every day. One day, Li Jingyan approached Zhang Jin, who was busy on set. Miss Zhang, the final shoot has been moved up to the end of this month.
Zhang Jin was instantly thrilled. Really?
Li Jingyan nodded. Yes, the last scene is scheduled for the 31st.
Once that's done, you'll be finished. The dance scene for the final shoot is quite important and challenging. You might want to start preparing for it in advance. Lee Jingin advised. Although he had great confidence in Jiang Jin's abilities, he felt it necessary to mention this out of a sense of responsibility and professionalism. Okay, Director Lee, Jiang Jin responded earnestly. After finalizing the arrangements, Lee Jingin left. Jiang Jin could hardly contain her excitement and joy. If everything went smoothly on the 31st, she could return to Jing City that very day and spend New Year's Day with Mr. Fu. Excitedly, Jiang Jin picked up her phone to share the news with Fu Jili. Her slender fingers typed out a message, but she paused just before sending it. Perhaps it would be better not to tell him yet and surprise him instead. Yes, that's what she would do. Jiang Jin smiled, put her phone away, and immediately threw herself back into her work with renewed vigor. The time passed quickly, and before they knew it, the day of the wrap-up had arrived. In the climactic scene, the male lead Shao Qi launched a coup on the day of his wedding to Princess Jia, amassing troops to surround the palace, killing the incompetent emperor, and seizing the throne for himself. When the princess learned the truth, it was already too late. Though they loved each other deeply, the enmity of Shao Qi having killed the princess's father was an unbridgeable chasm between them. Jiang Jin had prepared extensively for this scene. The setting and dance were the same, but the mindset and emotions of the leading lady were completely different, which Jiang Jin had to convey through her performance. Cut. Even after the director's call, everyone remained engrossed in the sorrow of the scene. When they finally snapped out of it, thunderous applause and cheers erupted on the set. The dance was performed so beautifully. Yes, it was as if the real Princess Jia was standing right before us. The poignant and melancholic feeling was deeply palpable, even for a non-dancing audience like myself. Absolutely amazing. I have a feeling this dance sequence will become a sensation once the movie is released. Jiang Jin took a moment to compose herself, then walked over to the camera crew. The staff immediately presented her with a bouquet of flowers, congratulating her on completing all her dance scenes. The dance was performed so wonderfully, the emotions were portrayed exquisitely. I truly didn't make a mistake in casting you. Director Lee praised emphatically, evidently delighted with the just completed scene. Jiang Jin was deeply moved as well. After the arduous 2+ months of hard work, she had finally brought the role to a perfect conclusion. With all her work at the studio now complete, Jiang Jin hurried back to the hotel, quickly packed her bags, and rushed to the airport. At 7 p.m., Jiang Jin landed safely at the Beijing International Airport. After over 2 months away, she was brimming with excitement to see Fu Jili again. As soon as she exited the airport, Jiang Jin checked her phone and found a fresh message. Fu Jili, my dear, is your work finished? Have you arrived at the hotel? His standard daily inquiries. Even though he wasn't by her side, he would ask about her routine every day. Jiang Jin couldn't help the smile that tugged at her lips, a sweet expression gracing her refined features. Jiang Jin, yes, my work is done. She sent the message, feeling a touch nervous. Well, that wasn't entirely untrue. Her work at the studio had indeed been completed. Fu Jili, I've been really busy with work lately, so I can't fly to Suzhou. Fu Jili, but I miss you so much. He had attached a sticker of a puppy with a forlorn expression. Jiang Jin was unexpectedly amused, ducking her head to hide her smile as she typed a reply. Jiang Jin, I miss you too. After a moment's consideration, she decided she should find out where Fu Jili was first. Jiang Jin, what are you up to right now? Are you at the office or at home? The reply came quickly from Fu Jili's end. I'm still at the office, working late. The taxi had arrived, so Jiang Jin sent back an emoji of a hand patting a head, then hurriedly got in the car, heading straight for the headquarters of the Fu Group. An hour later, Jiang Jin arrived at the company building. This was her second time coming to the Fu Group headquarters. Familiar with the route, Jiang Jin walked into the lobby, where Assistant Lee was already waiting for her downstairs. On the ride over, Jiang Jin had called Lee beforehand, asking him to come pick her up at the building and make sure Fu Jili didn't find out. Seeing Jiang Jin enter, Lee hurried forward. Mrs. Fu. Thank you for coming to get me. Assistantly, Jiang Jin greeted him with a nod. It's my pleasure, I'm happy to do it, Lee replied, pressing the button for the executive elevator to take them up. The elevator went directly to the top floor, the presidential office. Lee guided Jiang Jin inside. The chairman's meeting will likely last another half hour or so, Lee informed her, setting a glass of water on the coffee table. Shall I let him know you're here? Jiang Jin took a sip of the water. No need, you can go back to your work. I'll wait for him here. Comprehending, Lee excused himself, leaving the office. Jiang Jin rested on the couch for a bit.
The early morning filming, the wrap-up, and the long flight had left her quite exhausted. Unintentionally, Jiang Jin soon fell into a light doze on the sofa. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening jolted her awake. Looking towards the entrance, she saw Fu Jili striding in, dressed in a black suit. Instantly, Jiang Jin sprang up, rushing to him. She flung herself into his arms, her slender legs wrapping around his waist. Her delicate arms clung tightly to his neck as she nuzzled into the crook of his neck.
"Mr. Fu, I've missed you so much," she murmured sweetly.
Fu Jili paused momentarily, then steadied her, supporting her from underneath. His voice carried a hint of emotion.
Jin, you're back. It's a surprise. Are you happy?" Jiang Jin asked excitedly.
Suddenly, Jiang Jin lifted her head and noticed the group of people behind Fu Jili. Her voice trailed off abruptly. The next moment, the young woman buried her face in Fu Jili's neck, her lips quivering.
"So many people."
The crowd of executives behind them exchanged bewildered glances, their jaws dropping in sheer surprise.
Who on earth was this enigmatic figure that could make the chairman speak so softly and tenderly? Sensing Jiang Jin's embarrassment, Fu Jili stroked her hair gently. "That's all for today.
The rest can be reported to me tomorrow," he commanded in a low voice.
With that, he carried the young woman into the private lounge within the office.
Well, there was the decisive, unyielding Fu Jili they knew, the aloof, indifferent chairman was back.
The group quietly retreated, and one thoughtful female employee even closed the office door behind them. With the sound blocked, the eager onlookers could no longer contain their curiosity, whispering animatedly amongst themselves. "My goodness, who was that woman? I've never seen the chairman speak so tenderly before. That must be the president's wife. I caught a glimpse of her when she came to the company last time. Yes, that's right. It's definitely the president's wife. We owe our gratitude to the president's wife for saving us from that ordeal. Did you see the chairman's smile just now? In the 3 years I've been here, I can count the number of times I've seen him smile on one hand," remarked a bespectacled young man. "Of course a big guy like you would find that amusing. The president's wife is so sweet and gentle, she could melt anyone's heart," gushed a long-haired woman, her face beaming. "I hope the president's wife will visit the company more often. That way, the chairman might smile more." Unaware of the commotion outside, the two inside the private lounge were focused on each other. Fu Jili held Jiang Jin on the sofa, seeing her flushed face. She felt too embarrassed to speak, thinking about the scene that had just unfolded. "It's all right, I'll tell them tomorrow to not breathe a word of this," Fu Jili soothed her gently. "But they saw," Jiang Jin murmured, tugging at her clothes and keeping her head down. "You are my lawful wife. What does it matter if they saw?" Fu Jili said firmly, his large hands caressing her slender waist. He then cradled Jiang Jin's delicate face, gradually leaning in until his warm breath brushed against her. Tenderly, he covered her soft, pink lips with his own, kissing her slowly and deeply. Shyly, Jiang Jin responded, her slim arms embracing his neck as she timidly tasted his lips, yearning for him after their separation. "Mr. Fu, I've missed you so much," she confessed, her voice timid yet earnest. Her words seemed to strike a chord within Fu Jili, his voice low and hoarse. "My dear, I've missed you too." He then claimed her lips again, kissing her passionately, unwilling to leave any space between them. Jiang Jin could only surrender to his embrace, her body leaning weakly against his as she parted her lips, accepting his ardent affection. After a long while, Fu Jili finally released Jiang Jin from the embrace. The young woman's cheeks were flushed, her eyes glistening as she leaned against him, looking thoroughly ravished. Fu Jili's Adam's apple bobbed as he struggled to rein in his desires, forcing himself to regain composure. His voice had grown hoarse. Jin, have you eaten yet?" Jiang Jin's eyelids were tinged pink, her breathing still slightly ragged. "No, I haven't," she replied softly, her tone carrying a hint of coy charm. In truth, Jiang Jin had only had breakfast that day. Rushed for time during the filming, she hadn't managed to have lunch. After wrapping up, she had hurried back to the hotel, packed her bags, and rushed straight to the company, forgetting all about eating. After all the commotion, she was now suddenly quite famished. "Let's go get you something to eat," Fu Jili said, rising and scooping Jiang Jin up in his arms. "Don't you have work to do?" Jiang Jin asked a bit worriedly, remembering the group of executives who had accompanied him earlier. Fu Jili adjusted his grip on her. "What's more important than taking my wife out to eat?" He carried Jiang Jin out of the office. "Ah, put me down, I can walk." Jiang Jin protested, squirming a little, her slender legs kicking lightly. "Hold still, don't fall," Fu Jili chuckled, pretending to loosen his hold, causing Jiang Jin to immediately cling tighter to his neck, her legs locking around his waist.
Since she couldn't get down, Jiang Jin simply buried her face in his neck, hiding from view, as if that would somehow spare her the embarrassment. If only she knew that Fu Jili would be delighted to show off his wife, he'd shout it from the rooftops if he could. The two took the private elevator down to the underground parking garage. Fu Jili placed the young lady in the passenger seat, then went around to the other side and opened the door to get in.
Where shall we go for dinner? Fu Jili asked, starting the car. How about the snack street?
There's a really delicious beef noodle restaurant near the university, Jiang Jin said, her eyes lighting up.
It's near the university. I used to go there a lot when I was in school. The beef noodles are so good, you have to trust me.
Jiang Jin turned to Fu Jili, blinking her big, wet eyes pleadingly, her voice soft and coy.
Fu Jili chuckled softly, speaking tenderly, okay.
Half an hour later, the low-key, luxurious Maybach stopped in front of a small beef noodle restaurant. The restaurant was located at the entrance of the snack street, with a simple sign that read Jinji Noodle House. It was past 9 p.m., the peak of late-night dining, so the snack street was bustling with people, many of them students.
The noodle restaurant was doing brisk business, with the owner busily and enthusiastically attending to customers.
Jiang Jin took Fu Jili's hand as they walked into the restaurant, but then hesitated. Maybe we should go somewhere else.
What's wrong? Fu Jili asked gently.
There are so many people here, I'm worried you might not be comfortable, Jiang Jin said, looking at him with concern. She knew Fu Jili preferred quiet, private, high-end restaurants with few patrons.
She was worried he wouldn't be used to the lively, noisy environment here.
Fu Jili squeezed Jiang Jin's small hand and reassured her with a smile. It's fine, as long as it's a place you've brought me to, I'll like it. The 3 years he had missed meant he had missed out on so many moments with this young lady. Now he had the chance to rediscover every little detail about her, and he cherished that opportunity.
Really?
Jiang Jin looked up at him uncertainly, hugging his arm and swaying a little. Fu Jili chuckled softly, raising an eyebrow, of course.
After hearing Fu Jili's words, Jiang Jin no longer had any reservations. She took Fu Jili's hand and led him to sit down in a corner.
The owner came over and enthusiastically asked what they would like to order. Jiang Jin, well versed in the menu, said, I'll have a bowl of beef noodle soup with bone broth, no cilantro, but extra spicy.
She then pushed the menu towards Fu Jili and whispered, What would you like? Fu Jili replied, The same as you.
Then another bowl of beef noodle soup with bone broth, but no spice at all, Jiang Jin told the owner. The owner, pen in hand, jotted it down in his little notebook as he casually replied, All right.
And really, no spice at all? Jiang Jin reiterated, a little anxiously.
The owner looked up at the good-looking couple and teased, noted, not a single spicy grain. Don't worry, little miss, I won't make it too spicy for your boyfriend. Jiang Jin's cheeks flushed, and she self-consciously tucked a stray hair behind her ear. But next to her, Fu Jili suddenly spoke up, not boyfriend.
Husband. Ha? The owner was taken aback. Had he misjudged?
She's my wife, Fu Jili stated firmly.
Ah, I see.
The owner smiled wryly, these young lovebirds these days.
He then turned towards the kitchen and yelled, Wife, 2 bowls of beef noodle soup.
One without cilantro, extra spicy, the other completely non-spicy.
A loud female voice answered from the kitchen, Got it.
The owner turned back, eyebrows raised at Fu Jili and Jiang Jin, as if to say, look at you two lovebirds, who doesn't have a wife these days? Jiang Jin's face turned an even deeper shade of red, too embarrassed to look up, pretending to be very busy. Fu Jili didn't doubt for a moment that if there was a crack in the floor, this young lady would waste no time in diving right into it.
Is this noodle place really that good? Fu Jili changed the subject, trying to divert her attention.
Jiang Jin nodded lightly, softly replying, yes, it's really, really good.
This was a place I visited during a team building activity when I first started university.
After that, I came here often, sometimes with my best friend Xin Yuan.
Oh, right, Xin Yuan is my closest girlfriend. You met her that time when I injured my arm. Maybe next time there'll be a chance for you to properly meet her.
Gradually, Jiang Jin's attention was diverted, and she began excitedly sharing stories about the friends she had made in university and the fun things that had happened.
Fu Jili listened quietly, occasionally adding a few words.
He was so happy that Jiang Jin was able to freely share these things with him. He couldn't help but want to learn more about the young lady's life in those 3 years he had missed. The noodles arrived soon, and Jiang Jin eagerly picked up her chopsticks, taking a bite and exclaiming, it's still so delicious. The young lady ate slowly, delicately blowing on each bite before placing it in her mouth and chewing thoughtfully. Seeing Jiang Jin eat so happily, Fu Jili also felt his appetite increase. After they finished eating and paid the bill, Fu Fu Jili drove Jiang Jin straight home. As soon as Jiang Jin entered the door, Fu Bai seemed to sense it and came rushing towards the doorway, wagging his little tail excitedly and barking joyfully around Jiang Jin. Jiang Jin played with Fu Bai for a while, but was eventually persuaded by Fu Jili to go take a shower. Jin, go take a shower and get some rest early, Fu Jili said, concerned that the young lady had been tired from the day's activities. Okay, Jiang Jin obediently replied, then took her sleepwear and went into the bathroom. The next morning, Jiang Jin woke up to find that Fu Jili had already gone to work. She got up, freshened up, and had breakfast, then prepared to head back to school. She had contacted Professor Wang Ruofan the day before, and they had arranged a meeting time. Promptly at 10 a.m., Jiang Jin arrived at the university and met with Professor Wang, reporting on the work she had been doing at the film set. Little Jiang, you've really worked hard this time, Professor Wang said affectionately, praising her. Director Li Jing'an also told me you did exceptionally well on the set. Jiang Jin smiled and replied, thank you, Professor Wang, I've learned a lot this time. After taking care of the matters, it was lunchtime, so Jiang Jin made plans to have lunch with Xin Yuan at a nearby barbecue restaurant.
Jin, how is your recovery going? Xin Yuan asked, concerned, having heard about Jiang Jin's accident and hospitalization.
Jiang Jin shook her head lightly, I'm fine now. This was most likely something Lin Jingrua did, Xin Yuan said angrily, I know her well, she's always one thing in front and another behind.
She's become very skilled at it. Xin Yuan had witnessed firsthand how Lin Jingrua used others to bully Jiang Jin when they were in high school. Jiang Jin's expression remained calm as she spoke, but there's no evidence.
Xin Yuan fumed, that kind of person will eventually expose their true colors. It had been a while since they had seen each other, so the two friends chatted for a long time. As evening approached, Jiang Jin finally returned to the Fu mansion. Surprisingly, Fu Jili had not stayed late at the office and had come home earlier than usual. Jiang Jin opened the door to find Fu Jili sitting on the living room sofa.
She asked in surprise, why did you come home so early today?
Because you're here, of course I'd come home earlier, Fu Jili replied. He stood up, took Jiang Jin's small bag and placed it on the cabinet, then went to get a glass of warm water for her.
Did you go to school today? He asked.
Jiang Jin nodded as she sipped the water. Yes, I went to the university, and then I had lunch with Yuan and went shopping with her later. The young lady plopped down on the sofa, looking thoroughly exhausted.
Fu Jili gently lifted Jiang Jin's legs onto his lap. Hey!
Jiang Jin tried to pull her legs back, but Fu Jili held them firmly. Stay still, let me give you a massage, he said, and began kneading her calves with his large, skilled hands, helping to relieve her fatigue. Fu Jili's massage was professional and gentle, making Jiang Jin feel extremely comfortable. She closed her eyes, enjoying the soothing sensation.
Suddenly, the phone rang. Fu Jili answered it. It was Wenbai's voice on the other end. Brother Fu, there's a gathering this weekend, can you come?
Where?
Fu Jili asked, one hand holding the phone, the other massaging Jiang Jin's legs. At the Longhua Manor, you can bring your wife along.
It'll be fun, Wenbai suggested.
Fu Jili pondered for a moment, then turned to Jiang Jin, would you like to go?
But as he spoke, he noticed that the young lady had already fallen asleep on the sofa. Lowering his voice, he said, my wife is asleep now, let me check with her and I'll get back to you. He then hung up the phone and gently lifted Jiang Jin into his arms, carrying her upstairs. In a private club, inside a VIP room. Su Jinj, Wenbai, and Lu Xiang were all present.
With the movie on the pillow wrapped up, Lu Xiang had returned to Jing City to take a break.
He had been clamoring to organize a weekend gathering to catch up with everyone.
Lu Xiang eagerly asked, so, is Brother Fu and his wife coming or not? Wenbai put away his phone and sprawled on the sofa, not sure.
Brother Fu hung up directly. He said he needed to ask his wife first and then decide.
Tisk. Su Jinj, sitting across from them, took a sip of his drink, expressing his amazement at his friend's whipped behavior.
Lu Xiang, on the other hand, looked unfazed. After the incident on set, he had already come to understand one thing. Jiang Jin was Brother Fu's treasure.
Lu Xiang said, did you guys know that Brother Fu's wife was working on our set? Wenbei exclaimed, what? No wonder Brother Fu stayed in Su City for so long during that period. Lu Xiang then recounted the incident on set in detail.
You have no idea how frantic Brother Fu was at that time.
My goodness, I was terrified.
If something had happened to his wife, I would have had to apologize with my life.
Even though many days had passed, recalling the situation still sent chills down Lu Xiang's spine. Wenbei and Su Jinj were also shocked. It was hard to imagine the usually composed and calculating head of the Fu family acting so recklessly, jumping into the lake without a second thought. Fu residence, bedroom. In the evening, Jiang Jin woke up, and Fu Jili mentioned the gathering to her. Do you want to go? Fu Jili leaned against the bedside, gently stroking the top of the girl's head as he asked softly, if you want to go, we'll go. If not, I'll stay home with you over the weekend. Jiang Jin looked at him hesitantly and said in a soft voice, will there be a lot of people? No, just my friends. No outsiders. In truth, Fu Jili hoped Jiang Jin would go. He had a selfish desire to formally introduce Jiang Jin to the friends he had grown up with. Jiang Jin thought for a moment, then nodded obediently, okay. Since they were Fu Jili's close friends, it was only right for her to meet them. Fu Jili's brows relaxed, and a faint smile lingered on his lips as he continued, it's a fun place. I'll take you horseback riding when we get there. Horseback riding? But I don't know how. Fu Jili reassured her, it's okay. I'll teach you. Do you know how to ride? Jiang Jin's eyes curved into a smile, her face full of curiosity. Fu Jili replied, yes. Mr. Fu, you're amazing. Jiang Jin praised with a smile. It seemed that in her mind, there was nothing Fu Jili couldn't do. Fu Jili was clearly pleased by the girl's admiration, and the smile on his lips never faded. In the following days, Jiang Jin was busy with her classes at the university. Before they knew it, Friday had arrived. At 5 p.m., Fu Jili waited punctually at the entrance of Peking University. Jiang Jin emerged from the gates, her white backpack on her shoulders. She immediately spotted Fu Jili standing by the car. Fu Jili, dressed in a black coat, stood tall and imposing, one hand in his pocket, the other holding a cigarette. His chiseled profile had a touch of aloof coldness, his gaze distant and refined, yet almost regal. As if sensing the young lady's arrival, he suddenly looked up. Upon recognizing her, the frigid detachment in his brow softened into gentle warmth. He extinguished his cigarette and strode towards Jiang Jin, effortlessly taking her backpack. Jiang Jin rushed into Fu Jili's embrace, her slender arms wrapping around his slim waist. Her soft voice asked, have you been waiting long? No, I just got here, Fu Jili replied, caressing her hair, then opened the car door for her to get in. After getting in the car, Fu Jili reached into the back seat and handed Jiang Jin a bag. Have this first to tide you over. Jiang Jin opened the bag to find sandwiches and hot milk. The young lady looked up at him with a sweet smile. Mr. Fu, you're so thoughtful. Oh? And what reward do I get for that? Fu Jili asked, his brow raised slightly, his tone leisurely. Jiang Jin was momentarily taken aback, but then leaned in closer, softly pressing her sweet-scented lips against the side of his face. The kiss was brief, and after pulling away, Jiang Jin quickly sat back, pretending to look out the window as if nothing had happened, though her flushed ears gave her away completely. Fu Jili let out a low chuckle, the corner of his lips curling upwards. I like this kind of reward, my dear wife. Feel free to bestow it upon me more often. At this, the young lady's face turned even redder. She gripped the seatbelt tightly, stubbornly staring out the window without a word. Fu Jili's lips curved in an indulgent smile as he started the car and drove off. An hour later, the car ascended the winding mountain road and arrived at the Longhua Manor atop the peak. Before them stood an imposing European-style castle, surrounded by lush greenery. The estate stretched all the way to the distant mountains, a harmonious blend of elegant serenity and refined luxury. The Longhua Manor, located in the outskirts of northern Beijing, was a private estate owned by Su Jinj. It was not normally open to the public, but the brothers would often gather there. The car pulled up in front of a villa, and Fu Jili took Jiang Jin's hand as they walked in. The other three men were already seated in the living room, chatting. Lu Ziang spotted them first and rose to greet them. Brother Fu, sister-in-law, you're here. Wen Yibai also greeted them warmly. Jiang Jin had met Wen Yibai and Lu Ziang before, so she exchanged pleasantries with them. However, Su Jinj was someone Jiang Jin had not yet encountered. Fu Jili gently introduced him to Jiang Jin. This is Su Jinj, a few years older than me. He's the third son of the Su family. You can call him third brother, just as I do. The man across from them, Su Jinj, spoke in a deep voice. Little sister, I've long heard of your reputation. Long heard of my reputation? Jiang Jin was a bit puzzled by Su Jinj's wording, but she didn't show it and politely greeted him, third brother. After a few more casual exchanges, the group made their way to the dining room. The spacious dining room had the table already set with an array of exquisite dishes, the variety and presentation quite impressive.
Fu Jili was engrossed in a business discussion with Su Jinj, which Jiang Jin didn't quite understand, so she simply tuned it out and focused her attention on the delectable spread before her. Jiang Jin picked up a few visually appealing dishes and savored them slowly, her eyes subtly narrowing in delight whenever she encountered something particularly delicious. As she ate, Jiang Jin's gaze fell upon a plate of poached shrimp. The shrimp shells were delicate as cicada wings, allowing the firm flesh within to be clearly seen. They were arranged elegantly on the beautiful platter, glistening with freshness and temptation. However, in front of all these people, Jiang Jin felt it might be improper to peel the shrimp herself, as that could make a mess. After all, this was her first meal with Fu Jili's friends, and she wanted to leave a refined and graceful impression. So Jiang Jin reluctantly resisted the urge and turned her attention to the other dishes instead. Suddenly, a long-fingered hand wielding chopsticks picked up a shrimp and placed it in her bowl. Jiang Jin watched as Fu Jili rolled up his sleeves, picked up a sanitized napkin to wipe his hands, and then proceeded to deftly peel the shrimp, his movements elegant and unhurried. Before long, the shrimp was neatly peeled, the shell discarded, leaving only the glistening, translucent flesh. Fu Jili then transferred the whole shrimp to Jiang Jin's bowl, lowering his head slightly as he murmured, "Eat." Jiang Jin's brows curved into a gentle smile as she picked up the shrimp and brought it to her lips, chewing it slowly and contentedly, like a lazy little cat savoring the most exquisite delicacy. Fu Jili lowered his gaze, watching the delicate young lady beside him with an indulgent smile. Lu Ziang and Wenyi, sitting across from them, were so astonished that their jaws dropped, exchanging incredulous glances. The eldest son of the Fu family had grown up in luxury, with countless people at his beck and call. For so many years, it had always been others who fawned over Fu Jili. They had never seen the eldest son of the Fu family take such personal care of someone, being so attentive and considerate. Yet Fu Jili performed these actions so naturally and effortlessly, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Meanwhile, Jiang Jin beside him showed no sign of surprise, clearly accustomed to this dynamic. It seemed this was a long-established routine between them. Across the table, Su Jinj was also secretly amazed. He had always known that Fu Jili liked Jiang Jin, had liked her for many, many years. But even so, he was surprised that Fu Jili wouldn't delegate such a trivial task, handling it with such meticulous care. It was the kind of work usually left to servants, yet Fu Jili seemed to enjoy it. It was truly unbelievable. After a long while, Lu Ziang finally snapped out of his daze and, with a cheeky grin, teased in a high-pitched voice, "Brother Fu, I want shrimp too. Peel it for me." Hearing this, Jiang Jin's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, her ears burning. She lowered her head in embarrassment, staring at the freshly peeled shrimp in her bowl, unsure whether to eat it or not. Fu Jili turned slightly, picked up the shrimp with his chopsticks, and fed it to the girl. He then gently squeezed her hand under the table, comforting her in a low voice, "Don't mind him. Just focus on eating." Then he looked up, his eyes darkening as he stared expressionlessly at Lu Ziang, speaking in a calm but firm tone, "Someone, bring 10 plates of boiled shrimp for young Master Lu. He's not leaving the table until he finishes them all." Cough, cough. Ha 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 ha. Wenyi burst into loud laughter beside him, clearly enjoying the spectacle and mocking Lu Ziang with glee. Lu Ziang's face immediately fell, and he wailed in despair, "No, Brother Fu, I was wrong. 10 plates? That's too much. Way too much." For a moment, the dining table was filled with lively chaos. Jiang Jin, who had been feeling embarrassed earlier, also looked up and was amused by Lu Ziang's antics, forgetting the awkward scene from before. Beside her, Fu Jili ignored Lu Ziang's wails and calmly peeled a small plate of shrimp, placing it in front of the girl. Jin, don't mind him. Just focus on eating." Jiang Jin smiled softly, nodding obediently before lowering her head to eat attentively. Su Jinj, watching the warm and loving couple across the table, silently lit a metaphorical candle for Lu Ziang in his heart. This silly kid, disturbing someone's precious wife from eating properly. Knowing Fu Jili's temperament, he would definitely retaliate, using Lu Ziang as the scapegoat to amuse his beloved. In the end, Lu Ziang only managed to finish 3 plates of shrimp. Unable to eat anymore, he had a sudden idea and turned to Jiang Jin with a pitiful expression, pleading, "Little sister-in-law." Seeing how miserable Lu Ziang looked, Jiang Jin tugged at Fu Jili's sleeve, giving him a meaningful glance. Fu Jili glanced at Jiang Jin's small bowl, noting that she had finished her meal. At least it hadn't delayed his girl's dinner. With that, Fu Jili waved his hand magnanimously, letting Lu Ziang off the hook. After dinner, Fu Jili took Jiang Jin for a stroll around the estate to aid digestion. The evening moon hung in the night sky, and the stars twinkled brightly. The air in the outskirts of the capital was exceptionally fresh. Jiang Jin spread her arms and closed her eyes, savoring the moment, her face filled with contentment.
Fu Jili was amused by the girl's adorable expression and asked gently, "Do you like it here?" Jiang Jin nodded. "The environment here is so beautiful, and the air is so refreshing. It's really relaxing."
Fu Jili surveyed the surroundings, already making plans in his mind. Since the girl likes it so much, it's time for him to buy an estate. The two walked further ahead and eventually stopped at a swing. Just as Jiang Jin was about to sit down, Fu Jili suddenly spoke up, "Wait a moment." Jiang Jin looked up at him, puzzled. She watched as Fu Jili took off his coat and laid it on the swing.
"It's a bit chilly. Sit on this so you don't catch a cold." Jiang Jin glanced at the expensive coat, feeling conflicted. "Let's not use it. It'll get dirty."
"It's fine," Fu Jili insisted, gently pressing her shoulders to make her sit on the coat. The two sat side by side on the swing, enjoying the estate's night view together.
The warm glow of the streetlights illuminated them, creating a cozy and heartwarming atmosphere.
After their stroll, the couple returned to their room, where their luggage had already been delivered by the staff. They took a shower and went to bed early.
The next morning,
Jiang Jin woke up naturally and noticed that the man beside her was still asleep, his strong arm wrapped tightly around her waist. It was rare for Fu Jili to sleep in with her. Jiang Jin silently smiled, reaching up to wrap her arms around his neck and nuzzling his chin affectionately. Fu Jili stirred awake, opening his eyes to see the little troublemaker in his arms disturbing his peaceful sleep. He pulled her closer, his voice low and husky, "Be good, sleep a little longer."
"No, I want to get up. I want to go outside," Jiang Jin whined softly, her voice sweet and pleading.
The weather outside was so nice, and she was eager to go out and play.
Early in the morning, with his girl cooing ending so sweetly, how could anyone resist?
Fu Jili chuckled softly, resigning himself to his fate.
All right, let's go wash up. We'll head downstairs soon."
Jiang Jin hopped out of bed cheerfully and skipped to the bathroom to get ready.
Half an hour later, the two were dressed and ready. After breakfast, they headed to the estate's equestrian field at the back.
Wanibai and the other two had already arrived early and were galloping on their horses in the distance. Fu Jili took Jiang Jin to the changing room, where a set of riding clothes had been prepared for her, a sleek black riding outfit. Jiang Jin tied her long hair back and put on the black riding suit, instantly transforming into a bold and spirited figure, exuding confidence and elegance. Fu Jili had already changed into his gear and was waiting at the door. When he saw Jiang Jin approach, he helped tidy her clothes and then handed her the protective vest, gently instructing her. "This is an air armor, you must wear it properly to stay safe." Jiang Jin's cheeks puffed up slightly as she softly replied, "Okay, I know." Fu Jili had specially chosen a relatively docile horse, and he demonstrated the steps for mounting it. "Grab the reins with your left hand, then step on the stirrup and use your right hand to push off the saddle to swing your leg over. The motion should be quick, or you could get injured," he reminded her anxiously.
Jiang Jin nodded, eager to try it.
Fu Jili helped secure the reins for her, and Jiang Jin followed the steps he had shown, swinging herself up onto the horse's back with a clean, swift motion that surprised Fu Jili. "Very good," he praised with a smile. Fu Jili led the horse forward slowly, guiding Jiang Jin. "Sit up straight, that's it. Relax a bit, don't be so tense." Jiang Jin took a few deep breaths, trying to loosen up as instructed. Fu Jili's gaze was approving as he continued, "Good, now you can try gently kicking the horse's side, not too hard." Jiang Jin carefully tapped the horse's belly with her boot.
"Like this?"
"You can use a bit more force," Fu Jili said, demonstrating by lightly squeezing her calf.
Jiang Jin gained a bit more confidence and followed his guidance.
"Excellent," Fu Jili said warmly, encouraging her further.
Toes pointed up, eyes focused ahead.
"Feel the rhythm of the horse's gait, find that rising and falling motion."
Jiang Jin nodded and followed his instructions. The feeling of being on horseback was unlike anything she had experienced before.
Gazing into the distance, she felt as though she had grown taller, a sense of freedom and unrestraint washing over her. Although this was her first time riding a horse, Jiang Jin felt she had already fallen in love with the sensation. After just a short while, she had made significant progress. Fu Jili held the reins, his gaze fixed on the girl atop the horse, a smile on his lips as he praised her. "You're quite talented." The girl's eyes sparkled.
"Really?"
Fu Jili nodded, his eyes filled with pride. This was the girl he loved, seemingly delicate, yet remarkably resilient. She excelled at everything she tried and never gave up easily.
Fu Jili continued, "You've outperformed 90% of first-time riders." This wasn't an exaggeration.
Jiang Jin truly had a natural talent for riding. It was rare for someone to feel so at ease on a horse during their first attempt. Her sense of connection with the horse was exceptional. Hearing Fujili's praise, the girl was overjoyed, her soft cheeks dimpling with a sweet smile. Jiang Jin rode another lap, her eyes filled with envy as she watched Wanibai and the others galloping freely in the distance. She pointed ahead and said wistfully, "I want to be like them." Fujili followed her gaze. Wanibai and the other two were racing their horses. "Scoot forward a bit," Fujili instructed. Jiang Jin was puzzled but obediently complied. Fujili grabbed the saddle horn, leaped up, and swung himself onto the horse behind her. His arms encircled her waist as he took hold of the reins, his voice low and steady, "Hold on, Mrs. Fu." With that, he nudged the horse's sides firmly with his boots. The horse, sensing the command, surged forward with excitement, breaking into a gallop. The wind whistled past their ears, and the scenery blurred as it rushed by. Jiang Jin's hair danced wildly in the wind, and she was thrilled, shouting, "Fujili, I love this feeling. It's the feeling of freedom and boundlessness, of being completely unrestrained." Fujili leaned his head close to the young lady's ear and called out, "We can go even faster, can you handle it?" Jiang Jin exclaimed excitedly, "I can. Hold on tight." Fujili commanded, squeezing the horse's sides. "Giddy up." The horse surged forward, gaining tremendous speed. It was a feeling of lightning speed, of becoming one with nature, unbridled and unfettered. After a full lap, Fujili reined in the horse, bringing it to a stop at the starting point. He dismounted first, then gently lifted Jiang Jin down off the horse. The young lady's face was flushed, her breathing slightly labored, but a radiant smile adorned her features. "Fujili, I really love this feeling so much." Fujili smiled, removing Jiang Jin's protective vest. "Good, I'll take you riding again soon. But for now, you should rest a bit." No matter how skilled, this was Jiang Jin's first time riding a horse, and Fujili was concerned about the strain on her body. Jiang Jin nodded with a smile, and they sat down in the shaded pavilion nearby. Fujili then instructed someone to bring 2 cups of water, handing the warmer one to Jiang Jin. "Drink some water, it'll soothe your throat." Jiang Jin took the cup and sipped it slowly, the water soothing her throat. She suddenly felt a bit self-conscious. "Was I shouting too loudly just now?" Fujili raised an eyebrow slightly. "Not at all, I enjoyed it," he replied calmly. "What?" Jiang Jin looked up at him questioningly, not quite catching his response. Fujili just smiled without elaborating. The other 3 soon returned on horseback as well, joining them in the pavilion to rest. Wanibai tossed the reins to someone else and strode over, calling out, "Fugu, how about we have a race later? I guarantee I can beat you this time." Jiang Jin glanced at Fujili. The man lowered his gaze slightly, clasping Jiang Jin's delicate, soft hand. "I won't go," he said indifferently. What's the point of racing when he could be spending time with his beloved young lady? Why not? Wanibai was puzzled, pleading persistently, "Come on, Fugu, just go." Wanibai had his own reasons. Of the 4 of them, Fujili's riding skills were the best, and Wanibai always came in a close second. But recently he had been training hard, and he was confident he could finally best Fujili. However, if Fujili refused to join, that would ruin his plans. Fujili ignored Wanibai, simply reaching up to check if Jiang Jin's cup had cooled, then instructing someone to bring her a fresh warm one. Finally, he spared a glance at Wanibai and stated firmly, "I don't want to go." "Fugu, please, just go," Wanibai whined shamelessly. "There's a bet involved, and if I lose, You'll what?" Fujili prompted coolly. Lu Xiang, lounging in his chair, called out loudly, "If you lose, you have to post on your WeChat saying you're a big fool." Wanibai, furious, pounced on Lu Xiang. "You're the fool." The two immediately started wrestling and bickering like little schoolchildren. Fujili remained silent, his expression calm as he leaned back in his chair, resting one hand on the table as he quietly watched the young lady before him sipping her water. When Jiang Jin finished, he reached to take the napkin and gently wiped her mouth. Jiang Jin shyly snatched the napkin from him. "I can do it myself." She then glanced around quickly, relieved that no one seemed to be watching them. Jiang Jin tugged at Fujili's sleeve, gesturing with her eyes. Obediently, he leaned in. "What is it?" Jiang Jin whispered close to his ear, "Fujili, I want to see you ride a horse." "You want to see me ride?" Fujili raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. The young lady nodded, her cheeks flushing slightly. She had never seen him ride before and was very curious. Fujili smiled, reaching up to pinch her cheek lightly. Then he lazily stood, kicking Wanibai's chair. "Let's go." "Ha? What for?" Wanibai's head was spinning. "To race," Fujili replied, continuing on. "Fugu,
I knew you loved me.
Wanibai immediately sprang up from his chair, hurrying to catch up, trying to sling an arm around Fu Jili's shoulder.
But Fu Jili evaded Wanibai's touch, stating coolly, I only love my wife. Wanibai was left speechless.
The rules of the race were simple, the two would ride their horses starting from the same point, racing around the track to see who reached the finish line first. Fu Jili mounted a magnificent black stallion, the tall, proud horse holding its head high, its ears alert and eyes shining intently forward. This was a far cry from the docile brown horse earlier. At Su Jin's signal, the two horses took off in a sprint, with Fu Jili taking a slight lead. On the horse's back, Fu Jili's tall, upright posture radiated confidence and composure, like a natural-born emperor surveying his domain. The powerful, sinewy arms controlling the reins made the horse seem like a wild mustang, galloping freely and elegantly. In the end, Fu Jili and the black steed surged across the finish line first. The man leaned forward, skillfully reining in the horse, and the proud steed reared up, its front hooves cutting a beautiful arc through the air. It was as if the entire world was under Fu Jili's command. Fu Jili dismounted with the grace of a triumphant knight, striding towards his Princess Jiangjin. But then, he suddenly dropped to one knee, his right hand placed over his heart in a time-honored knight's salute, his gaze upon her unwavering and tender.
Jiangjin, may I be your knight forever.
A knight will always guard and shield his princess, becoming her staunchest protector. This proud emperor had willingly bowed to serve as her eternal knight. The silence was deafening, overwhelmed by the sheer emotion of the moment, like a calm sea suddenly whipped into towering waves. In that instant, everything else faded into insignificance, leaving only the two of them. Jiang Jin leaned down, embracing her knight, her eyes shimmering with tears of joy. Fu Jili, I love you. The horse riding activity finally ended with Jiang Jin being moved to tears, and Fu Jili having to coax and console her for a long time before she finally calmed down.
In the evening, after they had finished dinner, the two returned to their room. As soon as they entered, Fu Jili turned and swept Jiang Jin up into his arms.
The young lady let out a surprised cry, but quickly wrapped her slender legs around his waist and her arms around his neck.
Fu Jili pressed Jiang Jin against the wall, his gaze smoldering as he said in a low, weary voice, My darling, say it again.
No, please put me down, Jiang Jin blushed, coaxing him sweetly. She knew what he was asking, but felt shy to repeat it. Please, my darling, Fu Jili insisted, leaning in to gently bite her pink earlobe. His voice dropped even lower.
I'm begging you.
He looked at her with a pitiful, abandoned puppy expression.
Jiang Jin's heart melted. She cupped his face tenderly. I love you.
Say it again, Fu Jili murmured, his eyes shining with love.
Fu Jili, I love you, Jiang Jin repeated softly. Fu Jili kissed her lips firmly. I love you too. All right, can you put me down now?
Jiang Jin wiggled her legs playfully.
Fu Jili chuckled and obediently set her down.
Jiang Jin hurried to her suitcase, pulling out her nightgown.
She sighed dramatically, I'm all sweaty, it's so uncomfortable. I don't know how you could still kiss me like that.
Fu Jili sat on the sofa, his long legs bent, a smile playing on his lips.
Is that so?
I think you smell wonderful all over. Jiang Jin had no retort, quickly taking her nightgown and heading to the bathroom. Jiang Jin spent a long time in the bathroom, enjoying a luxurious bath with flower petals. She then applied body lotion and went through her full skincare routine. 2 hours later, she emerged feeling refreshed and energized. Fu Jili, she called out, but found he was not in the room. On the bedside table, she noticed a note in his steady handwriting, I've stepped out for a bit. What could he be up to so late?
Gone to see Wanibai and the others?
Jiang Jin pondered this, but she understood that even though she enjoyed having Fu Jili by her side, they both needed their own personal space as well. She didn't dwell on it further, lying down on the bed and idly playing with her phone as she waited for him to return. Before long, however, her eyelids grew heavy, and she drifted off into slumber.
A while later, Fu Jili came back carrying a paper bag.
Seeing the young lady had fallen asleep, he smiled ruefully. Of course she would be tired after a day of enthusiastic horseback riding. He placed the bag on the bedside table, then quietly went to the bathroom to wash his hands. Returning to the room, he gently pulled back the covers draped over Jiang Jin's legs, carefully removing her pajama pants. Just as he had suspected, her inner thighs were red and swollen, the telltale signs of chafing from all the riding. The young lady's legs were slender and fair, making the angry red chafing all the more alarming to see. Earlier, Fu Jili had noticed Jiang Jin slightly off gait, and guessed it was likely due to her first time riding a horse. Knowing the bashful girl wouldn't say anything, he had taken the opportunity while she was bathing to run down to the nearby pharmacy and purchase some ointment. Now, He carefully applied the soothing salve to her tender skin. In the dim light, he had to lean in close to see properly. Suddenly, he became acutely aware of the intimate situation, his throat constricting as he fought to keep his gaze averted.
Finally finishing the application, he quickly redressed Zhang Jin and tucked the covers around her.
Then he hastily retreated to the bathroom, fleeing the scene. The sleeping young lady remained blissfully unaware of the ordeal, her innocent, flushed face turning as she shifted slightly in her slumber. The next morning, Zhang Jin woke up to find Fu Jili missing from the bed. The rumpled sheets showed he had been there earlier. Did he go for a run? She murmured to herself, getting up to wash up before going downstairs to find him. In the bathroom, Zhang Jin was surprised to see the redness and swelling on her thighs had already subsided greatly.
It healed so fast?
After freshening up, she headed downstairs and encountered Fu Jili returning, drenched in sweat.
Did you go for a run this early? She asked. Fu Jili gave a soft in response, his voice a bit hoarse. Zhang Jin sensed something was off.
She stepped forward and placed a hand on his forehead, her eyes filled with concern.
Are you not feeling well? Fu Jili had dark circles under his eyes and looked utterly exhausted.
I couldn't sleep, Fu Jili replied hoarsely, closing his eyes and leaning back on the sofa. He had no idea what he had endured last night. By the time he had come out of the bathroom, it was already very late. And once he tried to sleep, that image just kept replaying in his mind over and over. The sweet scent of the young lady next to him was torture. It wasn't until 3 or 4 in the morning that he finally gave up on sleeping and went to the gym to run instead. Seeing Fu Jili's distressed state, Zhang Jin grew deeply concerned. She quickly went to get him a glass of water. But then she noticed something on the bedside table that hadn't been there before she went to sleep. Curious, she picked it up.
What's this? It's an ointment for chafed skin, he replied.
Are you injured? She asked worriedly.
No. Then why is it here, and it looks used?
Zhang Jin's tone grew increasingly anxious as she scrutinized him.
Are you hurt somewhere and hiding it from me?
She was afraid he had gotten injured during the intense horse race with Wenibai and didn't want to tell her. Seeing he couldn't evade the issue, Fu Jili reluctantly met her gaze.
I used it on you.
Zhang Jin's eyes widened, and she suddenly exploded. Don't try to fool me.
I'm not even injured. Wait, used it on me? Realization struck like lightning. Ah! Zhang Jin shrieked, hurling the ointment away.
She buried her flushed face in her hands, standing there flustered and mortified, wishing a hole would open up in the floor to swallow her.
Yua, she was so embarrassed she couldn't even face anyone now. Fu Jili was amused by the young lady's flustered reaction.
He gently pulled her into his embrace, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear as he spoke softly.
Zhang Jin, we are husband and wife, and between a husband and wife. Zhang Jin's face flushed crimson, and she quickly covered his mouth with her hand, stammering, don't say anymore.
He had been about to say that intimacy between spouses is a normal and natural thing. Fu Jili chuckled lightly, then fell silent, simply gazing at the young woman in his arms with a tender smile. After a moment, sensing her tension had eased somewhat, he explained, when I came back with the medicine last night, it was already very late. You were sleeping so soundly, I didn't have the heart to wake you. As your husband, holding your hand, kissing you, I thought tending to your injuries would be something I could do. He paused, then continued, of course, if you felt it was inappropriate, then I was wrong not to consult you first. As for everything else, his voice dropped. I will always respect your wishes. I will never force you before you are ready. He caressed her cheek tenderly. But Jin, please don't make me wait too long. Zhang Jin listened, a conflicted expression on her face. Just as she was about to speak, the doorbell rang. It seemed to be Wenibai. Fu Jili rose to answer the door, exchanging a few words before heading downstairs again. Left alone, Zhang Jin sat on the sofa, her small lips pursed in a pensive frown. The truth was, she didn't dislike being intimate with Fu Jili. She was just shy and a little afraid of the unknown. But deep down, she knew she enjoyed the closeness she shared with him. But it seemed Mr. Fu had misunderstood, thinking she was unwilling. Zhang Jin felt she should find an opportunity to explain things to Fu Jili. On Sunday afternoon, Zhang Jin and Fu Jili returned home together. After arriving, Fu Jili had to go to his study to work late into the night due to a sudden work matter. Zhang Jin kept thinking about the earlier conversation, but couldn't find the right moment to clarify things with Fu Jili. As time passed, she grew too nervous to bring it up. What if suddenly bringing it up made her seem overly deliberate, too eager and hopeful? Zhang Jin was utterly torn, the issue tormenting her endlessly. Finally, that night she found herself unable to sleep, lying awake for practically the entire night.
As a result, the next morning, Jiang Jin showed up in the classroom with dark circles under her eyes. Jin, what's wrong with you? One of her classmates asked, concerned. Xin Yuan looked at Jiang Jin with concern, then suddenly had a realization, her eyes widening in disbelief. Could it be excessive indulgence? No, Jiang Jin replied wearily. Then what's wrong? Xin Yuan asked curiously.
Jiang Jin went on to recount the events that had transpired over the weekend.
I'm worried Mr. Fu misunderstood and thinks I'm rejecting him, not wanting an intimate relationship.
But I'm not sure, and I'm afraid if I try to explain, it'll seem too deliberate on my part. But I also feel it's not right not to clarify things, yet I can't find the right opportunity to do so, Jiang Jin lamented, burying her head in her arms on the desk with a groan.
What should I do? Xin Yuan understood Jiang Jin's dilemma.
She quickly reassured her, it sounds like Mr. Fu really cares about you and respects your wishes.
I don't think he'll get angry.
She paused, then continued, but I do think you should find a chance to explain things clearly. Jiang Jin sighed, I know, but I just can't seem to find the right moment. Xin Yuan thought for a moment, then suggested, maybe you could use a special occasion, like an anniversary or his birthday, to give him a gift.
Then you can take the opportunity while he's in a good mood to clarify things. Jiang Jin's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, Mr. Fu's birthday is in just half a month. She paused, then an idea dawned on her. Yuan, you're brilliant. I know what to do now. I'm going to treat you to a meal.
Jiang Jin excitedly hugged her friend. With a solution in sight, her mood had vastly improved, as if a heavy weight had been lifted from her.
It was evening at the Fu Manor.
Jiang Jin had finished her classes for the day and gone out for a meal with Xin Yuan, so it was after 7 p.m. by the time she returned home.
But Fu Jili was still not back yet.
Jiang Jin took a bath, then settled on the sofa in the living room to wait for Fu Jili's return, mulling over her plan. From the money she had earned working at the film set, she should have enough to buy a birthday gift for Fu Jili. But she wasn't sure what to get him after all, he always had the best of everything. Little Fu Bai was barking woof woof by the sofa, having just finished his canned food. Seeing Jiang Jin home, he eagerly came to find his owner.
Jiang Jin picked up the puppy, petting his little head. Little Fu Bai, what kind of birthday gift should we get for your daddy?
The soft-spoken words were clearly audible to the man who had just entered the room.
Fu Jili, still in his black suit, couldn't help but smile. So the young lady was planning to get him a birthday present?
And she knew his birthday, impressive. Hearing her refer to him as Little Fu Bai's daddy made Fu Jili chuckle ruefully.
Who would want to be the father of a little beast like that?
But if Jiang Jin saw him as the daddy, then he didn't mind playing that role.
Fu Jili sighed softly.
At least she recognized him as such in her heart. He had to admit, these past few days had been a bit awkward for him. He felt the young lady still hadn't truly accepted him, that she was rejecting any deeper intimacy.
Secretly, he wished Jiang Jin would be his completely, inside and out.
But he knew such things couldn't be forced, it would take time and patience. So he was willing to wait. Even so, he was still human, and would sometimes feel disappointment and sadness. But now, he had to admit, she had managed to cheer him up. Just a few simple words, expressions, and gestures from her were enough to uplift his mood. Fu Jili relaxed, leaning against the cabinet and silently watching the young lady as she continued talking to herself. Jiang Jin held up Little Fu Bai, gently shaking the puppy's head.
Ugh, what should I get him? She sighed. Fu Bai, won't you give me a suggestion?
The puppy responded with a series of barks. Following the puppy's gaze, Jiang Jin suddenly noticed Fu Jili had silently appeared behind her. Scooping up Fu Bai and slipping on her bunny slippers, she scurried over, taking Fu Jili's briefcase.
Welcome back. Have you had dinner? She asked softly. Fu Jili smiled, running a hand through her hair. I had dinner with a client.
Jiang Jin paused, biting her lip nervously.
Did you hear anything just now? What?
Fu Jili played coy, eager to be surprised by her birthday gift.
Oh, nothing.
Jiang Jin quickly waved her hand, relieved.
That day after class, Jiang Jin didn't go straight home.
Instead, she took a taxi to the nearby shopping mall. Making a beeline for the men's clothing section on the 4th floor, she was immediately approached by a sales associate.
Miss, how can I assist you today? I'd be happy to show you some options, the friendly associate offered. Jiang Jin politely nodded. I'm looking for a necktie.
Right this way, let me show you our selection, the associate smiled, leading Jiang Jin inside and pulling out a catalog. Jiang Jin pored over the options for a while before spotting one she liked.
I'd like this one.
Wonderful, let me get a sample for you to take a closer look.
The associate inwardly rejoiced. This was the store's most expensive necktie, and selling it would mean a nice commission this month. The sample was even more impressive in person. A pure silk necktie in a subtle all-black pattern with a delicate floral print. It could be paired with a matching silver tie clip for a refined, luxurious look that perfectly suited Fu Jili's refined aesthetic. Jiang Jin was thoroughly satisfied. "I'll take this one. Could you please wrap it up for me?" The associate's face lit up as she started to package the purchase. But suddenly, a shrill, snarky voice rang out from nearby. "Oh, that necktie looks lovely. Wrap it up for me, I'll take it." The associate apologetically explained, "I'm terribly sorry, but this necktie has already been selected by the young lady over there." "So what? Package it for me, I want it," the other woman insisted. The woman stood with her arms crossed, chin raised defiantly, embodying arrogance and entitlement. The sales associate hesitated, unsure how to proceed. "Well, hurry up," the woman impatiently demanded, looking Jiang Jin up and down with disdain. "Look at her, she's practically destitute, there's no way she can afford this necktie." Jiang Jin was almost amused by the sheer audacity of this woman. Sitting calmly on the sofa, she leveled a cool gaze at the woman. "Miss, I'm afraid this necktie was the one I selected first. And whether I can afford it or not is my own business, not yours to worry about." The woman was about to explode in anger, but then suddenly her expression changed, a mocking smile spreading across her face. "Well, if it isn't Jiang Jin. It's been so long." Her tone dripped with scorn. "An orphan taken in by the Lin family, with no parents to call her own, and you dare try to compete with me?" As Jiang Jin studied the woman's face, it suddenly clicked. This was Shenfei'er, Lin Jingruo's childhood best friend who used to bully her relentlessly. No wonder she didn't recognize her at first. Shenfei'er's appearance had changed so dramatically, likely from plastic surgery. Her single eyelids were now double, and her facial features were completely different. Jiang Jin rose gracefully, a small smile playing on her lips as she addressed Shenfei'er. "Shenfei'er, it's been a while. My, you've changed so much, I almost didn't recognize you. Did you get plastic surgery?" Shenfei'er flushed with anger at having her insecurity exposed. "You dash." Jiang Jin raised a hand understandingly. "No need to introduce me to your plastic surgeon, I was blessed with natural beauty. I don't require such measures." She tossed her hair with feigned coquettishness, winking at Shenfei'er. Shenfei'er stomped her foot furiously. "Jiang Jin, you bitch. Just you wait," she shrieked, then fled the menswear store, covering her face. Jiang Jin chuckled dismissively. She was quite tired of hearing those same old insults. Turning back to the sales associate, Jiang Jin handed over her bank card. "Could you please put this in a nice gift box for me?" she asked politely. "Of course, miss," the associate nodded. As Jiang Jin prepared to leave the store, she suddenly noticed a lingerie shop just around the corner. Jiang Jin curiously walked over to the lingerie shop, where the display window showcased an array of alluring sleepwear and intimate apparel. As she lingered, a bold idea suddenly occurred to her. After making her purchase, Jiang Jin left the mall and took a taxi straight home. Just as she was approaching the front door, she spotted Fu Jili, who had also just arrived. Remembering the bag in her hand, Jiang Jin immediately broke into a sprint, but Fu Jili swiftly reached out and caught her. "Where are you running off to?" his deep voice sounded near her ear. Jiang Jin quickly hid the shopping bag behind her back, forcing a casual smile. "Nowhere, I'm not running." Fu Jili raised a skeptical brow, eyeing the bag behind her. "What do you have there?" "It's a secret. I'm not telling you." Jiang Jin replied playfully, then darted towards the front door before Fu Jili could react. Left standing there, Fu Jili couldn't help but chuckle softly. He had seen the shopping bag. It was surely a birthday gift for him. The young lady's attempts to hide it only reinforced his suspicions. For the first time, Fu Jili found himself eagerly anticipating his birthday, eager to spend it with Jiang Jin. Time flew by, and soon the day of Fu Jili's birthday arrived. With Friday being a school day, Jiang Jin hurried home after her classes to start setting up. She dragged a large box out of the storage room. It contained all the decorations and backdrop items she had ordered online in secret, so Fu Jili wouldn't discover them. "Miss, let me help you with that," Aunt Wu offered, seeing Jiang Jin struggling to move the heavy box. "Thank you, Aunt Wu," Jiang Jin replied gratefully, and together they carried the box into the living room. Jiang Jin sat cross-legged on the floor, efficiently tying her long dark hair into a bun. She then grabbed the air pump and started inflating the balloons inside the box. "Aunt Wu, remember to put the cake I brought back in the fridge," she called out towards the kitchen. "Yes, miss," Aunt Wu responded. Around 8 p.m., the sound of a car pulling up in the courtyard reached Jiang Jin's ears.
She quickly turned off the living room lights and crouched behind the sofa, waiting. The front door opened, and Fu Jili stepped inside. Seizing the moment, Jiang Jin rushed out, swirling a party popper in her hand.
Bang! Colorful confetti rained down.
Jiang Jin beamed, immediately throwing herself into Fu Jili's arms, her slender arms wrapping tightly around his neck. "Mr. Fu, happy birthday," she chimed sweetly. Even though Fu Jili had been anticipating this, he was still momentarily taken aback.
The once cool-toned living room had been transformed into a cozy, comfortable space.
A large happy birthday banner hung on the wall, surrounded by balloons, flowers, and candles. The soft young lady in his arms gazed up at him eagerly, while little Fu Bai ran around the room, a red balloon tied to his collar. In that instant, he felt pure happiness take tangible form. It was a scene he knew he would never forget. Jiang Jin took Fu Jili by the hand and led him into the dining room, where a feast and birthday cake awaited. The young lady grabbed a silly birthday hat, placing it atop Fu Jili's head. Then she lit the candles on the cake. "Mr. Fu, close your eyes and make a wish," Jiang Jin softly reminded him. Obediently, Fu Jili closed his eyes, his serene expression contrasting with the whimsical hat in a delightfully endearing way.
Jiang Jin quickly snapped a photo, admiring the dichotomy.
In the moment Fu Jili opened his eyes, Jiang Jin seized the opportunity, swiping a bit of frosting from the cake and smearing it on his face. She burst into gleeful laughter. Catching the mischievous young lady, Fu Jili pulled her close, rubbing the creamy frosting on her cheek. "You little troublemaker," he murmured affectionately. Jiang Jin puckered her lips in a mock pout. "I'm not a troublemaker. How could a troublemaker prepare a birthday surprise for you?" Fu Jili pinched her cheek gently. "Oh? Then what are you?" Jiang Jin swallowed nervously, gazing up at him. I'm your wife." Fu Jili chuckled deeply, caressing her flushed cheek. His voice was low and weary, like a confession. "Yes, you are my wife. My darling, the one I love most." Jiang Jin wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing her face to his chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart. "Happy birthday, Fu Jili," she murmured softly. "From now on, I'll be by your side to celebrate every birthday." Fu Jili pulled her closer, a quiet promise in his tone. "Good." After dinner, the two headed upstairs. While Fu Jili was showering, Jiang Jin retrieved the gift box containing the necktie and the lingerie from deep in the closet. She placed the necktie box prominently on the nightstand. As for the lingerie, Jiang Jin hesitated for a while before mustering the courage to take off her modest cotton pajamas and slip into the barely there, sensual silk nightgown. Blushing furiously, she then hid herself under the covers. Fu Jili didn't take long in the shower. Returning to the bedroom in just a towel, he didn't think much of the lump under the covers on the bed. After turning off the lights, save for a dim bedside lamp, Fu Jili joined Jiang Jin on the bed. Suddenly, Jiang Jin rolled over, pushing Fu Jili down and straddling his waist, her flushed cheeks and shining eyes gazing intently at him. Fu Jili momentarily froze, then slowly met her gaze. The young lady's loose nightgown clung to her graceful swan-like neck, the delicate fabric hinting at the alluring curves beneath. A large red ribbon cinched at her slender waist, barely containable in one's palm and exuding a boundless softness. The usual cool demeanor had vanished from Fu Jili's face. His breathing grew ragged, his gaze darkened with desire as he rasped, "My darling." Jiang Jin's cheeks burned crimson, her lashes fluttering, but she maintained her unwavering gaze. Slowly, she reached out, guiding his large hand to the ribbon at her waist. "Mr. Fu, do you like this gift?" she asked innocently, her voice stirring his deepest yearnings. In a whirlwind, their positions had shifted, and now Jiang Jin lay beneath him. "I love it. I love it so much," Fu Jili growled, his control shattering as he kissed her hungrily, ardently, leaving no room for restraint. His warm palms caressed her waist as the ribbon came undone, the gift finally unwrapped in its entirety. Jiang Jin's body trembled, but Fu Jili covered her with soothing whispers. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. Everything will be alright, I'll take care of you." After it was over, Jiang Jin's eyes glistened with a flush of red, her mind still hazy, but she mustered the strength to speak. "Fu Jili, that day. I wasn't rejecting your closeness. I was just shy." Jiang Jin tentatively reached up, her fingers lightly grazing Fu Jili's neck. She mustered the courage to draw close to his ear and speak softly. "On the contrary, I like your closeness. I like it very much." Fu Jili's eyes grew heated with emotion. He embraced the young lady beneath him, gently nuzzling her forehead. "I understand." Now that she had clarified things, the worry left Jiang Jin's expression, and she soon drifted off into a deep sleep. The bedding was disheveled, so Fu Jili carefully carried the slumbering Jiang Jin to the bathroom to clean her up. He then dressed her in fresh nightclothes and tidied the bed before lying down with her in his arms once more. In the early morning hours, Jiang Jin suddenly curled up, whimpering in discomfort.
Alarmed, Fu Jili quickly turned on the lamp and examined her. "What's wrong, my darling?"
Jiang Jin lay helplessly, her eyes glazed.
"My stomach hurts," she whimpered.
Concerned, Fu Jili lifted her shirt to gently rub her belly.
"Is it here?" "No, no,"
Jiang Jin cried, tears falling.
"It's here."
She guided his hand to her lower abdomen.
Fu Jili's expression grew grave, his usual composure slipping. Why would that area hurt? Could it be because of earlier?
Putting aside his worries, Fu Jili hastily retrieved his phone and called the family doctor, describing the situation in detail. After getting the necessary information, Fu Jili felt slightly reassured, but he remained vigilant, unwilling to let his guard down. Quickly, Fu Jili went to the bathroom, dampening a soft towel with hot water and wringing it out. He then gently placed the warm compress on Jiang Jin's lower abdomen, his large hands softly massaging the area. Once the towel had cooled, he repeated the process, soaking and reapplying the hot compress. He continued this cycle for half an hour, until Jiang Jin finally drifted back to sleep, seemingly eased. Letting out a relieved sigh, Fu Jili's heart was heavy with guilt and self-reproach. With dawn approaching and sleep evading him, he opened his phone to research this matter thoroughly, all the while carefully monitoring Jiang Jin's condition.
Jiang Jin slumbered until late afternoon, finally stirring with a dry, raspy cough.
Hearing the sound, Fu Jili hurried into the room, turning on the bedside lamp to avoid overwhelming her senses.
"Darling, you're awake," he murmured, gently stroking her cheek.
"Fu Jili, I want water," Jiang Jin whispered, her voice pitiful. Of course, Fu Jili quickly responded, helping her sit up in his arms and slowly guiding the water to her lips. After draining the glass, Jiang Jin curled back into the covers, gazing around the dimly lit room.
"Is it still not morning?" she asked weakly.
"No, my dear, it's evening now," Fu Jili replied tenderly.
"I slept the whole day?"
Jiang Jin murmured, dismayed as she drew the blankets tighter. At least it was Saturday, she wouldn't have to worry about missing classes.
"Does anywhere still hurt? Your stomach?" Fu Jili asked, concern evident in his tone.
Jiang Jin's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she replied miserably, "It hurts.
Everything hurts."
Her abdomen was aching and sore, her back and legs throbbing, her limbs barely responsive. She felt utterly broken. Fu Jili's heart ached seeing her in such distress. Gently wiping her reddened eyes, he soothed, "It's all my fault.
How about a warm bath?
That should help you feel better."
"Okay," he asked softly.
Jiang Jin was too unwell to speak, but she gave a small nod. Delighted, Fu Jili hurried to the bathroom and started the water, adding some medicinal herb packets he had researched and obtained earlier that day based on the doctor's recommendation. "Jiner, the bath is ready," Fu Jili called gently, scooping Jiang Jin into his arms and carrying her to the bathroom. "I've added some herbal packets that should help soothe your body," he explained.
"Okay," Jiang Jin replied obediently. Fu Jili instructed her again, "Soak for 20 minutes. I'll keep an eye on the time. If you feel anything uncomfortable, just call me, alright?" "Okay, I understand," Jiang Jin nodded compliantly. With great reluctance, Fu Jili left, closing the bathroom door behind him. The bathroom was filled with the soothing fragrance of the herbal medicine. Jiang Jin slowly undressed and lowered herself into the warm, comforting water. She felt an instant sense of relief. 20 minutes later, Jiang Jin emerged, freshly dressed in her nightclothes. Fu Jili was waiting right outside, and he quickly swept her up, not allowing her to take a single step. After the bath, Jiang Jin did feel much better, both physically and mentally. Lying on the bed, she tugged on Fu Jili's sleeve and softly said, "I want to eat something." "What would you like?" Fu Jili asked. Jiang Jin considered for a moment. "I want the small dumplings from Yunjin." Yunjin was a century-old local dumpling shop near the university that Jiang Jin adored. There was no way Fu Jili would refuse her request. He immediately placed a call to have some delivered. The delivery service from the restaurant was fast, and within half an hour, the small wontons from Yunjin arrived. Jiang Jin didn't like eating in the bedroom and insisted on going downstairs. Fu Jili, as always, obliged and carried her down. When Fu Jili was about to carry her into the dining room, Jiang Jin quickly shook her legs and commanded in a coquettish tone, "I don't want to eat in the dining room. I want to eat at the coffee table." Fu Jili chuckled helplessly and replied, all right, my little princess." Obediently, Fu Jili set her down on the sofa, then brought the wontons to the coffee table. He opened the lid and arranged everything neatly. Jiang Jin lazily slid off the sofa, sitting cross-legged on the soft carpet with her back against the sofa. Leaning over the coffee table, she slowly picked up a small spoon and began eating. The shrimp and corn wontons were delicious thin wrappers, generous fillings, tender shrimp, and a flavorful broth. It was absolutely delightful. Suddenly, she felt a tickle by her ear. Jiang Jin tilted her head slightly and reached up to tuck the unruly strand of hair behind her ear. The moment she lowered her head, the strand fell loose again. The stray hair by her ear kept misbehaving, and Jiang Jin patiently smoothed it back several times. Just as she was about to take a bite of the shrimp, the strand fell once more, and a look of impatience crept onto the girl's face. Ugh! It keeps messing with me. Why won't it behave? Fu Jili couldn't help but laugh at the sight of the pouting girl. He gently coaxed, "Let me fix it for you. Don't hurt yourself trying." Fu Jili reached out and carefully smoothed the girl's hair, tucking the stray strands behind her ear. He then gathered the hair at the back and secured it with a hair tie. The girl in front of him let out a soft hum, expressing her satisfaction with Fu Jili's efforts. Fu Jili smiled faintly, his gaze full of adoration as he looked at Jiang Jin. "This little princess of mine, her temper is really growing." After finishing the warm and comforting wontons, Jiang Jin felt much more comfortable all over. Fu Jili tidied up the bowls and chopsticks on the coffee table, while Jiang Jin slowly reached out and picked up the wriggling Fu Zai, who was circling nearby. She gently stroked its round little belly. Fu Zai was almost 3 months old now. Compared to when it first arrived, skinny, timid, and fearful, it had transformed into a plump, lively ball of energy. Its black and white fur was shiny and clean, its big round eyes full of curiosity, and its playful personality kept it running around the house every day. Fu Jili had kept his promise. The dog was well taken care of by them. And as for her, she was well taken care of by Fu Jili too. Jiang Jin's gaze drifted toward the man in the kitchen who was cleaning up the dishes, her heart filled with sweetness. When Fu Jili came out of the kitchen again, Jiang Jin was already asleep on the sofa, still holding the equally sleeping Fu Zai in her arms. The heart-warming scene made the man's lips curve into a soft smile. The alert Fu Zai opened its eyes and, seeing Fu Jili, tried to jump off the sofa. Fu Jili reacted quickly, grabbing the little pup by the scruff of its neck and holding it close. He lowered his voice and warned, "Shoo, don't wake mommy up." Fu Zai stared at him with its big, round eyes, looking innocent and soft, its expression somehow reminiscent of Jiang Jin when she was acting coquettish. Fu Jili chuckled softly and set it down on the floor. Fu Zai obediently lay down on the carpet, quiet and well-behaved. Fu Jili smiled, then bent down to pick up the sleeping girl and carried her upstairs. After gently placing Jiang Jin on the bed, the girl immediately rolled over to the other side. Fu Jili raised an eyebrow, amused, and leaned down to tuck the blanket snugly around her. As he stood up, his eyes suddenly caught sight of a gift box on the nightstand. His long fingers tugged at the bow, opening the box to reveal a tie inside. It was a pure black design paired with a silver tie pin, elegant and stylish. Inside the box was also a card that read, "Mr. Fu, happy birthday. May you have many more years like this, filled with joy and happiness." The delicate, neat handwriting, stroke by stroke, was unmistakably Jiang Jin's. Fu Jili's eyes softened with warmth. Holding the tie, he bent down and gently kissed the girl's lips, his voice low and tender. Jin, thank you. Thank you for coming into my life." The weekend passed in a blur, spent mostly in bed, and soon the busy Monday arrived again. The alarm clock rang, and Jiang Jin slowly got up, heading to the bathroom to wash up. After getting ready, she went downstairs for breakfast. When she walked into the dining room, she was surprised to find that Fu Jili hadn't left for work yet. At this time, he would usually already be gone. "Don't you have to go to work today?" Jiang Jin asked curiously. "I do," Fu Jili replied, putting down the financial newspaper. "But let's eat first. I'll take you to school afterward." Jiang Jin nodded. "Oh, okay." As she sat down to eat, she noticed that Fu Jili had already finished his meal. Not wanting to delay him, she tried to eat faster. "Take your time," Fu Jili said gently from across the table, glancing at his watch. "We have plenty of time." Jiang Jin obediently nodded and slowed her pace. After breakfast, Jiang Jin grabbed her bag and sat on the sofa, waiting patiently to leave. Fu Jili walked over and handed her the tie, his tone calm and unhurried. "Help me put this on." Jiang Jin's lips curved slightly, her watery eyes blinking. "Is this the one I bought you?" Fu Jili raised an eyebrow and gave a soft in response. Jiang Jin smiled and took the tie, gesturing for the man in front of her to lower his head. "You need to bend down a little." Alright, Fu Jili obediently leaned forward.
Jiang Jin stood on her tiptoes, her slender arms reaching up as she looped the tie around his neck. Her fair, delicate hands deftly tied a knot.
All done.
Fu Jili's expression softened as he turned to look at the full-length mirror behind him.
A proper, elegant, flawless tie knot rested at his neck, without a single flaw.
Fu Jili paused for a moment, his expression shifting slightly. The warmth in his eyes faded, replaced by a hint of something darker.
What's wrong? Did I tie it wrong?
Jiang Jin asked, puzzled. No, it's perfect, Fu Jili replied, his lips pressing into a thin line. He then took Jiang Jin's hand and led her outside.
Jiang Jin was confused.
She couldn't shake the feeling that Fu Jili seemed upset.
The black Maybach glided smoothly along the road.
Fu Jili, as usual, was looking down at the work documents in his hands. But Jiang Jin was certain he was in a bad mood.
Why, though?
He had been fine during breakfast. Jiang Jin leaned closer and gently took the documents from Fu Jili's hands, her voice soft.
Stop reading. It's been over 10 minutes, and you haven't turned a single page. Are you upset? Did I do something to make you angry?
Jiang Jin looked directly at Fu Jili, trying to find any clues in his expression. Fu Jili turned his head, pausing for a moment before speaking slowly.
You know how to tie a tie.
His dark eyes stared stubbornly at Jiang Jin, his words tinged with a hint of disappointment.
Yes, I do, Jiang Jin replied, still confused. This tie knot was just tied by me. How could I not know how to do it? Seeing Jiang Jin's puzzled expression, Fu Jili lowered his gaze slightly, his voice low and hoarse. Who else have you tied a tie for?
Jiang Jin was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized where the issue lay.
Forget it, I don't want to know, Fu Jili said, turning his face away with a sullen expression. Her hesitation made him think she didn't want to answer.
Jiang Jin suddenly laughed, reaching up to gently pinch the man's handsome face. Her eyes curved into crescents as she looked at him and softly explained, I've only ever tied a tie for you. I know how to tie a tie because we often had performances at school. I once played a male role in a play, so I learned how to tie a tie. Jiang Jin stared into Fu Jili's eyes, speaking earnestly, You're the first and only man I've ever tied a tie for.
Really?
Fu Jili's eyes lifted slightly as he gazed at the girl in front of him, his voice slow and deliberate.
Of course. If I'm lying, I'll be a little dog, Jiang Jin said with full certainty, even raising 3 fingers as if making a solemn vow.
Then you have to make sure I'm the last one too, Fu Jili said lightly, his tone carrying a hint of childishness. Okay, Jiang Jin nodded, her eyes soft as she looked at this man who was so prone to jealousy. Fu Jili pressed his lips together, pretending to be calm as he turned his head away, no longer speaking. However, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled upward. He picked up the documents again and started reading. This time, though, he flipped through the pages quickly, and there was no more lingering on a single page for over 10 minutes. Jiang Jin smiled without saying a word, realizing for the first time that Fu Jili had a bit of a tsundere side to him. After dropping Jiang Jin off at Jing University, the driver turned the car around and headed straight for the Fu Corporation building. At the top floor of the Fu Corporation building, Fu Jili took the private elevator to the top floor, where his assistant, Li, was waiting to report the day's schedule.
Mr. Fu, here's today's agenda.
At 10 a.m., there's a finance department meeting. Then at 11 a.m., the representative from Warner Tech will visit to discuss collaboration matters.
After that,
Fu Jili suddenly raised his hand, interrupting Li.
His expression was calm as he asked, assistantly, do you notice anything different about me today?
Huh? Li looked completely baffled, his eyes filled with confusion.
What difference? Everything looked the same hairstyle, the same suit, the same shoes. Wait, could it be the tie?
He had never seen Mr. Fu wear this tie before. Li's brain raced, and he decided to take a gamble, pointing at the tie and complimenting, Mr. Fu, that tie looks fantastic on you today. Sure enough, the previously cold and serious Mr. Fu immediately showed a hint of a smile in his eyes. He spoke slowly, this is a tie my wife bought for me, a special birthday gift. She even tied it for me herself this morning, he added, not without a touch of pride.
Li instantly understood and quickly responded, no wonder it looks so perfect on you. It turns out it was specially chosen by Mrs. Fu.
Mr. Fu, you and your wife are truly a loving couple.
Li continued.
Fu Jili lowered his eyes and chuckled softly.
Yes, my wife loves me very much. Li immediately caught on and pretended to be heartbroken.
Ah, as a single man, I can't help but feel envious. And so, for the first time, the esteemed Mr. Fu took a genuine interest in his employee's personal life, speaking with a tone of concern, you're not getting any younger. It's about time you found yourself a girlfriend.
Alright then, your vacation days for this month will be doubled. You can use the extra time to go on some dates or something. Also, your bonus will be doubled as well.
Assistant Lee's smile was practically bursting at the seams.
He quickly responded, "Thank you, Mr. Fu.
Wishing you and Mrs. Fu a long and happy life together."
Fu Jili gave a soft in acknowledgement.
Assistant Lee, beaming with joy, exited the office with a spring in his step.
Meanwhile, at Jing University, in the teaching building, Zhang Jin had been busy all morning.
After class, she changed out of her practice clothes in the locker room and into her casual outfit. She grabbed her phone from the locker to check her messages.
Just then, Fu Jili's call came through. Zhang Jin's eyes curved into a smile as she answered, "Mr. Fu. Jin, are you done with class? I just finished."
"I was about to go to the cafeteria with Yuan, Zhang Jin said, slinging her bag over her shoulder. Fu Jili chuckled softly on the other end of the line, then lowered his voice and slowly said, "Sweetheart, I miss you so much." His deep, tired voice washed over her, suddenly bringing back memories of that night when Fu Jili kept whispering in her ear, calling her sweetheart. Zhang Jin's ears grew warm, and she unconsciously fiddled with the strap of her bag. Her voice was soft and gentle, almost a whisper, "I miss you too." The girl's tender, sweet voice made Fu Jili's heart itch. A sudden, wicked thought sprouted in his mind. He wanted to pin her down, take whatever he desired, and never stop. The line fell silent for a long moment.
"Have you eaten yet?" Zhang Jin broke the silence, asking. "Not yet, I'll eat later," came the evasive reply.
Zhang Jin pulled the phone away to check the time. It was already past noon. "Your stomach isn't great to begin with, and you're still not eating on time.
Do you want to end up in the hospital?"
Zhang Jin frowned, her tone tinged with displeasure as she commanded the man on the other end, "Go eat right now." The girl's voice was soft and gentle, and her seemingly fierce tone actually came across as her playfully teasing him.
Alright, I got it," Fu Jili replied softly. "I'll have assistant Wu order some food right now. Don't be mad, okay? It's my fault." Fu Jili's sincere apology made Zhang Jin suddenly feel a bit embarrassed. "If you know it's wrong, then go eat right away. I have things to do, so I'll hang up now." With that, she quickly ended the call.
Zhang Jin suppressed the fluttering in her heart, adjusted her backpack, and walked out of the teaching building.
Just then, a somewhat familiar voice called out from behind her, "Zhang, is that you?"
Zhang Jin turned around, slightly confused.
"It really is you. I didn't expect to run into you as soon as I got back."
The person speaking was Sheng Huaiji, a student from the finance department at Jing University and, in a way, Zhang Jin's senior. Zhang Jin had known Sheng Huaiji since high school, though they weren't particularly close back then. They grew closer during the summer after the college entrance exams when Zhang Jin's grandfather, Grandpa Lin, suddenly passed away from a heart attack. She was kicked out of the Lin family, left with no relatives or money. It was Sheng Huaiji who helped her find a place to stay and lent her money to get by. Although she later worked to repay him every penny, Zhang Jin remained deeply grateful for his kindness during that difficult time.
However, after that, Sheng Huaiji went abroad as an exchange student, and their interactions gradually dwindled. They only kept in touch occasionally through WeChat.
Now, seeing him again, Zhang Jin was genuinely surprised.
"Senior Sheng, what are you doing here?"
"My exchange program ended, so I came back," Sheng Huaiji replied with a smile. Sheng Huaiji was dressed in casual attire, looking handsome with a gentle demeanor, and his smile gave off the vibe of a friendly older brother next door. "I was thinking of asking you out for a meal, but now I don't need to call.
I can just invite you in person," he said. Zhang Jin hesitated a bit.
Although they had been friends before, it had been over a year since they last met.
Having a meal alone together seemed a bit. "Friday evening, there will be many people. I've also invited Xin Yuan, so you can come together," he added.
Hearing this, Zhang Jin felt relieved, realizing she had been overthinking and quickly agreed. "Alright, Senior Sheng, I'll definitely be there." Hearing her agreement, Sheng Huaiji breathed a sigh of relief, a smile appearing in his eyes. "It's a deal then." In the evening after class, Fu Jili, as usual, came to pick up Zhang Jin to go home. After dinner, feeling a bit bored, Zhang Jin suggested watching a movie, to which Fu Jili had no objections. He was happy to do anything as long as it was with her. The Fu residence had a home theater on the first floor, spacious and immersive, equipped with top-tier playback devices and sound systems, making it even more luxurious than a cinema. The ceiling of the theater was designed like a starry sky, making one feel as if they were in the vast universe. In front of the screen was a large, soft circular sofa, comfortable and cozy. After some deliberation,
Jung Jin finally picked a foreign comedy movie she hadn't seen before. As the movie started, Jung Jin sat curled up on the sofa, watching intently. Beside her, Fu Jili lounged lazily, his long arms stretched out on the sofa back behind the girl, watching her attentively. This girl had always been well-behaved since childhood, doing everything with such earnestness and obedience. Even while watching a movie, she remained focused and demure. Fu Jili smiled, resting his head on the sofa back, his large hand idly playing with the girl's hair. Suddenly, an ambiguous sound came from the screen. Fu Jili raised an eyebrow and looked at the screen, where it seemed the two characters were about to engage in something intimate. Jung Jin, sitting in front of him with her back turned, still allowed him to sense her shyness. Under the dim light, her earlobes turned bright red instantly. Jung Jin felt so embarrassed she could die, not daring to turn around. She had randomly chosen a comedy, never expecting it to turn out like this. If she had known, she should have just picked a horror movie. If she had known it would be this awkward, she would have chosen not to watch at all. But now it was too late. The suggestive sounds from the screen kept coming, and Fu Jili's gaze behind her felt like it was burning through her. She didn't dare to turn around. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound behind her, as if Fu Jili was getting up. Jung Jin held her breath, not daring to move. Jin, do you want to kiss? A low, husky voice suddenly whispered in her ear. Without waiting for her response, Fu Jili reached out with his long arm, gently pushing her down onto the sofa. He leaned over, pressing closer, and began to kiss her. Gradually, Fu Jili grew unsatisfied. Fu Jili chuckled softly, continuing his actions. Jung Jin's eyes turned red at the corners, her mind in a haze, like a small boat drifting lightly on the surface of a lake, swaying gently. Occasionally, a breeze would pass by, stirring ripples on the water, causing the fragile boat to sway gently. After a long while, the home theater finally returned to silence. Fu Jili got up, quickly tidying himself up and putting on his sleep pants. He grabbed a clean blanket from nearby, carefully wrapping the drowsy girl in it, and carried her upstairs straight to the bathroom. After cleaning up, he changed the girl into fresh pajamas. Just as Fu Jili was about to lie down, he suddenly remembered something. He got up and opened the drawer of the bedside table, pulling out a tube of ointment. In her sleep, Jung Jin felt a slight coolness and murmured groggily, "No." Fu Jili quickly soothed her, patting her gently and whispering comforting words to the obedient girl. After finishing everything, Fu Jili felt at ease and fell into a deep sleep, holding the girl in his arms. The busy week passed, and Friday arrived. After class, Jung Jin arranged to meet Shin Yuan and head to the restaurant together for Sheng Huaiji's welcome dinner. The two of them took a taxi to the restaurant. Inside the cab, Jung Jin picked up her phone and sent a message to Fu Jili to keep him informed. "Mr. Fu, I have a dinner gathering tonight, so I'll be home a bit late." Fu Jili replied quickly, "Where is it?" Jung Jin sent him the location of the restaurant. Fu Jili, "Got it." She stared at the screen for a while, but Fu Jili didn't reply further. He must be busy. The dinner was set at a high-end restaurant in a bustling area, Carlton Western Restaurant. They got out of the car and walked into the lobby. The interior was lavishly decorated, with a huge chandelier casting a soft glow on the marble floor. The entire restaurant exuded elegance and tranquility. Shin Yuan, linking arms with Jung Jin, looked around in awe and kept exclaiming, "Wow, how much would a meal here cost?" It was Jung Jin's first time here too. Hearing Shin Yuan's exclamations, she shook her head and quickly pulled her along, saying, "Hurry up, let's go. We need to hurry, or we'll be late." The two of them went upstairs and entered the private dining room. Several people were already seated inside, all friends from Sheng Huaiji's same field of study. Everyone was chatting warmly. When Jung Jin and Shin Yuan walked in, Sheng Huaiji immediately stood up and walked over, his face brimming with a gentle smile. "Junior Jiang, you're here. It was you, not you all." Shin Yuan narrowed her eyes slightly, giving Sheng Huaiji a meaningful look. The dining table was almost full, with only 2 seats left beside Sheng Huaiji. Jung Jin and Shin Yuan took their seats. With everyone present, the meal began, and the atmosphere grew lively as people chatted enthusiastically. Shin Yuan, with her lively personality, quickly blended in with the others. Jung Jin, on the other hand, was more reserved and not particularly keen on making new friends. Most of the time, she sat quietly, focusing on her meal. Although the restaurant was lavishly decorated, Jung Jin felt the food wasn't as delicious as the meal she had at Longhua Manor last time. Suddenly, a dish of cheese-baked salt-crusted shrimp caught her attention. For some reason, she immediately thought of Fu Jili peeling shrimp for her the last time. Jung Jin lowered her head and smiled, suddenly missing him dearly. She picked up her phone and checked it.
The messages were still stuck on the one from the afternoon. She wondered if Fu Jili was still busy and whether he had eaten on time.
Junior Jiang, is the food to your liking?
Shang Huaiji, sitting beside her, turned and asked gently.
It's delicious, Jiang Jin nodded and replied.
Shang Huaiji seemed about to say more, but someone next to him pulled him into a drinking toast, cutting their conversation short.
The dinner ended a little over an hour later.
Xin Yuan and a few others made plans to continue the night by going singing. Jiang Jin, however, went downstairs alone and stood at the restaurant entrance, waiting for a taxi. Shang Huaiji came out shortly after and, at some point, stood beside her.
He spoke softly, Junior Jiang, do you need me to take you home?
No need, Senior Shang, Jiang Jin replied with a smile, holding up her phone to decline.
I've already booked a ride. It'll be here soon.
Shang Huaiji's eyes were gentle, and he seemed to sigh faintly. There's no need to be so polite with me.
It's so late already. As your host, it's only right that I see you home.
Really, it's fine, Senior Shang. You're too kind, but I can manage on my own, Jiang Jin smiled and declined softly. Across the street, a black Maybach quietly parked. In the back seat of the car, a man with bloodshot eyes stared at the two figures standing side by side at the restaurant entrance. It was as if it were 3 years ago, when Jiang Jin stood there in a long dress, cheerfully introducing someone. This is my boyfriend.
We're here to rent a place together. He recognized that man. He was Jiang Jin's boyfriend from university.
He wanted to lose control, to rush over and punch him, to warn him to stay away from Jiang Jin.
But he knew he couldn't do that. The girl would be upset.
Fu Jili closed his eyes, suppressing the emotions surging inside him. When he opened them again, he had regained his composure. The man had already left, leaving only Jiang Jin standing there alone. Drive over, Fu Jili instructed the driver. The car started, turned, and stopped in front of Jiang Jin.
Fu Jili opened the car door.
Jiang Jin was pleasantly surprised to see the familiar car. Her face instantly lit up with a smile, her eyes curving as she looked at the man in front of her.
Sweetly, she asked, Fu Jili, why are you here? Did you come specifically to pick me up?
Fu Jili gave a soft in response. Jiang Jin happily got into the car, her heart overflowing with sweetness. She had been thinking about him during dinner, and now he had suddenly appeared. The man beside her, however, wasn't as talkative as usual. Instead, he slightly lowered his gaze, looking somewhat listless. Seeing Fu Jili's pale complexion, Jiang Jin assumed he was exhausted from work.
She reached out and held his large hand, asking with concern, was work very tiring today?
Yeah, it was a bit busy, Fu Jili replied, his voice hoarse.
Did you eat dinner?
Jiang Jin asked, her heart aching as she gently touched Fu Jili's face. Fu Jili raised his hand, enveloping Jiang Jin's small hand in his palm, and answered in a low voice, I did. Jiang Jin's eyes were filled with concern as she softly said, then you should rest for a bit.
I won't talk to you anymore.
Okay, Fu Jili replied, closing his eyes and falling silent. He was afraid he might lose control. Late at night, Jiang Jin had already fallen asleep.
Fu Jili quietly got up, left the bedroom, and walked out to the balcony.
He sat down on a chair, his long legs bent, and lit a cigarette. His slender fingers held the cigarette as he slowly brought it to his lips, took a drag, and exhaled the smoke. The smoke blurred his vision, and his thoughts gradually drifted back to 3 years ago.
Back then, Fu Jili was in Europe.
When he heard about Lin Guosong's passing, his first thought was of Jiang Jin.
He immediately rushed back without delay.
He was afraid she would be heartbroken. With the loss of her beloved Grandpa Lin, he didn't know how she would cope alone. He booked the earliest flight and, after landing, hurried straight to Jing University. That's when he saw the scene. The girl he had been thinking about day and night was dragging a suitcase, standing next to a boy her age.
The two of them got into a taxi together.
Like a stalker, he followed them from a distance, watching, too cowardly to approach. They entered a residential complex, where someone who seemed to be a real estate agent was waiting for them. The boy carried her suitcase, and the girl cheerfully introduced, Hello, this is my boyfriend.
We're here to rent a place together.
Those words shattered him, and he fled in defeat. Boyfriend, such a beautiful term, but unfortunately, it didn't belong to him. He had to admit that she had someone else by her side now.
She no longer needed him.
He had actually fallen for Jiang Jin a long time ago, so long ago that he couldn't even pinpoint exactly when. That little girl had quietly taken up such an important place in his heart.
The first time he realized it was when he dreamt of Jiang Jin in an intimate scenario.
When he woke up, he didn't hesitate to slap himself.
He felt like a beast.
How could he have such filthy thoughts about the little sister he had watched grow up?
He couldn't accept it. Young and naive, he chose to run away. So, he followed his family's arrangements and went abroad, cutting off all contact with her. He thought it wasn't love but a sickness, an illness that shouldn't exist. Perhaps leaving was the best choice. Later, when he finally came to terms with his feelings, it was already too late. She no longer needed him by her side. She already had someone else to accompany and take care of her. Then, shortly after returning to the country, he unexpectedly rescued Jiang Jin at a social event. After that, late one night, the girl actually knocked on his door and proposed marriage. At that moment, he was ecstatic, overjoyed to the point of madness. He thought it was a dream. He stayed up all night, afraid he would wake up from it. Later, the morning came, and the girl was still there. He finally confirmed it wasn't a dream. He always felt that being able to have Jiang Jin again was a gift from heaven. Their beginning wasn't glorious, and he always knew why she chose to marry him, but he didn't care. He thought that if he treated her well, she would eventually accept him. Just like how she had introduced that boy back then, one day she would also cheerfully introduce him to others. This is my husband. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction, but then that person returned. The person Jiang Jin had once loved during her youthful, innocent days, the person she had truly accepted and acknowledged, had returned. He hated that he couldn't be magnanimous. He admitted it, he was insanely jealous. Today's events had once again reduced him to his old self, timid, cowardly, afraid to ask, and only capable of running away. Would she leave with him? The person she had once loved had returned. Would she abandon him and leave with that man? The cigarette burned out, suddenly scorching his fingers. Fu Jili lowered his gaze, his thoughts snapping back to reality. The burning sensation in his stomach grew increasingly intense. Actually, he had lied to Jiang Jin. He hadn't eaten. He had been swamped with work today, rushing to finish everything before leaving to pick her up. He hadn't had time to eat. And after that, he couldn't bring himself to eat anymore. A sound suddenly came from the bedroom behind him. Fu Jili stubbed out the cigarette and quickly got up, hurrying back to the bedroom. The little girl was sitting on the bed, clutching the blanket, her lips pouting and her eyes slightly red as she looked at him. Where did you go? I had a nightmare and couldn't find you. I'm sorry, Fu Jili whispered, lowering his gaze as he tucked the blanket tighter around Jiang Jin. The little girl opened her arms and wrapped them around his waist, cooing softly in a sweet tone, I want to sleep while hugging you. Fu Jili gently embraced the little girl, treating her like a rare treasure. Okay. For several days in a row, Fu Jili had been leaving early and returning late, often coming home only after Jiang Jin had fallen asleep and leaving for work again before she woke up. Jiang Jin had a vague feeling that something was off with Fu Jili, but she couldn't figure out why. She could only temporarily attribute it to Fu Jili being too busy with work. That night, at 10 p.m., Fu Jili still hadn't returned home. Jiang Jin curled up on the living room sofa, waiting. Fu Jili hadn't come back, but she received a call from Wanibai. Little sister-in-law, you need to come to Tianjue Club right away. Brother Fu has been drinking non-stop for some reason, and no one can talk him out of it. Please come quickly. Wanibai's voice was urgent. Jiang Jin hung up the phone, quickly put on her clothes, and had the family driver take her to Tianjue Club. Her heart was filled with anxiety as she urged, Uncle Zhang, please drive faster. Okay, ma'am. The driver sped up, and they arrived at Tianjue Club in no time. Jiang Jin hurriedly pushed open the car door. Wanibai had already arranged for someone to meet her, and Jiang Jin anxiously followed the person upstairs. In the lobby, Sheng Huaiji was surprised to see a hurried figure flash by. Was that Jiang Jin? What was she doing here? Meanwhile, Jiang Jin pushed open the private room door, and Wanibai rushed over anxiously, as if seeing a savior. Little sister-in-law, you're finally here. Jiang Jin didn't say a word and walked straight to the sofa. There, she saw Fu Jili, his shirt slightly wrinkled, leaning back on the sofa, continuously pouring himself drinks. The coffee table and the floor around him were littered with empty bottles. Jiang Jin had never seen Fu Jili look so desolate before. In her eyes, Fu Jili had always been a man of self-discipline, capable of solving any problem, seemingly omnipotent. Jiang Jin slowly walked over, crouched beside Fu Jili, and took hold of the man's large hand that was gripping the wineglass. She spoke softly, Fu Jili, stop drinking. Let's go home. Fu Jili shook her off, his voice, go away. Jiang Jin was pushed aside, falling to the ground. She looked at the man in front of her with disbelief. Fu Jili's eyes flickered, and he forcefully suppressed the urge to help her up. Wanibai, who was nearby, exclaimed, oh no, and quickly moved to assist. Jiang Jin, enduring the pain in her ankle, got up on her own and snatched the wineglass from Fu Jili's hand. In the next moment, she threw it to the ground with a loud crash. Stop drinking. Jiang Jin shouted. Don't you know your stomach can't handle it? And yet you drink so much.
Her eyes were red with anger as she glared at him.
Fu Jili paused slightly, lowering his head, and reached out to hook his fingers around the little girl's small hand.
Jiang Jin, her heart aching, held Fu Jili's large hand in return and pulled him toward the door of the private room. This time, Fu Jili didn't resist and obediently followed behind the little girl. His gaze suddenly fell on the glaring red mark on her ankle.
Fu Jili quickly stepped forward and scooped Jiang Jin up into his arms.
Fu Jili, put me down, Jiang Jin said, still angry and struggling.
Does your foot not hurt?
Fu Jili looked at her, his drunkenness mixed with clarity. The little girl stopped struggling, her eyes slightly red, her voice soft and warm. It's all your fault.
My fault, I'm sorry.
Fu Jili's voice was hoarse as he apologized, and Jiang Jin fell silent, obediently leaning into his embrace. Carrying Jiang Jin through the hall, Fu Jili's body suddenly stiffened slightly as his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure in the hall. Sensing something unusual, Jiang Jin softly asked, "What's wrong?"
Fu Jili didn't respond. He quickly carried the young girl to the car, his peripheral vision indeed catching the figure that was hastily chasing after them.
It was him, as expected.
Fu Jili put Jiang Jin down, stepped forward, and pinned her against the car.
His long leg stretched out, his knee pressing between her legs, rendering her immobile. His large hand gripped her slender waist, and without a word, he lowered his head to kiss her. People were coming and going at the entrance, and Jiang Jin, feeling at a loss and somewhat shy, shrank back, trying to escape. But in Fu Jili's eyes, this seemed like she didn't want to be close to him. So he kissed her lips even more fiercely, eager to prove something. Jiang Jin whimpered, her lips hurting, unable to speak, she could only endure passively. The man's tall figure completely enveloped Jiang Jin, leaving nothing visible to outsiders.
Jiang Jin, say you love me, Fu Jili commanded in a deep voice between bites. Fu Jili? Jiang Jin instinctively called out. Say it.
Fu Jili stubbornly stared at her.
I love you.
Jiang Jin didn't know what had come over him, but she timidly reached out to hug Fu Jili's neck, whispering softly. Hearing this, Fu Jili's tension eased. He held Jiang Jin tightly, resting his head against the crook of her neck.
I love you too, so much, so very much. Fu Jili picked up the young girl and got into the car.
The door closed, shutting out the outside world. The driver slowly started the car and drove away from the club, leaving Sheng Huaiji standing alone in a daze, in disbelief. He hadn't been mistaken, that was Jiang Jin with a man.
Who was that guy? Why was he so intimate with Jiang Jin? Could she have a boyfriend?
Inside the car, the partition rose, separating the front from the back. Fu Jili held Jiang Jin on his lap, burying his head in the crook of her neck, silent. Feeling the wetness against her neck, Jiang Jin was momentarily stunned but said nothing. Instead, she hugged the man tightly, wanting to comfort him as best as she could. The car returned to the Fu mansion. Fu Jili got out and once again carried Jiang Jin inside, heading upstairs. In the bedroom, Fu Jili fetched the first aid kit and tended to Jiang Jin's wounds.
I'm sorry. Fu Jili spoke in a low voice, enveloped in an emotion Jiang Jin couldn't quite understand.
She knew Fu Jili was apologizing for pushing her earlier.
It's okay, Jiang Jin replied softly, then added, let me handle it.
You go take a shower first.
Fu Jili didn't respond. He kept his head down, his large hand holding Jiang Jin's small foot, spraying the swollen ankle with the aerosol. After taking care of Jiang Jin's injuries, Fu Jili grabbed his pajamas and headed into the bathroom. The ankle injury wasn't too serious.
While Fu Jili was showering, Jiang Jin quickly went downstairs to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of sobering soup. When she returned, Fu Jili had just stepped out of the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, his hair still damp.
Jiang Jin approached and handed him the sobering soup. Drink this first.
Fu Jili hummed in acknowledgement and obediently drank the soup. Jiang Jin reached up and pinched Fu Jili's cheek, praising him like a child, so good. Then, noticing his damp hair, she led him to sit in front of the mirror, turned on the hairdryer, and began drying his hair. Unlike her own hair, Fu Jili's hair was somewhat coarse. Fu Jili looked up at their reflection in the mirror, his eyes warming. The young girl was focused, her small hands running through his hair, carefully drying it strand by strand. Fu Jili's hair wasn't long, so Jiang Jin finished quickly. She turned off the hairdryer, and the room fell silent again. Fu Jili turned around, wrapping his arms around Jiang Jin's waist, burying his head in her chest, seeking a sense of reality and warmth. For a long while, neither of them spoke. Jiang Jin gently stroked his now dry hair and softly asked the question she had been holding back. Did something happen? Is it about work? She guessed.
Fu Jili remained silent, which she took as confirmation. Letting her think it was work-related was easier for now. You don't want to talk about it?
Jiang Jin spoke tenderly, running her fingers through his hair.
You can tell me when you're ready, okay? Fu Jili still didn't respond, only holding Jiang Jin tighter.
Ever since that night at the Tianjue Club, when Shang Huaizhi saw Jiang Jin being so intimate with a man, he had been trying to figure out who that man was.
Shang Huaizhi first went to ask Xin Yuan.
Xin Yuan had already sensed something unusual during the dinner that day, and now that Shang Huaizhi was asking her, it only confirmed her suspicions.
Xin Yuan, do you know if Jiang Jin has a man she's close to? Shang Huaizhi asked urgently.
Xin Yuan paused for a moment, then answered truthfully, "Oh, I know.
That's her husband." Shang Huaizhi's hand holding the phone trembled, his voice dry and hoarse. She's married? Xin Yuan, yes. Shang Huaizhi closed his eyes in pain, unwilling to believe it. How could she have gotten married so suddenly? When he was abroad, he had never heard of her having a boyfriend. Her social media and had never shown any trace of it either. That man clearly looked wealthy and influential. How could Jiang Jin, an orphan with no background, marry someone like that? Shang Huaizhi wanted to press further, but Xin Yuan said it was Jiang Jin's private matter and she couldn't disclose anything.
Helpless, he could only hang up the phone, but he wasn't ready to give up. Jing University, dance studio in the teaching building. Jiang Jin, dressed in practice clothes with her hair tied up high, was practicing alone in the studio. During the afternoon class, Jiang Jin had struggled with a particular move. She was always strict with herself, so after class, she stayed behind to practice alone. After a long while, Jiang Jin finished her practice, sitting on the floor, sweating and breathing heavily. She picked up her phone to check the time. It was already past 8 p.m., and the entire floor was eerily quiet. Her slender fingers tapped on the phone screen as she sent a message to Fu Jili.
"Mr. Fu, what time will you arrive? I've finished practicing." Not long after, Fu Jili replied with a voice message.
"I'll be there soon, sweetheart," his voice deep and soothing.
Jiang Jin smiled, replying with an OK emoji.
She then got up, went to the changing room to change her clothes, and headed downstairs. When she stepped out of the teaching building, it was already pitch dark outside. The street lights were dim, and Jiang Jin quickly made her way to the school gate. Fu Jili's car hadn't arrived yet, so Jiang Jin stood by the roadside with her backpack, waiting. After the incident at the Tianjue Club that night, Fu Jili's mood seemed to have improved slightly, but it still wasn't great. That night, when she asked if it was work-related, Fu Jili had likely tacitly agreed. Later, Jiang Jin, still worried, called Assistant Li to ask if the company was facing any issues. However, Assistant Li hesitated and didn't give a clear answer. Jiang Jin wanted to cheer him up and thought about taking him somewhere to relax. But after thinking about it all day, she still hadn't come up with a good idea. Feeling slightly frustrated, Jiang Jin kicked a pebble on the roadside with her foot and checked the time on her phone again, muttering to herself. Why isn't Fu Jili here yet? Didn't he say he was on his way? Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind. Thinking it was Fu Jili, she planned to turn around casually to surprise him. Why are you so late? Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Jin suddenly paused, realizing it wasn't Fu Jili but Shang Huaizhi. She immediately swallowed the rest of her words. Jiang Jin awkwardly brushed the strands of hair from her forehead and greeted him politely. "Senior Shang, what a coincidence." Shang Huaizhi stood frozen in place, his gaze fixed on Jiang Jin's face. The vibrant smile she had just worn felt like a sharp blade, piercing straight into his heart. That smile had been so lively and radiant, something that captivated him, but it wasn't directed at him. He truly couldn't accept it. "It's not a coincidence. I came here to find you," Shang Huaizhi said, his face weary, his voice dry and hoarse. "Is something wrong?" Jiang Jin asked, puzzled. Shang Huaizhi's expression was pained. He stared at Jiang Jin for a long time before finally asking slowly, "Are you married?" The sudden shift in topic left Jiang Jin momentarily stunned, but she nodded frankly, "Yes, I'm married." "Why?" Shang Huaizhi's voice trembled, his knuckles turning white from how tightly he clenched his fists. "Did you run into some kind of trouble?" Though phrased as a question, his tone carried a sense of certainty. Without waiting for Jiang Jin to respond, Shang Huaizhi continued, speaking as if to himself, "I'm sorry, I looked into your private matters without your permission. I know that man is Fu Jili, the head of the Fu Group. But someone with such power and influence, why would you get involved with him? Did he force you? Don't be afraid, you can tell me. We can solve this together. I can help you get out of this situation. As long as you agree, I can help you divorce him, take you far away, and free you from his control." Shang Huaizhi's face was filled with anguish, his eyes tenderly fixed on Jiang Jin as he spoke on and on. Jiang Jin frowned, her expression shifting from confusion to displeasure. She spoke coldly, he and I are. Before she could finish, hurried footsteps approached from behind. Fu Jili stepped forward, kicking Sheng Huaiji to the ground. His face was dark, his tone menacing. You want Jiang Jin to divorce? You're asking for death. Who do you think you are, meddling in our affairs? Sheng Huaiji clutched his stomach in pain, curling up on the ground, but his eyes remained fixed on Jiang Jin. Because I love her. Fu Jili let out a low, cold laugh. He grabbed Sheng Huaiji by the collar and raised his fist again. Jiang Jin, realizing what was happening, quickly stepped in to stop him. Fu Jili, stop. Fu Jili tightened his grip on Sheng Huaiji's collar, ignoring her plea, refusing to let go. Afraid that things would escalate further, Jiang Jin desperately tried to intervene, her voice filled with urgency. Fu Jili, did you hear me? Let him go. But to Fu Jili, her actions were like salt on a wound. Jiang Jin, you're actually defending him. Fu Jili's expression darkened, his eyes locked on Jiang Jin. He laughed bitterly, his anger boiling over. Fine. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Jili flung Sheng Huaiji to the ground. Then, without another word, he hoisted Jiang Jin over his shoulder and strode toward the car. Jiang Jin, slung over Fu Jili's shoulder, felt extremely uncomfortable. Her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger as she struggled fiercely. Fu Jili, put me down right now. Fu Jili's eyes were icy, his lips pressed into a thin line. No matter how much Jiang Jin hit or protested, he remained silent, walking quickly and purposefully forward. When they reached the car, Fu Jili yanked the door open and threw Jiang Jin onto the back seat. Dizzy and disoriented, before Jiang Jin could even react, the door slammed shut with a loud bang. Fu Jili's face was dark, his expression unreadable. Without a word, he leaned over her, his long legs pinning her to the side, his large hand tearing at her collar as he began to kiss her fiercely. His movements were rough, filled with biting and sucking, devoid of any of the tenderness he usually showed. This was the first time Jiang Jin had seen Fu Jili like this, and she was terrified. She struggled helplessly, hitting him with her hands. Stop it. Don't kiss me, it hurts. Don't want me to kiss you? Then who do you want? Him? Fu Jili's eyes were bloodshot, his hand gripping Jiang Jin's chin as he growled in a low, pained voice. He then ripped off his tie, using it to bind her slender wrists tightly together, his large hand pinning her small ones above her head. Jiang Jin was forced to lie back on the seat, her hands restrained and immobile. She could only kick her legs, crying out repeatedly. Get off! Get away! I don't want this. Outside, Sheng Huaiji stumbled after them, arriving at the scene. However, he couldn't see any trace of Fu Jili or Jiang Jin. Still, he refused to give up, searching frantically around the area. Inside the car, Fu Jili suddenly noticed Sheng Huaiji across the street. His expression grew even darker, as if shrouded by a heavy, suffocating gloom. Fu Jili grabbed Jiang Jin, flipping her around and pressing her against the car window. His movements were forceful, his large hand tearing at her clothes as he growled in a low, furious voice. Come on. Let him see who you really belong to. Jiang Jin, do you want to leave me and run away with your ex-boyfriend? I'm telling you, don't even think about it. I'll never let you go, even if I die. You're mine. Jiang Jin's small face was pressed against the cold glass of the car window, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her clothes were nearly torn off, leaving her exposed. Humiliation mixed with fear, the young girl trembled uncontrollably, breaking down into sobs. Fu Jili, don't do this. Whoa, I'm scared. Ah! Get away, I don't want this. Whoa, please, don't do this, I'm scared. Jiang Jin covered her body, shrinking back and struggling weakly. Fu Jili ignored her pleas, his lips pressed into a thin line, his hands gripping her slender waist and pressing her down as if he wanted to break her, continuing his actions. Suddenly, the girl in front of him fell silent. She stopped struggling, her body sliding down the car window and collapsing onto the seat, motionless. Jin. Fu Jili's eyes filled with panic as he quickly turned the young girl over. Her eyes were half closed, her sobs painful and labored, as if she couldn't catch her breath. Her tear-streaked face was now flushed red. Fu Jili didn't know what to do. His hands trembled as he laid her flat on the seat, gently stroking her chest to help her breathe. Jin, breathe. Take a slow breath in, then exhale. Don't be afraid. Over and over. Jiang Jin followed Fu Jili's rhythm, trying hard to calm herself, gradually recovering. Fu Jili picked up the young girl's body, holding her in his arms. Realizing she was ice cold, he quickly grabbed a small blanket from the back and wrapped her tightly, his voice hoarse as he murmured apologies. I'm sorry. Jiang Jin's eyes were dull, like a puppet being manipulated.
She no longer struggled, but her tears wouldn't stop. Fu Jili, am I just a tool for you to show off your victory?
Fu Jili's hands shook as he stammered an explanation. No, the glass is specially treated, no one can see from outside.
Before he could finish, Jiang Jin raised her hand and slapped Fu Jili across the face, screaming in pain, I don't want to see you, go away. Go away.
As she spoke, she kicked and hit Fu Jili with all her might.
Fu Jili lowered his head slightly, not moving,
enduring Jiang Jin's anger like a child who had done wrong, repeating over and over, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. After venting her emotions, Jiang Jin curled up against the other side of the car door, motionless, only crying. The blanket fell off, and Fu Jili picked it up, trying to cover her again. As his large hand touched her body, the young girl suddenly shivered, casting a fearful glance at him, her body instinctively shrinking back. It was as if he were a predator, something to be feared. Fu Jili's face instantly turned pale, as if all his strength had been drained. His lips trembled, his eyes red, and he paused for a moment before speaking with difficulty, I'll leave the blanket here.
Can you cover yourself with it? Otherwise, you'll get cold.
The young girl ignored him, staying motionless as she hugged herself tightly, her eyes downcast.
Fu Jili let out a bitter laugh, cursing himself for deserving this.
Silently, he got up and stepped out of the car, walking to the driver's seat. He started the car, preparing to head home.
Home?
That was his and Jiang Jin's home.
But after today, would it still be a home? Would she still want him?
Fu Jili's large hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, tears glistening in his eyes. A single tear slipped from the corner of his eye, then disappeared without a trace.
Near Jing University.
Sheng Huaiji, clutching his stomach, staggered to the side of the road. He saw no trace of Jiang Jin or Fu Jili and had no choice but to give up for now.
But he wasn't willing to let it go. Fu Jili was the head of the Fu family in Jing City. How could he genuinely care about Jiang Jin, an orphan?
He was the one who shared Jiang Jin's ideals and aspirations. They were the ones who truly matched. He had liked Jiang Jin since their freshman year. He had always believed they were kindred spirits, destined to strive together. Jiang Jin and Fu Jili were not on the same path at all.
She belonged with him. Fu residence, bedroom.
The next morning, Jiang Jin woke up to find herself alone in bed, with no signs of anyone having slept beside her. Last night, after Fu Jili carried her upstairs, he had disappeared without a trace. Jiang Jin rubbed her swollen, sore eyes from crying and got up to wash up. In the mirror, her face was pale, her neck covered in red marks, her lips bruised, and her waist marked with patches of red and purple from being gripped too tightly. Jiang Jin's skin was fair and delicate, and the slightest pressure would leave marks. Now it was even more obvious, as if she had suffered domestic violence. Her fair wrist had been tied with a tie yesterday, and then she struggled. Now there was a circle of red marks on it, and it hurt terribly with the slightest movement.
Jiang Jin gave a bitter smile.
After washing up, she found a turtleneck sweater from the cloakroom and put it on, trying to cover the marks as much as possible. Jiang Jin held back her tears. She didn't want to show herself as too weak. She rummaged through the cloakroom and found her small suitcase, stuffed some clothes into it, and then slowly dragged the suitcase downstairs.
Aunt Wu, who was busy in the living room, saw her and quickly came over. Madam, where are you going?
I'm going to live in the school for a few days, Jiang Jin said in a low voice with red and swollen eyes.
Aunt Wu looked at Jiang Jin's condition, extremely worried. Madam, let the family driver take you there.
Jiang Jin shook her head and refused.
No, I can go by myself.
Aunt Wu couldn't stop Jiang Jin, so she immediately called Fu Jili. Sir, Madam is dragging a suitcase and said she's going to live in the school for a few days.
She doesn't look well.
On the other end, Fu Jili was stunned for a moment, then said in a hoarse voice, got it.
Let her go.
Fu Jili hung up the phone and then dialed the number of the family bodyguard, giving instructions in a low voice, follow Madam and send her to the school safely. Jiang Jin had been living on campus for half a month straight, and during this period, she hadn't contacted Fu Jili even once. It was Aunt Wu who always came to deliver some things. At first, it was ointments, and later, she would occasionally bring home cooked meals, snacks, fruits, and sometimes even daily necessities. Aunt Wu didn't mention it, and Jiang Jin didn't ask either, but she knew clearly in her heart that these were all arranged by Fu Jili. Jiang Jin still attended classes every day, and during breaks, she would stay with Xin Yuan as usual.
One evening after class, the two walked out of the teaching building. Xin Yuan hooked her arm around Jiang Jin's and said loudly, Jin, shall we go to the snack street for dinner later? Jiang Jin nodded with a smile. Sure. Then let's go right now.
I'm going to eat to my heart's content tonight, until I'm stuffed. Xin Yuanyuan declared her lofty ambitions in a comical way, and Zhang Jin grinned, amused by her. Xin Yuanyuan's movement paused slightly, and then she said somewhat seriously, "This is much better, Jin. You look so pretty when you smile more." This time when Zhang Jin suddenly came back to live on campus, Xin Yuanyuan vaguely guessed that something unpleasant must have happened between her and Fu Jili. But she didn't ask too many questions. Instead, she tried her best to accompany Zhang Jin and make her happy. She thought that Zhang Jin would tell her when she was ready. The two directly left the school gate and walked straight to the snack street next to Jin University. They wandered around the snack street, bought a lot of fried skewers and other snacks, and then went to Jinji Noodle Shop. There weren't many people in the noodle shop today. Xin Yuanyuan pulled Zhang Jin and sat down at a window side table. The boss, as usual, came over with a small notebook, asking the two of them what they would like to eat. Xin Yuanyuan ordered a bowl of tomato noodle soup. Zhang Jin, as always, said, "A bowl of beef noodle soup with bone broth, no coriander, and add more chili." The boss jotted it down in the notebook, then looked up and suddenly said, "Hey, little girl, it's you." The boss glanced at Xin Yuanyuan sitting across from Zhang Jin and teased, "Not here with your husband this time?" Zhang Jin was startled. She remembered the scene when she and Fu Jili had eaten noodles here last time. Her throat suddenly felt dry. He's quite busy," Zhang Jin said in a daze. Just then, new customers entered the store. The boss didn't have time to say more and quickly went to greet the customers and show them to their seats. The noodles were served quickly. Zhang Jin held her chopsticks, looking at the noodle soup in the bowl. Her eyes suddenly felt sour. She tried desperately to hold back her tears but couldn't. Zhang Jin lowered her head, shoving noodles into her mouth desperately, crying as she ate. Jin, what's wrong?" Xin Yuanyuan across from her noticed and quickly grabbed a tissue to comfort her. "What happened? You can talk to me." Before she finished speaking, Zhang Jin's tears couldn't be held back any longer. She started crying and told Xin Yuanyuan what had happened that day. She was too embarrassed to mention what had happened in the car. She only said that Sheng Huaiji had come to talk to her some strange things, then Fu Jili had beaten him in anger, and finally, she and Fu Jili had parted unhappily. This damned man, how could he be like this? Seriously, I'm so angry. Xin Yuanyuan slapped the table angrily. So he misunderstood that Sheng Huaiji likes you and got jealous and angry? Xin Yuanyuan guessed resentfully, then couldn't help but continue, but why was he angry with you? Even if Sheng Huaiji likes you, it has nothing to do with you. What right does he have to be angry with you? It had to be said that Xin Yuanyuan had hit the nail on the head right away. Zhang Jin slightly lowered her eyes and voiced her speculation, maybe he thought Sheng Huaiji was my ex-boyfriend. Ah? Xin Yuanyuan was shocked and blurted out the next moment, why would he think that? Is he crazy? Zhang Jin was amused by Xin Yuanyuan's serious look. She wiped her tears with a tissue and said, yes, he might be crazy. That's why he thought that way. He was so stupid. That jerk. Jin, don't pay attention to him. Don't forgive him until he apologizes 800 times. Xin Yuanyuan gritted her teeth and said. Then she suddenly thought of something and looked at Zhang Jin with a hint of apology. Jin, actually Sheng Huaiji called me before. I told him you were married, but I didn't say anything else, just that you were married. Sigh. I shouldn't have told him. Now it's directly caused you trouble. Zhang Jin shook her head and said gently, it's not your fault. There's no need to hide the fact that I'm married. There's nothing that can't be said. Seeing that Zhang Jin didn't blame her, Xin Yuanyuan stopped dwelling on it. However, Sheng Huaiji is also really strange. Why is he meddling in other people's married life? And he says all these strange things. He has no sense of propriety at all. Xin Yuanyuan glanced at Zhang Jin across from her and comforted her, let's not talk about them. Jin, my dear, I'll be with you. Don't be unhappy anymore. Then she pushed the noodle bowl in front of Zhang Jin and persuaded, hurry up and finish the noodles. They won't taste good if they get soggy later. Zhang Jin smiled and nodded, okay. It was already past 8 o'clock when the two of them finished their noodles, having laughed and cried during the meal. After coming out of Jinji Noodle Shop, they walked and chatted as they made their way back to school, completely unaware of the car in the alley opposite. Inside the car, Fu Jili sat in the back seat, his eyes greedily fixed on the figure of the young girl outside the car, not willing to move away even an inch. He didn't want to go home because Zhang Jin wasn't there. During the days they were apart, almost every night, he would come here, even though most of the time he couldn't see Zhang Jin. But he thought that being closer to her, no matter how little, was always good. The pain in his stomach surged like a tide. Fu Jili's big hand pressed tightly against his stomach, his body curled up uncomfortably, and his forehead was covered in fine sweat. Suddenly, Fu Jili lowered his head and noticed that his tie on the chest was a bit wrinkled, and somehow a patch of dust had adhered to it.
Fu Jili was suddenly a little panicked.
He endured the pain and carefully unfastened the tie, wiping the dust off as if he were handling some rare treasure.
This was given to him by Jiang Jin. He couldn't dirty it. This was a gift from her. How could he dirty it? Ah, he was really damned. The pain in his stomach suddenly intensified. Fu Jili's consciousness gradually faded, and his body fell forward straight. The driver in the driver's seat was horrified. "Sir!" It was already the early morning when Jiang Jin received the call. It was Su Jinji who called her. Jili fainted from a stomachache and is now in Jing City Central Hospital. Jiang Jin didn't have time to think. She quickly put on her clothes and took a taxi to the hospital. Outside the hospital room, Jiang Jin saw Su Jinji. Before she could ask, Su Jinji spoke first. "Jili has just come out of the emergency room and hasn't woken up yet. Do you have time to talk with me?" Jiang Jin was too hoarse to speak and just nodded. The two sat down on the bench in the corridor. Su Jinji took out a cigarette, but then remembered they were in the hospital, so he put it back. Then he started talking on his own. "The first time I heard your name was 3 years ago. At that time, Jili was still taking over the business in Europe. I remember it vividly because the project the Fu Group was negotiating in Europe was extremely important, related to the company's development in the next decade. But somehow, after receiving a call from China, Jili dropped everything and rushed back to the country in a hurry. When he returned to Europe again, he seemed like a different person. He worked tirelessly day after day, as if trying to numb himself. That's when his stomach started to go bad. At that time, he smoked, drank, worked like crazy, and didn't eat on time. We all suspected he was trying some kind of ascetic cultivation. Later, at a gathering, Jili got himself drunk and cried out your name. Su Jinji suddenly smiled and continued. You have no idea how curious I was about you at that time. I was wondering what kind of woman could subdue a man like him so completely. I don't know what happened between you two, but I only know that he seems to have liked you since a long time ago. Jiang Jin looked up in shock, staring at Su Jinji in disbelief. Surprised? Su Jinji smiled. In fact, he had always been puzzled as to why Jili was so obsessed with her. Fu Jili came from an illustrious family and took over the entire Fu consortium at a young age. He could have any woman he wanted. So why had he been in love with Jiang Jin for so many years? After all, matters of the heart are hard to explain. Su Jinji paused for a moment, remained silent for a few seconds, and then continued, Jili smokes, drinks, and when he's busy with work, he takes no care of himself. You'll have to pay more attention to him in the future. Su Jinji joked with a smile, after all, he only listens to you. After saying this, Su Jinji left. Jiang Jin sat alone on the chair in the corridor, stunned, and the tears in her eyes couldn't be stopped. Why had Fu Jili burst into the private room to save her? Why had Fu Jili agreed to marry her when she was at her wit's end? Why, even though he couldn't eat spicy food, did he still accompany her in silence? Why was he so good to her, accommodating and taking care of her in every way? All these things seem to have a more reasonable explanation now. Jiang Jin covered her face in pain, sobbing, and the tears just kept flowing. Before she knew it, the sky began to turn white. Jiang Jin looked up in a daze, checked the time, and then dragged her somewhat numb body downstairs. Afraid that Fu Jili would be hungry when he woke up, Jiang Jin wanted to go downstairs to buy some porridge. In the top-floor VIP ward of Jing City Central Hospital, Jiang Jin stood at the ward door again, carrying the newly bought millet porridge. Suddenly, a sense of timidity welled up in her. All of a sudden, a commotion came from inside the ward. Before Jiang Jin could react, a group of doctors and nurses rushed into the ward. One of the female nurses accidentally bumped into Jiang Jin's shoulder. After saying sorry, she immediately rushed in. Inside the ward, a group of doctors and nurses surrounded Fu Jili, trying to persuade him. Mr. Fu, your condition has just been brought under control. You need to stay in bed and rest now. You can't move around. Get out of here. All of you. Fu Jili struggled to get out of bed. Where's my tie? Did you lose it? Since you can't find it, I'll find it myself. Fu Jili roared in anger, trying to pull out the needle in his hand. The nurse beside him quickly tried to hold him down, but Fu Jili didn't listen. He yanked out the needle. Jiang Jin, who had just rushed into the ward, saw this scene. Her brows knitted tightly, and she couldn't help raising her voice. Fu Jili, stop right now. You're sick and you still don't get proper treatment. Don't you cherish your body at all? Hearing this, Fu Jili was stunned and looked over in disbelief. Then, when his eyes fell on Jiang Jin's angry expression, he immediately lowered his head, looking like a child who had done something wrong. Go lie down on the bed, Jiang Jin said again. Fu Jili didn't say anything. He immediately obediently lifted the quilt and lay back on the bed. His eyes kept glancing at Jiang Jin, but he didn't dare to look directly at her. Jiang Jin looked at the doctors in the room and continued, please examine him again, doctors. You can tell me if there are any problems. The doctors were already dumbfounded. Who on earth was this person who could make Mr. Fu obey so obediently? At the same time, they felt extremely grateful, as if they had found their backbone, and immediately started the examination without delay. Fortunately, the result was that the condition hadn't worsened, but he must stay in bed and rest well in the future. Jiang Jin saw the doctors out, then came back again, bent down to tuck the quilt around Fu Jili, and then sat by the bedside without saying a word. Jin. Fu Jili called out softly. The man on the sickbed had a pale face, without a trace of blood. His thin lips were dry, and he had lost a lot of weight compared to half a month ago. Although he was so weak that he could barely hold on, he still stubbornly kept his eyelids open, looking at her cautiously. Jiang Jin's anger dissipated instantly. She tucked the quilt in again and said softly, be good, close your eyes and rest for a while. Fu Jili closed his eyes, but only for a moment, then opened them again. He tried to pull a smile at the corner of his lips and murmured, what a realistic dream. Jiang Jin's eyes turned red, and her eyes were instantly filled with tears. Fu Jili raised his arm with difficulty, trying to wipe the little girl's tears. He looked at her full of apology and said, I'm sorry, I even made you cry in my dream. Jiang Jin's tears seemed to burst out like a flood. She couldn't hold back any longer. Her heart felt like it was being constantly kneaded by a big hand, and she couldn't breathe. Jiang Jin held Fu Jili's hand and coaxed him gently, this isn't a dream. Have a good sleep, and I'll still be here when you wake up. In the end, Fu Jili really couldn't hold on any longer and fell into a drowsy sleep. When Fu Jili woke up again, it was already evening. The room was empty, and there was no sign of Jiang Jin. Fu Jili gave a bitter smile. Sure enough, it was a dream. Click. The door of the ward was pushed open, and the little girl he had been thinking about day and night actually walked in. Fu Jili stared blankly at the girl's figure, finally realizing that it wasn't a dream. It was real. She was really here. While Fu Jili was asleep, Jiang Jin went to the doctor to learn about his current condition and ask about some precautions, then rushed back to the ward. Finding that Fu Jili had woken up, Jiang Jin immediately came over and asked gently, you're awake. Is there anywhere you don't feel well? Noticing Fu Jili's dry lips, she quickly poured a glass of warm water, then slightly raised the head of the hospital bed so that Fu Jili could lean on it comfortably. Jiang Jin gently raised her hand and brought the water glass to his lips, saying softly, drink some warm water. It'll make you feel better. Fu Jili obediently drank water with the girl's help. This extremely obedient look made Jiang Jin's heart soften. After all, she had never seen President Fu so weak and obedient. Jiang Jin curved her lips and asked softly, are you hungry? Do you want some porridge? Fu Jili had slept for a whole day, and the porridge from the morning was no longer edible. So she asked Aunt Wu to make some more, thinking that Fu Jili could have fresh porridge as soon as he woke up. The doctor said you can only have liquid food now. Aunt Wu just brought some millet porridge. Do you want to eat it? Fu Jili nodded, his voice a bit hoarse. I want to. Jiang Jin was delighted. She quickly brought over the thermos bucket and scooped the soft and glutinous rice porridge into a bowl. Fu Jili reached out to take it, but Jiang Jin dodged. I'll feed you. Fu Jili looked at her, his eyes brightening with a hint of anticipation, then waited obediently. Jiang Jin picked up a spoon, scooped a small spoonful of rice porridge, blew on it by her lips, and then held it to Fu Jili's mouth. Fu Jili obediently opened his mouth and ate it. Spoonful after spoonful, in a short while, a small bowl of porridge was eaten clean. After having a bowl of warm porridge, Fu Jili regained some of his spirit. When Jiang Jin sat down again, he suddenly said, I'm sorry. Jiang Jin knew what he was referring to. He was apologizing for what had happened in the car before. Jiang Jin was no longer angry, but she still felt a bit wronged. After all, they had been separated for so many days, nearly half a month, and Fu Jili hadn't come to find her even once, nor had he taken the initiative to contact her. If Su Jinji hadn't told her about his illness this time, she thought Fu Jili wouldn't have told her on his own initiative either. For half a month, why didn't you contact me even once? Jiang Jin voiced the question in her heart. Fu Jili's eyes dimmed slightly. He lowered his head, his voice cautious. I was afraid that if I went to find you, you would divorce me. You said you didn't want to see me anymore.
He likes you, and I was afraid you'd leave with him and abandon me, Fu Jili said in a low voice.
Why would you think that I'd leave with him and abandon you? Because he is your...
Fu Jili's voice paused, his tone hoarse, as if he was very averse to those three words, ex-boyfriend. After speaking, Fu Jili's shoulders slightly drooped, and the aura of loneliness and solitude around him seemed to completely envelop him.
Zhang Jin was both angry and heartbroken.
Why was someone usually so smart acting so foolish now? Zhang Jin gently sighed, thinking, forget it, of course, I have to comfort my own husband. Zhang Jin slowly leaned closer to Fu Jili, her eyebrows slightly raised, her small hands cupping Fu Jili's face, her clear eyes looking at him. Oh?
How come I didn't know I had an ex-boyfriend?
Fu Jili stared at her in a daze, looking adorably confused, murmuring in disbelief.
He's not.
Zhang Jin slightly raised her eyes to look into his, speaking earnestly word by word, he's not my ex-boyfriend, and I've never had an ex-boyfriend.
I've only ever liked you from the beginning. If you insist on calling him my ex-boyfriend, then I'm really wronged.
Zhang Jin pouted, her cheeks puffing out slightly, deliberately making a pitiful expression, looking eagerly at the man before her.
A wave of joy washed over Fu Jili, his heart exploding like fireworks, his arms wrapping around the young girl, repeatedly confirming, he's not your ex-boyfriend, you never dated him. You only love me, right?
Fu Jili's eyes lifted, looking at her expectantly, waiting for her answer.
Yes, I only love you.
Zhang Jin's answer was firm and straightforward. Fu Jili suddenly let out a low chuckle, his chest vibrating with the sound. He tightly wrapped his long arms around the young girl, capturing her soft lips and kissing them tenderly again and again.
But, I'm curious, why did you think he was my ex-boyfriend?
Zhang Jin voiced the confusion that had been lingering in her mind for days.
She really didn't understand and couldn't figure it out.
You said it yourself. Fu Jili slightly frowned, his expression somewhat resentful.
When did I say that?
Zhang Jin puffed up in indignation, looking as though she couldn't recall anything of the sort.
Fu Jili pursed his thin lips, looking at her with a pitiful gaze, his voice low. It was 3 years ago, when I returned to the country, I saw you looking for a house with him, and you told the agent he was your boyfriend.
Zhang Jin's thoughts drifted away, gradually recalling the events of that time, and slowly spoke. 3 years ago, Grandpa Lin passed away, and the very next day I was kicked out of the Lin family. Zhang Jin's expression slightly tightened, her eyes lowering, her small hand holding onto Fu Jili's palm, seemingly reluctant to recall those events. At that time, I was homeless and had to rent a place to live. Sheng Huaiji was my high school classmate, and he was the one who helped me then, lending me money for emergencies.
I was young and inexperienced at the time.
At first, I arranged to meet a landlord, and seeing that I was alone, he had ill intentions. Fu Jili stared blankly at the young girl in his arms.
This was the first time he was hearing about these events, his thin lips trembling, his voice dry and hoarse, and then?
Zhang Jin raised her small hand to pat the man's arm in comfort, smiling nonchalantly, but luckily it was on the first floor, and I just jumped out of the window.
However, after that, I didn't dare to go alone anymore.
Later, it was Sheng Huaiji who suggested accompanying me to look for a house, and after that, I would always lie and say that we were renting the house together, thinking it would be safer that way. So, I'm very grateful for his help, but I don't like him.
I've only ever liked you.
Zhang Jin's expression was serious and earnest, her clear eyes fixed unwaveringly on him. Fu Jili closed his eyes, holding the young girl tightly in his arms. He couldn't bear to think about how she had managed to endure that period of time. She had just become an adult back then, yet she had to face these challenges alone.
Fu Jili's heart ached with regret, hating his own cowardice and timidity at that time.
If only he had been braver, if only he had stayed by her side, perhaps she wouldn't have had to go through all that. Fu Jili held Zhang Jin tightly, his thin lips gently kissing the young girl's lips, tender and affectionate, as if she were a rare treasure. After a long while, the young girl in his arms suddenly thought of something and spoke again. So, 3 years ago, when you rushed back to the country in such a hurry, was it for me?
Were you worried about me after Grandpa Lin passed away?
Fu Jili nodded slowly, softly uttering an What had been a guess was now confirmed, and Zhang Jin's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Afraid that staying in his arms for too long might make Fu Jili's stomach uncomfortable, Zhang Jin stood up.
But, when exactly did you start liking me? Zhang Jin blinked mischievously, extremely curious.
Fu Jili suddenly paused, then slowly lay back down on the bed, turning his back to her, his voice somewhat low. I'm tired, I want to rest. After saying this, he pulled the blanket over himself. Seeing Fu Jili's slightly red ears, Zhang Jin suddenly realized that Fu Jili was actually shy. Jiang Jin chuckled softly, not exposing him, and tucked the blanket around him, her voice soft and sweet. Then you rest well. Humph, there's plenty of time ahead, she'll find out sooner or later. Fu Jili slept exceptionally soundly that night, although his stomach occasionally twinged with pain, his heart was at ease. The next morning, when Fu Jili woke up, he saw a water cup and a note on the bedside table.
Good morning, handsome Mr. Fu. By the time you wake up, your Jin Jin will have already gone to class and won't be finished until around 5 p.m. After class, she will rush to the hospital to see you as fast as she can. Please make sure to behave well in the hospital today, eat on time, and rest on time, or else. Followed by 3 large axe emojis, clearly threatening, and ending with a huge exclamation mark. Imagining the young girl's serious and stern face as she wrote the note, Fu Jili couldn't help but smile. He carefully preserved the note and placed it in the drawer. By the time Jiang Jin finished her classes and rushed back to the hospital, it was already evening. The two had dinner together, and Fu Jili, as usual, couldn't eat regular food and could only have rice porridge. The VIP ward at the central hospital in the capital was fully equipped with excellent privacy, comparable to a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel. It not only had a kitchen, living room, and bathroom but also a room specifically prepared for family members staying over. Jiang Jin had specifically asked An Wu to pack some changes of clothes and send them over. She planned to stay here these days to accompany Fu Jili. After dinner, Jiang Jin took a shower and changed into her pajamas, only to notice that the light in Fu Jili's room was still on. Jiang Jin pushed open the door and walked in, finding Fu Jili in front of his computer, handling company work. Although Fu Jili was hospitalized, most company matters didn't require his attention, but there were still some decisions that only he could make. Therefore, even though Fu Jili was in the hospital, he still had to deal with some work-related matters. Mr. Fu, it's already 9 o'clock. Time to sleep, Jiang Jin urged softly, her slender fingers closing the laptop. Okay, Fu Jili obediently got into bed, and Jiang Jin tucked him in. I don't want to sleep alone, Fu Jili suddenly looked up. Jiang Jin, ? I want to sleep with you. Fu Jili frowned, his tone slightly aggrieved. It's been many days since I last held you to sleep. No, Jiang Jin said with a stern face, refusing. The bed is too small, it can't fit 2 people. Hearing this, Fu Jili moved to the other side of the bed, making space, and looked up at her. It can fit. Jiang Jin glanced at the bed. The VIP ward's bed was indeed larger than those in regular wards and could accommodate 2 people. But this was a hospital, and the thought of lying together with Fu Jili made her too embarrassed, so she continued to demur. I'm not a quiet sleeper, what if I kick you? Fu Jili lazily smiled, raising an eyebrow at her. Haven't you kicked me enough times already? I'm used to it. In the end, unable to resist Fu Jili, Jiang Jin had no choice but to lie down on the bed with him. The room was pitch dark, and from the moment she lay down, Fu Jili was quite restless, kissing her here and touching her there. Jiang Jin mercilessly slapped away his mischievous hands. Sleep, if you don't behave, I'm leaving. Fu Jili's expression softened, then he moved a bit away, lying flat obediently. Alright, wife, I won't move anymore. Then he sniffled, speaking in a pitiful tone. It's been a long time since we've been together, I just missed you a bit. Hearing Fu Jili say this, Jiang Jin's heart immediately softened. She really felt that the sick Fu Jili had somehow unlocked a new level of clinginess and coquettishness, completely controlling her. Jiang Jin turned to kiss Fu Jili's lips, her voice soft and tender. Does your stomach still hurt? Seeing the young girl comforting him, Fu Jili's heart was immediately soothed, a little. Actually, he was used to this kind of pain. Usually working overtime, sometimes socializing and drinking, stomach pain was a common occurrence for him. If it hadn't been so severe as to cause him to faint this time, he wouldn't have come to the hospital at all. Hearing Fu Jili's accustomed tone, Jiang Jin's brows slightly furrowed. She moved her body towards the middle of the bed, raised her arm to feel around, her soft hand slipping under his shirt, accurately finding the spot, gently massaging. Let me rub it for you, then it won't hurt anymore. Fu Jili was momentarily stunned, then reacted by kissing the top of the young girl's head, his tone impossibly gentle. Thank you, darling. Thank you for coming into my life, thank you for forgiving me. And most of all, thank you for loving me. Jiang Jin leaned into Fu Jili's embrace, her small hand gently massaging his stomach, occasionally admonishing, you need to eat on time from now on, understand? You can't just ignore everything when you're busy, you need to take care of your body. Fu Jili responded in a low voice, okay. And smoking isn't a good habit either, you should quit. If you really want to smoke, you can switch to eating candy, and gradually you'll be able to quit. Fu Jili, okay. And drinking, when socializing with clients, if you can avoid drinking, then don't drink. If you really have no choice,
then, just say your wife won't let you drink, that you'll be kicked out of the house if you do.
Ah, no, that doesn't sound believable. Anyway, just try to avoid it if you can, understand?
Hearing the young girl's somewhat incoherent concern, Fujili chuckled softly. Okay, I understand.
Don't just laugh it off, take it to heart.
Jiang Jin pushed the man's arm and continued. No, I need to remind assistantly, have him keep an eye on you usually. As Jiang Jin spoke, she made to get up, intending to reach for the phone on the bedside table, but Fujili wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her back, holding her tightly. No need, wife, it's already very late, let's rest first. Don't take it lightly, I'm really worried about your health. Jiang Jin's voice was soft, tinged with a hint of urgency. Fujili hugged the young girl in his arms, gently pinching her cheek, softly coaxing. I know, wife, I will obediently listen to you, believe me, okay?
Jiang Jin responded muffledly.
Fujili gently coaxed. Let's sleep, it's very late. The young girl nodded lightly and closed her eyes. Fujili turned to kiss the top of the young girl's head, his dark eyes deep with love, his voice gentle and weary. Good night, wife.
The next day was Saturday, and Jiang Jin didn't have classes.
The hospital room was bathed in sunlight, utterly quiet. Jiang Jin lay in bed deeply asleep, her breathing light, her sleep sweet.
Until a clamor of voices approached from afar. Brother Fu, we've come to see you.
Jiang Jin was awakened by the noise, turned over, and suddenly realized she was still lying in Fujili's bed, and anxiously tried to get out of bed.
Ah! With a painful cry, Jiang Jin, along with the blanket, fell to the floor.
At the same time, Lu Xiang pushed open the door, only for Fujili to slam it shut with a bang.
Fujili quickly walked over, scooping up the young girl from the floor to check. Let me see, where did you hurt?
Jiang Jin was fine, just a bit anxious. I'm okay, it's just, they must have seen. I told you not to sleep here, you insisted, and now they've seen. Jiang Jin felt like crying but had no tears. As she spoke, she anxiously tried to get up, but was pulled back by Fujili, who sat her on the bed, checking. Are you dizzy?
Did you hit your head?
No. Jiang Jin struggled but couldn't break free, so she could only shake her head. Hearing this, Fujili still didn't feel reassured and carefully checked Jiang Jin's body again, finding no serious issues, then reopened the door and let Jiang Jin out.
When Ibai and Lu Xiang were sitting obediently on the sofa, occasionally glancing over,
Fujili opened the door, shooting a sharp glance their way. Ready to settle accounts, don't you know to knock before entering?
When Ibai and Lu Xiang, they didn't dare to make a sound.
Jiang Jin let go of Fujili's hand and stood up to ask, what would you like to drink? We have coffee, water, and orange juice here. Before the two could answer, Fujili spoke first. No need to entertain them, they'll be leaving soon. Lu Xiang immediately spoke up. Yes, no need to entertain us, sister-in-law, we'll be leaving right away. It was truly a joke. If they dared to let the sister-in-law entertain them, they would be kicked out by Brother Fu in no time. Hearing this, Jiang Jin sat back down on the sofa, and as soon as she sat down, Fujili took her hand and started kneading it, as if playing with some interesting toy. Jiang Jin pulled her hand back again, giving him a reproachful look. Fujili smiled good-naturedly, knowing he couldn't tease any further, or the young girl would get really upset. So, he turned his gaze to the other two. What are you two here for? Wanibai, with a gossipy smile, spoke up. We originally wanted to see how Brother Fu was recovering.
Now that we've seen, he's recovering quite well. Lu Xiang chimed in, teasing.
After hearing this, Jiang Jin's face turned even redder. She hardly dared to look up.
Fujili picked up a sofa cushion and threw it at them. Do you have anything important? If not, get out.
Alright, Brother Fu, we won't disturb you and sister-in-law anymore, we're leaving now.
When Ibai and Lu Xiang, knowing better, quickly slipped out of the hospital room, and the room returned to silence.
Jiang Jin couldn't help but wail, looking at Fujili with an accusing expression. It's all your fault.
They must have gotten the wrong idea.
Fujili smiled and pulled her onto his lap, his large hand stroking the young girl's fluffy hair, softly coaxing. It's okay, we're legally married. Jiang Jin was exasperated, but for the next few days, she absolutely refused to sleep with Fujili again. Fujili was quite resentful about this, but since the young girl firmly refused, there was nothing he could do but blame Wanibai and Lu Xiang for it.
After several days in the hospital, Fujili had recovered well and was finally ready to be discharged.
On the morning of his discharge, the weather was clear. Jiang Jin carefully supported Fujili as they walked out of the hospital, her expression full of worry and care, as if handling a fragile doll. Fujili looked up and smiled, somewhat helplessly at the young girl before him, and said gently, It's okay, Jin, you don't need to worry about me so much. Jiang Jin, a bit embarrassed, brushed the stray hairs from her forehead and frowned slightly. it's always good to be cautious. Fu Jili smiled helplessly and affectionately patted the young girl's head, but he had to admit, he quite enjoyed her concern for him. The driver was already waiting at the entrance. Zhang Jin opened the car door and carefully helped Fu Jili inside. Zhang Jin then settled into her seat, and before the car even started, she quickly instructed, "Uncle Zhang, please head to the Central Mall first."
Uncle Zhang responded, "Yes, ma'am." Fu Jili, sitting in the back, was puzzled. "Do we need to buy something?"
Zhang Jin smiled mysteriously and didn't say anything. They soon arrived at the mall. Perhaps because the Spring Festival was approaching, the entire mall was festively decorated with red lanterns, window flowers, and Chinese knots everywhere. Zhang Jin led Fu Jili onto the elevator and went straight to the men's section on the third floor, stopping at the counter dedicated to ties. Finally, Fu Jili realized that Zhang Jin wanted to buy him a tie. The tie she gave him on his birthday last time was lost on the way he was being taken to the hospital. Later, he had people check the surveillance footage and searched for a long time, but all in vain. At that time, Fu Jili was both angry and depressed. After all, it was the first birthday gift the little girl had given him. Fu Jili slowly lowered his eyes and looked at the little girl in front who was choosing ties. His heart instantly softened. So she knew everything. Zhang Jin in front suddenly turned around. Her pretty face was full of smiles. "Mr. Fu, which one do you like? I'll buy it for you." Zhang Jin pointed at the ties in the counter, leaned on the side with her chin in her hand, looking like a wealthy young woman. Fu Jili curled his lips into a smile and teased in a slightly mocking tone, "Oh? You're going to buy it for me?" "Of course. I'll pay," Zhang Jin promised, raising her head. She still had some of the payment from her last drama crew. Fu Jili smiled lazily and didn't say more. He stepped forward and lowered his head to carefully select. In the end, Fu Jili chose a pure black tie with printed patterns. Zhang Jin asked him, "Why do you like this one?" Fu Jili slowly curled his lips and said softly, "Because this one is very similar to the one you bought for me last time." Zhang Jin was slightly stunned. Then she smiled and took the tie, and softly commanded, "Sit down." Hearing this, Fu Jili obediently sat down on the sofa. Zhang Jin bent down to measure it, then stretched out her arms, wrapped the tie around his neck, and tied a knot neatly. "Not bad. It suits you very well." Zhang Jin smiled and complimented him, then paused for a moment, suddenly recalling the last time she had tied his tie. A faint suspicion arose in her heart. The young girl narrowed her eyes slightly, her lips curling into a sly smile as she looked at the man before her. "Mr. Fu, last time when I tied your tie, you were so jealous and angry. Could it be because you thought I had also tied Sheng Huaiji's tie before?" Fu Jili's hands, which were adjusting his tie, paused for a moment. After a brief silence, he calmly replied, "How could that be? I'm not that petty." Fu Jili lowered his eyes and continued to adjust his tie, but his attempt to cover up only made Zhang Jin more convinced that she had guessed the truth. Her bright little face gazed at Fu Jili, as if insisting that he admit it. Fu Jili reached out and pinched the girl's cheek, his tone carrying a hint of resentment and threat. "You're not allowed to tie ties for any other man besides me." Zhang Jin playfully swatted away his hand and blinked at him sweetly, her voice soft and charming. "Got it, I'll only tie yours from now on." Fu Jili looked satisfied, with a touch of pride. "That's more like it." Zhang Jin took the tie to the counter to pay, while Fu Jili leisurely sat on the sofa waiting, a lazy smile on his lips, clearly enjoying the sight of the girl paying for him. After they finished buying the tie and stepped out, Fu Jili glanced at the surrounding women's clothing stores and gently suggested, "How about we take a look at some women's clothes?" Zhang Jin quickly waved her hand in refusal. No, the walk-in closet at home is already full." Zhang Jin thought of the massive walk-in closet at home that was always packed to the brim. Every so often, Fu Jili would have a batch of new clothes, shoes, and bags delivered. She hardly had time to wear them all, and many still had their tags attached, neatly hung in the closet. "No more shopping, I don't need anything. Besides, earning money isn't easy, we shouldn't be wasteful." Fu Jili smiled and softly replied, "All right, whatever my wife says." The two went downstairs together. They happened to see a coffee shop on the first floor, and Zhang Jin thought of going in to take a rest. As soon as they entered the coffee shop, they unexpectedly ran into Sheng Huaiji head-on. Sheng Huaiji was holding a briefcase, seemingly here for work negotiations. Zhang Jin looked at Fu Jili worriedly, her small face slightly wrinkled. "I didn't know he was here." Fu Jili squeezed the little girl's hand and softly comforted her. "The reason I got so emotional before was that I thought you liked him and that he was your ex-boyfriend. Later, I realized I was overthinking. My wife only loves me. From beginning to end, I'm the only man in her heart."
Fu Jili curled his lips into a light smile, his eyes full of pride. Shang Huaiji in front also noticed them and was looking over. Jiang Jin stood still, thought for a moment, then looked up at Fu Jili and said, I want to go and explain things clearly to him. Since the conflict at the school gate last time, she hadn't seen Shang Huaiji again. Now that she was aware that Shang Huaiji liked her and she was already married, she thought she should formally clarify things with him. Is that okay? I'll be back soon. Jiang Jin tugged at Fu Jili's arm and shook it. Fu Jili frowned slightly, rubbed the top of the little girl's head, and said reluctantly, only 5 minutes. Jiang Jin nodded. Okay. Fu Jili walked over to a seat a bit further away and sat down. Shang Huaiji slowly approached, having just witnessed the intimate and affectionate scene between the two. His smile was tinged with bitterness. Do you really like him? Yes, I do, Jiang Jin nodded, pausing for a moment before speaking sincerely. Senior Shang, I'm really grateful for the help you've given me before, but that's all it is, gratitude. I don't have feelings for you. I like Fu Jili, and I'm very clear about my feelings. Jiang Jin's tone was firm. Alright, I understand. Shang Huaiji's face paled, his voice slightly hoarse. Jiang Jin fell silent for a moment, pursed her lips, and then spoke again. I want to apologize on his behalf for what happened last time. If you need any compensation, we can. No need. Shang Huaiji raised his hand to stop Jiang Jin's words and continued. I was also at fault for what happened last time. I acted impulsively without understanding the situation, which led to the misunderstanding. Alright, then I hope you can meet someone who truly loves you in the future. Jiang Jin nodded, her gaze sincere and open. Shang Huaiji's eyes dimmed slightly, and his smile carried a hint of bitterness as he slowly replied, Thank you, I hope so too. From a distance, Fu Jili, who had been waiting, checked the time. 5 minutes had passed, so he stood up and walked over. He went straight to Jiang Jin's side, took her hand, and gently swayed it. Darling, my stomach hurts. I want to go home. As Fu Jili spoke, he covered his stomach with his other hand, looking extremely uncomfortable. Jiang Jin immediately became nervous. Why does it hurt again? Then she looked at Shang Huaiji apologetically. Sorry, Senior Shang, we have to leave now. Shang Huaiji nodded. Jiang Jin anxiously pulled Fu Jili and left the coffee shop, asking worriedly as she walked, Why does it suddenly hurt again? You just took your medicine. Their voices faded away. Shang Huaiji stared at their retreating figures, unable to snap out of his daze for a long time. If he had confessed his feelings earlier, would the outcome have been different? Shang Huaiji slightly twitched the corners of his mouth, his smile tinged with bitterness. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the end of the year. The day after Fu Jili was discharged from the hospital, he went back to work. The end of the year was a busy time for the company, and Fu Jili often worked overtime, leaving home early and returning late almost every day. Jiang Jin also finished the first semester courses and started her winter vacation. She usually stayed at home practicing dance and occasionally went shopping with Xin Yuan. In a flash, it was the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, and the spring festival was approaching. Jiang Jin got up early in the morning and started decorating the house. She pasted spring festival couplets, hung lanterns, put up window paper cuttings, and cut out character Fu, making the whole house look festive and warm. Towards evening, Jiang Jin finally finished and slumped on the sofa to rest. Fu Zai was also curled up on the carpet nearby. After spending the entire day running around and playing joyfully by Jiang Jin's side, he was now tired and had closed his eyes. He still held a small carrot toy in his mouth, sleeping obediently in his cozy spot. Jiang Jin glanced up at the wall clock. It was already 4:30 p.m., and she wondered if Fu Jili was still busy at work. Suddenly, she really wanted to eat a matcha cake. Jiang Jin got up, grabbed her phone from the coffee table, and sat cross-legged on the sofa, sending a message. In the meeting room, Fu Jili was in the middle of a meeting. His computer was connected to the projector, and he sat at the head of the table, speaking in a deep voice as he went over the details of the project proposal. The senior executives seated around the table sat upright, listening attentively, not daring to miss a single detail. Suddenly, a WeChat notification popped up on his screen, followed by a message. Mr. Ifu, when are you getting off work? Can you bring me a matcha cake when you come home? It was followed by a pitiful, expectant puppy emoji. Fu Jili's serious expression faltered, and he paused mid-sentence. Before he could react, another message popped up. You have to bring it for me. Otherwise, I won't let you into the house. Humph. The executives, who had been discussing the project plan, immediately fell silent and turned their attention to Fu Jili. Their gossipy expressions were barely concealed. Wow, is this how the boss is treated at home?
Not being allowed into the house, they could hardly imagine such a scene.
They really wanted to witness it.
Fu Jili, now fully aware of the situation, glanced at everyone and then calmly picked up his phone to reply to the message.
Everyone instinctively lowered their heads, pretending to be busy, but they couldn't help sneaking curious glances.
Fu Jili's lips curled into a smile as he looked down and typed a reply on his phone.
Alright, I'll get it for you. Be good, I'm in a meeting right now. I'll talk to you later, okay?
Fu Jili stared at the screen, and Zhang Jin quickly replied with an OK emoji. Understanding, Fu Jili smiled slightly, turned off his phone, and then glanced at everyone in the room. He spoke calmly, "Sorry, everyone. My wife asked me to bring something home for her, or else she won't let me in." Although his words were apologetic, his tone was filled with affection and a hint of pride. The manager of the planning department, being quick-witted, immediately chimed in smoothly, "Director Fu and his wife are truly a loving couple.
They're a model for all of us to learn from." Others quickly joined in, "Yes, yes. Their relationship is so enviable."
Listening to their comments, Fu Jili's expression remained unchanged, but the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed his inner delight.
Fu Jili cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, "Let's continue the meeting." For the rest of the meeting, Fu Jili was unusually amiable.
Even when a general manager made an error in the data, Fu Jili simply told him to correct it and avoid making the same mistake next time. The general manager breathed a sigh of relief.
Such obvious careless mistakes were something Fu Jili usually couldn't tolerate. Who would have thought he'd get off so lightly today?
He secretly hoped that the wife would send more messages in the future. That way, Director Fu wouldn't always be so stern, and they could all breathe a little easier. Meanwhile, at home, Zhang Jin had no idea about her newfound image in the employees' minds or that her 2 messages had been seen by everyone. She continued to lounge comfortably on the sofa, enjoying her peaceful rest.
At 7 o'clock in the evening, Fu Jili arrived home on time, carrying a matcha cake he bought for Zhang Jin.
Hearing the sound of the door opening, Zhang Jin ran barefoot from the living room and threw herself into the man's arms, her voice soft and sweet. "Mr. Fu, you're back." Fu Jili caught the little girl steadily. His eyes fell on her bare feet, and he said in a tone of mock scolding, "Why aren't you wearing slippers again?" Zhang Jin stuck out her tongue, looking guilty.
"I forgot." Fu Jili smiled helplessly.
He held the little girl's bottom with one hand, carried her to the sofa, then bent down to pick up the little rabbit-shaped cotton slippers that had been kicked under the coffee table and put them on for her. "The floor is cold in winter. You must wear slippers.
Understand?" Fu Jili whispered with concern. "Got it."
Zhang Jin replied obediently. Her eyes fell on the cake on the coffee table. It was the matcha cake from the store she often went to. Zhang Jin couldn't wait to open it, picked up a small spoon, and took small bites. The sponge cake was dense, with a strong aroma of matcha, paired with rich mascarpone cheese. It was simply delicious. Fu Jili had already changed into his home clothes and came downstairs again.
He sat down next to Zhang Jin. "Is it delicious?"
Zhang Jin had cake stuffed in her mouth. Her cheeks moved up and down like a little squirrel as she chewed, answering incoherently, "Delicious."
Then, realizing she shouldn't be eating alone, she looked at Fu Jili eagerly with her small face. "Do you want to try some?" Fu Jili didn't say a word.
His deep eyes landed on the little girl's soft lips. He said slowly, "I'll have a taste." Hearing this, just as Zhang Jin was about to pick up the spoon, she was suddenly picked up by Fu Jili. Her legs were parted as she was made to sit on the man's lap. Zhang Jin was a bit dazed and let out a small cry, reaching out to hold onto Fu Jili's shoulders. Fu Jili grasped the little girl's slender waist and, without further ado, kissed her soft lips.
The subtle aroma of matcha lingered on her lips.
Zhang Jin's mouth slightly parted, her eyelashes fluttering involuntarily, as she finally understood what the man desired to savor. The young girl's eyes were misty and glistening, her small hands clutching the man's shirt unconsciously, nestling in his embrace, too shy to look up, and instinctively shifting as if to rise.
"Don't move." Fu Jili's voice suddenly deepened.
Zhang Jin slowly looked up, seeing Fu Jili's restrained expression, instantly comprehending what it was, and froze in place, not daring to move an inch. After a moment of composure, Fu Jili looked down at the girl in his arms, her eyes red at the corners, and softly asked, "Do you still want some cake?" Zhang Jin in his arms quickly shook her head. She could no longer face the matcha cake, wishing only to escape at that moment, and gently whispered, "No, I'm full." As she spoke, she tried to get up and flee, but Fu Jili grabbed her, his deep, husky voice echoing in her ear once more, "Just as well, I'm not full yet." Before the words had fully settled, Fu Jili stood up, carrying Zhang Jin straight upstairs, his steps hurried, brimming with impatience.